Good morning, everybody. We are here bright and early at YCS Utrecht 2020. We got some rounds of Swiss left to go, and then we're going to be cutting to the top 64. So this morning, we've cut it all the way down from the vast number of duelists that entered yesterday, 2,227 duelists, down to just 397 remaining. The hall's still looking pretty full. Let's get those down all the way to 64 duelists. So up first, we have Estratios Sanos from Greece. It's got to be one of you. Welcome.
Hi.
You seem very excited to be on the feature match.
I am excited. I'm also really stressed because I was not ready for this.
Okay, don't worry. It's just another game of Yu-Gi-Oh, but there's maybe like a few hundred people will watch towards the end.
Yeah, that is not ideal. You're not making this any easy for me.
Okay, sorry about that. Okay. I always see quite a few Greek players. You guys seem to do really well at tournaments. Do you think there's a reason for that?
If anything, I live in London, so I don't really have any Greek friends in London. But I do know for a fact that they have like small communities and they tend to work together and playtest a lot together.
Okay, so it's just kind of chance, I guess, because you're from London. But okay, well, that destroyed my question. Please take a seat. And then our second duelist, Johannes Wagner from Germany. Come on in. How's it going?
Ooh, I'm also really excited and
hold on. You got a crowd. Say hello to the fans.
Hello to my fans. Hello to Leipzig. Yes.
Yeah, you guys at home can't hear that, but there are people clapping in the venue. How are you feeling about the feature match?
Oh man, it's my first time also in the feature match. It's the same like my opponent, and I'm also very excited. But it's also interesting to see me later on YouTube or something. It's I hope it will be cool.
Yeah, I mean you got to hope that you feel good about it during the match and then later when you watch it on YouTube.
I hope so, but so I didn't expect to sit here in the day 2 in this position, and I only play round for round. Hadn't know anything or any aims for the event, so I enjoy it.
It's going pretty well so far.
Yeah.
Let's see if it goes even better now. Please take a seat. So have you guys decided who's going first? No? Take a go. Have a roll. Our duelists seem to be discussing very intently which die they're going to use. We do have quite a number of them here on our desk. Okay, so Stratios, you're going to go first. All right, so without any further ado, let's take it over to the dream team. It is Darren and Nadir. Take it away, guys.
Welcome back, everyone. This is day 2, round 10. We are beginning with the most important part of a YCS, and that is the last remaining couple of bubble rounds. These players are all looking to seal that spot with either an X2, X2-1, maybe potentially some X3 records getting into top 64. It's a huge event.
A couple of X3s will cheekily squeeze in there since it is a top 64 and only just top 64, so a couple of X3s will make it, but don't rely on the X3 bracket too much, because if you go X3 by now, it's very not likely you'll make it.
Just win and you'll be fine.
Just win. That's all you got to do.
So we've got some stats to show you. We want to take a look at, first of all, round 1 and how that compares to where we are currently at round 10. So this is how the whole event started way back when, it feels like forever ago, and this is we talked a little bit about this yesterday, so you can see here Spiral 206, 201 with Salmon Great, Invoke Shadow with 182 roundabout, and then we go all the way up to round 10, which is where we are here, and this is how we're starting off the day. Spiral kind of stretching ahead there, but Salmon Great still holding up in second place, and I think Altergeist has actually overtaken, as well as Dino.
It seems to think that Spiral has a really, really strong conversion rate. I think we had it up before. It was like 35% of Spiral players have converted to make day 2.
So and statistically, if you're a Spiral player, 1/3 of you will top.
It's a glass cannon deck from what we can see. It's really, really powerful. Whenever we see it on feature, it doesn't seem to perform its best because it doesn't draw very well.
Some consistency issues.
Yeah, but like when it works, and it seems like it's it seems to not brick as more often since it has the highest conversion rate, and it seems like it's going to be poised to show itself in top 64 for sure.
Yep, so our players here for the table is Johannes is going to be playing a Gren Maju strategy, which has been popularized in recent years. from America, I think, at various YCSs. There was first place by Yishan McNabb, I think, who won a YCS with Gren Maju, of all
YCS
things.
Niagara Falls, that was.
Niagara Falls, was it?
Yeah,
and then the following
event,
one.
Loon Light could have won 2 YCS in the same weekend, and Grand Maju just went, no!
Summon Bigfoot. And then the following YCS after that, it made it to the finals and getting second place.
It did, yeah. It's got a really high... it goes really far in Top Cut whenever it gets to Top Cut.
Not a lot of people play it. You never really see like too many of them, but it seems to get pretty far. And why do you think that is? What is it about the deck that seems to like push it ahead so far?
Well, I think it's just because they're going second deck, and the most powerful cards in the game are going second cards, like stuff like Evenly Matched, which can totally just steal games and completely wipe out the board. And I think Johannes didn't win the role here, so Stratios chose to go first. So that doesn't give away his strategy, whereas when he wins the role,
and he says go first.
Go first, yeah, then you go, ooh, what's he playing?
Why is he doing this?
Grand Maju, but like, it shows no hints. So he would set up, Stratios would set up with his Geist strategy, like, without, is normal, going as to plan, then suddenly just goes, battle phase. Evenly his whole board away if he doesn't draw Judgment, or potentially just OTK him with Grand Maju. Yeah,
Stratios is here is playing quite a bog standard kind of Altergeist list, and Johannes has more of a very danger heavy list. You can see the dangers are extremely good at breaking apart boards, and we're going to see just exactly how that unfolds and whether or not Johannes is going to be able to fight through those traps. We're going to head on over to the table now. So we've got our hands loaded in already, and we can see that the players are now doing the handshake and
he's got the combo. Grand Maju evenly matched.
Now taking a look at Stratios' hands here, it's he's got lots of stops and lots of negations, but he doesn't have any engine cards. This is
see, that's the risk you play when you play a deck like Altergeist, so that there's no real link up with the engine and the traps other than spoofing, but you still have to draw one of the Altergeist monsters.
Yeah, it doesn't seem to really cross over too well.
Exactly, so that's one of Altergeist's flaws. However, when the engine does get going, it's an engine that can standalone perform by itself, and I think that's why it's one of the better control decks, because it searches its traps and it has its own themed traps. But as you can see here, the Altergeist player has hard opened and evenly matched in his going first strategy, which is a risk that I imagine he would want to take, because every time he loses the rule, he wants to be able to win those games where he goes second. But here, it seems to be a -1 here, since he has to commit cards to the board. It's not like he'll be able to resolve that evenly match, and now he's only playing with 4 cards against Grand Maju strategy, which could potentially OTK him.
Oh, there's the Ash Blossom on the Pot of Desires, and this is
but
like,
now he's banished 10.
Yeah, so it doesn't kind of matter a whole lot to Johannes here, because it's a deck that's very much focused on banishing lots of cards. And if you guys aren't aware, for those of you who might not be familiar with this strategy, Grand Maju simply reads that it gains 400 attack and defense equal to the number of banished cards, of your banished cards, those include your opponents.
Question mark.
So dumping a lot of cards into the banish zone, whether that be via Pot of Desires face down, or we can see here turn 1 he traded in on the Gizmek, which is...
And he already got the draw 2 cards, which is nice. And Gizmek, he doesn't really lose a resource there, because it's a card in his hand and in graveyard. It's the same. But he's opting to use the evenly match here, so I don't think he wants to go for game. I think he wants to take as many resources from him as possible. And I guess it'll just give him the edge in the next turn.
So in this situation here, do you think, oh, okay, so he's actually going to let the evenly resolved and not up to Solemn Judgment it? Why do you think that is?
No idea. I think since he traded in for a Gizmek, I think he would see that life points is a really important resource.
Yeah.
So you would think, oh no, he's banished 10 if he has Grand Maju. I'm going to lose, and he hasn't gone into his engine yet, so he doesn't really have much way to defend himself. If he was to Judgment it, he would be on 4,000 life points. And unfortunately, he does not draw into his engine, so it does look like he may potentially...
I think Stratios drew a evenly match there.
No, he drew a strike.
Was that the second strike? Okay.
It was, yeah.
Right, so
is he resolving another... Oh, no, he's. I thought he was resolving another Pot of Desires here, but he's actually choosing to summon Gizmek.
Yeah,
so it means he's now banished 18.
Yeah.
So like Grand Maju's going to be a big boy.
You're essentially just like trying to like... build up as big of a banish pile as you can with Gizmek, control the board by popping cards with his effect, and ideally, like, he's playing such a heavy danger engine. You know, you've got Thunderbirds, Bigfoots, popping face downs and face up cards with that, eventually trying to push for that normal summon Grand Maju, go straight to the battle phase. I mean, you could just hit for like 12,000 or something sometimes, right?
Well, in combo decks, dangers, you would only play like the so-called good dangers, you know, the Jackalope, Tsuchinoku and stuff.
Yeah.
But in Grand Maju, they can utilize the level 8s, because since they go second, they'll actually have effects. Like Bigfoot pops a face-up monster, Thunderbird pops a back row, and they're also level 10s. In Grand Maju strategy actually plays, like, as he's about to summon here, a lot of rank 10s, so he's probably going to go for...
Rank 8s.
Rank 8s, yes. Not rank 10s, they're too big.
So yeah, this is Lancelot. It's been a while since we saw this one. What does this one do?
Lancelot, yes. So I know it attacks directly, but not that he needs to take advantage of that because it's an open board. So it must do something else.
Yeah, it negates the first card that your opponent activates, basically. Once per turn during either player's turn, when he spell or trap or another monster's effect is activated, detach materials. You can see it's a mandatory effect. You don't get to choose what you negate.
He's playing around Mirror Force.
Oh, he's got a response on the resolution of Lancelot,
he's probably thinking to Solemn Strike the Lancelot. I guess just to have less bodies on board because it has more attack than the life you would pay with Solemn Judgment. So I think he's thinking, well, I'd rather take 15 than 2k does Lancelot have?
Yeah, 2,000 attack.
No, he has a big Grand Maju. Can't strike that. It is a normal summon, and it doesn't activate the gain attack.
It's a Judgment he's got set.
It's Judgment?
Yeah, so he might have to just, like, drop the Judgment here on the Grand Maju. What do you think?
Potentially, yeah. I think this would be a lot of
it's really hard because if he activates any other cards, he can detach with the Gizmek and then bring back the Gizmek, potentially just end the game here. But I don't think he's really in risk of that because there's no other cards that Lancelot can chain to, because Solemn Judgment is a spell speed 3 counter trap, so it's not going to be able to negate that card from prevent that card from being activated.
So the Gizmek is stuck under the Lancelot, and he's getting a translation for Lancelot.
Yeah, he's just having to read it here, which is understandable. I mean, not a lot of people have seen this card.
You don't see Lancelot too often.
Yeah, I know. Usually when you go for rank 8s, what are the more popular cards that people go for these days?
Number 38, you see like number 38, you see Dingirsu. Those are the most common rank 8s.
It's interesting because it's like Dingirsu's like an Orcus card, and like you put that on top of Galatea, but here we are just hard summoning it. Yeah, just combining two level 8.
It's something the old Thunder Dragon strategy did as well. Overlay 2 Colossus for Dingirsu, because Dingirsu is that powerful.
Oh, he is going to Judgment
the Grand Maju, yeah.
Oh no, okay.
But it means he can't attack for game from what I can see, unless he tries to use Nessie. But I still think that will be 400 short of game, unless he draws another danger that he could potentially summon. So he might take the risk here, just to end the game, and he is. Because if he tops the Meliseek, that would be quite problematic.
Oh, you can see what he's doing here. Lancelot actually negates your own cards.
That's amazing.
Can you see?
That's it. That's
during either
over.
player's turn when a spell or trap or another monster is activated. Yeah, so he's negating his own danger reveal.
That's perfect.
So he can detach the Gizmek and bring back the Gizmek.
That's it then.
I think that's what he's trying to go for.
Yeah, that's perfect. As soon as he summons Gizmek, that should be game over.
He's rolling a dice here to reveal. Shouldn't that have been negated? Unless I'm missing something.
It negates it, but it stays in hand. It doesn't negate and destroy.
Ah,
so you just activate it again.
Ah, yeah, right, yeah, of course. So it doesn't negate and destroy, stays in hand. He's just reusing it, essentially. Okay.
Exactly.
All right, so he's doing exactly that. It seems to be...
This is 3-6, but I think he still has to use the Gizmek, and then that'll be enough for game.
There he goes, attack and direct. And he's going to be taking just shy of game here.
But with Gizmek effect, that'll be
there's the effect of Gizmek.
End of the game. Unless he's got something we don't know about.
Yeah, he's got it. Yeah, exactly.
Yes. Grand Maju does what it does best and OTKs his opponent.
Who would have thought that negating your own card's effect would ever be the correct play?
Big brain, really good. That was really, really good.
Yeah,
I thought the Gizmek was stuck underneath the Lancelot there, but he's quite knowledgeable of the deck to know that the Lancelot can negate his own cards.
I completely forgot that you can just like use your own card to activate the effect of Lancelot, detaching the required material to go for the game shot there. That was really cool. I think like the one time that ever comes up is like occasionally what you can do in like a mine situation is like to out your opponent's mine when they mine you, you like overlay, strike your own monster. And then that puts... So now you have no monsters.
That's
and then during the end phase, you can destroy mine. So that's kind of like the 5-head kind of level 9,000 IQ plays That
he's showing off why he's in the top tables right now. So he's showing that he's very knowledgeable of the deck. But hopefully we'll get to see Stratios actually be able to play this time.
Yeah, he didn't exactly
One of the
open
flaws
very
of
well.
Poltergeist is just not being able to see your engine. And hopefully it's not that inconsistent, but sometimes you do just get those trap hands so you can't get yourself going.
Yeah.
And you've got a limited amount of turns against a deck that can deal so much damage, especially when you're paying life with the Solemns.
Yeah, you're definitely on a short timer there. But it's a bit of a strange situation going into Game 2 for him, isn't it? Because now he's playing a very conventional sort of going first control deck versus a very much OTK go second, break your board deck. What do you think he does in this situation? Do you just go first anyway with your Altergeist deck, or do you just let them start?
I think starting for Altergeist is just too important. You could make Grand Mardu start because it's not going to do a awful lot going first. It has less cards, so it's more likely to miss off the dangers, and all it can really end on is potentially a couple of rank 8s, maybe.
I think a couple of rank 8s is asking for a lot there. I'm pretty sure,
think
just
arguably
turn one Harbinger maybe, and that's it. Like,
even then, does that just negate spells?
yeah, just spells.
So
spell effects.
you'll take Pot of Extravagance, I suppose.
So I think I'd maybe let Johannes start this match, right? Because he's not. What's he going to do?
I think if I was to start as a Grand Maju player against Geist, I would just pass because any card you commit to the board, Meliseek's just going to take.
That's actually an option. If he is made to go first, you could just be like, okay, over to you, and just have an open board. Yeah.
He does have some going first cards. He has a card called Danger Zone.
Yeah, we haven't seen this in a while. Danger Zone. If anyone remembers what that is, it's an old classic. It's very much similar to Sylvan Charity in a way, where you reveal, you draw 3 and discard 2, and but you have to reveal a danger.
Yeah, you have
if
to reveal a danger. And if you don't have a danger, you reveal your whole hand and put it back in the deck.
Yeah. So he's siding it, and it's a curious choice. Why would you side that rather than play that? Is it just maybe when your opponent chooses to let you go first?
I suppose when he's made to start, he needs as many cards as possible to be able to, resolve his dangers. And because when he discards a card, that means one of his dangers will trigger and give him a free card if it's like Nessie or Jackalope or any of the good dangers.
Yep.
Because a lot of the level 8 dangers aren't particularly great going first because if they miss, it's just like, oh god, I'm sick of my life.
Ogo Poggers being hit at the hand.
No.
I think you can only really send Response Team, which is a card that he's playing, which I think banishes itself to put itself back on the bottom. This is something
it puts itself in a danger on the bottom, and it puts a card they control on the bottom, I think, as well, on the top of the deck.
But yeah, we'll see if Danger Zone comes in for this matchup. So I think our players are starting off here with game number 2.
It looks like the Altergeist player has decided to start, which is perfectly reasonable, as Altergeist thrives better when it does go first. And it does seem like he's opened most of his engine. I think it's all of his engine this time.
Yeah, he's actually got no real stops with this hand other than the protocol. I suppose he's going to have...
Which again is another issue with Altergeist, is sometimes you can see too much of your engine. You need a good splash of really powerful traps.
Right.
Exactly. However, his hand's still really good because he has spoofing, so it means he can get instant access to Multi-Faker, which would be really strong against Grand Maju, because as soon as the Grand Maju hits the board, it's going to get bounced off Sulcoides.
So he's holding... Oh, he's actually opting to set his whole hand here. Oh, this could be a little bit dangerous because, as we can see, Johannes has opened it.
He does have evenly matched.
The evenly matched, indeed, yeah.
I think he feels relatively safe because he's going to have access to Multi-Faker regardless. So you can leave one of his traps. You can leave spoofing because he can flip spoofing whenever you want just to trigger Multi-Faker. So if he does get evenly matched, what he's probably going to do is spoofing, put back the Meliseek, and keep Faker in hand, but keep...
Oh, he's actually on resolution here. Oh, do you think that's maybe a little bit too trigger happy?
I think he just wants to, in case he draws Ash Blossom. Because he wants to just minimize the chances of his opponent having Ash Blossom.
Right.
And if he does it after the desires, then his opponent's more likely to have Ash Blossom, and that's currently his win condition right now. I suppose he has Protocol, so he could just Protocol to send Marionetta, but I suppose you don't really want to waste a Protocol on an Ash Blossom, so I don't see any reason why you wouldn't just do it now.
Here comes down the Multi-Faker.
I'm not sure about that, though. I definitely wouldn't summon the Multi-Faker here.
Yeah.
You're playing right into evenly matches hands.
He is going straight into Johannes' trap here. So let's see what he draws with the desires. A second Gizmek and a Bigfoot.
Oh no, this is looking awful.
This is not going to go great. No judgment set, so he's in a bit of a tough situation. But what are you thinking if you're Johannes at this point? Because you see two unknown back rows. Do you just go straight to the battle phase,
Yep.
or do you maybe try and
Nope.
like bait out a judgment?
Straight to the
just
battle phase. No,
battle phase.
You know, his whole engine, you can literally win the game with the evenly matched win button. If it
Yep.
resolves, he wins.
Yeah, this is such a blowout if he manages to pull this off, but we'll see if he like
Multi-fake
actually
is at
decides
1
to go
now,
for it.
so once that's
Oh,
gone,
straight to the battle
his
phase.
whole win condition is just gone.
Talked a bit about this.
He's
Yes.
better have judgment.
Yep, exactly.
Yeah,
Exactly.
and he doesn't have judgment.
And now he's just thinking,
So away he goes. There's not an awful lot he can keep here because he's.
what do you get? Do you just keep Faker on, like?
I think you have to, because that's his win condition.
Yeah,
you can't let it banish. He's still got Milliseek in hand, so he's not completely out of it yet.
Yeah, I
but
think like a good extravagance top deck or something could like be
he
the
needs to top a trap.
Yeah.
In order
trap?
to, he needs a trap card. Or,
Off the extravagance.
Or Marionette. Well, apparently, yeah. Drawing 2 cards is better than 1.
All right, here we go. This is the most enjoyable part. Is
Pick a card, any card.
pick a card, any card. Is this your card?
It's going to be Bigfoot. Every time I've revealed Bigfoot, it's missed. But not this Grand Maju player.
You can ask for a better hit there. All right.
Gizmek, perfect. Free card.
Draws another danger here. So I think at this point, like it's main phase 2, so he's not going to be able to attack. Yeah.
Spam the board.
What kind of things do you try and put up? Is there like a link monster he wants to make multiple rank 8s, or I don't know? Do you just make like, I mean, what's like a good rank 8 to make against Altergeist in this situation? I don't see anything that's particularly great.
Lancelot's alright, it can negate monster effects, so if he does top deck Marionette, Pot of Extravagance in fact. So if he makes Hope Harbinger, you might think he's only good top deck is a Pot of Greed. So if he negates that, then he just has 1 card in hand.
So
and any generic trap as well will shut off Multi-Faker if it's not any of the Solemns.
Yeah.
So Lancelot will apply a lot of pressure here, but he does have Melisy.
Oh, he's going straight for the rank 8 here, it looks like, into Dingirsu, which is going to send the multi-faker. Do you not feel like maybe he could have like kept playing a little bit? Like perhaps he could have like made an IP, used the trade-in, summoned some more guys. He's got a Gizmek available to him. He could have made IP and like a rank 8, just to make space essentially, like to open up the...
There's no real need because he's not going to apply any pressure. Guys can't really OTK, especially with the number of cards that he has. So he's not in any rush. He probably just sticks to Dingirsu on the board just because it's a big body to have on the board already. It is going to fall victim to the Melisek, however, so he didn't really play around that.
Yeah, Melisek is a really good card in this situation because it does not destroy, it sends, so that's not something that Dingirsu can protect itself from. But it's not too big of a deal for Johannes. I mean, those resources that he used to make the Dingirsu are quite expendable. He's got like...
free, yeah.
Yeah, dangers in the Gizmek. Like,
God, Gizmek did help.
Yeah.
I think he probably should have went for the Lancelot here because it would have played around a Melisek while also...
Yeah, just negate the first top card like that he activates.
And he would have had a card in his turn to defend himself if he was to top a trap card. Now, unfortunately, he has topped a Sulcoitus, so he's probably not going to do a whole lot here. All you can do is just make Link Karibo and search a Marionetta for next turn. But
do you think there's a reason why he didn't use the trade-in? Because he has trade-in Thunderbird. He could have like did that before ending his turn with the...
He probably wants to take... he probably wants to get full value out of that.
Oh, like by hitting a back row?
Yeah, I imagine he wants to hit a back row on his previous turn. Like I say, he's in no rush because he doesn't have his battle phase. The deck thrives in being in the battle phase. Any other phase, it doesn't really do a whole lot.
Yeah, he's just kind of like, strategically trying to line up like a direct attack, making sure that he has that important battle phase, getting full value out of the cards.
Trade-in's not once per turn either, so he can just use it whenever he wants. If he draws another trade-in, it's fine. He just activates another trade-in.
Looks like he's going to go for the Gizmek in the end phase there.
Fuel that Grand Maju if he was to draw into it.
Oh, was that not during the end phase? Oh, no,
it
yeah,
was.
it was. Yep, there we go. All right, draws a Cyclone here. He's got everything. Like
even if he was to have a trap.
Yeah. So remember, Gizmek's effect is once per turn, so the summon effect and the pop effect, and what it can do is banish 3 cards from your extra deck face down to destroy a face-up card that your opponent controls, going for the Link Rebuke here, which is probably the only saving grace that Stratios would have had here, would be to... try and stop an attack, but Grand Maju, as we can see, is really good at breaking boards. He's got the Gizmek, and he's going to proceed to reveal even more dangers. And
but he got rid of that Cosmic he didn't need.
That's a good card. It's like that. That's probably the most ideal hit, rather. Nope, another evenly matched.
Is that an evenly matched? I think that's Danger Zone.
Oh, is that the Danger Zone? It's a trap card. I
think so. Yeah. Doesn't look like evenly matched.
Let's see if we can get that up for you in just a second.
I'm surprised he didn't use the trade-in just to get 2 free cards, but I suppose like he'd just rather have the damage on board to just end the game.
Yep, there's a Danger Zone being discarded from the graveyard there.
And he's drew Denko Seka. So if he did have back row,
Oh yes, we didn't talk about that. He's
Cold
got.
Wave.
Did we mention he's got Denko?
We did not know.
Yeah, he's siding Denko, which is like incredibly good in the set because the only normal summon is Gren Maju.
Yeah.
But you have all your dangers. Some people even play the what's his name? Beater of Billions, Eater of Millions.
Beater of Billions. B.
There's Ogopoggers summoning the deck from the Jackalope. Is there any Ryan Cates you can make that just like do a million damage?
I was going to suggest maybe you would make Lancelot negate another danger in hand, but he currently doesn't have a danger in hand. His next logical play would be the normal Denko. I'm not sure how else he can really push out more damage. I think currently on the field, roughly just short of game. So I would think he would have to just deal as much damage as possible, then either make 38 or Lancelot just to defend himself.
Yeah, I think a line that I'm seeing here is like normal summoning Denko, because like Denko, while your opponent doesn't have any back row,
I think you would hold it. I think.
Yeah. I was thinking like you know not being able to set anything in the first place would be still fine because it stops him from setting on his turn.
Just doesn't play around Meloseek again.
Yeah. Okay.
You know. Like I think he should just like do his best to play around Meloseek because that's the only card that's going to apply real pressure. Plus, he knows he has Marionetta, and Marionetta is going to attribute itself to bring back Meloseek to get rid of the Denko Sekka. Oh, but the Marionetta can't set because there's a Denko on the field. Yes, and that's really good. Yeah.
There you go.
Very good. Yeah. Well, Grand Maju just slaughtered him there.
That was a real beating. I can't believe that it went like this. Normally, I feel like Alta is a little bit more favored than this matchup.
Yeah, like normally when we saw Alta before, it drew its engine and the trap cards, but in those particular matchups, well, game 1 especially just didn't draw anything. Game 2 probably should have played around the evening match a bit better, I think. He could have just held the multi-figure. There was no real need to summon it. I think it was a bit rushed for sure.
Yeah, I think he overcommitted way too much to the board there, and when you're playing against a deck that is blinding second, like, or even post-siding is still going to go second, you need to play around those power cards.
So I think he was going to activate evenly matched anyway, and I would, because he had like 3 back row and a Marionetta, of course, like, I'm going to evenly match you. But then as soon as he put the multi-faker on board, he was like, oh yeah.
You realized what he'd done immediately.
He was just like, oh, I see my victory now. I think at that point, once that evenly match resolved, there was like he was so far behind in terms of resources, there was no coming back from that at all.
Yeah. So Johannes is going to advance on, and he seems to have a lot of tools in his deck that are going to be helping out regardless of which matchup he's against. He's got, the anti-back row hate like we saw with the Denko. He's got Super Poly, Droll, Vanity's Fiend for the combo decks.
There's a lot of powerful cards that can just steal in matchups, as we saw Denko Sekka as well against this. We didn't see it in action. And against 5 back row, but again, that's another card that can just steal games. And he is just playing a lot of going second cards that could just steal games. That's why Gren Maju is a really good pick for the event.
So I believe Stratios is going to be hanging on by a lifeline here. He's, I think maybe this makes him drop down to X2.
I think it does, but he's still fine.
Yeah,
there's another 2 rounds to go. All he has to do is just win 2 rounds.
Just win the 2 final rounds.
That's
win.
It. Just win.
Why are people taking this advice? Just win.
So easy. Just win.
All right, so we'll be back with a player interview with Johannes in just a moment to get his thoughts on that matchup.
Thank you very much, Nadir. Yes, I'm with Johannes here. You are visibly excited. You came over. You were really, really kind of happy that you won that match.
Yes, I was so excited. I showed the first Gren Maju, and he said, "Oh no, I only asked for how many cards you have in the hand." And oh god, I didn't hear it, but there were also some noises on the air. But yeah, it works. It's the same like the other rounds. I play for round, and it's a good feeling to see that my deck works, and it's really cool.
So you're going to be able to go and look at it on YouTube, and it's going to be a fairly good memory.
I hope so. I hope also that I don't see how exciting I was, because I know that I'm a bit struggling in there and sitting, oh my god, I play here in the feature match, but it was cool, a nice experience, and yes.
It's tough. It's tough that, lots of people watching, all that kind of stuff. Yeah, I mean, you managed to win, so that's, got to feel good.
One thing I want to say, I played this deck in YCS Milan with a different, a little bit different build. And I see that the August time was too strong for this deck because they did so much things. And for example, in Evenly or something, it doesn't matter. They have 1 card on the field, and now August is such a hit with the new ban list. And I thought, okay, now it's time for coming back strong.
Absolutely. And so something that me and Matt Bell, who's hopefully watching, hello Matt, is who we talked about before is that the fact that you are playing a deck which is very quick.
Yes.
And during a really long tournament, it's quite kind of taxing for someone who is playing a huge combo deck or something like this.
Yes.
Is that something that you decided that you felt you need to play something that's going to win or lose quickly so that you can kind of recover between the rounds?
It's one thing I also thought about it, but you have to look. You have to think also about the turns, because the deck has no resources. When you have no cards in hand, you lose the game 100%. You haven't the chance to come back. Sometimes also with the top deck Grandmaster you haven't the chance. So I have to be calm. So also now in the feature match you see it, I only set one card and okay, do what you do, and I have 4 cards in hand. I can do a lot in my next turn. So and then the matches are really fast, and I have time to really regenerate. But it's also time to hurry up for you. Yeah. So it has pros and cons. So yesterday it was a hard time, 9 rounds, and till what I think 11 or something. Yeah. I was. Oof.
It's very tiring doing that many rounds. And don't get me wrong, there's still a lot of skill involved in those decisions. Yeah, so it's
that I don't want to say. Yeah, it's okay.
Absolutely, no, that's not what I was getting at. Just simply that that you can make more kind of big impactful decisions with just a few cards instead of having to do big combos.
Yes, that's of course one thing. I played my first YCS World Chalice Danger, 50 cards, it was constant. And after round 6 or something, I stand 5-1. And I see, oh god, after that I only make mistakes, because my head was so exploded, I had no resources for me myself. So it was a tough combo deck. And okay, I said no, that I don't want to do one more. I don't like control decks, and so it's a good alternative.
we were talking to, I think it was Alex Robertson yesterday, who was playing, I forget what he was playing, but I think it was Thunder. Anyway, he was playing it. He was saying the same thing. That it's difficult. Yeah.
Yeah.
So, yeah, that's just interesting that more than one person has said that now, and before the match we were saying you weren't really expecting this. You're just taking it round by round, but you're getting pretty close now to the top cut. Are you just gonna still take it round by round?
I still take it round by round.
Okay, that's a good mentality to have. Yeah. What would you say is your worst matchup of the decks you've seen so far? Have you had one or?
My worst matchup is Dinosaur.
Okay, why is that?
Because it's a deck that does the same like me.
Okay, so it's more like a bit risky because.
Yes, because he let me start, I let him start, and who won the die roll had a lot of problems. And I played 2 times against Dino, and in one time I had so much luck. I say sorry to my opponent. It was a 50-50 chance that I can make the OTK, and he hits the right card, and and that was in the 3rd game, and it's a really tough match. And of course, Spiral, when you don't have any outs or any hand traps, it's also hard. But yeah.
If you weren't playing the deck you're playing now, do you think you might have tried Dinosaurs?
No.
No, why not?
It's too mainstream.
Okay, so you like playing something that's a bit less. Okay, good. So going into April with the new rules update, have you thought about how you would change or no?
Nothing.
Not thought about that yet.
I don't thought about it.
Okay.
It's new land, and then I see.
Okay, fair enough. All right, well, congratulations. Best of luck in the rest of the Swiss rounds, and we're going to be right back with our next feature match. We're getting very close to that top cut now. See you guys soon.
Disappeared out of here. It was time to pay my dues. Never guessed that you'd be dressed in my clothes and in my shoes. Thought you were so tough. 'cause now I'm back. We're going in.
Big brother! You're here! You're here!
Welcome back to coverage of YCS Utrecht 2020. We're here with our quick questions, and for this time we have Joe White from the UK. Joe, what I would like to know is what deck will win YCS Utrecht 2020? What do you think?
I think it's got to be Invoke Shadow. With the new structure there, these Shadow monsters are crazy. The value they get from just one Shadow fusing is insane, and Shadow Window is just an FTK against most of the decks in the format right now. So I think that one's going to take it all.
Yesterday I was thinking about the other back row decks, maybe Paleo or Geist, but I think Salamagrade is also a great option because its adaptability is immense, and most players have adapted the build to beat Shadows. If you were to ask me a week ago, I would say Shadows would win, but everyone is trying to beat Shadows right now. Mm-hmm. So I think one of the three mentioned decks. Probably.
Okay.
I think Altergeist will win this event because it has the best Shadow matchup, and Shadow is the deck to beat in my opinion. Okay. Yeah, that's it.
I think Shadow because he can benefit with the surprise factor. So no one is well prepared, I think, against this deck. It's not easy to play, and I thought a lot of good players are playing Shadow, so I think he will win.
Okay. Looking back into the past for 2019, what was your most favorite event last year?
Oh, it's got to be Euros here at Utrecht last year. I was the first Euros I ever topped, so that's obviously something special for me. But I just love Utrecht as a place, so I love coming back to this event, so I'd happily always come back here.
Of course, it has to be Greek nationals because I won. But actually, it's not only that. It's YCS Milan because one of my good friends, Andreas Verdos, won the YCS, and it was great to celebrate for his second YCS win.
Obviously, YCS Düsseldorf, where I made top 8 with Subterror, was like the best event I ever played. So, yeah.
Was it your first top 8?
It was my first top 8. Yeah.
Okay. The European.
Okay.
Because it's the greatest event of the year, and during this event you have two chances to go to the world, so it's the most important event in the year, the world, and that's why I prefer the European one.
Third question is, what was your most favorite card of 2019?
Sky Striker, Mobilize, Engage. I love powerful cards. I love just activating cards like Magician's Souls and getting that value. And Engage just said, add any card in your deck and draw one, and you can recycle every turn. That is insane power.
Probably Subterror Guru instead, yeah. Subterror Guru.
Okay. And why?
Yeah, just because I topped top 8 and yeah.
Okay.
Obviously Engage. Yeah, because I play it during the whole season. Even after I stopped to play Sky Striker, I continue with Orcust and I continue to play it, so it's my favorite card, yes.
That has to be Mind Control. I think the card was... No, I cannot describe it like in real words. Because I was playing Orcust almost the entire year, Mind Control was one of the best cards that I would always want to have in my hand. And when I started being semi-limited in the list, I cried more than when I saw Horror being banned. Okay. Otherwise, Dingirsu was the card that really changed the whole aspect of the game, because it's just a monster that gets rid of everything. You don't care about anything.
Okay. Joe, how do you feel about the rulings update that will take into effect on April the 1st?
Oh, I'm very happy about them. I do really enjoy Links as a card mechanic, but I always love like XYZ spam decks like Clownblade and stuff like that. So it's going to feel good again, like using decks like Fluffles, just being able to go back to my old school decks and just playing Yu-Gi-Oh like I was 2 years ago, but with the new rules. So I'm actually very looking forward to playing them.
I think it's pretty good because it makes older decks a bit stronger, and you can play decks like Infernity or Thunder's more better than, and yeah, that's what I think.
Okay. It's quite strange because I thought that Konami would like to slow down a little bit the game by introducing the link, and now they push a new rule to enforce the speed and the combo deck. So a little bit surprised, but we will see.
Okay. I think they're great. I mean, regardless of what I think or not, I trust what the Konami R&D decided to do, because they have proven that every change they have made, every single one of them has been for the best of the game. I trust them, and I think that Master Rule 5 is better, and more new players can try to play the game now, or players from Duel Links coming to the trading card game can play the game easier.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And final question for this section is, what's your biggest comeback story in an event or in a match? Do you have any?
Yeah, it was a Sky Striker mirror match. It was a very grindy mirror match for the 200th YCS that was here in Utrecht again. And it was a game that I should have never won, but I had the Fieldsfell on one set card. Fieldsfell revealed engage, engage drew me engage, engage with Kangari, add me engage, and then I somehow won that game. It's definitely one of those games you just look at it and go, that wasn't my game, but somehow I won it.
It was the one that I could remember actually, because there were many obviously, was back in 2014 in YCS Milan. I was playing Shadows, my opponent was playing Clifford's, and I remember that my opponent had Clifford's was a really bad matchup for Shadows, and my opponent had a soft lock with many monsters on the field, and the Clifford whip spell, I don't remember its name, and I was like, I see my hand, I cannot win, I need to draw either BLS, I need to draw BLS because I could get rid of the monster and light for construct. And I draw BLS. And I just turn around and look at my friends and I'm like, did you saw that? Yeah, I was BLS. And I won the game immediately.
Right. Okay.
I couldn't believe it.
Yeah, I topped German Nationals when I was 0-2 and I topped it.
Okay.
It was like the Monarch, so 2016 I think.
All right.
I started 0-2 and I still made top 32.
Okay. And how did you do that? Like, did you win all the other games?
Yeah, I won all games except of one. I drew this one and then I ended like place 55 or something like that. Yeah.
It's a European last year because I lost sadly in, during the playoff against Joshua Schmidt, and I started the European event quite bad with 2 draws. But after that, I came back during the second day, win all the last round, reach the top. So it was good.
Yeah, sounds awesome. I guess it was pretty hard to maintain motivation after this loss.
Yeah, because I tried to prepare myself for the playoff and not for the European, because if I succeed during the playoff, I don't care about the European. And it was hard to bring back motivation, but I succeeded to do it. It was a bit hard at the beginning of the European event, but at the end I did it.
All right, thank you very much. Thanks for being here, thanks for taking the time. And you guys stay tuned for more interviews and quick questions.
Where are you? The Pharaoh's calling me. Solve the puzzle, transformate into the Dual King and teach me. Exodia, the forbidden one. It's in my possession now. The duel is done. Yo, Wheel, don't you understand? It's not the man in the fight, it's the fight in the man. Yeah, now I'm the master of the duel. It's been my pleasure to meet you. Oh, let's go! Welcome, welcome, welcome to the world of Yu-Gi-Oh! Into the world we go. Welcome, welcome, welcome to the world of Yu-Gi-Oh! Welcome, welcome, welcome to the world of Yu-Gi-Oh! Into the world we go. Welcome, welcome, welcome to the world of Yu-Gi-Oh! So where are you?
Welcome back to the coverage of YCS Utrecht 2020. I'm Marcello Barberi and I'm here with Alberto Marazzi. We are here to talk about the meta discussion. We have seen just a few moments ago with Darren and Farfa, our friend, the impact on the meta from the Forbidden Limited list. But we have seen a lot of changes. This is the first YCS of the year, and a lot of new products has been released. First of all, the new set Ignition Assault.
So basically, thanks to Ignition Assault, we have cards like Lightning Storm. So this card is really powerful, and every single deck is playing it because it allows you to shut down your opponent's field. On one hand, you can destroy all face-up attack monster in your opponent's side, and on the other hand, you can destroy all spell and trap cards. So this is really powerful. And another cool card, in my opinion, that is going to be playing in most of the extra deck is a Link monster. And so basically, it allows you, most of the Shadow players are playing it because like it's a really cool card. And we can talk about also the Shadow deck, right?
Yeah, pretty much. So as you were saying, Cross Ship was such an impactful Link monster, but all thanks to the new and latest structure deck, Shadow Showdown. I am, of course, a fan of the deck. We know that the first event that I've ever won was YCS London back in 2014 with Shadows, and after almost 6 years, we're back with Shadows being probably the most represented deck this weekend, and all thanks to these new cards in the structure deck. So we have new monsters, Wendy being played as a free off in most deck lists, and as well extra deck tools. And I feel like with the invoked card, it is probably gonna be my pick for the weekend. I feel like it's the strongest and most viable deck, and my winner for the weekend is gonna be the Invoke Shadow deck. You were actually telling us though that there is a card which isn't exactly new, but thanks to some cards and the new list, it's also gonna be powerful. Yeah. Can you tell us more?
Yeah, so basically some months ago, a video game for Nintendo Switch was released by Konami, and this is a Link Evolution, and this is like Legacy of the Duelist, that contains a really powerful card that a lot of Salaman great players are playing at the moment, which is Microcoder. Yep. And this is really powerful because it allows you to special summon a Link monster which contains a cold token in its name, and you can use this card from your hand. So basically when this card goes to the field from your hand to the graveyard, you can search a signed card from your deck, and so you can search signed mining basically, or if you want a Cyber's monster. So it's really good.
Absolutely, and the last thing to mention is that Yu-Gi-Oh! Changes so quickly all over, even from one week to another. Last weekend, UDS Tulsa, all over in the US, in Texas, we saw a lot of different decks throughout. Rocket surprisingly took it all and no one saw it coming, but we've seen still Salaman Great, Invoked, a lot of different decks, even Lunalight with some Zodiac cards, which was crazy. But that's all for us. We have a lot of different decks. Everyone can bring what they are most comfortable with. But one last question for you. What is your pick for the weekend then?
I mean, I pick Shadow too. Like, okay. I think most of the players will rely on Shadow, and I think maybe Invoke Shadow it's my pick for the tournament. Okay. Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
That's our pick, but you guys feel free to leave a comment here in the chat saying what's your pick, and we'll see who is right at the end of Sunday. Keep watching, and we'll be back soon with more action.
Sky Striker Pure, this deck name has been popular for a long time, and I know for a fact that Pascal Kim in particular has been playing this deck for a long time as well, and he has multiple tops with it too.
Yeah, and he is playing cards that haven't been seeing too much play. He is playing three copies of Compulsory Evacuation Device.
Yeah. I remember a conversation with you before the tournament saying purple cards really being the factor this format, and it could be the case here that Pascal finally is showing us why.
I mean, purple cards in forms of floodgates have been popular for the last formats all the time.
Yeah.
Seeing decks like True Drake or Ultra Guys, but like the normal trap cards like Lost Wind and Compulsory Evacuation Device words, those just became popular recently, and they are really strong.
Definitely, definitely.
So, wow. And he also has Card of Demise and the CED in his hand already.
Yes, he has indeed, and he's smiling. Both of them kind of smiling. I mean, top 8 now at some point really is where you just be happy for what you've accomplished so far, and you cannot really worry about anything too much. Oh, looks like Emilio just set one card and passed his turn, and look at his hand. He has double Gizmek, double called, and
but
the
he might
orchestrated
still
return.
win because he has double Gizmek, and the card is crazy.
We saw it so many times. It's just so amazing. But Pascal seems confident. I mean, he knows that his opponent is playing Orcus. By now, you just know all the decks in the
and
tournament.
He might not even have to use his card optimize.
Oh, you're right. You're right. And I know that Pascal really has like a lot of thinking going on when playing Sky Striker. He's always like, in game 2 and 3, I really have to play around evenly as well. So there are like reasons when I'm not activating the card optimize. But right there, it could also be a point where he not wants to activate the card optimize.
Resource-wise, it really makes sense to activate it, right? You just summon Ray, attack for 1,500, and then you will... Oh, he immediately activates Metal Force Fusion. That's also interesting. Maybe picking up this nice copy of Sky Striker Mobilize Engage, just to go for the Hayato.
He gets another Ray, and he already had one.
Yeah, this is really unfortunate because it also bumps up your hand size permanently, basically, for this turn at least.
Yep.
So that he can't just demise for 3 because he can't get rid of the Ray. And now he activates the effect. Yeah, he just now going to send something with Hayato.
Something pretty much sounds like engaged to me,
No, I don't
to be
think
honest.
it's going to be engaged.
Oh, what do you think it is?
Maybe Area 0. It could be engaged, so you can pick it up with Kagari again, but then he doesn't even have a draw for it. Because he used the Metal Force Fusion already. He could have just let it stay there in the graveyard and then go for the Hayato play and then pick it up to get the extra draw. But
That
this
really
just
sounds like the obvious play, right?
Yeah. And now he still goes for it. So he could go for Kagari, but does he then resolve the engage already? Probably. He goes for probably goes for engage, searches out the multi-roll. It's been a while since I've been excited about Sky Striker, or this excited at least.
This deck still in competition. It has been winning YCS London 2018 in the hands of Mikko Zanelli. So it could go back to back in terms of YCS London winnings.
That a year later, the same deck won the YCS?
Not really. Like, not that I remember, to be honest. So Pascal could be the first one to actually do that. And also, Emilio is actually playing some kind of a going second strategy with his Orcus deck, isn't he?
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't really look like it if you're looking at it.
I mean, he had to go first, so he was overwhelmed by that, and so he could not really set anything up. But when you look at his deck list, the first thing that jumps into your eyes is that he's playing 46 main deck cards, which is unusual, and that's always the first giveaway you have there. Because when you sit down and your opponent asks you how many deck cards are you playing, and you have to answer with 46, he's like, okay, he's not playing Sky Striker, he's not playing Salamangreat, he's not playing Pure Thunder, I guess. So he's most likely going to play Orcus, right?
I mean, most of the time you don't really ask how many cards your opponent plays, but when you're cutting the deck or shuffling it rather, then you realize, okay, this is suspiciously big. Are you playing 40 cards? And most of the time the answer is no, it is 46 cards.
Or the other answer is yes, but I just have new sleeves. That happened a lot to me as well. Because when you have like new sleeves, they always seem to be a little bigger.
Oh, and there we go, Gizmek Orochi, the Serpentorn Sky Slasher.
I cannot remember a featured match we've had today where Gizmek Orochi wasn't summoned, and that rule seems to be continued. And Emilio wants to summon it as well. Emilio actually seems to
plays multiple copies of Gizmek.
Yeah.
And he found Scrap Recycler, which is okay-ish.
It is indeed. And Emilio looks pretty calm for the fact that he actually just set one card in his first turn and passed the turn afterwards.
I mean, if you know you're playing against Sky Striker, you really do not care about your first turn. You would like to set something up, but you don't have to. So the maximum amount of damage you can take is 3,000, basically.
Yeah. Also, for a fact, we could not only have back-to-back YCS London Sky Striker champions, we could also have back-to-back Berlin YCS champions. Because for a fact, Pascal Kiem is from Berlin, Germany, as Johannes Urbicht was in Ghent. So Berlin could really keep it up again and could really be a back-to-back YCS winner. I would like that as I'm being
really
from Berlin.
About this, right? Yeah.
I love it, definitely. So Shizuku is being destroyed, but
and he's calling it.
Ooh.
Ring, ring, the grave is calling. Okay, so Ray is out of the picture for the moment, and Gizmek, together with Called by the Grave, successfully removed the card.
Yeah.
I'm wondering why he set the first Called by the Grave if he knows that he's playing versus Sky.
Yeah, you can pretty much say that this card will not survive the turn if you just set it.
And it will not have any kind of good use.
Yeah, true.
So this one might get anchored. I mean, seeing that your opponent didn't have a play for the first turn, then you might want to keep him from sending a Harp Horror to the graveyard.
Yeah, even though Anchor is just a one-off, he managed to find it.
He searched it with Engage.
Yeah. That's what I meant by finding it. That's why this card is still so relevant. Like, Sky Strike has a lot of one-offs now, but when you can just search them out with the Engage,
I mean, it
it's
makes
just
sense. If you
always
search
available.
something, you will find it.
Yeah. Yeah, yeah.
Oh, and he's attacking over it. He would have gotten the card back.
He does not want to, apparently.
I don't like this scrappy dog. Just get over it.
I want to do damage with the
I want to
Gizmek.
only... Also, apparently he did not have 2 Gizmecs, but 1 Nibiru, the Primal Being.
Ooh, that changed in our graphics right there. And you don't want to start with 2 Gizmecs, but you don't want to start with Nibiru versus Striker.
He's also only playing 1 Gizmek.
Okay, yeah, it was weird. Like, I did not see a lot of Orcus decks.
I don't think there is a necessity, because you don't really want to draw the card as well.
Yeah, definitely, and you have always access to it.
Yeah.
With so many different options. And
multi-roll
so
activated.
the hard draw of Ray last turn with the Metalful Fusion now kind of working out for Pascal, because he can now get back a monster. He cannot use the effect of Ray's turn, but still, I mean, he can then just link it away.
He found the fortress that he can send away with the multi-roll, and then he can reshuffle the Kagari and the Anchor.
Yeah. It looks like a comfortable position for Pascal right now.
So no demise play again this turn.
Afford Kagari is at 1. How can he again use this card? Thanks to
Hercules Base.
Hercules Base, of course. Brain set out for a moment. But yeah, Hercules Base just shuffled it back into the extra deck. Oh, there comes the Engage now. Is it for free?
It is for
Can he draw?
yeah.
Oh, nice.
And there we go again with the Anchor.
Yep. Easy. Oh, he did shuffle back the Anchor with the Hercules Base as well. Yeah, so all of the one-offs still being recycled, still being reused by this deck.
And I mean, that's why the deck is so good, right? You use all your one-offs and then you do it again.
Yep, so you can use the Afterburner on the Gizmek. No back row to be popped, but still you got rid of the monster and you can deal additional damage. Looking good for Pascal. He's just cruising at the moment. He's just playing his Sky Striker cards for more than a year now, and he just really knows what he's doing. He's attacking with Kagari. That should be like 2,000 attack or something around that at least.
Gizmek will be summoned. I wonder if he had game somehow by Anchor taking the monster. I don't think so.
It's close. He could have probably brought him to like 500 life points or so. There comes Shizuku. He can just play it more safe.
Yeah, sure, of course.
And so he baited out the Gizmek Orochi, and the Gizmek Orochi now is in the zone that the Shizuku is pointing to, so you cannot link summon into that right now. Like only if he's using the Gizmek.
Yeah.
But still, he did that quite well. Picking up his deck, getting another Surge. He's just getting far ahead here, and there is his super good card versus Orcus. Shark Cannon always was good versus graveyard reliant decks, and it still is, of course.
And he would have wanted it to be there a little bit earlier, so he can banish the Gizmek. But he wants to set it up for the next turn, so he just activates it on the Scrap Recycler.
Yeah, looks good, definitely. So Emidio has Orchestrated Return and Nibiru. Still not 5 summons from Pascal in his turn. Sky Striker player is really not committing to 5 summons a whole lot. It does happen. I mean, I think one time you came to me and you told me, oof, I lost to Nibiru with Sky Strikers. It does sometimes
if you're
happen.
going second and you have to kind of break your opponent's board or go for a Phoenix to discard Metalfall's Fusion or something like that and then try to commit into the field, and then Nibiru comes and you can't get rid of the token. That hurts.
Yeah, it's true, definitely. So Emidio has not his Harp Horror in the graveyard anymore, but he still was able to draw 2 cards, drawing into Bigfoot and Tsuchinoko, so all of his danger cards coming out.
Yeah, oh, Tsuchinoko got hit.
Oh my.
That's really good for him. I mean, for Pascal.
Yeah, Pascal. Pascal was pretty happy with that.
Emidio would have wanted to get rid of this Primal Being, or the Bigfoot even, to destroy the multi-roll.
Yep.
Not gonna happen.
Otherwise,
I mean, maybe
Pascal
Bigfoot,
can just grind out his opponent completely. And he already is in such an advantageous position right now. There comes Bigfoot. Hitting Bigfoot again, not too bad. So does he hit Bigfoot?
Yeah.
Yep, he
And
does indeed.
This is the multi-roll gone for Pascal. This means he has limited resources now.
But still, look at the resources of Emilio. Normally you would say, okay, you go into Nightmare Phoenix now, then Nightmare Mermaid, and okay, you have Orcus combo, but not anymore. Nightmare Mermaid being hit on the last Forbidden and Limited list, now making it much tougher for Emilio to actually get into his combo plays
And
with the
Pascal's
Orcus deck.
still holding on to his compulsory evacuation device.
True. Okay, yeah, that would be used on that Nightmare Phoenix or the Nightmare Mermaid then, and so you couldn't play anyways.
Rather on the Phoenix.
Probably. Not allowing the opponent to special summon out one more monster.
Oh. Wait a minute.
Is he still going
He's
for Phoenix?
hovering over the Phoenix and he's summoning it, so...
Maybe he forgot that he does not have Mermaid anymore.
Does he have a different plan or did he just forget it?
He does not even have a discard for the Mermaid anymore, so that really looks like a move of...
Oh, he hits the card device.
Like, he has no other move really available,
That
so he's
was
just playing
really
it out
good
as
for
he
him.
can.
And he still has Gizmek Orochi, so this is just going to be Gizmek beatdown.
Yeah, but I mean, he has Ray in the graveyard, and he can really...
He can't really attack over the Shizuku because then Shizuku is just going to be summoned in the end phase and it's going to fetch a good card.
Definitely.
Shizuku has too many spells in the graveyard to reduce attack points. She doesn't really have the attack points as Kagari would.
Yeah, definitely not. So he just passes, Pascal picks up another card from the top of his deck, and what is it? It's really important right there. Oh, he drew into Hornet Drones. Hornet Drones is not really a
Oh, he
card
has
that
area
helps him,
0,
but
that
he
is
has
really strong.
area as well, correct.
If he manages to find like a Shark Cannon, that could be game.
He has Anchor's Head still, right? So that should really easily be game. I mean, he has to somehow force out the Gizmek and then chain the Shark Cannon maybe. That could be the way to go. Let's see. Obviously, in this particular moment, you would like to have the Shark.
I mean, he can get rid of the Gizmek anyway. You can just activate it once per turn, and he has the compulsory, so you could send it back to the hand.
Oh yeah, you're right. The compulse could be.
But I don't
there.
think he has a way to get another monster on the field to deal the necessary damage.
Let's see. If a Sky Striker player finds a way to do it, I think it will be Pascal.
Yeah.
He will find a way to calmly do stuff here. Oh, looks like he's just going into Hayate.
Yeah.
Oh no, he does not want to commit to more monsters. He's like, yeah, I will have my resources in the extra deck available to me for the later turns, so just run over the Phoenix here. I will keep the Shizuku. I don't need much more card advantage because I'm in such an advantage position already.
This is like with the Grand Maju. Just keep it simple.
Yeah, exactly.
Just attack. You're in an advantageous position.
Oh, but he does decide to actually summon out the Hayate.
I mean, he wants to have another Shizuku Surge in the end phase.
Yeah, I was wondering whether he maybe wants to keep the resource in his extra deck to actually have more extra deck monsters available if it comes up that he has to grind a little more. But he does not seem to worry about it. And he wants his Shark Cannon really bad, and I can understand why, because it's so good versus Orcust. How many Shark Cannons is Pascal running in total?
Should be playing 2. It's 2, yeah.
It's 2, okay.
I mean, this is a way to get rid of the Gizmek. He blocks it for the end phase. I mean, when Pascal announces the Shizuku Surge, Emilio should have activated the Gizmek if he wants to use it.
Yeah, true.
Oh, he
could have
drew
played around
Cosmic
that.
Cyclone. That's not helping.
I mean, you could hit the Cosmic, you could hit the Compulse with the Cosmic. And then you at least know for game 2 and 3 that there are traps like Compulse in the main deck of your opponent, so you can already plan ahead. Better activated than not activating
he
it.
hasn't lost yet. Pascal still doesn't really have any options to progress his game state.
Okay, but he does not activate the effect of Gizmek, so now it is targetable for the Shark Cannon, basically.
But now this is like a gamble, because Pascal might set a card like Lost Wind, and then Emilio thinks that Shark Cannon was set, and then he activates it, and Shark Cannon takes it out. But this could also not happen. Pascal could set the Shark Cannon, and Emilio might predict that the Shark Cannon wasn't set, and then not activate it and try to activate it on his own turn.
To be honest, in the shoes of Pascal, you saw that Emilio did not summon the Gizmek Orochi in his own turn. So why worrying about the opponent's turn when you can just have the Shark Cannon in your own hand? Oh, but he set both of them, right?
Yeah, he just set everything, so...
A lot of back row cards. Looks like Paleo.
It looks like there were 6, but 1 is actually the deck.
Definitely, the deck is so small though. At the start of the tournament, I was kind of fearing that Paleo is taking over the tournament because we had Paleo winning round 1 versus Thomas Rose. And also we had like in round 4, I think, or round 3 it was rather, Paleo at the feature match area.
Thomas
so
Rose
was
playing
taking over.
Subterra really surprised me this event because he's much rather a combo player.
Yeah, but I mean, the combo players have been surprising a little because, for example, Dinkabui also plays Sky Striker for this event, which is rather not a combo deck as well.
Yeah, you could say so, I guess. Yeah.
Probably, right? So Emilio's sitting there hoping for a good draw. He picked up, it still says Cosmic Cyclone, but I don't think he drew into another Cosmic Cyclone right there. But that sounded like a pass to me once more.
And now he can just jamming wave the set card, the Cosmic Cyclone, and pop the Gizmek as well.
Yep.
And if he then chains Cosmic Cyclone on Sharkin, and then this is an okay position for... But I mean, he can just get deck outed at this point. 2 Hayata punches are even enough.
Definitely.
Anchor is enough.
Even Anchor is enough right now.
Just Anchor taking the monster should be enough for game.
Jamming waves. Being the first card to activate. He will probably chain the Cosmic Cyclone. There it is. But that also brings him closer to losing.
Being at 0 life points. So he chooses a card. Oh, it is probably the Shark Cannon. You can special summon out Nibiru. That's cool. Do that. Oh my god, is he doing it?
No, he's just summoning out...
Phoenix, maybe? Oh, he's
just not summoning out anything. Okay, so he cannot banish the Gizmek anymore of them. But he still has Anchor available to just steal it. So that should be game, because the card in hand of Emilio, what should it be? Like?
It's Nightmare.
It is Nightmare, as we can see.
Battle Fader.
Battle Fader would be the only card that could really do anything.
And that would also not really win the game. Gotta be honest there.
Okay, attack and attack. So that looks like Emilio will take up his card there. Yep, it is 1-0 for Pascal Kim. So he's on a good
closer to reaching the top 4 of YCS London.
Yeah, we had Jesse Cotton actually being undefeated in UDS Panama last week, and maybe it is the task of Pascal Kim to continue that and be the winner, the undefeated winner of YCS London this week.
The crowd is going crazy right now.
Guys, cheer up for top 8, guys. Oh, wow.
Thank you, one guy in the front.
Yeah, like at least a little bit.
That's him. Perfect. All right, so let's
talk
get
about the
over the
sideboards.
side decks.
Absolutely. So I have Emilio's list right here. And Emilio is sideboarding a lot of stuff versus combo, to be fair. He's sideboarding Gnome material. He was probably scared of the Lunar Knight Orcus deck, but that's not too helpful versus the Sky Striker deck. He's also sideboarding Droll and Lockbird. That's usually more for combo too, but you could board it in versus Striker as well if you like. Then he has a Summon Limit, also versus combo, but I mean, Summon Limit does not help you too much. And then on the other hand, he has Twin Tristus and Eradicator Epidemic Virus, which are both pretty viable versus Striker.
And Pascal plays crazy cards for this matchup. He has played a card that has just been recently released in
Rising Rampage?
Yeah,
Was it
Rising Rampage. He plays Get Out.
Oh, that is a secret rare. That's a very good trap.
Yeah, this
Another
one
trap right there.
chooses 2 cards of the opponent's side that have been special summoned from the extra deck and just shuffle summons them back. Removing extra deck cards from the field always feels like a +1, like when you're using Compulsory on a Dingirsa or something like that. It feels so good because you have to heavily invest into your extra deck cards, but removing 2 of them, like Dingirsa and Galatea, that is so strong in this matchup.
In this matchup, it is really good to actually get rid of Dingirsus, but it also has more viability. Exactly. Thinking about Thunder Dragon, which
Getting
should
rid
be
of
like
double Colossus, that's crazy.
A bit of a bad matchup for the Striker deck still. Get Out really helps winning this.
He also plays Heavy Stone Duster. Don't think we're going to see those. He side decks Ash Blossom.
Oh, really? He's not playing any hand traps because his main deck is a card of Demise, of course. Yeah.
And he plays triple DD Crow. I think those are going to find their ways into the main deck.
Looks like DD Crow really is getting like a revival once more. It's always like every 7 to 8 months people decide, oh, it's time for DD Crow again. And I mean, it is viable because Orcust is just suffering from this deck, from this card specifically. So a very good hand trap at the moment, and maybe one of the best ones right now.
Indeed, but that's an awful lot of cards that Pascal wants to side in. Let's see what he can take out. I mean, there are the Lost Winds that he can take out. That can only be one, still really powerful versus the Orcus strategy. He can get rid of probably jamming waves, not too strong if your opponent starts with the Dingirsu. I mean, he might not even start.
Maybe just consistency cards. Maybe he's boarding out Card of Demise, upset
Card of Demise, of course. Card of Demise will go out if you side in the hand traps. And we already see the Ash Blossom and the DD Crow.
Oh, he picked up both of them. 2 hand traps for Pascal for game 2, and Emilio blinks over to him, wants to get some information by the look of Pascal's face, but Pascal isn't giving away anything here.
Eradicator, Epidemic Virus, and Gizmek Orochi, the Serpentron Sky Slasher, again finding its way into the featured match.
Again and again and again. Gizmek, Gizmek, Gizmek. This card really is jumping into our featured match area all over this weekend.
My grandmother always used to say Gizmek, Schmizmek.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Mine too.
Such a grandmother sentence.
So it looks like Pascal is going first, right? We talked about Emilio kind of playing a going second strategy.
But I mean...
And for a second I thought that Emilio actually pointed over to him.
Yeah, Eradicator doesn't really seem
Agreed.
Yeah, okay, so he just goes for Gizmek Orochi immediately. So I don't think that Pascal starts, so he starts.
Yeah, definitely.
And summons Skeleton next to it, Galatea, and then goes into Dingirsu, and then he just sets the Epidemic Virus, and then he waits.
And then he has a super good position, because Reinforcement of the Army, Upset Goblin, and Afterburners all cannot be chained to the activation of the Eradicator, so he will surely lose them.
But then he has triple spells on Grave. What are you going to do then?
You probably are just going to get engaged somehow, but how do you get engaged in that
Raid.
But where is Ray? He doesn't
Top deck.
have Ray. Oh, okay, yeah, sure. Just draw into Ray, then you're good to go.
Should really stop with those one-word answers. Really
no, I love them.
Yes,
but then
no, Ray.
Emilio
Kagari.
still has Twin Twisters and Cosmic Cyclone, so he can... whatever Pascal tries to build up from there on, he still can interrupt.
But he also has nothing to play himself, except for the Skeleton. Okay, Skeleton is a good argument, to be honest.
So, is there another spell card being picked up? It is indeed. So, is Emilio shotgunning the Eradicator here?
He should be.
But
Foolish
he is
Goods.
not.
Oh, and now...
Oh, that is really crucial now, because
Yeah.
that means Pascal gets access to Ray. He doesn't have to top deck it.
I don't see a reason why you wouldn't shotgun it.
I mean, that definitely is a reason why you should have shotgunned it, I would say. Why is
And
Emilio
also-
still holding on?
He apparently doesn't want to take away the chance of winning from Pascal.
Maybe he just wants to keep it fair.
That's super nice.
Maybe he says Eradicator is super strong. I just don't want to blow him out with it, and let him play a little. He's just letting him activate all of his spell cards. Is that really Eradicator? Yeah, it says in our app on the table, Eradicator is one of the back row cards, so it definitely should be in there.
And he plays it. We can see the deck list.
Yeah.
And there's a trap card.
Wow, Pascal just basically changed up his whole hand. He now has nearly no spell cards in it anymore. So Emilio cannot get real use out of the Eradicator anymore. That is really, really odd.
And I mean, his entire...
Oh, he
line
draws
of
into Engage now as well, and he has 3 spells in Grave.
Well, he just... I mean, at this point, you do not activate the Eradicator, right?
You probably just wait for end phase and try
Maybe
to
he just waits
blow
for the
out
multi-roll.
everything. Maybe that, yeah.
And Pascal is just sitting there thinking like, what does he have set there? Nothing looks threatening to me.
I would say he probably thinks about back row removal. Twin Twisters or like Cosmic Cyclones are more than likely at that point.
I mean, he could take an Anchor and then take the Dingirsu and then not pop it because you cannot activate the Afterburners as he has Dingirsu in his name on his own.
And now see Pascal drawing into another trap or monster. I already called it. He's not going to discard
Get
this
out.
card.
Oh, it's a monster.
It was a monster, wow.
But which one was it? It was another Ash Blossom. And this doesn't seem to be too good. But honestly, it's better than any spell he could have drawn.
Definitely, because at some point Emilio will actually activate the Eradicator.
Maybe he forgot about his Eradicator.
That would be a bad moment to actually have that kind of a blackout.
Yeah. Oh, but I mean, he's super patient and he waits for more commitment. The Kagari is out already now.
And now it happens. Okay.
So he actually got rid of the multi-roll and the Kagari, and probably all the other cards that Pascal is now losing is now keeping are not enough to win the game.
Yeah, I mean, still Pascal sits there having no resources available to himself, and he also cannot search for Engage in the end phase now because Engage is in the graveyard. So that was kind of smart by
But
Emilio.
I mean, there's DD Crow and Ash Blossom. Like, how is Emilio going to get into the game now?
That's definitely a hard task from here on. I surely agree. So Pascal, really, what can he search in the end phase with Shizuku now? What's the best chance, the best shot he has there?
Shark Cannon, and then activate it to get rid of the skeleton.
Yep, agreed. That's really good.
Or he could search for Area 0, so he can actually get into plays. Like, Eradicator counts for 3 turns, right?
Yep.
So with Area 0, you could find cards to play with. He has the DD Crow and the Ash Blossom, and there can only be one, so I don't really think he has to be fearful of Emidio, like, putting out a big board in the next turn and beating him already. I think he can just wait and rather try to establish his own field and go for plays on his own.
Yeah.
I would not say that Shark Cannon would necessarily be a bad play, but I think Area 0 could be like a winning play.
Yeah.
But he goes
There
for
is
a Shark
Cannon. On the plus side for Emidio right now, he does know about every single card that is in play for Pascal at the moment, so he knows what to play around, but how could you play around that Shark Cannon? It just hinders you from playing by banishing one of your most important cards in the deck.
Yeah. I mean, he could wait with the Shark Cannon for the next turn and then summoning a Dingirso on his own, so he can actually have something to remove his opponent's cards on the field. He cannot attack with it. Obviously. Oh, there's also Gizmek Orochi. Don't forget about Gizmek is really powerful once again, because he can remove the deck can only be one easily.
You will probably have to think about actually activating the DD Crow in response to the Gizmek, right?
But he also has Cosmic Section, so I think there can only be one, as he also has Twin Twisters in his hand. It's not going to be the card that stops him from playing. It's rather the cards he doesn't have that will stop him from playing, being the Orcus cards.
That's true. He's missing out on them right now. In the last format, he did not want to draw your Orcus cards because he was just special summoning them out with Mermaid. Now you really need to draw your Orcus cards to actually play.
Oh yeah.
He just immediately he did not even put it into his hand, he just immediately put it into the graveyard. Because of Eradicator, he wasn't able to add that Eagle Booster to his hand.
I mean, he can punch, then change attributes for a second, then go back to Shizuku, and then search for the Area 0. He does not have it in hand, right?
Nope, he does not. He has only double Ash Blossom and DD Crow in hand.
And just these small punches are stacking up.
They definitely do. That is what Sky Striker does.
Yeah.
Just always some small attacks, and the damage is adding up, and at some point your opponent is overwhelmed by all the sheer power of spell cards. He's immediately putting it to the graveyard.
So ironic.
It wasn't, of course.
Okay, so he sends away the Area 0, so he cannot really access it. I thought that would be a good target to search with Shizuku.
Like, yeah, but also no. Maybe he just really wants to have the interruptive cards rather. Maybe he wants to search for
Anchor.
Anchor in the end phase, definitely. That could be a good one. Yep, that's the plan. Pascal goes for the Anchor.
But I mean, still, you wouldn't not want to have the ability to search for the area, because I mean the amount of cards that you can search with Shizuku, as multi-roll is in the graveyard, Kagari is in the graveyard, and Engage is also in the graveyard. You do not really search too many cards with Shizuku anymore.
I think Pascal just wanted to minimize the chances of him drawing a spell card.
Does he even have another
turn.
Shizuku?
That was Shizuku number... Was it Shizuku number 3 already? I'm just checking the graveyard. There's one Shizuku in the graveyard. Yeah, it's only one Shizuku in the graveyard. So... Oh no, that's one... Yeah, only one. So he only has one more Shizuku available in his extra deck. Oh, and Emilio picked up Orcus Crescendo. That's not really helping him. I mean, he can activate Tsuchinoko and then maybe
really
discard the Crescendo.
That is helping him. He can Twin Twister, discard the Crescendo.
Oh, that's also an even faster way. You're right.
But I mean, there are 2 Ash Blossoms.
Yeah, sadly they are. And Emilio knows about the Ash Blossoms.
We're probably going to see Ash Blossom a Grave Effect Crescendo. That is interesting.
Yep, sadly that will be what Pascal is most likely to do.
So he just passed, and he reveals top deck Engage, ladies and gentlemen, but Pascal has to discard it, obviously, still having the upper hand in this top 8 match.
Yep, that wasn't too cool for him, and Kagari is already gone, as Emilio chooses the way to go, that he was actually giving his opponent some room to play before activating the Eradicator, so that Kagari cannot recycle anything anymore. But he still has another Hayate.
And Hayate looks threatening. Attack.
Yep. 1,500, another punch. And it looks like he's also using the effect. He really does not want to draw a spell card for the 3rd time, so he's sending away another one. And this time...
But he's playing so many.
His choice is What is he going for? He's sending another area 0. He really does not want to draw the area 0 here.
But I think if he had an area 0 on his field now, he would be in a better spot, wouldn't he? Like,
yeah, I mean,
finding a card every round.
I think his plan right now has to be to actually win this game like rather quick than...
Yeah, but he had Ash Blossom,
not so quick.
DD Crow, and there can only be one. And his opponent had no access to any kind of card. Like, he doesn't have any crazy top deck card that sends all of his Orcus cards to the graveyard and then he can suddenly play through 3 interruptions. That's just impossible.
Yeah, but still, you don't want to give your opponent time. Like, at some point, he may be able to draw into all of his
Anchor
Orcus
is
cards.
not going to take away time from your opponent. You can search it next turn. You're only playing one. You're not going to have one in the graveyard and then you're not able to search one.
Yeah, that's right. But that Anchor gives you the possibility to actually end the game than the turn after. You just have the possibility to actually win the game rather quick. And Pascal knows that his resources are limited because Kagari is away, multi-roll is away, so he really just wants to have the cards that are actually winning him the game and not just cards that are letting him hanging in the game, I guess.
I mean, they're building up advantage for him.
Yeah, I guess he just goes a different route here, and there's the effect of Tsuchinoko now. Discarding the Crescendo probably is the best that could happen for Amidio here.
And it's the snake, wow.
He hits Tsuchinoko once more. Pascal, not for the first time, hitting the danger that was revealed by Amidio. And now he kind of thinks about activating the effect of DD Crow, maybe. I don't think that's too favorable. There are way better targets than
I mean, you want the Crow for the Gizmek, right?
Yes, exactly.
So Gizmek and Tsuchinoko are basically vanillas.
Oh, but he does use the DD Crow on it. That's really interesting because he knows of the Gizmek. And he really... I think the DD Crow in the hand of Pascal was actually the reason for Amidio to not summon the Gizmek so far. He was holding back with it because he knew his opponent has the DD Crow. And now he may have baited Pascal into actually activating the DD Crow on that Tsuchinoko. I mean, what kind of value could Amidio get out of that Tsuchinoko on the field?
I don't really know. And now the Twin Twister discard Crescendo comes down on the 2 set cards. Sadly for Pascal, none of these set cards is the Hercules base that he searched. Otherwise, he would be able to recycle multi-roll Kagari and another Engage, possibly.
That would be perfect.
Yeah, and
now no back row for Pascal anymore. Gizmek is hitting the field, so...
And now it really hurts him that he doesn't have Area 0 on the field, because he could gain more and more advantage.
Yeah, and it looks like Amidio could actually be able to turn this thing around, and this game looked more than over to me, to be honest.
And this is again Gizmek Orochi.
Yeah.
Allowing the Orcus player to keep on playing this game, and there can only be one is drawn.
Yep, so the first turn, his hand cards does not have to be revealed for the Eradicator anymore. Obviously, he draws the trap card.
And now I think Pascal wants to equip the Hercules base to actually get the draw.
Yep. Now we have a card that actually
Cosmic
does
Cyclone.
Card advantage.
I think this is going to be Cyclone.
Yeah, you cannot risk
3,
him
4,
drawing there.
5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13.
Ooh. That's a lot of spell cards in the graveyard. But you were asking last turn how many Shizukus are left in the extra deck.
That would be the last Shizuku, right?
That now definitely is the last Shizuku,
So as soon as a Gizmek destroys the Shizuku, there is no more Shizuku.
That's true.
And there is no way for Pascal to stop the Gizmek from coming out in the next turn. Or this turn, and then popping the Shizuku the next turn. He can only summon Kana.
How many Kanas is he playing? Like, how many extra deck monsters does he have available in total now?
I think has one more Hayate, maybe?
He should have one more Hayate and then the one Kana, so that's really not a whole lot.
I was wondering why he used the Hayate instead of the Kana to attack directly. I mean, of course, you can send away your Area 0, which apparently is the correct play, to Pascal.
It probably is, yeah.
But I mean, Hayate really helps you to close out games.
It does, and I mean, he's at a point where he really will be struggling if Amidio is able to get rid of that Shizuku and then maybe the Kana and the Hayate. He's in too much of a grind game. Normally you would say that grind games are heavily favored by the Sky Striker deck, but right there it could be too much of a grind game for them.
Yeah, I mean, the resources have been in the truest sense of the word, limited.
Yep. Widow Anchor being limited, Pascal's resources
Kagari,
limited here.
multi-roll. All of those are in the graveyard.
Yep. They're all happily together there, celebrating a little
not too happy,
limitation
probably.
party. Yeah, and Emilio picked up Called by the Grave now as well, so he could even call the Ray, and I mean, there are no better targets to be calling with the Called by the Grave than Ray, so he can already get rid of the... he cannot even let the Hayate and the Kana join the field.
He can also call the Shizuku and then run over it, but he can also pop the Shizuku, so that's not his problem. What he has to worry about is not decking out or closing out the game before decking out. Oh wow, he plays around Ash Blossom. Do you have to? Can you announce? Oh, yeah, there can only be one.
That was the only card that Emilio did not know about so far. He did know about every other card available to Pascal, but
I don't think
one
Pascal
hard
has
drop,
Anchor in hand, by the way. The table has to have a mistake in there because Anchor is in the graveyard.
That's kind of hard for him, exactly. Talking about it being limited makes it hard for Pascal to actually have it in hand when it's the first card being visible in his graveyard. Yeah, so Emilio looks like he could be victorious here. But also time is becoming some kind of a matter. Always with Sky Striker, games will be very long and grindy, so it is always
Clara and Rushka.
Oh, that's an interesting decision to play this card. Do you support it?
Yes, and this is now really strong because he still has the skeleton in the graveyard and the Dingirsu, and this one he can now summon. So he actually has plays accessible to him.
Wow. The start of Emilio was so slow. He only had Eradicator and Dingirsu and nothing to play with afterwards. But now is the point where he has all of his resources still available and he could get into them.
Did he not use the destruction effect of Gizmek?
Looks like it. Maybe he just wants the monster. Oh, they're seemingly rewinding there.
Hello and welcome back. Once again, we're here in round 11. Just a few more rounds to go until we make that big cut to the top 64. We got a great match coming up. We got a world's competitor on the stage. That's always going to be fun. So, introducing him first, we have Loan from France. A lot of fans. Loan, please take a seat. And then his opponent, we have Nicolas from Germany.
Yep.
I didn't write down. I do actually have notes on these, but I forgot to write down where you were from. But that's fine. How are you feeling? No, come back.
I'm feeling really good. I'm excited, but I think I'm gonna win.
You think you're gonna win? You hope you're gonna win.
Yep.
Were you expecting to get this far with your deck?
No.
No? Why not?
Because
you got to be confident.
Yeah, it was my first real event where I played a good deck, so I just thought I will drop in round 7 or something like that.
Okay, well, please take a seat. Have you guys decided who's going first? Who's going first? Loan is going to start. Okay. So without further ado, let's take it away to our casters for this Worlds match.
Welcome back, everyone. This is yet another round, the bubble, as we like to call it, just before the real bubble.
We like to call it, huh? The bubble.
So we have a Worlds competitor here. Loan attended Worlds in 2018, same year you did.
That's right.
Never do that again. Thank you. So yeah, he's quite an experienced player. He's topped a couple of French nationals, YCS Rimini back in 2017, I think it was. So he's got experience on the big stage. He knows how it is to play at this kind of level.
Yeah, and he's picked a deck that will go to his strengths, where it involves like a lot of technical play. He's playing Subterra, so there's not a Mystic Mine in the main deck or side deck at all for any of these decks. So they've both relied on the engines and alternative win conditions as opposed to Mystic Mine that we've seen in decks like these before.
Relying purely on the power of his Gu-Uwu, I guess, and the Altergeist strategy. So this is a very sort of, how does a control versus control matchup play out, do you think?
So it's quite interesting, actually. It's won fairly at the start because, like I said in the previous round, they're quite flawed, and you need to see your engine with a bunch of traps. So basically, the traps disappear. So once you've used the trap, it's gone. Whereas your engine keeps constantly recurring. So what you have to do is you have to use your traps to make acceptable and better trades that favor you to cut off their engine. So if Altergeist gets its engine going before Guru, because you can't attack the game with traps. So that's why, like, if an Altergeist engine managed to shut down the Guru engine, or vice versa, then that'll be the matchup that would win.
Okay, yeah, so they're really just trying their best to like lock each other out of their recursion. Do you think that Altergeist kind of has a bit more of a sort of, what's the word, resistant engine in versus Guru than Guru has?
I think Altergeist is probably a better engine just because it has cards like Meliseek that actually do have on-the-spot removal, that doesn't require you to lose a card as well like a trap would. So I think you would have the advantage there because I don't think there's any removal in Guru other than
Umistrix.
Which one?
Umistrix.
Oh, what does that one do?
Subterror, Behemoth, Umistrix, when it's flip face up, it banishes card on field.
Is that the 1600 monster, or am I thinking of something else?
I'm not sure. I'm pretty sure it's...
Is it the big guy in hand that like banishes a card when it's flipped?
Yes, I just said that.
Oh, right, I see you. I thought of it all by myself. I think what the difference is that requires a bit of setup because don't you have to like flip the guy away. Whereas Meliseek's just...
But yeah, it's they could see that they're maining a lot of hate, I suppose, for like the meta. Like you have Luan here playing Tikaboo. There can be only one, which is actually kind of useless against Altergeist because they're all different types anyway.
Yeah. So,
right,
I think this particular card that they're playing to counter the meta, which has probably saw him win a lot of matchups, won't be particularly useful in this matchup. But he could just not draw it, which would be very ideal. And then he could just side into his other cards. That'll be. He has a lot of good removal in the side deck, which we'll get to after game one. So he has a lot of options post side that will give him the edge in this matchup.
A couple of interesting cards. Call by the Grave is main decked here by Niklas, which doesn't have a particularly amazing application in this matchup, but it can hit Fiendess, I suppose, when it sends itself from the hand to the grave.
Well, like I say, you need to make good trades, and Call by the Grave can make good trades because if you really need your Meliseek to resolve to search an Altergeist card, then you need to Call by the Grave that Ash Blossom, and it can happen. And Call by the Grave has some utility as well, just against random other matchups. It has some good applications in the mirror as well, just to shut off their Meliseek, and against Guru. I can't think of any Guru monster in particular that would be in the graveyard. I think this will mostly be used for hand traps.
Normal summon the Fiendess effect on field, she can bring back Guru from the graveyard. So that's DD Crow might come in useful for that.
So there is some sort of applications.
There.
However, I've seen a lot of
things.
cards that might be dead in this particular matchup.
It could be like a sort of race to see like who draws less of the sort of anti-meta cards. Like there can be only one and stuff, and hopefully try and stick to like the sort of generic engine cards that will hopefully win them this matchup.
Well, luckily for him, he's got Imperial Order, which will just be randomly good against all the pot cards.
Yeah, there's so many power spells in Subterror, so we'll see just exactly how that plays out in a moment as we head over to the desk. We have our hands loaded up here, and Pot of Extravagance, that is a card you always want to see in your opening hand.
They've both drawn cards that they definitely want to see in this matchup. They haven't seen any text that they've had to play to counter metas like Spiral and Shadol and stuff. So a Pot of Extravagance is a good start, just draw two, because these matchups don't really care about losing any card in their extra deck. I think Altergeist might worry about losing all three of its Hextiers, but that's only a 4% chance
Luan
of doing
might be a bit reluctant to lose all 3 copies of his last warrior from another plan.
He has that Wake in the Drive. Wake in the Dragon, not live.
He is setting Wake in the Dragon. So the Ash Blossom hits the Extravagance, which is not too bad here.
So this is the problem here. That's a really good trade because you don't want him to draw 2 cards to get into his engine, and it doesn't look like Luan has gotten into his engine because I don't see Guru.
Yeah, he's drawn the one-off Imistrix, which is ideally a card you want to like search on a need-to basis, whereas that Guru, City, Terraforming, those are the kind of
you
cards
need those to get yourself going, don't you?
Yeah, exactly.
So he's opted to go for Judgment instead, to go for a defensive card, because I don't think the Subterror Trap would be helpful in this situation without
What's
Guru.
your favorite Subterror Final Battle effect?
The flip one, the flippy one. The one that does flippy. What's your favorite?
The one that makes it unaffected.
Not the flip one?
No, the one that makes it unaffected. So you can when your opponent Call by the Graves your Fiendess, you can use the effect of the Final Battle to make it unaffected. So
he's
come up.
Also
taking
nice
the
solid
Judgment.
mirror there. Duality also taking the Judgment. It's a good card. Has he gone into his engine, though? I don't think he also
Not
has gone into
quite.
his engine.
All he seems to have is a Secoitus and a Protocol. So
Secoitus and Protocol can actually apply a lot of pressure by itself. It doesn't quite
Just
get into your
constantly
engine.
bouncing
It's a limited resource, of course.
Mm-hmm.
Like, he can constantly keep bouncing and stuff. And can this attack over the Subterra Monster, or does the Subterra Monster got a nice chunky...
Fiendes has 800 attack.
Ooh, so he can potentially crash, but I don't think he's going to do that, probably.
It seems like this is really going to be a case of who can get to their main power engine cards first, like the Melisseek, the Marionetter, and of course the
It's
Guru.
the race to get the Guru or Melisseek,
Yep.
from the looks of things.
That's a Psalm Strike he's drawn there, a really powerful defensive card, but not exactly what you're trying to pick up so far.
I think I would negate the effect of that just to remove a monster on the field. Because, like I say, the monsters are the only cards that can attack the game, and if you can just get rid of the monsters, then all they have is traps, and it really cuts them off.
All right, so as he flips the Fiendes face down, this allows him to summon the Behemoth.
Oh, and he's just
from
yoinked the Behemoth with the Crackdown, which is good. Another bit of removal there, and it means that he has a monster where you can use to link ladder. Doesn't quite get into his engine, because the only way to get into his engine with the extra deck is with Hexia, and you need 2 Oligeist monsters for that. So that Subterra monster is probably just going to stay there.
And it's a Compulse on the
Imagine having a Compulse Secoitus.
Yeah.
See how you like it. Go back to the hand with you.
Compulse is a pretty good card versus something like, I guess, Shaddoll bouncing back those fusions to the hand, but it's, you know...
I'm really surprised he didn't flip Protocol just to bounce a card for free, because he could have just bounced one of his back rows for free and potentially forced him out to flip it. No, but never mind. I guess it doesn't really matter too much because you just set it again.
Oh, he's managed to hit another Extravagance here. That's absolutely huge for Loan here.
Oh,
my
there
God,
it
it's an Imperial Order.
Imperial Order!
Old man says no.
That is like one of the best cards that say nope that you want to see in this matchup, because he's playing a total of 12 spells in Subterra.
Yep.
And Hidden City is your main card that you need to get your engine going. He's Judgmented!
And we know that he picked up the Judgment.
Oh my goodness gracious!
We knew that he had that from the turn
That's
one with the
incredible.
duality.
I don't think
That's probably why he had to get it, because he knew that he had the Judgment, so he needed that counter.
I don't think that was wise, because he knows he's going to Judgment the Judgment back. And I think what would have been best...
Well, you just don't have a choice in that scenario,
I suppose, yeah.
And there's a strike coming down as well on the Secoitus.
That's good, because now he's removing all the monsters that he has to even attack with, because they might have all the cards that say nope in the game, but if you don't have monsters that can attack, then you can't win.
So Crackdown reads that it's unable to attack or activate its effects, so this Umastrix is going to be sitting on the field not really doing much until
We're on a bit of a stalemate here.
Niklas can hopefully get into some kind of a Marionetter or a Melusic, and it seems like he's actually picked up a Conquiri here, which is...
He's going to normal the DD Crow and just link into a Link 2 that can attack over it, because he needs to start applying pressure, and he recognizes that.
Yeah, absolutely. He's the one who's kind of in a bit of a clock here. And he decides to just go for...
Because Loan has nothing, and he can't top deck Hidden City because Imperial Order.
Yep.
So he literally needs to draw Guru.
He needs...
But once he has drawn Guru, he's in a strong spot.
He can make Guard Dragon LP. What? It's a dragon! Did you know that?
Yeah, I did, but
it's a dragon!
I don't think that was the first thing that went to my mind.
Oh, really? Well, I
Guru
mean, you're...
combo.
Apparently you're not a combo player, Darren.
Imagine summoning LB in Subterra, that'd be wild. I think he just top decked the Terraform in there. Well, it was a spell at least, which isn't going to do him much good.
Yeah.
With a 1900 beat stick staring at him.
Maybe he can, like, try and...
I didn't realize the life was so low. He did...
Oh, yeah, double judgments. I mean, half your life point.
Well, this is game, because I believe that's just a spell. So if he just swings for game, then that'll be it. Imperial Order is a really, really good card.
And he's going to take it there, is he? He's checking the life?
Yeah, that'll be it.
That's 19 over the 14. And Niklas taking his first win of this duel here, so this is super important.
Who would have thought that Imperial Order is a really good card?
Yep, the Judgment on the Judgment, super, super clutch.
Really, really good.
What happens when you Judgment on one life point?
You just have one life point.
Yeah, it rounds up.
Yeah, it just rounds up.
You can Judgment infinitely on one life point.
You sure can. Because when it goes to 0.5, it just rounds up.
Yep. So that was a bit of a back and forth, but it's interesting when both players either open really well or not so well, and I think that kind of what happened there is like both players
had to make the best trades possible with the traps. That's why I wasn't sure if you should have Judgment into Judgment, but I think he was always in a situation where he had a Judgment for his
It's one
Judgment.
of those lose-lose
yeah,
kind of things,
exactly.
right?
I think Nicholas was in a better position just because he had Imperial Order, and it meant that like it reduced the amount of cards that he'd be able to top deck to get him out of his spot. It turns off all his pots, turns off hitting City. He was in a really tough spot because of that Imperial Order.
Those were kind of like all the cards that you didn't want to see turn one. They were the ones you'd rather get to, like the Secoitus. You'd rather get that out of the deck with the multi-faker.
They just both didn't see their engine, and if they both saw their engine, it might have been a different game, but it was just traps versus traps then, and he had the Phoenix to go poke every now and again.
Literally just a 1900 beat stick there.
That's all you need. Like I say, you need monsters to win this game.
Yeah, so I think they're going to be siding very heavily for this matchup. We have a ton of cards that can come in from both players here. There is the Storm Duster, both of them signing 3 copies of Storm Duster.
That could potentially be a blowout.
Both playing evenly as well.
Yes, evenly matched as well.
Do you think we'll see Waking the Dragon Brian from Loan? I hope we see a Last Warrior today.
Well, Luan's going first, so he'll probably expect a lot of hate like Lightning Storm. So it makes sense to side in Waking the Dragon just to counter that. I'd actually be quite curious to see how many times he's resolved that today.
What, Lightning Storm?
No, Waking the Dragon.
Oh, Waking the Dragon?
Yeah, I'd be quite curious to see how many times he's just been blown up and he's just went, okay, Last Warrior, go.
So, something funny happened in my regional the other day where someone goes evenly match on all his back row, and he like evenly matches Waking the Dragon. And Waking the Dragon says when it's banished, you could special summon. It's not just destroyed, it's banished as well.
Is it really?
Yes, if you Cyclone it, it still triggers. So he like evenlies him, and then he reveals a face down Waking the Dragon. That's not how that works.
I don't think I was going to say that's not how it works.
But it was funny regardless. But anyway.
I was thinking that is not how it works at all. I'm pretty sure it has to be destroyed.
Yeah, and banished as well. But yeah, so he's playing D-Barrier in his side deck, is obviously not relevant for this matchup, but just kind of taking a look in general at Loan's side here. That's a card we haven't seen in a while. Do you think he's scared of the Pendulum strategy?
I don't think it's a Pendulum strategy. I think it's very much the Shaddoll matchup that people have opted to side Dimensional Barrier for. When you go first and you flip Barrier when they have Shaddoll Fusion, it just shuts off the whole Shaddoll engine. They literally can't do anything.
I'm sure we'll see a lot of Shaddoll later on, but it's definitely a deck that everyone has to consider for this matchup going into this event with the new structure deck and stuff. So,
but for the most part, his side deck covers a lot of just like mostly rogue, maybe back row stuff. He's got like evenly matched Heavy Storm Duster, Lightning Storm.
So I think we're going to head on over to the players now as they are beginning the game 2.
We didn't get a chance to see his hand, but he has set 4, which is not the best start unless he has a spoofing, which he does. He has a Concurian and a spoofing, so he has access to 3 traps.
He's in a really good situation.
So that means he has access to multi-faker, which can bounce a set Guru, which means he can't get his engine going.
Do you think he lets the Judgment fly on this extravagance? Or do you think he just lets him with the 2 cards?
You could potentially negate it because
he's going to let him resolve it.
He's going to let him resolve it.
Okay. I see. It's really kind of a tough situation because like your opponent just starts the turn, 6 cards. First card they activate, extravagance. Judgment could potentially.
That's
there we go.
That's one reason the whole Judgment.
Yes,
because
exactly.
That's right there. Yeah, that's exactly why you would hold Judgment for cards like that, because you might think, I don't want to draw 2 cards, but also don't want to lose all my card advantage as well.
So here's the duality going to try and dig for some engine pieces now. There's the City. That's exactly.
He already has Guru in his hand.
He does, but like it's more.
And Guru is more.
Exactly. He's got the. So now Guru can get like the Fiendes, and then City can get him the.
There's no Imperial Order this time.
Final battle. Yep.
So he's able to let this resolve and set up Guru and Fiendes, which is the ideal sub-tower opening.
I really like that Nicholas had like the sort of discipline and self-control and patience to like hold that Judgment, because he definitely had to like anticipate the potential of the evenly match.
That's
which
probably
is huge
exactly
in this
why
matchup.
he's went so deep, just because he was able to have the foresight to know that evenly matches a card. But striking Guru is huge here.
Yeah, that's absolutely
means that cuts him off from his engine. But you said there was a way to bring that Guru back, is there?
Yeah, so the next turn he's able to normal summon the Fiendes that he currently has in his hand and bring it back. So he probably will attempt to do that at some point, but...
it's engine time here.
Yeah, here we go. This is the end phase spoofing into the multi-faker, get your guy out of your deck, and this is where Nicholas can hopefully try and get on some kind of a roll here. Do you think you go for Melisic here?
You absolutely do, yeah. You don't really care about bouncing the back row because he has 4. So you want to get your engine going.
Just kind of pick it away slowly.
Yeah,
with the,
exactly. It's not even that. You just like you want to get Melisic engraved and set up Marionetta, so you can keep like setting traps off Marionetta, tributing it to bring back Melisic, and you can keep taking cards away. So here he's probably going to go into Hextier and then get Marionetta. And what's really cool about Hextier is you can tribute an Altergeist monster to negate a spell and trap.
He decided to keep there can be only one.
He sure did.
Yeah,
that means he can only have 1.
Very cool.
I think they're all spellcasters. So that's actually quite good against Altergeist.
Wait, I thought Altergeist were... Oh, they're different attributes.
They're all different attributes,
Oh,
yeah.
right, yeah. So the same type of different attributes. All right, sorry. I got
so
that
that's
the other
actually
way.
like
Yeah,
surprisingly good against Altergeist.
Yeah.
Because now he just has to swing with Hextier. But Hextier also floats, so if he removes Hextier from the field and goes to the graveyard, he adds an Altergeist card. But it's a shame he can't summon Marionetta, because now he can't get the manifestation to bring back the multi-faker. So he's been cut off from his engine. But since Loan hasn't really got access to his engine, he might be in a bit of a rough spot as well.
Here comes a Fiendes, using its effect to target the Guru.
Absolutely not, he says.
So Loan might be tempted here to use the Judgment, because it's very important that he gets his engine rolling, which he indeed does.
I'm surprised he didn't put that impermanence in the same column as one of his back row. He just put it in the middle where there was no spell and trap there. Because that impermanence would have potentially... he set first, that's right, yeah. So it was good for Loan to not... Well, he nicely missed it there, very lucky.
So
he set the Guru with the Fiendes,
this is like it's such a
steamroll now.
It's so back and forth in this now, because Niklas looked like he was about to start popping off Hexia and then into the Marionetta and then steamroll from there, but that there can be only one halting him in his tracks, and now he's the one who's able to go off with the Fiendes, bring back the Guru and get his engine rolling.
So it seems like the tech cards that they've had, Imperial Order and There Can Only Be One, have been like they're saving grace in this matchup as well.
Yeah.
It looks like Loan is likely to take this matchup because of There Can Only Be One. But we'll see what Niklas can do. I wonder if there's a way to like out it. I don't think there's a non-spellcaster Altergeist monster, so he can't make Phoenix to pop it. And even if he did try to do that, I'm pretty sure Loan wouldn't let him do that and negate it.
Yeah, I completely missed the There Can Only Be One sort of interaction in this matchup. I overlooked that it's...
He's going for defense now, so if he was to attack... Oh, what's it doing here? He's tribute setting. That's really nice.
Tribute setting the Conquiri.
Yeah, so it means he gets to search off the Hexia, and it means he can next turn normal summon the Marionetta to get his engine going again. But still, I'm not massively sure how you out it other than maybe Meliseek. So I think he's thinking Marionetta just to set manifestation. Marionetta that somehow was removed from the field, and then he manifestations back Meliseek to try and remove the second. Oh, he's just decided.
Oh, he's just going to scoop it up. Okay.
There comes a point in when a control matchup versus a control matchup that you have to recognize that they're just too far ahead in tempo, because there's only so much that the control they can do to take away the resources and stuff. So he just realized, nah, he's too far ahead. I have to go to game 3. Plus, the games can get really grindy, and even though he has 26 minutes left, which is a lot of time, it can still take 26 minutes to win a game.
Yeah, I really appreciate Niklas's sort of discipline here, understanding that sometimes it's not worth to try and, grind out a game that you maybe will win and then have to like deal with time later on. So it's better to maybe just scoop it up, go to game 3, you're going first, you have the advantage in that scenario. Or maybe he could decide to counter side and go second despite that. These are the kind of interesting mind games.
That? I think he decided to go second. I didn't notice that until just after, because he set 4 past, didn't he?
That is true. Yeah, Loan did that.
Yeah.
Yeah, so Loan lost game 1 and he made Niklas start. So
I guess he valued his going second cards as more of a blowout against him.
Yeah,
than to do setup.
It's the going second cards and also that extra card advantage when you draw 6 instead of 5 for a turn is like super important in such a very sort of tempo-based technical play kind of matchup where you have to get those value trades, and that card advantage is super important.
Exactly. But we'll see what Nicholas's philosophy is if he wants to start or go second. Personally, in a control matchup, I value going first so highly.
Yeah.
I definitely just want to begin. I just want to get set up, because the less traps that you have to deal with, the less brain power you have to use.
Ouchie.
Because it involves a lot of like thinking, having to use the card at the right time, because one poor mistake and you go down a card can just really, really mess up the rest of the game. But I think Niklas has chose to start here, and Loan decided in Waking the Dragon.
No. I think what happened is that Niklas let Loan go first, and I think he chose to pass, I believe.
I don't think so. He's activated Extravagance, and he's drawing 2 cards.
It's just the way he motioned there with his body language.
I think he went I think he just said, yeah, that's fine.
Okay, right, sure.
He's letting it resolve. He doesn't have any way to defend himself. He has drawn Guru and Hidden City, so he's got the ideal combo. But Niklas has Imperial Order again.
And Secret Village.
And Secret Village.
Yeah.
The girls say no.
Solemn Strike being taken over here, and he's probably going to try and... I mean, he seems like to be in a really good position. He's got the Marionetter with the Secret Village.
He doesn't quite have his engine because Marionetter isn't a real starter card.
No.
But he has 2 Altergeist monsters, so it means that he can normal Marionetter, get Protocol, and if Marionetter sticks on the board, he can normal Sulcitis to get into Hexion, and that gets into your engine.
Right, okay.
But he might not need to get into his engine with Secret Village Imperial
Yeah,
Order.
Secret Village is probably going to be very clutch in this scenario.
Because it means not only does he have to out the Secret Village, he then has to out Imperial Order, which is crazy.
Yeah, that's a lot to deal with, and because Loan is going second here, that Judgment isn't probably going to be able to stop.
And he has Judgment. If you were to handpick a hand that doesn't lose evenly match or any outs to your...
No, it's Loan who's got the Judgment.
Oh, sorry. It's a Solemn Strike that
yeah,
Nicholas
it's a Solemn Strike he picked up with the duality.
That's still good because I can get the...
Oh, Lightning Storm.
Ooh,
that's
which he
huge.
cannot activate right now because there's a Secret Village on the field.
Oh, yeah, of course.
Oh, Lightning Storm.
Oh, attacks over the... oh, no, they crash.
They
okay,
both have
this is
1600,
huge.
so
Do you
now,
think,
he
now
can,
you go for
he's
the Lightning
kept the
Storm.
Imperial Order in his hand.
Oh, did he keep it in his hand?
Yes. Oh, my goodness. No.
Why did he keep it in his hand?
I have no idea. Maybe he was playing around evenly matched, but
Yeah.
it's still, no, you have...
Oh, that's huge.
You have to just take the risk.
Oh, they're doing a little rewind here. Yeah, so he's unable to banish the Guru there because he's activated a spell under the
Yes,
Secret Village.
he cannot activate
Okay.
a spell since he doesn't control any spellcasters.
Yeah,
But that is a huge error on Nicholas's part. I know that evenly match is a scary card, but sometimes you just have to just bear with it. You have to take it on the chin. And you've still got Imperial Order as well.
That is such a big, massive swing there with the Lightning Storm. Wow.
That's such a... He's revealed a heavy Storm Duster off the Pot of Duality, so it doesn't seem like there's any way back now from Nicholas. It looks like Luan is snowballing, and it seems like he's going to gain too much momentum here. This could have all been avoided as well if he just set the Imperial Order, but the evenly match was just too scary.
So the Secret Village was able to prevent the Lightning Storm from coming down. However, all he had to do was normal summon the Guru, crash, remove his spellcaster, and now you'll find that because Nicholas doesn't have a spellcaster, he's the one who's locked under Secret Village. And he chooses to Dust Storm the Secret Village here. Do you think maybe he should have just took the 1-for-1 on that Judgment in the end phase? Because it locks him down, so he's not able to top deck into Extravagance or Duality.
No, Duster in the end phase made sense because it meant that he's worried that he might have had Faker. So he wants to cut him off from his engine. If you cut off all the guys from their traps,
No, but what I'm saying is you keep the village on the field. You only hit the back row.
He didn't. It was blown up from Lightning Storm.
Yes. Yes.
Yes.
Sorry.
Very correct. It looks like there's. I don't want to be.
He's going to need like a real heart of the card solution.
I don't want to be
here.
negative, but it looks like there's probably no way back here. He did top Meliseek, which lets him get into his engine, but that Meliseek is never attacking direct. I don't think.
Fiendess in hand, Judgment on the field. It's so tough for Nicholas to come back from this.
Guru can also just set it, right?
Set what?
The Meliseek.
Yep.
Because of the quick effect with Hidden City on the field.
The thing is, Hidden City isn't what's it called? Technically a Subterra card. I think Guru needs another Subterra card on the field. Yeah, but what he can do is use the effect of Hidden City to negate an attack.
Which is also just as good.
Yep.
And down they go.
And now he's able to use the Bookman effect of Guru.
But it might have been good for him to... He played around the Heavy Storm Duster nicely by just holding a trap in his hand. So it means that he has some way of defense.
Oh my god, he's steamrolling now. He just picked up that there can be only one.
There's too much momentum here.
I feel so bad for Nicholas. I think like if he just kept that order on the field and not really feared the evenly match, he might have been able to...
But again, we talk about this all the time. Like, if you do one thing, you lose to another.
I know.
Unfortunately, in this specific scenario, he chose to not lose the evenly match, but lose to Lightning Storm. And that was it.
Hindsight is indeed 2020, so... Like, as you said, you have to play around the most realistic sort of scenario.
Exactly. I personally would have just went, you better have it.
Yeah.
Set that Imperial Order.
Sometimes you just kind of have to, call your opponent's bluff. Like, you got to have it, you got to have it.
You got to have it. And he had it.
And he had it. That's a T-set there. And
not playing around Mech Knight Blue Sky, I see.
Yeah. Not quite your average tech in Mech Knights.
Now, he only has 4/8, and I think the set is just a Sulcitis, which Guru can attack over fairly comfortably.
So you can see here, Subterra sometimes has to take it, even though you're in steamrolling such a like powerful position like this, when you're like, you know, you still require like 3 turns or something to like finish your opponent off, which is kind of like the risk you take when you play this, because even though you might be in a commanding position, sometimes you risk your opponent getting a clutch top deck. Obviously not here, because there could be only one judgment. It's really hard to come back from it.
It can't OTK, but it doesn't matter. Sky Striker couldn't OTK, but it doesn't matter as long as you control the matchup really well and just cut off your opponent from resources and just let them watch you just gain so much card advantage while you just draw into nothing.
Yeah, I think
even if you do draw into something, like you have set up to remove it and deal with it, so Loan will feel very comfortable here.
He's super comfortable. He's occupying almost every zone on the field now, and he's just steamrolling ahead. I think really the only realistic way for a striker to OTK is back when you were playing the Sekka striker version.
Of course, yes, to draw 2 cards. Very good.
I'm sorry.
And is the card that he set, is that Subterra Nemesis Archer? Has that been putting cards back into the deck?
Yes, it's like, do you remember the Lightsword and Jane, I want to say?
Yes.
Yeah, it's attack defense position monster, shuffles it away. I think that's what Archer does, it shuffles away face downs.
Yes, good old Jane.
Yes.
A tech in many decks.
I'm still waiting for the days so we can see a Nobleman of Crossout come down on a Guru player.
Banish them all. That'd be a nightmare. Well, that Waking the Dragon's just sitting there. Yeah, just
Judgment on the strike. He's not really in a
just
position.
take away all those resources. It doesn't matter. You can half your own life points just fine. Even if you have 1, it doesn't matter. You'll just stay on 1. Fun facts from the DM Zone. And that's it. It looks like the big difference there was just not setting the Imperial Order. It wouldn't have necessarily won him the game, but it definitely would have not lost him the game. So that was just unfortunate. You know, in hindsight, maybe probably thinking I should have set it and just took the L evenly matched. But he probably in a later round set everything and then lost the evenly match. You know, and you just get scared, and that's just it's just very unfortunate. Well played from Loan though.
It's a scenario that you kind of have to take on the chin, and you know he's dropped down to the X2 bracket. He still has a chance if he wins the next round.
Yeah, he has 1 more round, and again, he has to choose whether he plays around Lightning Storm or evenly matched.
Yep.
And
Pick your poison, essentially.
But yeah, I think I'm surprised that since he didn't set Imperial Order, he won with it game 1. I thought I would have just looked at that and been like, "You won me game 1. You are going down. You are absolutely."
Do you not think maybe that's a bit of a what you call it confirmation bias, perhaps? Sometimes that can happen in Yu-Gi-Oh! Like you do really well with one deck.
You do things in the moment, right? And I think that's a lot of reasons why people have failed in Top Cup, because they play differently because they're scared. Like they're scared. Like maybe on feature you might have thought, "I don't want to look like a fool and lose the evening match," you know, which is something I've done myself.
Yeah.
And I think many people have done. And like you can play a little bit differently because you don't want to just make a mistake. And like not wanting to make a mistake can force you to make a mistake. And I think that's what happened here, which is a shame. And it might not even be arguably be a mistake, you know.
Yeah,
he just
that's
unfortunately
the thing.
lost to those combination of cards.
Yep. So Niklas is now literally on the bubble at this point. I'm sure you've been on the bubble many times. How does it feel? Like what are you
It's
a
like, yikes.
Yep.
It can feel great, but you've got to keep composed because like it's still a topping record. Not everybody is gonna like top comfortably. It'd be nice to just XO and then just top undefeated. But it's unrealistic because you can't win every match in Yu-Gi-Oh! And you have to accept it. And sometimes you build a deck knowing that you are going to go X2 in Swiss.
Yeah, you just have to accept sometimes you'll break, sometimes your opponent will rip the right card.
Exactly. You can't, like, you're playing a deck that isn't as powerful. And sometimes you can just get, like, absolutely bodied by a really powerful deck and you accept that. And it is going to happen at least once in Swiss. So you're never really going to go undefeated. But one person has to go undefeated. So you just have to take it on the chin. You can't win every match of Yu-Gi-Oh! Don't throw a strop, you know, because you're only going to, like, put yourself down. He has to just look forward, take it on the chin and be like, I lost that one. I'm not going to lose round 12. I'm going to win the event. That's what you got to do.
On the plus side, it seems like Loan's probably locked his position in Top Cut, right?
With an X1 record, absolutely. 1 more to go. Even if he was to lose the last round, it'd be fine. Even if you go X1 though in the last round, like a lot of people can be like, oh well, I've topped now. It doesn't matter. I've done it. Like you haven't done it. When you've done it, you've won the event, right? And people can get complacent. Like you can top, and a top is nice and all, but winning an event is better. So take the round. Play the round as you would any round. Play to win.
Yep.
Because if you play just to be casual, you can get out of the winning mentality. And then when you go into top 64, top 32, whatever tournament it is, you can lose your composure, and you don't want to do that.
Well, guys, that's going to be it for this round. And remember, Subterra taking this victory here with Loan. So, Subterra Guru, stay uwu.
No way.
We're done.
Disappeared out of here. It was time to pay my dues. Never guessed that you'd be dressed in my clothes and in my shoes. Thought you were so tough. You had it all under control. Now enough is enough. Gonna take back what you stole. Give it up, 'cause now I'm back. We're going in.
Big brother, you're here, you're here.
Welcome back to our coverage of YCS Utrecht 2020. Today we have a Pictionary marathon of sorts going on. We have two contestants here. 4 minutes total. They have to draw as many Yu-Gi-Oh cards that I've got here as possible. During the end of that time, and once all the competitors have gone through, we will be giving out a prize for the collective pair. So today we've got all the way from Canada,
Kevin Rodriguez, what's up, guys?
and over to my left we have from Wales,
Bradley Aywood.
So Bradley Aywood over here is going to be guessing, and our artist for this is going to be Kevin Rodriguez. So we will be beginning first of all with, start the timer, this card here.
Let's go, Kev.
All right. So we have, well, feel free to walk us through this one, Brad. What do you see?
It looks like a tentacle. And then looks like a is it a dragon? It looks like a very poorly drawn dragon. Oh man, this is going to be a tough.
What do you think those appendages on the side there are?
I hope they're wings. Grr, look at them teeth.
Now remember, you are allowed to skip if you get stuck.
What is that?
Can't really draw this, not much.
Skip.
Skip? Okay. All right. Harpy's pet dragon.
Right. Excellent. Oh god, that was
Next one.
4 minutes.
All right. Off to a good start then.
Yeah, no. Strong.
What do you see?
I don't know. I actually don't know.
I think it's getting there now. This face of confusion.
Well, that's it.
That's it. That's what you get.
Skip.
Okay, skip. Next card.
The wrong jobs.
Jesus Christ, these guys are huge.
If you don't get this one, we're going to be really disappointed in you, Brett. I'm just saying. All right, so we've got it looks like a man. I don't know. A man. Okay. Right, we're going somewhere.
Doesn't look like a man. Wait, what is going on? Kev.
Come on, if you don't get this one, then I don't.
What do you mean if I don't get this one? It's like saying you'd be disappointed if you drew a stick man. Of course it's Marauding Captain. How do you not know it's Marauding Captain?
Is it Marauding Captain? It's not Marauding.
It feels like a stick man.
It's not Marauding Captain.
No, hang on.
All right.
What?
You've got about 2 minutes left, so.
It's got big ass knuckles, my guy. It's ready to punch everyone out.
What's got big ass knuckles?
Look at the headpiece. The headpiece tells you everything.
No, it doesn't. What headpiece?
Times are running.
Skip. What is that? What was that?
Dude, this is impossible to draw, man. Okay, I'm gonna make it real simple and fast.
Right, real simple. It appears to be a stick man. I'll give you a hint since you guys are doing awful. It's a meta-relevant card semi-recently.
Oh, it's Dingirsu.
There you go.
Oh my god, he got one! He got one! All right. Next one.
We're winning
Come
the
on,
prize,
pay
boys.
attention, Brad. You can do this.
Time Space Trap Hole. No? Oh, MST.
Thank you.
Right.
All right.
on,
1
me.
minute left. 1 minute. You can do this. Come on. I believe.
Trap hole? Bottom trap hole.
Okay, you're on fire now.
Oh, yeah, now all the dumb stuff's out there.
Is that a puddle?
No.
Come on, I know you see it. I know you see it.
Sinister Serpent. Oh, God. What do you mean?
I'm just looking at you like, come on, you can do this.
It's a puddle. It's a snake. What am I looking at? It's just.
Come on.
What do you mean, come on?
20 seconds.
Everyone knows this. Everyone.
Snake. Oh, Dangerous Tsuchinoko. 10 seconds. Come on.
All right, 10 seconds. What can you do in 10 seconds? Come on. What do you see? Teeth, I think? Is that a tail? I don't know what that is, but what do you think? Nailed it.
We're done. Time's up.
Time's up? Okay, that's time on the round. Freeze play. That was Ultimate Conductor Tyranno.
Naturally.
Any final comments about Kevin's drawing skills?
Clearly, I was the weak link here.
All right, well, thanks, guys. We'll be back for another round momentarily.
It's time to. It's time to. It's time to. Now's the time. Now is the time. Hey, while you were pondering the ozone, I'm trying to get into the end zone. You won't be anything without the chips. Your lips are quivering. The time has come. Time to do. Get serious. Time to do. You're not invincible yet. Now is the time.
Welcome back to the coverage of YCS Utrecht 2020. I'm Marcello Barberi and I'm here with Alberto Marazzi, and we are here to talk about Yu-Gi-Oh, of course, and the evolution of it. In 2017, Yu-Gi-Oh went through probably the biggest change of his history when the Link Monsters were introduced. The field, and especially the zones, were completely changed, and the iconic extra deck monsters, in particular XYZs, Fusion, Synchros, and even Pendulums, were not able to be summoned anymore without Link monsters in the main monster zone. The extra deck monster zones were introduced, and now we are in 2020, and we are gonna have a new change in the rules starting from April 1st. And it's not an April Fool's, I can assure you that. So if we want to go through this, can you explain to us how the new rule will change the game?
Yeah, so basically you will be allowed to special summon from your extra deck Fusion monsters, XYZ monster and Synchro monster into the main monster zone as it was before the Link monster were announced. But now with the new things like, for example, Pendulum monster, Link monsters must be summoned in the extra monster zone, as you already know. But this is gonna be so different and maybe also interesting, because on one hand you could play a couple of different decks that are not played anymore. For example, the Karakuri archetype, for example, relies on Synchro monsters and you could spam a lot of them, but also Paleozoic, which was one of the biggest deck ever, maybe in this game. Imagine having multiple copies of totally awesome on your field. Like, you could be really awesome, right?
Yeah, it's definitely gonna be refreshing for the game, and just as you mentioned, it's pretty straightforward. Just synchro fusions, XYZ. It's gonna be your choice actually. You can summon them just like you got used to in the extra monster zone, but you can also just summon as many as you want in the main monster zone, and it's a huge deal. It changes a lot of the cards. I think there are a lot of very interesting tech cards. I know there is some Goyo synchro cards that can really abuse this new rule, so you can get as wide with your imagination as you can. And actually, something interesting, here in YCS Utrecht on Friday, we had a public event where you can actually try out this new rule and play with decks that are gonna be pretty much valid from April 1st. And even though you're not gonna able to just play here in Utrecht, you're free to do it with your friends. There is no change in the field or in the zone, it's the same. So just feel free to practice it with your friend, because it's like less than 2 months away now. But still, it was really great to see these changes. I'm definitely excited for it, excited to do some commentary and to practice it myself.
We will try.
Yeah, so thank you guys again for watching. So I hope everything is clear for you guys. If you have any doubt, feel free to send an email. Just ask your friends or any of us. Just message us. And now we're actually gonna go around and ask the players in the room what's their opinion on this change. Keep watching.
Welcome back to coverage of YCS Utrecht 2020. My name is Rodolf Weisinger and I'm here with Danilo Verwey from the Netherlands, and we are still trying to find out what people think about the April 1st 2020 rulings update. Danilo, you just entered the public events where you could play with the new rulings. How do you feel about the new rulings in general?
I welcome them. I'm quite excited about playing Synchro Monster, Fusion Monster, Xyz Monster in the main monster zone again. I thought Westro 4 or the Link era kind of restricted a lot of decks, but now I can get a lot of older decks out of the woodwork and just try them again, and that's what I'm doing.
Okay. Do you feel like it's easier? It makes Synchro and Xyz monsters more accessible than before?
Yeah, it quite does. A lot of the time, especially with like the older Synchro decks, you have to go summon them to the extra monster zone or play a Link monster. But some decks really can't afford to play Link monsters. Especially with all the non-generic links in the first time of the Link era. Yeah, so I think, it will be a lot more accessible.
Okay. You're playing in the public events. Why did you decide to enter them?
I really wanted to play Crystron again. It's been so long since I played Crystron and summoned everything in the main monster zone. Okay. I just want to go nuts and play every synchro I can.
All right. So basically, your most favorite deck really benefits from the new rulings.
Right.
Okay. And you just played round 1. Yeah. What's the result and what happened?
Well, I played against Spiral and I 2-0'd him with Crystron.
Okay.
Yeah.
Did you expect that?
Not quite. I was Spiral's kind of scary, but luckily things went my way, and so I beat him fairly quickly.
All right. Thanks. That's it. Thank you very much. Enjoy the public events. And will you be competing in the main event tomorrow?
Yes, I will.
With the same deck or a similar deck?
I'm not going to play Crystron. I think it's a bit too fragile, a bit too hard with the current rules.
All right. Okay. Thank you very much. Hope to see you tomorrow.
Yes.
Enjoy the event.
Thank you.
And thanks for your time. And for you guys, stay tuned for more player interviews and players talking about the new rulings updates. Thank you very much. We're still collecting opinions on the new revised rulings update for April the 1st. And we're here with Bert Kuiper from the Netherlands. Bert, the first thing I would like to know from you is, how do you feel about the new rulings update?
Well, I started playing Yu-Gi-Oh! About a year ago, so I went into the Master Rule 4, so I'm used to Master Rule 4. I did play as a child Yu-Gi-Oh! So I also know about not having an extra monster zone. I think a lot of decks are going to be very overpowered with the new Master Rule.
Overpowered? Okay, why?
I think a lot more FTK options would be available if you don't have to include links monsters in your main deck, extra deck. And things like Time Thief, it's easier to summon 3 Xyz monsters on the field and then summon, there's this link monster that requires 3 Xyz monsters, and it's a beast.
Okay, and overall, do you feel like it will bring a little bit more variety to the metagame?
it will bring a lot of more variety to the metagame, yes. We'll have to see if it's going to be in a good way or not.
Okay, yeah, nobody knows basically, but we're just trying to take a little bit look into the future and see what will maybe come. However, you're also playing in the public events where you can play with the new master rule. How is it going for you?
A lot of people are going to hate me for this, but I'm playing through Draco in the public events. The reason is no one expects it in the Master Rule 5. When everyone wants to play with the new Master Rules and the new decks, I'm just playing Dracos and no one expects it. I did see a lot of new decks. I saw a Synchro deck with Crystons and Time Thief. I see a lot of Time Thief.
Okay. So basically this might be a new tech card.
Tech cards?
Tech card. Time Thief?
Oh yes. It's going to be a very powerful deck. A lot of options and disruptions.
Okay. Are you going to play at the main event as well tomorrow?
I will.
Okay. Similar deck or something different?
Same deck.
Okay.
I still don't have a new deck.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. Thanks for taking your time. Best of luck for the public events and best of luck for tomorrow.
Thank you.
And you guys stay tuned for more interviews on the new revised ruling and for more coverage of YCS Utrecht 2020.
Where are you? The Pharaoh's calling me. Solve the puzzle, transformate into the Dual King and teach me. Exodia, the forbidden one. It's in my possession now. The duel is done. Yo, wheel, don't you understand? It's not the man in the fight, it's the fight in the man. Yeah, I'm the master of the duel. It's been my pleasure to reach you. Oh, let's go! Welcome, welcome, welcome to the world of Yu-Gi-Oh! Into the world we go. Welcome, welcome, welcome to the world of Yu-Gi-Oh! Welcome, welcome, welcome to the world of Yu-Gi-Oh! Into the world we go. Welcome, welcome, welcome to the world of Yu-Gi-Oh!
Welcome back everyone to YCS Utrecht 2020. We have a little Forbidden and Limitless discussion as this is one of the first major events of the new format. Joined with me is our world's competitor Darren Stevenson as one of our hosts and of course myself. Farfa, as you probably know me best. So the new Forbidden and Limitless, it was a big shake-up of the new format and probably one of the most surprising we'd seen in a while. What's your general thoughts when you first saw it overall?
I had no idea what to think. It was crazy. I think we both had a same reaction to it. We had just no idea what to think. Normally there's a clear best deck right after the shake-up, as it were, but this time round it was sort of what on earth do we do now? We just don't know which deck to pick because everything just got hit in that list and we just weren't sure what to do. And I think now the meta's sort of shaping up a little bit now, but every sort of deck is sort of changed in its own sort of way. It's crazy.
So speaking of the major changes, we can probably start with the big elephant in the room. As you guys know, Orca Sky Striker, really dominant deck, over 50% of top cut at multiple YCSs. Orca Striker lost, we'll probably start with, I guess, Orcus more likely, Harp Horror ban. That was more of a consistency hit over power. Do you think we'll see a bit of Orcus this weekend, or do you think it's maybe going to fall off with Spyro and the new Shadal deck?
I'm not sure. I think people would still play Orcus just because it's one of the decks that can always play and it can still do the same stuff with Babel and IP. The Orcus Striker deck, I don't think we'll see anymore, because Engage was sort of the link to put the decks, both the two decks together to allow such a splashable engine. Now that Engage is gone, I think we'll start to see more of an Orcus deck and a Striker deck, because Striker still has cards like Shizuku and stuff, which can like add its resources, and it still has a utility with Jamming Wave and Afterburners. And whereas we're going back to Orcus, yeah, it did lose Heart Power, which is like one of its major extenders and one of its best starter cards. However, it still has stuff like Orcus Nightmare, and it still has Dingusu, which is one of the best removal in the game. And the fact that it still has that insane removal and being able to set up boards like Dingusu, Galar, and the Crescendo, a counter trap that also banishes as well, I think it's still really, really strong, and it consistently does that too, and I think it'll be a really good pick this meta.
You mentioned a little bit about Sky Striker there, so they are probably most likely going to be split into two separate decks now. You can't really have that sort of combined heavy spell synergy anymore. Speaking of Striker, Engage gone. I don't know how happy everyone was about that. I think a lot of people were super, super relieved. But overall, Striker, do you think we'll see much of that? Not also forgetting that Kagari is still in the game. At 3 now, it was returned to. So what do you think about Striker now, pure Striker?
It's crazy to think that Kagari's back at 3, right? I don't think that's something anything thought that would happen. But I also didn't think Engage would be on the Forbidden Limit list as well. But here we are. Striker's always a deck that everybody thought, every list, that it's done for, right? Kagari went to 1, Multi-Roll went to 1, everybody thought it's done for. But it's such a resilient deck that just keeps on showing up in the meta, and people are probably writing it off again. But I tell you what, it's still really, really good. It may have lost Engage, which is one of its most powerful cards, sure. But it still has stuff like Widow Anchor, Multi-Roll, which is one of the best cards in the game, to be able to set all your resources back. It's one of the best control decks we've ever had, and I'd be very surprised to see it not in this meta, just because it's so versatile.
Moving on to some of the more prominent other decks that were present, we had Thunder Dragon was a major competitor, Titan Control, you had like the sort of Dragon combo variant as well, you had the sort of more control variant, relying mostly on Colossus, who is now completely banned, not limited or anything, they just removed that card. What's your thoughts on Thunder Dragon going forward?
Colossus being forbidden is crazy. Well, it kind of like goes hand in hand with Engage, right? When you've lost one, you gotta lose the other. And I think a lot of people would agree that if you would take away Engage, it's only right to take away Colossus, or vice versa. Colossus being gone, you know, it's not the end of the world. Thunder Dragon is still really, really strong. It's lost one of its main win conditions to stop people from adding from the deck, but it still has Titan. Thunder Dragon Titan is still a really strong card that has like on-the-spot removal. It doesn't target, just like Dingusu, and it's really, really powerful. It's a defensive card as well, unlike Dingusu. And I think this deck is still really, really strong. You'll have to think of different ways to play it, such as stuff like Instant Fusion to summon Kaminari attack and stuff. But as a general like link ladder deck that can end on like Titan and IP, I think it's still able to do that. And I think it's still a really strong deck for sure.
It's not going to be completely gone, but we'll see this weekend just exactly how many Thunder Dragon decks will appear throughout the day. Another, I suppose, one of the more heavier sort of control decks we've seen in recent years, Salmon Great, losing that Mirage Stalio, that like consistency, getting your Gazelle out of the deck or your level 4 to extend into Dweller or something. The Stalio hit, in some ways, really big, but people have adapted very quickly. We've seen already with like the microcoder and stuff and things like that. Not forgetting as well, Debug now back to 3 to compensate. So a little bit of give and take there with Salmon Great. What's your thoughts on that?
My first impression with Salmon Great gone, with Mirage Stalio gone, I thought the deck lost a lot of its utility and a lot of its versatility. But I've been proven wrong these past couple of weeks. We saw that it's been doing really well at like regionals and stuff, and the deck has just been able to adapt. It's lost its rank 3 engine, it can't really play Sea Archiver or the Dangers anymore, but the deck still just does the same thing, because all the Salmon Greats get to Balinks and Sunlight Wolf, and it still has Gazelle, which is one of the most versatile cards in the game, being able to send your traps like Roar and Rage, and it just does the same thing, sets up traps and defends itself, and it recycles Ash Blossom, which is one of the best hand traps in the game as well. And like that deck is still really, really versatile, and it's still really, really sticky. And I'd be very surprised if we don't see it in Top Cut in one of the most represented decks for sure.
Representation is something that's very important as well, because I think Salmon Great had the more accessible sort of thing that players had. So like, you know, it was just like 3 structure decks, you know, so it's a very kind of popular deck for that reason. So we'll see if we'll see any more of that this weekend. One hit that I think that everyone kind of was taken aback by, just seemingly out of nowhere, not really doing too well, just a couple of tops here and there with Pendulum. Now they've removed Electromite.
I feel like maybe that's because, well, if you hit all these other best decks, you kind of have to like, you know, give and take with like sort of maybe like a tier below. Electromite gone. What do you see as the future for Pendulum as well, not forgetting Servant to 1?
Exactly, it was definitely needed. You're right in saying that if you hit the decks at the top, the decks like sort of below that will just creep to the top. And I think they saw that coming because like Tempest Magician also got forbidden as well, which makes sense because that card was part of the Pendulum sort of strategy. And Electromite is one of the best Sling 2s that they've ever printed. And it makes sense that like they would have to hit it because with that card being like legal, it's going to cause a lot of havoc. And it sort of solved the problems in Pendulum where like you needed to have like an opposite scale to be able to play it, and Electromite just gets you that opposite scale. Now it isn't so cut and dry because you have to like build your deck to have an equal number of like low and high scales. Servant Go to 1 isn't that much of a big deal because there's still multiple copies of it. You still play like the spell to be able to search it as well, and you still got multiple copies of that. I think you can still play like 7 Servants in the deck. It is still really, really strong, and it still puts up like the same boards. It doesn't really need Electromite. The only reason it needed Electromite was for those awkward hands to like have like, you know, the opposite scale. But if you can build a really consistent build, I think Pendulum could do really well at this event as well.
Master and Endymion, such a great card, going first and second, so we'll see if we'll get any Pendulum and Top Cut this weekend. Some of the more minor hits, or returns rather, I'd say. Tour Guide back to 2, one of my favorite cards of all time. Are we going to see some BA this weekend or some Tribes in Top Cut?
Well, Tour Guide's one of the best cards that they've ever printed, and to see it back at 2 is an amazing thing. And I think there's going to be a lot of versatile decks with that card, especially Burning Abyss as well.
Nothing for Tribe?
Tribe?
Tribe Infecting Virus?
Tribe Infecting Virus. Maybe Mermail will come back and do some like cool combos with the Atlanteans and Tribe Infecting Virus. That'll be crazy to see on stream, but we'll see, maybe. That'll be cool.
Maybe. All right, thanks everyone for joining us. This has been our Forbidden and Limited List discussion, and we'll be back with more coverage very shortly.
Probably playing in front of a lot of friends, because as we could hear from the introduction, there is a lot of guys here supporting both. So let's see who can take it. Flavio going first, playing Sky Striker, and as you can see, we have one deck we have not yet shown.
Yes.
Cyber Dragon Orcus. So an exciting one, really.
It is. It was expected to be a little more popular, to be honest, but not a whole lot of people managed to maneuver it through the field. But Sam is the last one standing of the crew. And originally, Cyber Dragon was a really, really good deck versus Sky Striker, right?
Yeah, as he said, he knows what his opponent is playing, and he feels like he is confident. And I do have to agree, because Sky Striker really struggles to deal with decks that spawns a lot of monsters. And when those monsters are able to just clear away your link for a bigger one, then it gets tough.
And it's so easy for Sam to actually clear away the Shizuku in the end phase, because Cyber Dragon, Mega Fleet Dragon actually is so good in just removing that monster from the extra monster zone.
Is one of the coolest thing about this matchup is particular, or okay, he doesn't get unlucky. I was shaking for a moment. Yeah.
That would have been unfortunate if he does not hit there with Field Spell. But Anchor is a pretty good pickup right there.
Absolutely, and it's worth mentioning that Flavio is maining There Can Only Be One, which is a great card in general against Orcus decks, even more with Cyber Dragons, because they are all machines.
Absolutely.
So it can really shut down his opponent. But something funny that I was telling you about is that I know Flavio significantly well. He's a fellow Italian, and he had some success at previous tournaments. And he played the same card-by-card deck of our colleague Alberto from Top 32. And something that last minute, while literally in the queue to give the deck list, they add in their extra deck the Chimera Deck Fortress for this match.
We see it on their list. They actually crossed it through.
Literally last second, they cut from the deck, and they were like, no, let's play Dingirsu for mind control.
That could also be handy here too, because his opponent is playing Orcus cuts, but Mega Fleet would be so much better in this deck.
Having it in the extra deck is so good. Like, if you're an experienced Cyber Dragon player, you can find ways to play around it, but if your opponent just has that card in the extra deck, they don't need to do anything. As long as you have Cyber Dragon monsters, they just clear your field. So
I think that also scared away a lot of players from the Cyber Dragon Orcus deck, because that card in the extra deck alone is such a threat. And you don't even have to draw it. You just have that tool in your extra deck available every single time versus that deck.
Exactly. Since I know them well, I was telling them I didn't like that decision. Hopefully it doesn't cost him, because when you get this far, if that decision cost you a match during the Swiss, sure. It lost you, like it cost you the top 8. That got hurt.
Little decisions now really makes a difference, and that could be one that cost him. And I think he's still digging for that can only be one for his floodgate here.
Yep.
He draws with engage. He resolved 2 engages with draw effect, I think. Oh no, the first one was with only 2 spells engraved, but the second one did good. There's another field spell.
But still very impressive opening here. So
he got his engage engine already going. He resolved 2 engages in his first turn, so you can say that he did well. He can set some back row, so that's at least potential fear for Sam. He cannot just carefully play through everything.
Absolutely. I was about to ask if you thought he was going to go for the greedy multi-role play. He thinks that double engage is better, and I do tend to agree with this. So hopefully he will not get OTK'd, which
which is what that deck does.
Yeah, it is one of the best features of Cyber Dragon Orcus. So
yeah, let's see what Sam can do here. He starts off with Cyber Emergency. And in case you don't know, that's just a free search. Oh, and Cyber, that's instantly met by Ash Blossom. And Ash Blossom was met by Called by the Grave here. So already action kicking off strong here.
It's top 8, they are both successful and they both know what they're doing, so we're probably going to have a match where they play cards like really fast to each other as in this scenario, so...
Absolutely. And he went with Cyber Dragon Core, added that to his hand. And I'm kind of wondering, Cyber Emergency actually, if that gets negated, doesn't it say you can just discard 1 card to actually get it back to hand?
It does, but unfortunately it says the activation needs to be negated, so with Ash Blossom it doesn't work.
Yeah, okay,
so.
that works around it. True, true.
Yeah.
And Flavio instantly recognized that, throwing his Ash there, but it was banished by Called by the Grave.
Okay.
And look, he wants to take the Cyber Dragon Core, I guess, or can he? Can
Let's
he even
see.
take it?
I think he does, but it doesn't look like he is gonna go for it. So,
but does it even help him? Because it could be fused away anyway on either player's side, and then he just has a monster stuck in his main monster zone. So
exactly, that's something very important to mention. It does not matter where the Cyber Dragon cards are. So.
See there. He just says, yeah, please put away your monster. I will use it for my Mega Fleet Dragon. And there it is, conquering the field. Sam already announcing the effect, I guess, of Cyber Dragon Nexter.
Yeah, one of the best additions to the deck lately.
Yeah.
It really put him to a next level, and it is one of the reasons why, for example, the deck won one of the few YCSs in Japan that we had. Completely different format, but really shows you how good of a deck that is.
And also that Cyber Dragon Nexter really gives you the ability to grind in some grindy matchups, because it can, after turn 1, when you summon Dingirsu with your Orcus engine, then summon back the Dingirsu from the graveyard and then triggers this effect. So that is really, really important. And I'm kind of hopeful to see Sam resolving these effects.
Okay, at the same time, I have seen a lot better ends from this kind of deck.
Yeah.
It seems like it was one of the weaker ones.
That's true.
Let's see if he can still pull this off. So
it's kind of hard always for the Cyber Dragon Orcus players to really have 2-card combos. There are not a lot of 2-card combos. You usually need to have at least 3 cards that really interact with each other, especially because you have to discard cards as well and so on. So that looks like basic Orcus combo from there on. And that is like something Striker can definitely take apart.
Definitely apart, yeah. And especially because Striker is like very reliant. Flavio went for the Shark Cannon last turn, knowing how important it is here.
Oh, yeah.
Not only is it good against the Orcus part of the deck, it's also good to get rid of, for example, the core.
Yes.
For next turn. So.
Absolutely. And we see him searching for the normal and original Cyber Dragon back from Cybernetic Revolution. But it's still played, and it's still played as a 3-of, I think, right? Yeah, of course, you have to, because when you actually resolve machine duplication or so, you always special summonings and all from the deck, and you can search for them so easily as well. You want to have the maximum of it.
Yeah, to be honest, we focused a lot more on Lunalight Orcus throughout the event, but this was also one of the better versions of the deck. Because it does, just like Lunalight, a lot of unfair things and a lot of reading from your opponent, because most people are not really used to playing against Cyber Dragons. So
yeah, and interestingly enough, in the main event, now we only have 8 players left, and there's not a single pure Orcus variant left. It's only Orcus splash decks. For example, David Erpen playing the combo Thunder Dragon Orcus deck, and we see him playing Cyber Dragon Orcus tier. So the pure deck doesn't seem to perform too well at the moment.
Yeah. And I do agree with the statistics, let's say, because usually the pure one allows you to play more like Anthrops and touches, but I feel like a better engine is usually the way to go. So
that's true. And also what the deck, the Cyber Dragon Orcus deck, makes it so strong is that trap card you can play. Cybernetic Overflow, which he has in hand, can really just pop so many cards on the side of your opponent. You can just banish cards from your graveyard, different Cyber Dragon monsters with different levels, and then you can pop cards on your opponent's side of the field up to the number of that. There you see it on the screen, and that can just take apart a whole field. Also a field of Lunalaika Orcus, for example. If they already wanted to go through all their monsters, you just do that, and you have a struggle to get through it.
Especially because it doesn't even target, so there's not much
That's the
playing
best
around
part about it.
Yeah,
absolutely. So now comes the Dingirsu, the card that makes the Orcus deck so much stronger and so versatile because it can just get the resources back from the banished pile.
Even though in this particular matchup it is kind of a double-edged sword, just because Sky Striker can recycle the Shark Cannon, and they can get your own Dingirsu and start popping your own cards. So it's definitely an interesting one. So,
like, Shark Cannon is such a super powerful card. It was back in the day, it was only used to do like OTKs with Boris Sword Dragon to get like a monster from your opponent's graveyard to then be able to actually kill your opponent on that turn. But nowadays, you can special summon so many good monsters from your opponent's graveyard. For example, Pankratops as well. Then you say you can actually summon Dingirsu. You can also summon Dingirsu in response to the effect of Skeleton in your opponent's turn, or in your own turn. And then you wasted the Skeleton, and you also got the value out of the Dingirsu. That's like an absolute power play.
Indeed,
and that's probably the reason the ratio of Shark Cannons is going up lately.
Yeah, it went really all over the place. For even 3 copies sometimes, so it's...
and that makes sense,
it
definitely.
does. It's also like very important in the mirror match to get the one only copy of Kagari, so...
Oh yeah, in the mirror match it's so important to try to actually get the Kagari out with the effect of Ray, so your opponent cannot special summon it with Shark Cannon anymore.
Okay, and here we see the Cybernetic Overflow. Yeah. It makes sense, by the way, he was playing, because he didn't destroy the multi-roll with the Dingirsu.
True.
Just because he wanted to immediately use the Overflow. That way, he was guaranteed to have the Crescendo for the engage that Flavio searched. Even though I gotta say that Flavio isn't in that bad of a spot.
He isn't. He has engage, and he also has that anchor set. And that kind of baits out the negate, because if you don't Crescendo that, you do not have a monster on your side of the field anymore.
Which I think there was a little bit of a miscalculation here from
He lets
Sam.
it through. Does he have Crescendo set?
Yeah, he does.
Yeah, that's really interesting there. Is he just popping at them? No, that does not really make a difference.
I think he's probably just relying on the fact that if Flavio doesn't reveal a Sky Striker card, then Galatea is gonna basically lock him.
But I mean, he has a field spell. Okay, if he doesn't reveal it with it. Okay,
so but at the same time, we do know that Flavio is playing Dingirsu. So now the decision making from Flavio to cut Chimera deck for Dingirsu could come in handy.
Yeah, that's true.
Let's see. It's definitely an interesting one.
Look at it. He is going for it. And see Sam, he's actually surprised by that.
You can see Sam smiling. He didn't expect it. And Flavio getting rewarded by it. Now he gets to engage and do whatever he wants, and Sam is left with nothing, really.
Absolutely.
Wow, what a turn of events. Flavio taking the best he can for an unfavorable matchup.
Yeah, and making his own cards work against him. Sam has to feel the power of Dingirsu now, but Flavio probably is eager to actually get that Dingirsu off his field now, because he wants to have his extra monster zone being ready for Sky Striker Link monsters.
Yeah. So
is he first? Yeah, of course he is first of all trying to do that. Is he hitting? Oh, yep. Oh, he's hitting good. He is hitting good with the Ray.
Very good reveal here, and he's pretty much free to do whatever he wants, so...
Yeah. A lot of spells in his graveyard too, so he can resolve the engage with the draw effect too, and that's what he's going to do.
Do you like he sent the Crescendo to the graveyard? or...
I mean, it was just a dead card on the field, basically, and in the graveyard it can do something.
Yeah,
so
I mean, the consideration was probably if Sam were to like bring it back, maybe a Galatea with the symbol, but you can always short cannon it away, so maybe it made more sense to keep the Crescendo there. I think it's close.
I would have probably kept it on the field. But what kind of comeback opportunities are there for Sam? Let's see, is he playing multiple copies of the Mega Fleet? Yeah, he's playing double Mega Fleet Dragon. Makes sense, of course, in that Cyber Dragon Orcus deck. So just top decking into Cyber Dragon would be a pretty good one, I guess.
Yeah, this matchup is mostly about OTKs, but now it's probably turned into a grind game, and Flavio picked up that there can only be one, so the grind game is looking a lot more better for him now, because that shuts down the Mega Fleets and all the shenanigans.
And you can see Sam actually looking to the side, looking to his supporters on the rail and being like, it doesn't look too good to me, but I'll try my best. I'll try to take it down for my country and for my deck, basically. He decided with that Cyber Dragon Orcus deck, and he's really proud of representing it. And of course, he cannot be too happy if he loses game 1 versus that favorable matchup of Sky Striker, because after boarding, that could be even harder then.
Absolutely, and it's tough, definitely. Also because when you lose game 1 to Sky Striker, time also plays a huge role. Because Sky Striker is a deck that takes a lot of time to win, but it usually takes a lot of time to lose as well. Like, you very rarely, unless you open like an Imperial Order or any card like that, you tend to have a little bit of a grind game.
That's true. You really have to have that in your mind all the time. You have to know when to actually concede a game versus Sky Striker, knowing that you don't have a chance to win it anymore because he will just outgrind you. And then that saves you time and makes you win game 3s more often versus it.
Absolutely.
So he's searching out the Harp Horror with his Crescendo.
Yep.
Let's see what he can do. Is there any way for him to come back into this?
The Durkin only is probably gonna be the end of the game. If that wasn't there, maybe there was a chance, but looking very grim now.
That is true.
But let's see what he picks up.
Flavio tells him, come on, draw your card. It cannot help you that much. Okay,
Which would have been completely useless if Crescendo was not destroyed.
Yeah.
So
that's actually true.
Now at least it's kind of a recycle.
Looks like he just banished one of his
core. Yeah.
Oh, he banished core. Okay, yeah. That makes sense. He cannot use the banish effect the turn he sent it to the graveyard, but now he's able to search to special out the Cyber Dragon Nexter, because Nexter also is a Cyber Dragon in the deck. So he can easily summon it out. And that makes him able to actually get that special summon effect from the graveyard, if Flavio wants to allow that. But that is met by there can be only one.
Yeah, there can be only one. Seems to be way too good in here. And
oh, look at Sam. He's okay. He's picking up his cards.
He picks up his cards.
It is 1-0 for Flavio Palumbo, and he calmly picks up his cards as well. He knows he is in the driver's seat now. He is up 1-0, and Sam has to do the damage now. He has to overcome the deficit. So while the guys are side decking, let's just look into their sideboards to see what they could be bringing in.
We got a glimpse of what Sam is siding, and I would predict him to actually go second in game 2.
Ooh.
I think he is gonna side in evenly matched and twin twisters and just pick second, because the Cyber Dragon cards are really good at going second.
Yeah, already.
Also, on top of that, if you catch your opponent off guard and they're gonna side like more hand chops or card for going second, that's really good, because Sky Striker already kind of struggles to get into the game with only 5 cards.
That's true. That's
without Hayate, you know?
Yeah,
so
definitely. That Hayate effect to send your engage to the graveyard can really be the key factor, and in turn 1 that's not possible, as you say. Yeah, and some interesting siding decision on Sam's side as well. I don't think we will see that coming in, but he's one of the few players deciding to sideboard different dimension ground. I did not see that deck in any of our feature match lists. Did you?
Yeah, it's definitely not common. Some people were using like Sanctum as another way of like a trap that stops your opponent turns entirely. But it's definitely a powerhouse, and I feel like it's one of the reasons why he got so far.
Yeah.
There is really not much you can do against it. Like only Red Rebuke is able to negate it. So
it's true. Like some Thunder players actually decided on playing Macrocosmos lately. But it seems like different dimension round can just be better because it can be chained, and if like back row removal is there, it doesn't really matter, and your different dimension round still
Absolutely.
resolves. So that decision might have been key to actually bring him to this stage right here.
Probably. It wouldn't surprise me if that was the case. And if you're Flavio, you're definitely like kind of confused because this wasn't one of the most expected matchups.
Yeah.
He's citing those mind controls. Of course, they're really good, especially
Agreed.
thanks to the Dingirsu.
Yes,
So.
yes, absolutely. What do you think about siding Gnome material versus the deck? Because he's also sideboarding this.
Not bad, but at the same time, it really depends on what you think your opponent is doing. I do like it, so it is a pretty good side deck option, but it would cost him the game if Sam just let him start and you open no material.
Yeah, you're right.
Let's see. I think it's going to be a very interesting game with a lot of mind games going on who is going to go first, who is going to side what. So
the mind game's already started. Both players, like Flavio probably knows, does not know yet, but he's guessing. He's on the guessing end at the moment, and he hopes that he gets it wrong, that he gets it right, of course. And Sam hopes that he's getting it wrong, of course.
Yeah. Which is always fun because then if we get to a game 3, it is gonna influence a lot. Because then if Flavio gets tricked here, is he gonna try and trick him back? Or so very, very enjoyable side of Yu-Gi-Oh! And let's see what happens. So
yeah, the starting hands obviously will be a key factor here. First card for Flavio is Area 0. We see Terraforming. It's a combination of both, not really what you want to see. And oh, two times.
I think it's 5 masters for Sam, though.
Well, that's definitely what you, not one you want to see with the Cyber Dragon deck as well.
Yeah.
And he's kind of smiling, not seeming too happy. Oh, but look, Flavio, no starters yet. He has double Shark Cannon, Area 0, Terraforming. Is there a last 5th card engaged as it always is? Is it always engaged as a 5th card? Let's see. Flavio seems... Oh, it's Gizmek Orochi for Sam as well.
Nice intro. So he's only playing the 1 copy of Orochi.
Oh, and see, he's actually going first. He lets his opponent start. Oh, that third card, Ray.
Just at the end. Nice.
All 3 monsters, but the third monster can be added to hand. It's Ray, and that at least secures Shizuku being on the field in the end phase.
Really, really needed to pick up something, and luckily it's the Ray, which is one of the better ones. You will get unengaged for the next turn and try and stay into this game. We will probably see an Orochi here in the end phase from Sam.
I'm surely agreeing, yeah.
Unless like he's scared of banishing the 1 skeleton. He doesn't go for it. Okay.
But also like, it is kind of a good thing for Sam that Shizuku was summoned, because now he can actually use his Mega Fleet with it. So let's see.
So I'm kind of worried for Flavio because we do know there is double Shark Cannon set for him. We don't have any clue on the... Oh, and there is there can only be one.
That card was so important. Oh, that is a risk for Sam of going second. He has to fear the floodgate. And Flavio, looks like Flavio just captained all of his going first and second cards. He's playing a 60 card deck in game 2 because he has second only be 1/2. Ooh.
Crazy one. Here, luckily for him, I was about to say the Salamangreat Almirage is gonna really save him.
Yes.
If he wasn't playing that card, this turn would have been completely over. Now there is a chance that he can actually go for game even, because Flavio doesn't really have interruptions at the moment. Let's see if he can do anything.
Flavio still keeping his poker face, saying he has to think about it for a moment, saying that his face-down cards might be more of an interaction point, but apparently they're not.
Something that I'm kind of worried about though, because he searched for the repair plant. Couldn't he just flip the Shark Cannon, banishing away the core so there was no Cyber Dragon in grave? He couldn't have used the spell, you know?
Yeah, but did he search for Ref System? Ref System is the one specialing from graveyard, right?
No, he searched for the repair plant.
Oh,
which is the one that needs a Cyber Dragon in grave to search.
True.
So if he just flipped the Shark Cannon there, it was a useless card.
That is actually right. Maybe Flavio did not actually realize that the repair plant needs that Cyber Dragon in the graveyard, because that would have been a really good point
That
to
could have
interrupt
been
him.
a very good play from Flavio. Let's hope it doesn't cost him too much. And here I'm getting worried though.
Because Phoenix can come down, and Phoenix will be able to take out the... There can only be one.
Yep. So
Oh, and that Gizmek is a nice discard, of course, because it can be revived there.
Tough one. This is going to be a lot of damage. At least he is going to be able to banish any Orcus cards, but this might be enough regardless. So
that going second move could turn out well here. Oh,
I'm really worried about the Shark Cannon. So
yeah, to me it looked like he's putting the Phoenix to the graveyard as well, and now he is doing it, going into the Mermaid.
Yeah, it doesn't change too much, I gotta say. So
no, definitely not.
Would have used it sooner or later. So now, not much that Flavio can do. He's gonna hope that his Shark Cannons can keep him alive. One is gonna surely be used on this Nightmare. The second one, unfortunately, could have been used on the core to prevent all of this from happening. Let's see if he finds a good enough target for it.
Yeah. What is his hand looking like now? He has still the Cybernetic Overflow left in his hand. That can be a key part of winning him this duel if he does not actually OTK here.
Yeah, it is a pretty good way to just save a turn that's gone terribly wrong.
Yeah,
well,
yeah.
I feel like this is gonna be a turning point because it's gonna be close, to be fair. If Sam has enough to OTK, then sure. If he doesn't, there will be an engage for free, which means you just get a lot of advantage back.
Yeah, but I mean, you still have that overflow, so that maybe has Flavio searching for jamming waves or so to bait that out first. So he has to play around it somehow. That could actually be hard for him to then get the control completely.
So Galatea comes down, the Shark Cannon.
How much attack is that already?
That's
pretty
already
impressive.
a lot. Yeah.
He's definitely over 6,000 damage, and it will be close for Flavio.
It's like 6,300 at the moment, plus the buff from the Nightmare, which is probably going to be 400. So he's not that much short.
And there's also Gizmek Orochi still in the graveyard, but that will be met by the Shark Cannon, probably.
But this seems like it could be just enough for Flavio to stay alive, because if he banishes that, he cannot summon the other Galaxy Soldier. He's now locked under Dark Monsters, so...
Yeah, that is true, as he starts to go into his Arcus combos. Okay, so Sam is like, one of the Shark Cannons is fine, because I still have my Gizmek in the graveyard, and then it's still enough damage.
Exactly, which means that now, unfortunately, this is pretty much enough. So, I'm very well played here by Sam. He can force the Shark Cannon. He's going to be used on the Orochi.
Yeah.
Orochi is summoned, and this is enough for Sam to just win the game here.
It is indeed. Look, Flavio reading the Gizmek for a second.
Yeah.
And
seems like we're going to see a game 3 very soon.
Oh, yeah, and I love it. Look, Flavio really eagerly wants to banish this card.
Trying to banish it, but Sam is not sleeping. He chains it, and this is going to be enough damage. We're going to a game 3.
Oh, yeah, he just tickles the card saying attack, 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 attack. And we have a game 3 lining up for you guys.
Nice turnout of events. It was a very close one. I'm still really worried about Flavio. If he just fought a little bit more and used the Shark Cannon on the core, then it could have been a completely different game. But now we go back to the side decks.
Back to the drawing board, basically.
Yeah.
Now the mind games are on.
Exactly.
Is it going first for Flavio? Is it going second? What is your prediction?
You gotta be confused, because in game 1 you went first and it worked out. Now your opponent literally just let you start and it didn't work out.
Absolutely not. But I mean, as a fair point, his hand wasn't that strong. So maybe Flavio just hopes to go first and have a stronger starting hand.
I agree, but he probably is gonna stick to his instinct. But at the same time, I really don't mind his side decks. Like, he has Lancia, No Material, Nibiru, and Mind Controls, which are all cards that potentially can shut down the entire deck from Sam.
Yeah.
And if Sam is still gonna keep in cards like Evenly Matched and Twin Twisters, then you really don't want to open those either. So
that's right. And what is the most that Sam can actually do if he has to go first? What is like his biggest board he can create there?
He can do some pretty nasty things, let's say. Usually the best ending board is the full Orcus shenanigans, and on top of that you have Infinity and the Cybernetic Overflow. So pretty impressive, to be fair.
That's right, yeah, it's pretty alright, and Striker will struggle to play through it, but If a deck can do it, that's most likely Sky Striker, because they can take apart boards a little easier than other decks.
Yeah, something I really don't like, and I hope it was just smoke siding, is that I saw Sam siding in the Drone and Lockbirds. I'm not a fan of those against Sky Striker. Like, sure, it can work out, but it's very gimmicky.
Yeah.
Maybe it does work out if you use it as a kind of a like threatening lure. You drop it and then you OTK.
Exactly, that's what I was thinking. You just stop your opponent's turn and then you can have all the resources you need and just go for the full swing. So I can see that working out actually. I wouldn't be too surprised, but that would mean that you're going
just all in,
second, right?
And you're all in as well.
And if you go first, it's just a pretty bad
and if
card
you go
in your
first,
hand.
you open draw like in Sky Striker, that's not gonna be fun.
Absolutely not, yeah.
So let's see, and I did see Flavio side in Nibiru, so maybe there is a chance that he just mind game his opponent once more and let him start. So I will really enjoy that.
I'm kind of with you on that side. I actually hope that Flavio is going second here, because I think that would be the correct decision. And as they have their opponent's deck in their hands now, they already can tell who's going first, and it looked like Flavio actually just pointed over to him.
I'm pretty sure Flavio let him start, and he drew the draw and the twister, which are completely useless going first.
And we see the hand of
Is he an entire brick? No, okay, he has the Cyber.
Yeah.
So if that resolves, then he has at least a decent opening, but that's the only good card he has in his hand at the moment. So if, for example, a Nash comes down...
We predicted it. He actually has to go first with that Droll and Lockbird in hand.
And Flavio's hand is actually amazing. He has Engage, Ray, Multi-Roll, like it's such a good hand.
And also there can only be one is in his hand as well. That's the fifth card our screen does not want to show, as in the last game. But he has that as well.
He's going first.
That changes everything completely.
Why? Yeah. I was pretty sure he would have gone second, and now this can actually come back to hurt him, because going second against Twin Twister, Machine Duplication, and Draw and Lock, I really don't understand why he went first again.
But he does have there can only be one. But then there's Twin Twister on the other side.
Wow, I'm getting scared here. Also, he could have prevented this, but getting shaky. I'm getting worried about it.
Here we are, 2,227 duelists, cut down to 397, and then now here we are in the final round, where we are going to make that final cut to the top 64. Without further ado, let's bring on our duelists. We have Jakob from Denmark.
Hi.
Welcome.
Hi, I'm Jacob.
Sorry, Jacob.
It's all good.
I'm sure you've been called Jakob before, right?
It's incredibly hard to hear you.
Sorry. I'm sure you've been called Jakob before.
Yeah, it's all
okay,
good.
I'm glad I'm not the only one. Tell me a little bit about the community in Denmark.
It's a quite small one. It's pretty close. It's nice, but...
You guys work together to decide your deck for the tournament?
Yeah.
Did you think you were going to do this well in the tournament?
No.
No?
Before the tournament, it's always, if you do well, it's nice, but there's a lot of variance in Yu-Gi-Oh!, so you just have to take the chances you get.
Well, good luck. You've done pretty well so far. Please take a seat. And our other contestant is Quinton from France. Come on in. Oh, I like. The audience just scared me for a second. Do you want to say hello to the fans?
Yeah, hello. Yeah, just a friend, a bunch of friends of mine, just because, like, of course, YCS are huge events, and we, like, some of them is the first one, so it's kind of cool, great event, great experience, a lot of decks, like, so much, like, different decks, so it's really, like, so cool.
Tell me a little bit about the llama.
Sorry? Oh yeah, the Llama, basically it's a team from France called the Empire Llama, and our teammate, our boss actually is here. Yeah, just a bunch of team of friends with like some experience, great or bad, and yeah, so cool to be like one of them and to be proud of just like having their colors on me. That's pretty cool.
Okay, all right, please take a seat. Have you guys decided who's going first? Okay, so Jacob is going first. Nailed it. Okay, over to our commentators. This time we have a special guest. Marcello, take it away and introduce our guest.
Welcome to the last round of Swiss for YCS Utrecht 2020. As Luke was saying, we're joined here by Typhoon. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling fine. I'm not that nervous, but it's okay.
Yeah, it's always interesting to have some players. I can, of course, came just like you from the competitive Yu-Gi-Oh side, but it's always good to have some insight from players that just do so well. So for anyone not knowing you, you have been playing a lot. You're from Germany, of course, and you have quite a lot of success. So. And another reason why we decided to have you here is because, as we will see, one of these guys is playing the same deck that you used for this event. Can you tell us more about it?
So for this event, I played the Rocket strategy that won the UDS last week. The players are already starting. So Jacob, who's going first right now, is playing the Orcus deck, and his opponent is playing Burning Abyss.
Yeah, so it's definitely an interesting one, and this YCS basically showed us that all of these players, huge field, more than 2,000 players, a lot of different decks. And it's cool to see that we still, the last round of Swiss, have Burning Abyss against Rocket. It's gonna be an interesting one, but it all comes down to this. For one of these guys, the tournament is over. For one of them, they will advance to top 64 and try and win the event. Let's not talk anymore, let's go to the match. Okay, so we can take a look at these hands. Nice handshake, and Jacob is gonna start. What do you think of his hand?
His hand is really well because he has one Rocket Monster and Absol Router Dragon. That's already the 2-card full combo. So with that hand, he could already summon his field of Heretic Seal, Abomination, Savage Dragon.
Yeah,
so
and it's nice that he also has the Levianeer Art Drone without needing to search for it.
Yeah, he can either use it on turn 1 to rip a card out of Quentin's hand, shuffle it into the deck, or he can just keep it as a follow-up play for his next turn.
Fair enough. It definitely was a surprise when Shumping won last weekend, but you were telling me about the fact that many people disregarded the deck even though it won.
Yes, so it won the event last week, but out of all my opponents in the first day, only one knew the Rocket cards.
Exactly.
So the other people simply didn't prepare for this deck, and it really shows because we still have a lot of Rockets in the tournament.
Absolutely, and last round we were walking through some of the top tables and we saw Simony, a very famous player, losing to actually a very young player who is also piloting the Rocket strategy. We didn't feature him because he's guaranteed top cuts, but maybe later on we will be able to see more from this deck.
So let's go to the game itself. So he's doing his Guard Dragon plays, and if you look at the arrows, they're really odd because LP is pointing to Striker Dragon and summons to the zone Striker Dragon points to, so it's a little triangle. Striker Dragon is one of the key cards of the Rocket archetype, but you can actually use it with any level 4 lower Dragon monster. And it searches the field spell from Rockets, which is basically Will of the Salamangreat, but for 2 cards.
It's pretty important, and it is what makes this deck one of the best because it's just like the Link 1 monster pretty much gives you a lot of consistency in the deck.
So instead of summoning the Red Ice Darkness Metal Dragon with LP, he summoned the small Red Ice card instead. I think it's Red Ice Metal Dragon.
Yeah,
which searches
for it.
the big one. And this way he can use all of his Guard Dragons without blocking his zones.
Yeah, interesting approach to the deck. Something not so usual about such a combo deck is the Antrops. Like he's using, I think, almost 10 Antrops in his main deck.
Yeah, the core engine of the deck is very small. You only need 30 cards roughly, and all your combos start with 1 or 2 cards with the discards. If you have to discard for Dragon Ravine, so you can fill up your deck with hand traps or Cosmic Cyclone, stuff like that.
And he makes like the going second matchup a lot better in general, so it's...
So what he's doing here right now, he's using Quad Boral's effect to destroy his own Link monster, which allows him to special summon up to 2 different Rocket monsters from his graveyard. And if a Rocket monster is special summoned while the Lingerous Dragon is in the graveyard, he can just summon it back as a free Link material, but it will be banished after that.
What do you think is the counter to this deck? Like what Antrop he fears the most, like Nibiru?
The best hand trap against this deck is by far Nibiru.
Yeah.
So you can just hold it until they summon Savage Dragon. Right now you have to Nibiru them.
Yeah.
That's the point where you have to do it. Don't do it earlier, don't do it afterwards.
nice advice. So you listen from Typhoon first. If you have Nibiru against this deck, just try and hold it for the effect, as now it would be negated by it.
So the cool interaction this deck has with Nibiru is that Heavenly Spheres summons a dragon out of your deck, no matter how it's tributed. So if it's tributed for Kaiju or for Nibiru, it will still summon a dragon. And what happened a lot of time in the tournament for me, that my opponents would Nibiru me very early on, and afterwards I could still full combo them. So I OTK'd through Nibiru, I made full combo through Nibiru because they didn't know when to use it.
Yeah, that's
correctly.
definitely a useful thing to keep in mind. Do you agree with the Levian here, or in general, in a blind matchup, or would you keep it here?
I think I would keep it in a blind matchup because if you play against back row decks, this deck doesn't really have that many ways to pop back row except Unchained Abomination. But if he is afraid of maybe a combo deck or Mystic Mine, he could also just use Levian right now.
It seems like it is gonna pay off in this case, and
in the end phase he gets to summon one card with Silver Rocket, and this is also really. And he also banished one of Quentin's extra deck monsters. I didn't quite catch which one he banished. I think it could be Cherubini.
It's slightly off camera, but yeah. And with the Ash Blossom in hand, it's like even more than you need.
So Unchained Abomination, Quentin is reading it right now, and I'm very sure that a lot of our viewers don't know what it does.
Yeah, so we can bring it up for you guys on screen, as you can see.
So it's a link monster that can pop up to 3 cards in a turn. So in each end phase it destroys a card on the field, and he just uses it to target his own Silver Rocket. But it also destroys a card whenever a monster is destroyed by battle, or if a card is activated that destroys cards on the field. So he can trigger it with his own Rocket Tracer in Quentin's turn as a quick effect.
Yeah, and it works extremely well with cards like Red Reboot as well. If you don't go for a game, you can just destroy a lot of cards.
Yes, you can just destroy 3 to 4 back rows per turn.
Do you think like he can have any chance of breaking this? It seems like very hard, right?
If we look at Quentin's hand, he does have access to a lot of monsters with the danger cards and also Destrudo.
But he's playing just the one copy of Cherubini, so I would be surprised if that wasn't banished, but we can't quite tell.
Yeah, so the Burning Abyss strategy right now results all around level 3 monsters, but if your Cherubini is gone, you lose access to your Burning Abyss cards because you can't search them out of your deck. So he really seems to be struggling for an opening play.
Was there any reason in just like scooping up before revealing like your extra deck to your opponent? It's something that I think, as you can see. So Jacob takes game 1 quite significantly, but again, we are thinking about that. It is something that probably the average player wouldn't think of, but I think it's very knowledgeable. Like if your opponent doesn't know what you're playing, but you're obviously gonna lose to that, I think it's very important to consider just preventing information, right?
Yeah, so the decision he had to make right there was maybe his opponent doesn't know the Burning Abyss strategy that well, so he might banish a wrong card, like maybe Royal Sword Dragon or something else. And if he has access to that Cherubini, he can still win against a field like that. But he also didn't know what Abomination does, so maybe he just wasn't aware how good this field actually is.
Probably. It seems like he didn't know the deck that well, but regardless, I think game 1 was a lot based on the role there, because differently from Jacob, Royer is not maining any Anthrop. So now, though, the side decks are gonna change it, but you spoiled for me in the background. Jacob also has a lot of side deck cards, right?
Yeah, so after siding he can take out the hand traps that are suboptimal against this matchup for a lot of going second cards, and so Quentin does not have any cards he could side in going first. Maybe Twin Twists for the Mystic Mine, but nothing else. So he's playing a 40 card combo deck, and because Sekka's Light was limited on the last Forbidden and Limited list, he's playing 3 other spells instead. He's playing Foolish Burial, 1-for-1, and Card Destruction.
So we'll see. I mean, at the end of the day, he has access to Naturia Beast as well to prevent the Mystic Mine. So maybe He might side in a few end traps like the Ghost Ogre, but it seems like when you're playing such a heavy combo strategy, you probably don't even side going first.
Yeah, you just want all your cards to resolve.
Because he's doing something that we have seen yesterday as well, where you went with Fossil Dyna and all of this, trying to just get your opponent out of the duel.
So his optimal field would be Fossil Dyna with Avermax and Natural Beast, I think.
Probably close to that. He has access to a Beast Dweller as well.
It's not that useful against Rocket. You
Not that
prevent
impactful.
maybe 1 or 2 summons per turn, but not that much after that.
Absolutely. And
but if we take a look at Jacob's side deck, he's playing 3 copies of Dark Ruler No More and 3 copies of Evenly Matched, which can both deal with the Burning Abyss field.
even the the Pancratops is not very useful against the Dyna, but if you get rid of the Dyna with one of your rockets, then it's pretty
with a
useful
normal
as
sum,
well.
then you can maybe destroy the
Naturia
Naturia
Beast.
Beast.
Yeah, it's definitely looking like Jacob deck is more well-rounded.
yeah.
But we'll see. It's still definitely open, and a lot of things can happen here. Yeah, I don't think there is any option.
I think that's the biggest difference between these two combo decks, because one has to main deck 40 engine cards, while the other has 30 engine cards and can play more side deck cards, more cards that are adjusted to the meta game.
Absolutely, it's something we've seen with Spiral as well. Like sometimes these decks are just relying on a lot of cards to combo off. I think it's something that you were doing with the Zephyr deck as well, right?
Yeah, back then when I played Zephyr in a field full of Pendulum FTK decks, I played a combo deck that could main deck 9 hand traps, and it worked quite well.
So it's something to keep in mind, and let's see if it's gonna work out for him. Our players have drawn, so let's go back to them, and let's take a look. So I don't see any side deck cards in the hand of Jacob, so maybe quite an unfortunate one here. He needs to pick it up as the 6, no end traps either.
Yes, that's one of the weaknesses of the Rocket deck. It doesn't have any draw power whatsoever, so you really have to hard draw into all your side deck cards.
Yeah.
Oh,
wow.
He let him go first.
Interesting, but this might be actually a punish. He did draw Draw and Lock. How
This is
useful
one
is
of the only cases where Draw and Lockbird is really good against the Rocket deck if you open the Starleech Ciphered, because that means you get one search with the Ciphered, and then your White and Black Dragon and your Striker Dragon search won't go through.
But nice, wow, very, very bold move. I was thinking about it, but like looking at his side deck, I really didn't think he could afford it. But I guess with he sided in the Kaijus as well, evenly, but very brave here from
If I
Quentin.
look at Jacob's hand, I think he still has full combo through Draw and Lockbird, because he opened the World Legacy God Dragon, which can move the zone of God Dragon LP and Pisty.
Yeah, it was incredible with the War Chalice Ib, which unfortunately was forbidden, but you can still play the hard drawn copies.
No, he passed like that. Okay.
Do you think he didn't just see the play you were contemplating, or I guess?
That play is possible, but he would lose a lot of cards in his hand, so he doesn't get a search for White Dragon, and if anything else happens, like a Ghost Ogre, an Ash Blossom, Nibiru,
you're done.
anything else, then you're done. So he just goes for the safe play.
Now we see Farfa, our friend and
Guest
colleague.
appearance.
Is that even signed by him? Might
I
be.
think it's signed. There's something on the card.
It might be signed by him, so...
But we won't see a Farfa effect this turn, because it was special summoned.
Okay, so just forcing out the sphere.
Oh, and he was afraid of a Morphage Sloth or something like that, a Floodgate you can summon with LP, because he summoned 2 monsters before getting into battle phase.
Absolutely. Would be interesting to know if he special summon or normal summon the Libic, because otherwise I think it would have made more sense to bounce the Farfa, right?
Yeah, the one that was, I think both were special summoned.
Probably, yeah.
And now he can just normal summon the other one. So yeah, Rocket, the Heavenly Sphere summons the monster with 0 attack and defense, but Rocket Tracer has a quick effect to destroy himself, so he could just destroy himself to summon a stronger Rocket monster out of his main deck right now, so that Farfa can't beat over it.
Okay, so
yeah, Silver Rocket is stronger than Farfa, so the battle phase probably will end here without any damage taken.
Yeah, but now he's pretty much free to continue playing off. Yeah, he did special summon both, so now we're gonna see the Cherubini for the first time in this duel. And what a card, yeah.
Yeah, it's crazy.
It pretty much gives you access to the whole deck, so...
It gives you access to every level 3 monster in the game.
Yeah. Must be a good one, so... so he does have the Block Dragon in his hand already, which is...
Yeah, that's why he's sending Fiendish Rhino Warrior, because that's another Earth monster in your graveyard.
You want to send as many as possible, and let's see, guys. So like with these combos, what I'm concerned about is like here you really want to snipe the Block Dragon. Let's see what he is gonna get. I think the danger. And the good part about Cherubini is that it also protects your Burning Abyss monsters from destruction, because otherwise they would be gone right now with the Tsuchinoko. So, or like
it protects any card it points to. It's really strong. So you can even like maybe
Keep
summon
it,
a card of instant fusion and keep it longer than the end phase.
Yeah, it's definitely.
So right now I think he has to dig for more Earth monsters.
Yeah, let's see. Okay.
Yeah,
So,
he just asked why the BA doesn't die.
Yeah. So the other effect of Cherubini comes in, and here, what is he gonna mill? These are gonna be super important.
Yeah, he needs Earth monsters.
Yeah, because right
Two more
now
of
he
them.
only has one, yeah?
Yeah, he needs 2 more Earth monsters.
Can he mill some of them? Okay.
1, 2, yes!
Wow, he does! Nice! Perfect, just what he needed. And now he even gets something back with Seer, so... Just incredible how Burning Abyss is still valid like 6 years after it came out. Like, it's just mind-blowing to me.
Yeah, dude. It's also one of the decks that doesn't need a lot to get going. You just need 2 level 3 monsters and that's your full combo.
Yeah.
Depending on what you want to do. If you play the Block Dragon deck, you need more Earth monsters in your graveyard.
Okay.
He's going for Sayuja.
Saruja, yeah. Going all in for Saruja here, being quite brave, because we do know that Jacob was playing a lot of Antrop, so Ash Blossom, he has a lot of potential cards he can use, but he's gonna chain block it, of course,
Yes,
with the
he's
Dante.
going to put a lot of trigger effects in the same chain, and that way
Yeah.
Sayuja cannot be responded to by Ash Blossom.
Or, yeah. Let's see if he can pick up some of his Dying or like very weird cards. Droll and Lock is picked up again, and a Kaiju I see, but...
The Drawn Lockbird won't be that strong in the second turn.
Yeah. But the
it's still
question
a
is,
consideration.
does Quentin know about that? Maybe he doesn't know the Rocket deck that well, so you just try and hope that Droll gets you there.
I mean, it will still prevent something, because if
Yeah.
he goes to Striker Dragon first, then he can't search with
the Wyvern.
White
Yeah.
Dragon.
Okay, so...
It's also very dangerous to give a link zone to your opponent when they are playing Guard Dragons, because that means they can do their combos with one less monster. So all Salamangreat players are always afraid of Guard Dragons. Because
especially with the Legacy
Wolf.
card, yeah.
Yes.
Okay, Gallis and Sturgite, not the greatest target there, but gonna push a little bit of damage.
It's not that bad now that Turgid is at 2, because you
Yeah.
can just search the other copy
Fair
for next
enough.
turn.
We
But
saw actually a few players using it in Altergeist as well, just to get the Sangan. I saw
Yeah, Turgid in Altergeist is quite interesting because you get the Sangan, and
Yeah.
Sangan will give you a search already, so you can either search Multi-Faker or maybe a Hand Trap. And you can link both of them away into Cherubini and search a trap by sending the Phantom Knights of Silent
Yeah.
Woods.
It's definitely an interesting approach to the deck. We'll see if any of our Altergeist players in top cut. Okay, so going in here, Curious comes down, so again chain blocking any potential Ash Blossom from his opponent. And he's gonna do it this way around though, because he doesn't want to mill the targets from the Black Dragon with the Curious.
And he doesn't search Fossil Diner right here.
Yeah.
He probably sighted it out. Because
Maybe because he went second.
Yeah, he didn't expect it to be that useful going second. The Sir is milled.
Yeah.
Which can bring back another Dante.
Well, I think he already used it this turn, right? Yeah.
How was it shuffled back in? Do they have a way to shuffle Seer back into the deck?
I was thinking, but because I thought he was used already, right? For sure.
Yeah, I think so as well.
Is it back more than one? Like, okay, so now the Naturia Beast does come down. Card that maybe you not know super well, but
can it negate the World Legacy spell?
no, I was
Okay.
checking this, and as you can see, it does not negate cards that are already on the field. So,
but it could negate Boot Sector relaunch next turn.
But this is definitely relevant because would have been even stronger in that case. Doesn't seem to be super impressive here, but maybe.
He's summoning the Avramax with IP Masquerina, which means it also cannot be destroyed by card effects.
Yeah.
And going through Jacob's extra deck, I don't think there are that many outs to this Avramax.
Yeah, I mean, this is definitely an impressive one, but it does have side deck cards, so if he picked up like the Dark Lunar no more,
Yeah,
it would
needs
work.
Dark Lunar no more.
Yeah.
Oh, his top deck was Quick Launch,
Yeah.
which is really bad into Naturia Beast.
Absolutely.
Is Naturia Beast once per chain, perhaps?
No, once per chain.
I don't.
I don't think so. Yeah.
No, it's not
even
once per
once
chain.
per chain. Yeah.
Okay,
It's one of the old cards where like once per chain wasn't. They didn't think it was needed back in the day, and yeah, it's tough. So he needs to find an out to this Avramax because, as you can see, already on his own, it's quite strong. Because okay, and he gives the.
Yes, read it.
Yeah, I mean the frustration is real here for Jacob. Maybe, as you were saying, he doesn't even see the out, and well,
I think the only way to out it would be to summon Brawl Sword Dragon and Brawl Lord Savage Dragon at the same time, so that he can negate Avramax's effect in the damage step.
maybe it was like, yeah, looking at his extra deck. I mean, it's possible that with the side deck cards he does have a few outs to it, but
He also has to be quick because Avramax is quite huge and also always deals a lot of damage by attacking.
yeah.
But at the same time, Quentin doesn't really have anything left.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like the pressure isn't super high. Like if you just try and grind it out, like by open to draw into.
Yeah, if he had
Yeah.
access to the quick to the field spell, he could always summon back rockets in
recycle
defense.
them. Right now he is cut off that from the Naturia Beast, but maybe he can just destroy the Naturia Beast and.
I also
trench
think
it.
he has to make a decision now because
Yeah,
he was
he's
looking
playing
at
a
this
little
field for a long time.
slow. So and the Wyver Buster comes down.
That's smart because he's playing around the second round Lockbird by using Wyver Buster as a link material for Striker Dragon, so both searches will be on the same chain. If he's doing that.
Maybe.
Maybe
He's
not.
just not. Okay. Okay. Going for a Link Chew instead.
Probably Romulus.
But like, yeah, he has used the.
Oh, he's using Pearl Dragon.
Wow.
Maybe not.
Because I was thinking in general, like, but he already went through the sphere, right? Because otherwise it wouldn't be too complicated. Because the sphere is an out to it, right?
Yes, it doesn't target.
So
But
like,
there's also no way to bring it back into your
Yeah.
extra deck.
So it's quite unfortunate because that's gone. And can we look through the deck? Do we see the Dark Lure sided in? I didn't even see
I
them.
think he sided them in.
I mean, now the draw comes up.
Yeah, but as I said, he already has 2 searches.
Yeah.
But he would still need the Striker Dragon somehow.
But yeah, he
oh,
should
he
got the
searched the,
Raven.
wrong
Yeah, yeah,
field
yeah, yeah.
spell. Romulus searches Dragon Ravine and not
Ravine,
Boot
yeah.
Sector Launch.
nothing too serious. So now he can out the Naturia Beast, to be fair, right? So it shouldn't be too complicated to do that. But
no, he can only attack.
Because he's gonna force the attacks.
So
yeah,
he
that's
needs
right.
a card effect that destroys Naturia Beast.
Yeah, that's true. That's really strong. Wow, then definitely in trouble.
I think that's why he was looking for
Yeah.
the quad ball dragon, because that could just destroy Naturia Beast. Yeah, that's the weakness of Quentin's field. It doesn't really have any interruption for monster effects, and he can just pop off with his God Dragons.
Yeah, it might work against other matchups like the Shadows, because without the spells they are not really able to do anything. But in this particular one, maybe he found his worst possible matchup. Still not super easy.
He also hasn't used Rocket Tracer this turn yet, so he could just destroy his God Dragon spell card to summon another monster out of his deck.
Okay. Probably going for the
Yeah, he has to do a lot of link plays to get that zone free again.
Yeah.
So that
Does he realize?
No,
yeah.
he cannot do that. That needs 2 Dark Dragon monsters. We have to.
Okay. Yeah.
Call a judge maybe, because
Yeah,
they
we are
probably
gonna
also
for-
don't know the cards.
So we are gonna quickly try and fix them. Yeah. Okay, so yeah, our judges are just quickly telling them that
The Lingerous Dragon has to be summoned with Dark Monsters. But he used Romulus.
yeah. So here, as you can see, they're quickly fixing it. Luckily, we were able to inform them in time, so plays are rewarded and now rewinded. So okay, so back at it. Good catch, and now, like I was saying, do you think he forgot about the possibility of changing a zone without Naturia Beast, or is not just interested in it right now?
I think he forgot about that because he could just move the Mist Heat in front of Evermax and summon in the zone where Pist is right now. And because he doesn't see that line of play, he is doing a lot of weird link climbing plays so that he gets a free zone. So the easiest way would be to just maybe summon Triple Burst Dragon instead of the Lingerous to the upper extra monster zone.
Yeah. Now he's going again for Link 2. Okay, no, yeah, now he does go for the Triple Burst. Okay. Yeah, that seems like it was too complicated for no real reason.
Now Red Eyes Darkness Metal Dragon can be used again. And he does have enough monsters to go for Bowl Sword and Bowl Savage Dragon.
That's definitely the line. We'll see if he sees
maybe
it.
he doesn't see that play. Like maybe he doesn't realize that you can negate Evermax and dummy stuff. Because that's not something you go up against every single day.
No, absolutely. Usually
that's not something you consider while deck building. Like most decks do have an out because Gravity Controller, the new Link monster from Ignition Assault,
doesn't target as well.
Doesn't target. It's just like Grand Maul, and it can shuffle Evermax back into the deck. But yeah, some decks just really struggle.
Yeah. Sometimes it's just as simple as that. I mean, back in the day, even like Clifford Towers, it was the same concept. You just slam a big monster that's unaffected by pretty much everything, and most decks struggled with that. Oh. Okay, Abomination.
And he still didn't use Rocket Tracer, which but he has the quick launch in hand. Maybe he tries to pop to destroy Naturia Beast first before doing that. So now he discarded Dragon Ravine to destroy the Linger's Dragon with Quad Brawl Dragon, so he can special summon 2 rocket monsters from his graveyard, and then the Linger's Dragon is special summoned back because the rocket was special summoned. So he got 2 monsters for free, basically.
Yeah, a lot of advantage again, and I think he's definitely going for the play. Yep. Seems like he saw the line. Maybe not in this most straightforward way, but he's getting there. So
he needs 1 more monster to summon the Brawl Sword Dragon, because Abomination cannot beat over Avermax right now. Oh, Brawl, yeah, this is also strong enough, because it gains the tag.
That's true.
I didn't see that.
Yeah, that's even better, because you get the alpha of the attack from the monster you equip. So it's it's enough. So he's gonna negate it with the Savage, and now we're gonna get to use the effect, right?
So in the damage step, Abomination triggers because the monster was destroyed by battle, so he can destroy.
But yeah, the Abramax can get rid of it.
Yeah, so he can prevent some damage.
He's gonna see what he wants to send back, but like he's completely top decking. Only has the block dragon, I believe, of like usable cards in his graveyard. Stuff. It seems like this rocket deck is just working out perfectly from Jacob, and word of advice from anyone watching it, and especially our competitors left in the event. If you still don't know what these cards do, just
read them now.
Read them now. You still have some time if you're into the top cut. So, okay, he selects the Savage instead. Makes sense. But now he's gonna take a lot of damage, and
He also has the quick launch for the battle phase. That might be enough.
Maybe it's enough, yeah, potentially.
Because that's like 6,000 damage on the field already, and then he can quick launch into Tracer.
Yeah, because then
use Tracer effect to special summon something from his
He also
deck.
took some damage with the Abramax, right? So
yeah, that too.
It should be enough, I think.
The monster you summon with quick launch cannot attack, but he could summon the Tracer, which can summon another monster from.
Yeah, so I think he's seeing the line. Let's see. Does he have the... No.
No.
No, it's... I mean... he's probably not going to be punished for it, but definitely had his way around here, because he's only left at 1200 for Quentin, so...
Yeah, he could just pick another card of Quentin in his end phase with Silver Rocket.
I mean, yeah, I don't really see how... Especially because he picked second, like he would need a miracle to come out of this. Because he's not the one playing Mystic Mine, right?
No.
Yeah, because maybe that could
Jacob
have
was
been,
playing Mystic Mine.
Maybe that could have been a cool way to come back into the game, but not even possible right now. Yeah, it seems like Jacob did everything right, and now let's see if Quentin is gonna draw that miracle card. One last draw for him. It seems like the Sea Archiver. Yeah, Sea Archiver, so...
Does he have block during left in his grave? Yeah, he can summon that back. Maybe even into the zone of Abomination that will trigger Sea Archiver, but that doesn't really do
I mean,
that much.
I don't think he has targets left in the deck even to search for, so... I mean, the set Fossil Dyna would have been fun too, I mean, but it's almost impossible that it's gonna work out, so...
But Abomination can destroy a card in the end phase.
Yeah,
so
yeah, that's why it's like impossible that it happens, but... Okay. Yeah, Block Dragon comes down once more. Seems like it's an upfield battle for that monster, but...
One single Block Dragon against 10,000 monsters.
Exactly. The grind is real, so the Archiver comes down. Sure. Let's see. Okay, so now we're gonna see the interaction of the Rockets and the Abomination, so...
Yes, he will special summon a rocket monster out of his deck if he has any left.
Oh. Wow. He actually doesn't have any left because he did the
yeah,
other
Tracer
line.
cannot summon Tracer, so you have to summon one with a different name.
Well, yeah, because of basically the line that he did. If he did the other way around, hopefully he doesn't have already a warning for this, because that would be a bad way to end it. But doesn't seem so.
Yeah, that's one of the things of the Rocket deck, because most people only picked it up after Shunping won the UDS last weekend. They are not that familiar with the cards themselves, so you have to be really careful.
Yeah, I guess a warning is just a warning, but when you get multiples, then especially near to top cut, it can get ugly, and you really don't want that to happen. Yeah, I think the only link he has left is Phoenix, like as a link shoe.
The cool thing about Abomination is that it also triggers when your opponent destroys cards.
Yeah. So we're still waiting on it. It seems like they're probably gonna check if you received the previous warnings.
Yes,
it seems
that's
like
the correct procedure in this case. So they have to check first record, first tournament record.
Yeah,
first
but it didn't
history.
seem like it was anything serious, to be honest. I don't think it changes the game dramatically, even like in this case. It doesn't seem.
He couldn't bait any disruptions or anything because Quentin doesn't have any responses.
Yeah, but of course we're just gonna wait and check out if that's the option. Regardless of this, we can just have a quick chat about the event in general. Like before, we were talking about the event with Alberto, and our pick before the event was Invoke Shadow to win it.
Invoke Shadow.
Do you have a different pick? What's your opinion on it?
I don't really like the Invoke Shadow deck.
Okay.
Because I think it's very reliant on your fusion spells. And if you don't draw your fusion spells, the Invoke and Shadow cards themselves don't do that much.
Yeah.
My pick for the event would be Rocket because I played it myself.
Fair enough.
And I think there's still some good Rocket players in the tournament who could win it out of surprise because the other players are still not prepared for it.
Yeah, and honestly,
it's the underdog pick.
Yeah, if that happened, it would be like very weird in a way because it's like they warned us. So they warned us and we still didn't care, and we got punished for it. So maybe the Shumping legacy can continue this weekend. So.
I think another big weakness of the Rocket deck is Mystic Mine though, because the only spell trap negate you summon in your first turn is the Savage Dragon, and if they bait it out in any shape, you will lose to Mystic Mine.
But to be honest, it seems like Mystic Mine was just the weakness of almost everyone's deck.
Yeah, that's
this
the
weekend.
card of the weekend for sure. Like a lot of people are maining Mystic Mine in different strategies. You don't need burn cards or effect damage cards to win with Mystic Mine. You just can play it in any deck. In Shadow, in Spiral, in Altergeist, we've seen it everywhere. And
absolutely, and we have seen it even just as a side deck card. We have seen people just using the triple copies or even going like hard with the demise of the land and Metaverse. So,
do you think Mystic Mine got better now that people are playing Lightning Storm and evenly matched instead of regular spell trap removal like Twin Twisters?
I think it definitely is paying off for that reason specifically.
Yeah, because all these new cards which are really strong force you to control no face-up cards or no cards at all. And you cannot use them to out Mystic Mine except in like really strange scenarios where you tribute set a monster over your field and then use Lightning Storm. But even then it's really tough. I think that was also one of the weaknesses in my deck because I kept losing to Mystic Mine and I wish I played like regular Mystical Space Typhoon instead of Lightning Storm because I couldn't out that
For
card.
example, Jacob just picked up Shimp deck and he's playing the triple Cosmic Cyclone in the main deck.
Yes,
so.
he's playing triple Cosmic in the main deck, but in his side deck he doesn't really have out to Mystic Mine.
Yeah, I guess the Imperial Order and that's it. So.
Yes. And one interesting card in his side deck is Croakimero Drago.
Yeah, that's true.
Which is crazy against Shadow. All their monsters are dark or light, most of them. And if you summon Croakimero Drago with your Heretic Seal, maybe they cannot do anything after that.
Yeah, and it is...
because you can pick the App Cologne. You can banish the App Cologne in your turn with a Silver Rocket. And after that, they won't have any Wind Shadow Fusion monsters left if they are only playing one copy.
Sure.
And that means Croakimero Drago itself can be game.
Yeah, and it is what we saw Diego doing, but it seems like our match is back, so let's jump back into it. The Phoenix was summoned, and
which triggers the Archiver because it was summoned into the zone of
And the
abomination.
block dragon, so he does have the targets. Okay, yeah, I thought. I mean, it doesn't have the best target ever, but
Block Dragon can be summoned multiple times in a turn, right?
yeah.
So
But
maybe he
just
has
the search effect is
yeah,
what's
maybe he
preferred.
has enough Earth monsters left to summon another one.
It seems like he struggled a little in turn 1 with Earth Monsters, so like he had to get lucky there, so I don't know if he has enough. Well, he's trying his best, to be honest, and you can't blame him. Maybe if he has enough, just because of that mistake from Jacob, it could cost him the game, I think.
Now he has to read. Oh, the Linger's Dragon has an effect in the end phase as well. So if the Linger's Dragon survives until Quentin's end phase, it can destroy Nightmare Unicorn if I'm remembering that correctly. So that effect never comes up, but right now it could be because...
Yeah, but he says that he didn't declare an attack, right? So it's quite unlikely that that's going to happen.
Okay. Yeah. So
probably, I guess. I mean, might happen, but...
The correct play would be to destroy Quadroll Dragon.
Let's see.
Because Tracer doesn't have an effect right now, and the Linger's also doesn't.
And
do
it doesn't
anything.
seem like he has enough to summon the Black Dragon back, so I don't see how he gets out of this. Okay.
This triggers Rocket Recharger.
Yeah.
So when a dark extra deck monster is destroyed by Battle Block artifact, you can send him from your field or from your hand to the graveyard to special summon any dark monsters from the grave.
Yeah, but that was it. So he saw enough. So Quentin picks up his card. Unfortunately, loses 2-0 to Jacob, who will most likely advance to top 64.
Yes.
So we gotta, of course, give congratulations to him and feel sorry for Quentin. Still put up a good show for us, and hopefully will redeem himself. But yeah, it was an interesting match. We saw once more why you, a pretty famous player, picked the deck for the event. Maybe it didn't go as well for you, but for Jacob and many of other duelists,
Yeah, there should
it's
be
going well.
3 or 4 rockets maybe in the top cut.
Yeah, so maybe your prediction is gonna come true and Rocket is gonna take the event. But for the rest, of course, guys, you're gonna have to keep watching because now it's where it gets intense. So we're gonna have outside of Utrecht, like a couple of time ago, which was the YCS 200. It is the first time outside of that event where we have a top 64 for a YCS. So that's going to be exciting. You have even one more round. And next round, hopefully, we will show you the deck breakdown for top 64.
Yes.
Which I think is going to be one of the widest for any event, right?
Yeah, I can't really predict it. Like, we still had a lot of Spiral, but the other category was the biggest category going into round 12. So there could be anything in top.
Yeah,
cuts.
it was literally just walking through the deck. Anything can go up there, and still, as I was saying, a lot of action. We are gonna just check who is doing well. There are also some big names and big competitors going for the World Championship points. Because let's remember, this, by being a top 64 event, is gonna award even more points.
Yes, the first place will receive 96 points, if I'm correct.
Exactly, so it's a big deal. And this is the last YCS before national season, so
Yes.
the last chance for getting some points. Anyway, I want to thank you for joining us. Maybe we will see more of you. But anyway, now Luke is ready with the winner, Jacob, so let's go to them for the interview.
Thank you very much, Marcello. I am here with Jakob. I did get his name right. He just couldn't hear us on the stage, right?
Yeah.
I pride myself on getting people's names right because I'm awful with pronouncing people's names.
You got it perfect, so it's...
Yes. So tell us a little bit about that match. There was a lot of fans in the crowd for the opposing player. Was that a little bit intimidating?
Yeah, I think a lot of it was also the cameras and the high stakes of the match. I even the recharge I used on the last of his turn, I had for game on my own turn, but I just forgot I had it in hand, and instead of winning, I just didn't win. Yeah, so I was just sitting there when we had the judge was like, just sit there in my own misery, knowing that I could have won 7 minutes ago. Yeah, so that was bad. A bit of intimidation from both the cameras and the opponent.
Yeah, I mean I say this all the time on the live stream that you don't know what it feels like until you've actually done it. You can never predict what it feels like.
I've only done a written feature before, and it's quite different. Yeah.
There's a lot of kind of preparation, and I'm trying to think of the right word, but there's a lot of production value to the feature match instead of just a written one.
Yeah, there's a lot of production value. There's a lot of viewer and fan value for the people out there. It's much better than the written features, but it's also way more intimidating.
So I think that victory will mean that you're probably going to the top cut.
I mean, maybe.
I think so.
I think X2-1 is not guaranteed, so X2-1 is probably not guaranteed. So I'm hoping, but there's a risk I'm not in.
It always depends on the number of draws, because the more people who draw above you, it kind of pushes you out of the standings. But I think we did work it out earlier that some X3s will top. So in theory, you will be above them.
Yeah, but when you do the calculations with X3s, it doesn't take into account all the fringe situations you get with draws in the tournament, because it messes up the entire structure from round 1 to the last round, including people who doesn't drop but then doesn't show up. All these kind of things messes up the tiebreakers for people. So, I mean, if you want to top, it's best just to obviously win a lot and lose in the end if you are going to lose.
Honestly, I'm just trying to get you a little bit excited about it, but you're keeping it cool. You're keeping it cool.
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry about that.
No, that's okay.
It's easier if you mellow out your expectations. You don't get as distraught or annoyed afterwards if it doesn't work out, but it would be awesome if it did work out. So yeah, if my name's up there, you'll see my arms in the air.
Okay, well maybe you can come back here and we can do it again and you could be happy about it, yeah?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. What do you think? So, let's pretend for a second that you've got to play a few more games of Yu-Gi-Oh! For some reason in the rest of the tournament. What would you say is your worst matchup?
I mean, I don't like the Shidal matchup. It's very coin tossy. It's a lot about who starts, and it's a lot about who gets to set up their good lucks for the matchup. And when you do game 1, we have the slightly weaker luck against them, because if they can do Winter and then have the backup access to Winter, it's insanely hard to beat for my deck. And vice versa, if I get to set up, it's quite difficult for them, but it's more doable. After side deck, it becomes really close, and it's very much draw dependent. So that's a high amount of variance, whereas against a lot of the other decks, you have way more play to it. Like with this matchup, even though he made me go first when I sided in a couple of cards for going second as well, and I didn't have my Drago from my side deck, I still had a lot of playability after he did his combo on me. So that's one of the strong points of the deck, but it's also one of the weak ones, because you don't make as strong boards as like the Spiral deck.
You said so. You alluded to it a little bit there about the side deck. So how much of a chance do you think that side deck gives you in that matchup? What cards are you including that improve those chances?
I mean, there's the Floodgate cards, obviously. I have the anti-spells and the Imperial Order, just like Shunping from the UDS. Shunping is a friend of mine, and they made the deck together and taught me, so I actually knew about it before he won. So the deck is pretty good. Even when you mess up like I did, it's pretty strong. But yeah, you also have other cards that maybe helps you cheese out some wins. You also have like the Drago, which makes the Heretic Seal really, really good against them, because if all they have is normal summon, you force the battle phase with the Seal, and then you get out the Drago, it forces the rest of the turn. I've had opponents main an extra deck specific outs for this situation, which was obviously annoying. They're not as versatile for other matchups, but they really do help against me, so yeah.
You just you said something that is quite interesting, that you were still able to win with this deck even after making a few mistakes. Do you think that you do have to build your deck with a tournament that's going 12 rounds with that in mind, that you are going to make some mistakes throughout the way? Is that something you think about when making deck?
I think a lot of the really strong players, and maybe also some of the younger players, they have more longevity throughout the tournament, playing at their highest level. But some of us also have like lapses in judgment underway. So it's really important to have something where you have all your backup lines set, and it's not non-linear for every single thing you do. Like also my opponent with the Block Dragon deck, they have a lot of different combos, but they all boil down to doing the same amount of things with the same cards a lot of the time, which means you have something to go up to when you're in a situation where like, oh, I don't have time to think, or I'm a bit, I didn't get enough water, I'm dehydrated, whatever. So it depends on the player, but it's definitely an advantage for me to have something to lean up against.
We were talking with just yesterday. One of the feature matches was a Gemini FTK player. I don't know if you caught that one, but he was saying something similar, that we discussed about how there's kind of an end goal to the deck, but the route to get there, there's quite a few different routes. Do you feel that your deck's similar?
Yeah, I definitely do. You can see in the feature match I did the combo with double arrows down with the LP and the Striker Dragon, which a lot of people don't do. They go directly for the LP Pisti, which means you don't get the surge of the Striker Dragon to the hand for another discard. It also means you're very weak to something like Ghost Ogre. So even though it's like minute differences, you play around a lot more cards when you do it the right way, and you get a better position. We also added the Black Metal Dragon, which searches out the red eyes without a discard like the Brotar, which means if you have hand traps you don't want to discard, don't go for the Brotar play, go for the red eyes. The red eyes is also a one-card combo like the Cypher. It does lose out to like draw and Lockbird, so having the different routes is good, but they shouldn't be so different that it's hard to distinguish in-game.
Yeah, so you've got to be able to know kind of where you're going to go with them. Yeah. All right, well, that's it for the Swiss portion of the event. Thank you so much for the interview. For you guys at home, this is probably going to be a little bit longer of a break because, there's various things that have to be done. We got to rearrange the venue a little bit to accommodate for the top cut. So go and, grab some refreshments and prepare for the showdown that is the top 64. See you guys soon.
Disappeared out of here. It was time to pay my dues. Never guessed that you'd be dressed in my clothes and in my shoes. Thought you were so tough. You had it all under control. Now enough is enough. I'm gonna take back what you stole. Give it up, 'cause now I'm back. We're going in.
Big brother, you're here, you're here.
Hello and welcome to a special segment here at YCS Utrecht. As you see, we are joined by a couple of willing volunteers, very willing volunteers, who have decided that they would like to trade their dice that they got for pre-registration for a different one. Now we're on Team Christian, aren't we, Christian? You ready to run?
Yes.
But not yet. So first things first, we're gonna go second, so we get to watch them first.
Please?
We're gonna watch them run first.
Yes.
Okay, Rudy, tell us about your team.
Thanks, Luke. This is Florian. We are on Team Florian. And Florian, what die are you looking for?
Continuous trap.
All right, so we're going to do our best to get this dice as fast as possible. Luke, are you ready to start? You have the timer ready?
Yeah.
All right, then let's go. Move. Hi, guys. Hi, guys. We're looking for a particular die. Do you want to trade? No. Hi, guys. Hi, guys. We're looking for a particular die. Do you want to trade this one for a continuous trap die? This is a race, guys. So that's a continuous.
Yes, it's my motor.
Is this a spell? Oh, sorry. Sorry. Thank you. Thanks for looking up. Hey guys. Hey guys. We're doing a race here. We're looking for a particular die. Do you want to trade this one for the continuous trap die? Anybody got this one? No. Hello, guys. Can anybody listen up? This is a race. We're looking for a particular die, continuous trap die. Does anybody have it? Do you have one? You want to trade it for this one, probably? He's looking for it, and we are looking for it. That's a race, guys, so the sooner the better. Is this a continuous trap? Yeah. You willing to trade? Thank you very much. We're done. Oh. Done. Yes. All right, guys, we're back. Team Florian had a record of 1 minute and 30 seconds. Luke, now it's up on you. Are you ready to go?
We're ready.
We are ready.
3, 2, 1, go!
Okay, here. You have a counter trap dice? Counter trap dice? No? No! Guys, you have a counter trap dice? Counter trap dice?
No.
No? Next? No? No? Ah, no! Christian, we're losing! Does any of you have a counter trap dice? Counter trap dice. Counter trap dice. No? Nobody has? No! Let's go over here. No? No, Christian! No! No. No, counter trap. Yeah? We're running a competition, we gotta be fast. Yeah, trade. Let's go, run. Come on, Christian, let's go. Time.
2 minutes, 2 seconds.
Ah.
Okay.
We were so close.
But.
So we're back here. Rudy's got a huge smile on his face. Christian, we didn't win.
Yes, but.
But you got your dice anyway.
Yes.
Are you glad you took part in the dice challenge?
Excuse me?
Are you glad you took part in the challenge? Are you happy that you got your dice?
Yes.
Yeah? Okay, good. Rudy, you can have the final words as the victor.
All right, thanks a lot. Team Florian, we beat Team Christian by 30 seconds. How do you feel?
I had no doubt.
Me neither, to be honest. You happy with your die?
Yeah, I'm happy.
All right, guys. Thanks for competing. Thanks for doing this. It was lots of fun. Hope you guys enjoyed it as well. Stay tuned for more coverage of YCS Utrecht 2020.
Long ago in ancient times, a sacred game was played by both spirit and mind. 7 items hold the mystery, puzzle eyes, ring rod, scale, and key. Who will make the final stand and make the move? The answer lies in your hands. And whether you win or lose, hangs in the balance with the card you choose. Trust in the heart. The heart of the card that'll do. Remember to trust in the heart of the card. Time to do. Long ago in ancient times, sacred games played by both spirit and mind. 7 items hold the mystery. Just trust in the heart of the
And we're back with the coverage of YCS Utrecht 2020. I'm laughing, guys, because I'm here with Anki Shah from the US, and on the other side we have one of the best painters in Italy of the 21st century, Stefano Memoli, known as Leonardo da Vinci. So let's begin with our game, Pictionary. I just want to remind you the game: no attack, no defense, no stars,
That's it. Okay. You ready, Ankit? Yeah. This is the first one.
Cyberstein?
Yeah. That's correct. Next one.
Oh my god.
That's good though.
A Maxi?
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah. Next one.
Those dots. Genzo. No?
No. You know this one, you got it.
Monster Reborn.
Yeah, that's correct. That's correct. Yeah, next one. This is difficult.
Danger Totsunoku?
Yeah, that's correct. Next one.
Leonardo da Vinci. Sinister Serpent?
Yeah, perfect score. Next one. Guys, you can see that he's a perfect painter. I told you, he's the new Leonardo da Vinci.
Mirror Force?
Yeah, that's correct, guys. We didn't prepare this, I swear.
MST?
Yeah. What? Yeah, that's correct. Yeah, that's good. That's good. You want to split?
Bottomless Chapel.
Yeah, that's correct. Last one, guys. Your perfect score. Last one. Last one. Perfect score. Look at the details of the quality. That's the last one, guys. So if you want to skip, that's it. Otherwise, you
No, we're trying to go all the way.
can... Last one. "20 seconds.
Solemn Judgment.
Yeah, that's correct. That's correct. Great job from the Italian. Da Vinci's around, there it is. Okay, so guys, thank you so much for playing and see you for more content of YCS Utrecht. Stay tuned.
Gotta find a way just to play just a little game. Got a compulsion, wanna be a champion. I got this right in my brain. Summon the dragon, blue eyes white. Sending the sword to the feeling light. Gotta think, be wise, realize the situation. Animate your cards, make a power combination. Sick a bow, sick a bow, sick a bow, bow. Yeah. Wanna do, wanna one, wanna two. Sick a bow, sick a bow, sick a bow, bow. Wanna do, I'm brave. My
already saw the die roll being performed. And to be fair, that could be a really big
That is
part
a
of the
really
match
big deal.
outcome.
I mean, we have seen one Lunalight mirror match already.
Yes.
That was Mirko Zanelli versus Matteo Bertolezzi.
True, true.
And the dice roll winner did not win the entire match.
That is true. And we see Anthony's hand. He actually has a lot of Lunalight cards. You're not even playing that many, but he just opened a lot of them. He opened Kaleido Chick, he opened the Tiger, and he also opened the Emerald Bird. All of them being there to already go into the first Exceed play.
And there we go, it's the Force Tricks. I mean, he probably knows the matchup. He knows that he does not have to fear any kind of end traps. He does not have to fear the Nibiru.
Yeah.
He is just going for Force Tricks. The pluses are going to be made.
Yeah, and as we see, it is a mirror match, so why not already talk about their main deck list?
Yes, because we have seen something really interesting in Anthony's list.
Exactly. If you already anticipated this deck to be one of the best decks of the tournament, you probably would have had to build your deck for the mirror match too, if you have to face it in like the semi-finals, as both of them just have to do. And how did Anthony approach that?
I mean, in the side deck, he's running a lot of cards like No Materia.
Okay.
But in the main deck, he actually does not have a floodgate-ish target for Curious, the Lightsworn Dominion, and following Nightmare Griffin.
That's really an interesting decision. On the other side, Johannes has Imperial Order ready for him to do work. I think he played quite a few Sky Striker decks in the tournament, and just activating this card in your first turn, then you're basically good to go with the Sky Striker most of the time, if they do not have Cosmic Cyclone or Twin Twister. So really an interesting decision by Anthony to not main deck any of these.
You can still use Crescendo after your combo on the Cyclone or Twin Twister, so you can protect your order even.
Yeah, that's true. And let's see Anthony already going into the combo. And look at that. By summoning Tornado Dragon here, that actually indicates us that he will be able to summon another rank 4 Exceed, because he definitely wants to go into Abyss Dweller in this matchup.
Yes, pretty much indeed. And he popped the Lunalight Tiger in his scale to special summon back
nice
a Kaleido
synergy
Chick.
there.
Yeah, and there we already are.
Oh, and there
Abyss
is
Dweller
the second
going
rank
through
4.
3 rank 4 Exceeds in one turn, in your first turn. This sounds like Lightsworn to me.
Yeah, in the pre-recorded footage we actually saw Tom Feargoods versus Thomas Rose in the finals, where he was playing the Lightsworn deck. That was a good deck back in the days. But I think the Lunalight Orcus actually is way more exploding than that. I mean, you have just the negate from the Crescendo as well, so your turn just looks perfect. And you have Dingirsu at the end too, ready to protect all of your cards. And I think that makes that Imperial Order to be set so much stronger even, because you have the chance to actually protect it with the Crescendo and also protect it with the Dingirsu you will be ending up with. So you just have all the protection effects for your Floodgate, and it just seems worthy to actually main deck this card.
Yeah, especially looking at his decklist, he's running triple Cosmic Cyclone. That seems like a card you could run 2 of.
Yeah.
But I mean, he probably has his reasons, and he has been right so far. He's in the semifinals of this YCS.
He made it right here.
Yeah, he won the dice. So Abyss Dweller and Tornado Dragon on the field will be followed up by a Crescendo. Or wasn't it?
Is it set yet? It's not.
Wasn't activated. So
I mean, it's still on the field, so you can still use it.
Oh, there it is. Okay, I didn't see the card. I was just thinking, why is there no back row on his side? But there is one.
That's one of the main differences we already worked out, that he's not main decking a Floodgate to be set by the Griffin. And another difference is that Johannes, preparing for that mirror match a lot, actually decided to main deck triple Komongos, the Sticky Kaiju.
Wow.
And that can really work out in his favor, I guess.
He hasn't drawn it just yet, but he is activating dangerous effects. On discarding the Yellow Martin is really good.
Yeah, it is. Did Anthony actually already activate the Abyss Dweller effect?
Yep.
He has, right? Okay, so he's not playing into the Kaiju there, but just tributing the Galatea or tributing the Dingirsu also will help break that board.
I mean, tributing the Galatea will turn off the counter trap.
Yeah.
But still, it's going to be hard to break that board through Dweller, and the double protection of Dingirsu might actually consider to tribute away the Dingirsu if you draw it.
Yeah, I do agree. And I I'm pretty sure that it's hard to actually OTK through that board, but if you just can somehow clear it, that would be a pretty good accomplishment for Johannes in this situation, and I think he would take it. He just looks at his danger draws, he cannot really change them, he just thinks, okay, I will play out my opportunities as they come, and then hopefully be able to do something.
And there's another Tsushinoko being added to the hand, so I mean, he's going like full risk with these dangers, because as Dweller is active, the cards that get hit by the graveyard are there for some time, and they cannot be activated in the graveyard. So he's going to normal summon Skeleton
Yes,
now.
Skeleton. That's obviously not the Orcus card you want to draw.
Yeah, but it still is an Orcus card, so you can kind of access the Galatea Dingirsu engine.
That's absolutely true. So there is the Galatea, as you talked about it. And look at Johannes, he's like, I cannot really do much more, so I just have to go into Galatea. So there is the Dingirsu. That forces out the counter trap by Anthony.
And now he is, quotation marks, free to go. He's free to do whatever he wants. He can assume that Anthony does not have any kind of hand traps in his deck.
Oh, there's the next danger to be revealed. This time it's
I think he's going to hit it. He's going to hit it.
Was it Tsushinoko? No, yeah, it was Tsushinoko, right?
Oh,
and this time you predicted that he hits it. This could be very hard for Johannes. And look,
and he shakes his head.
He cannot do anything, but he protects the Dweller with the Dingirsu.
Now we're going to game 2. I mean, game 1 in combo matchups is never that...
can be pretty one-sided, yeah.
Hyper, you know? There's one guy to combo. After siding, those matchups get really interesting.
Yeah.
Because then it can be a 50-50. You might not even want to start. I mean,
I do think you have to start in the Lunalight Mirror match at the moment, but you have some very powerful cards coming back into the metagame, basically, because Gnome Material was basically off the radar as soon as Nibiru was released, because it seemed like, yeah, Nibiru is just better because you contribute the whole field and stop them after they made their combo, so that's perfect. But Gnome Material, throwing it on Nyala, if your opponent is just trying to summon Azathoth, then he's stuck with that Nyala in the extra deck monster zone, and that really, really can hurt you, and you basically have to pass on that most of the time, because you cannot use that Nyala for anything.
And you can do that basically on every rank 4. Would you try to mind game here? Would you not even would you side in Nibiru's and then hope that your opponent tries to outplay you by not summoning Nyarla and Azathoth, because he thinks that you're not going to side it anyway because it's a dead card sometimes?
Ooh, that would require your opponent to really, really think a lot. So that's a big mind game, actually, because you really need to have your opponent thinking around a lot of corners. So there's like not only you having like a lot of stuff to do, also your opponent has to do a lot of stuff, so you're relying on a lot of factors there. So I guess that's really not the way to go. We actually can really see what Johannes is boarding there, right?
I saw him.
He has Nibiru's in his main deck. Only... Oh no, he's putting them out, right? Oh, there's his side deck. Looks like he's totally going first, meaning that Gnome Materials aren't coming in, and Kaijus are obviously being boarded out as well. No Twin Twisters, no Reboots. That makes sense.
Yeah, absolutely. We have talked about Reboot a lot, by the way. That it wasn't the most popular card, but it seemed to have worked well for Johannes.
Yeah, it absolutely did work well. And as you said, they are coming in Nibiru's and Gnome Materials. What card do you play around first? Like, you have a route of play where you play around the Nibiru, where you first of all go into the Curious, and that plays around Nibiru, but that heavily plays into the Gnome. So, I know, other way around, you know, that played into Gnome, but you play around Nibiru the other way. So, what do you play around here?
I think basically, no material is not even that popular. I mean, it's a really popular choice for all the Lunalight players, because they expect to face Lunalight in the top cut.
That's true, that's true.
But you don't know if your opponent plays it necessarily. But you also do not know if he summons Nibiru during the game, if he sides it even. So I think I would rather play around no material if I see that my opponent is running the Lunalight in the top 4. Because it has been a popular choice in the Lunalight decks.
Yeah. So that would mean that Johannes would have to summon the Curious first. Now,
that's
finally
the first
declaring
card.
that.
That's the first card we can see in Anthony's hand.
No
material Lancea.
And Lancea
but he
as
needs
well.
cards to play with. Don't forget that he needs cards to play
that's
with.
not really a card yet. Johannes decided to keep in the Nibiru going first. Tanky will allow him to make some plays. But that 5th card's still relevant.
Another Lancea. I mean, that lets him survive for a turn.
I guess. But let's see, how can Johannes start it off? He's double Kaleido Chick, which is not really what you want to have either. But he wants to get rid of one of them with that Mothman here. You really want to hit a Kaleido Chick. What does he hit? He hits the Mothman itself. Oh no.
And now Anthony even gets the chance to recycle this one Lancia, which is kind of dead. Oh, the Zephyros, the elite. He can just
that's even
discard
better,
the
I guess.
Zephyros.
I guess you definitely discard the Zephyros there. But still, by the effect of Mothman, you can get rid of
Or you
the
discard the
Kaleido Chick.
Harp Horror. That
makes sense
really
as well.
strong as well. That was a
You
more
even-
than decent draw.
You didn't have your turn yet, and you already have Harp Horror and Grave, so your resources are set for the next turn. That's pretty good.
Who needs Mermaid?
yeah, exactly. If you just have your opponent playing for you. Like Dark World dealing
Yeah.
style.
So only 3 cards left in Johannes' hand, and he has to go through no material and artifact Lancia
Yeah.
without having called by the Grave in hand. And that looks like a tough turn for him.
Okay, so looks like he used Tiger Effect to summon back the Yellow Martin. And he goes into the Exceed play first. So he really wants
this
to...
is going to be answered by no material 100%.
Oh, it has to
Wow.
be. Yep, there is no
Wow.
material on Nyala, and that basically stops the play of Johannes.
And Nyarla, of
Ooh.
course, still resolves. Switches
Yeah.
out the materials. And then Martin triggers and searches a card, which is really strong.
Cool, you have some resources for the next turn, but do you even get to that turn? That is the question here.
I mean, he still has Nibiru on his own.
That is right, yeah, that Nibiru could really save him. The decision of letting that Nibiru stay in his main deck could be the key factor.
I
to
mean,
win
your
it here.
opponent, like, this is the mind games we were talking about. Your opponent won't expect the Nibiru if you're going first.
Yes, definitely agreed. That is a good point. He summons out the Yellow Martin by bouncing the Tiger. Now Tiger can special summon back another monster. He just summons out a lot of
Yeah,
monsters
he's
to actually get a defense, right?
Building up some defense, and now he can activate the Lunalight Kaleido Chick again, which leads to another cost.
Yeah, Johannes is doing a good job in just getting the resources ready for the next turn. Little does he know that that next turn will also be met by another Lancea.
Yep. Even 2 Lanceas, then he can't.
Yeah, definitely. Because the first
Banish
Lancea
anything twice.
might be thrown like soon. There comes the Lancea.
Yeah.
Johannes could actually chain the trap to that, but he doesn't bother doing so.
So Tanky is activated. And
Tanky
he's just
searches out
he
Tiger. He has
trying
all
to-
the Lunalight cards now.
Yeah. This
That
is just a defense that he's trying to build up. Like, he's building a wall.
He definitely builds up a wall, but is that wall of furries actually good enough to withstand the attacks of Anthony?
Just look at this.
He just summons all of the Lunalights. He has double Kaleido Chick. He has Yellow
He
Martin.
doesn't
has
even need
Emerald.
extra deck monsters for this.
Oh man. It would be so cool if you could use all of that for something, but it's just a defense wall. No material really shining in this mirror match. And underlining the decision of both players to side deck this card, it really helps in the mirror match. And you really need it because that turn would have been just... That game would have been over basically for Anthony if he wouldn't have had that no material. Because Nibiru would have been dead because that was before the 5th summon. He wanted to summon the other pot. So yeah, the no material was just the perfect answer. And Johannes actually being from Berlin, so I had the glory of watching him test a lot, and he was testing this deck for a while now, and it was crazy how he was thinking about every single extra deck slot. He was like, oh, I have 13 extra deck slots now, and I will be testing like 20 other cards which will be going in
They
there.
went XO in the 3v3 as well,
Yeah,
right?
it's like a nice story. 3 of them are playing like the same deck, worked on the deck for a while, all 3 Berlin guys, and they went 3-0 in the 3v3 on Friday, as you say, and now Johannes just did very well in the main event. The other 2 nearly top 2, and yeah, now it is Johannes' turn. He's the only one left of them, and he tries to make it happen for Berlin as well, right?
Let's just see if Anthony plays around the Nibiru. We are going to see that just now.
That seems like it is the first Exceed summon, okay. You have to go into Nyala there, right?
I mean, do you?
Do you have enough resources to still push? You have Harp Horror and Graveyard, you have the Zephyros.
Yeah. And he's going for a Link monster.
Okay. What Link monster is the Link monster of choice here?
Phoenix.
And then probably just going for the Orcos cards, yep. And he only has Lancea left in hand, right? So he has to discard the Lancea.
So now
there
he's
it
really
is.
all in. He is all in.
Oh wow, that Nibiru can really hurt him now.
Yeah.
This could really turn out to be a favorable outcome for Johannes. I can see Johannes winning this game, actually. That Nibiru will hurt Anthony so much. There comes the Tiger.
I mean, you don't know
it's getting
if he...
intense here. So he definitely is on tips on 5 summons now.
Does he even know if he wants to... when he should activate the Nibiru at best? I mean, do you just do it after everything? Yeah, right? There's no hard negate. He might go into Appaloosa. Does he play it, though?
That's a good question. You have his list.
No.
Yeah, it's really tough to actually fit in Appaloosa. Yeah. Like, the Berlin guys also considered it, but they really did not have space. That's also a card that plays around Gnome and Nibiru well, but you have other cards to play around with it too, so you really couldn't go the Appaloosa way.
So does he summon Forstrix or does he summon Nyarla? Because on Nyarla summon...
Yeah, that will trigger it. Oh, he goes for Dweller.
That doesn't help him too much.
I guess the plan must be to OTK here at the moment, and Dweller definitely doesn't help a single bit.
I mean, Dweller is not the OTK card.
No, it's not. It just forces your opponent to be unable to play next turn, which, I mean, could be good, but if Nibiru hits the field, then Dweller cannot do anything next turn, so... Ooh, he's actually wasted the Dweller. So if that gets into a grind game, Anthony will be out of his Dweller.
No.
And Johannes still has his Dweller in the extra deck. So Johannes really looking at the board, really waiting for the perfect moment to drop that Nibiru. And I already want to see the face of Anthony when that Nibiru gets released. Oh. But the Nibiru will be big, right? The Nibiru token, it will have so many attack points.
Yeah, 100%.
But I guess Johannes will probably be summoning it in defense position. I would advise him to do so.
How easy can he get over the token? I mean, he can just easily go into Phoenix Mermaid.
Yeah, yeah.
So he can Dingirsu it out, and that's going to be a bummer for him.
Absolutely. So, seems like they're kind of discussing something with the judge, but there was everything right, I guess. Yep, they seem to be happy with how everything turned out. Now they are, at least. And he's probably going into Boris Rod here, right?
I think this is Longirsu.
Is it Longirsu first? Yeah, right, that's a link free. Okay, Longirsu comes down. Still no need to actually pull off the Nibiru yet.
No, you just wait until your opponents use the skeleton.
Yeah, just use all your resources. Feel free to use all the resources you have. If there would be a Galatea that could search out something, maybe you would like to do it on that at some point, to not give your opponents a chance to set up the counter trap. But if you're tributing the monster anyway, so where's the point in using it then? Johannes there tried to blow over the Collider Chick to the opponent's side of the field. And Anthony, maybe he realizes that his opponent is probably having Nibiru here, because Johannes still sitting there calmly, and by his body language, I think you can kind of tell that he's more than happy to actually still play on, and he does not look like, I'm losing at the moment. So that could be an indicator for the Nibiru.
I think he's trying to put on a poker face.
Yeah, he is trying, true. But on the other side, I think he looks pretty confident, or not? But I mean, he was looking confident from the first moment on. We saw him on the stream. He just came on.
He's just acting to be confident, even though he is confident. You know, he's
double mind game.
Yep.
The double mind game happening.
So Galatea is summoned.
Yeah, I've discussed that with Marcello earlier. When you're like actively counting the summons of your opponents, you can probably tell that your opponent does not have the Nibiru, right?
Yeah.
Because that would be like a super good double reverse poker face, because how cool must you be if you bluff the Nibiru and you really have it?
There we are, Nibiru the Primal Being.
Oh, that new God Sacrifice is coming down handy here. Oh boy, and he's already calculating how much attack points
Quick muffs
are there for the token.
That's a lot. Let's try it. I really don't want to, but let's try it. No, let's not do it.
Absolutely fine. The Yellow Martin has to be banished because it was summoned by Zone's effect. And there is the token. Nice YCS Judge token.
So harmless. It looks so harmless, but this token really packs a punch.
It is so big. So Anthony, can you even do anything more this turn? Or is he just left with the token?
I think since he's used Galatea, there is no way that he can recover from this turn. It should also be like his Orchestra engine that he's playing is relatively small,
Is it? What is he playing?
I mean, he's playing 2 Horror to Nightmare.
Okay, okay. And only 1 skeleton, of course. You don't really want to up the number of skeletons
It's going to be
all.
really hard to recover from that, as he only plays 1 Galatea and 1 Ningirsu and 1 Long Girsu.
Yeah, so that might be the rare case of a Lunar Knight Orcus player getting gnomed on the Nyala and still being able to win because they have the Nibiru on
he
their
still
own.
has Gizmek Orochi, the Serpentron Sky Slasher.
Yeah, but I mean, he still went through Mermaid already this turn, so if he would have his Orcus cards available, that would be pretty cool, but he already went through these, so that's not really a good place to be in still. Oh, and Johannes also having the Serenade Dance and the Perfume in graveyard, so he has multiple effects he can trigger in the graveyard there. But he actually already has all of his Lunar Light cards on the field and in the graveyard, so there's no real point of actually searching them or special summoning out from the deck.
I can just choose what he wants to special summon because he has double Tiger.
Yeah, right.
But they have the same scale, so he can't pendulum summon. Why is that? That must be a misplay.
So what is he going for here first? Is he going for Tornado Dragon?
Force Tricks?
Oh yeah, Force Tricks, because he just wants more cards. That makes sense. There's Force Tricks.
He can search out Zephyros,
Yeah.
normal summon it, go into the Lunar Light combo by bouncing the Tanky or the Tiger, and then he also has discards for Mermaid.
Yeah.
So that's really strong.
Sephiroth being the one card he couldn't search of the Perfume, so nicely done by searching it out with Force Tricks. So now comes the Serenade Dance. Okay, he discards the Sephiroth, good way to get it into the graveyard immediately. And what are you specially summoning out there? Okay, the third Collider chick hits the field.
And Anthony, all of a sudden, not looking too confident anymore.
He felt so great when dropping that Gnome, but now it looks really, really bad for him. Oh, Johannes can afford to actually discard Foolish Burial for his Mermaid. There comes the Orcus Nightmare. He is actually ready to pull off the Boral Sword this turn, but can he OTK through Gizmek, which can then be special summoned again this turn, and the token? That's kind of hard, right?
It seems to be hard, but he could just grind.
Yeah, I mean, the grind game favors him at the moment a lot.
Yeah, I mean, Anthony does he have a way to access his Orcus cards at all?
It doesn't look like it, especially if Johannes actually goes into Dweller, which could be the point here at some stage of the turn, and there already happened.
Oh, he
that takes out
from
the
activating Gizmek.
That prevents the Gizmek. Really nicely done there, Johannes. Nicely done. And there comes the Link Summon into Galatea. That also was a big discussion point between the Orcus Lunar Light players in my region. Do you play double Galatea or do you only play 1 Galatea? Because if you go first, there really isn't a point of using 2 Galateas. You can just have the 1 and you're usually going to win with that. But from time to time it comes up that you have to summon the second one. And I saw it being changed pretty late by Johannes on the deck list. He made a 2 out of the 1 and he's now playing double Galatea in his extra deck.
So he preferred the resource game over the explosiveness of his deck.
That is actually true.
Very interesting.
Is Anthony also playing double Galatea? No, he's only playing 1.
Only
Yeah, there you
one.
can see it already.
Yep.
It's like a discussion point in the deck.
That's why I said he couldn't access his Orcus engine anymore, because he just has 2 Orcus in the deck that do not recycle anything from the banished pile.
Yeah, and looks like that's going to be Boral Sword, right? Oh no, still it is long. Oh yeah, it is Boral Sword.
Yeah.
And can he get rid of that super big token though?
I mean, he's gonna go
for Dingisu, right? Dingisu would just send away the token and then that's actually game there.
Yep. What a turnaround.
Oh, Johannes really having the favor of Nibiru and being able to OTK here. He's already nearly over the finish line to make it 1-1 to equal the score here.
And he just doesn't want to forget anything. He just checked his grave again. Now he's calculating.
And there is the attack. Oh, the Gizmek being in the graveyard. And these attacks will do it. Anthony nodding his head. That is the 1-1. So
we're
round of
going into
applause
game
in
3.
the hall. We have a game 3 coming up for you guys. So what are the mind games now in this sideboarding? Is there a difference between this sideboarding and the last one? Probably there is, right?
Yeah, they will just completely turn it around.
Exactly.
And now Anthony is going to be really aware of a Nibiru.
Oh, he will be. He definitely knows that this card is around. So he may be assuming that he has to play Nibiru more than Gnome, but
I don't think he is. I think that he is still going to respect the Gnome.
As you said, both being Lunar Light players, and in the Lunar Light player minds, it seems like this card really, really made their way into the sideboards, and yeah, both of them maxing out on Gnome materials, so you should definitely play around the card.
Gnome material is just so crazy.
Still, like, Johannes has quite a few cards for the mirror match, because he's also playing Super Polymerization.
Yeah.
3 copies of that, 3 Nibiru's, 3 Gnome materials. He already had triple Kumongus in his main deck already.
Yeah.
So actually he tried his best to maximize on his cards to draw in the mirror match, which can then secure him the win there.
I mean, it also really helps versus Sky Striker.
That is true. That is absolutely true. Yeah. But there you already have your Nightmare Griffin setting your.
Yeah, I mean going second.
Yeah, true. Yeah, you're right. Going second, the Kaijus are really working out.
Still, this is going to be really intense. I mean, Johannes would have lost the last round if Anthony just went for an Azathoth.
Yep.
There was no reason in really summoning the Dweller.
That is true. The Dweller was completely useless. And he could have just baited out the Nibiru, and then he would have had all of his Orcus plays left.
He could have just gone the safe route.
That kind of was a misconception by Anthony there.
Yeah.
He just felt too safe with that Gnome on Nyala.
Yeah. And
he already was in chill mode.
Yeah, he was like, okay, I'm going to do everything I can.
Yeah, and now it comes down to game 3. And Johannes being on the upswing now, winning that last game, maybe having a mental advantage actually, because he is on the uprising and Anthony dropped that game, as we just discussed. He maybe made kind of a misplay because he didn't go into Nyala Azathoth first. So that could be spooking around in his head still.
Sometimes players make mistake when they are really secure about winning. As they already won the first game, they're like, yeah, I can drop this game. If I have to, I can drop this game.
Yeah, it is true.
And then they are willing to risk more. But this is not going to happen to him again. He is now going to focus 100%. This is the final match for the semi-finals of YCS Gent. It is about getting to the finals. And it's going to start now.
Yeah. First YCS top, first finals would be a pretty good resume, I would say. Oh, and look at the starting hands. It comes down to that. We see Mothman, I think Kaleido... No, it was Yellow Martin. That's the first card that appears on the screen as well for Anthony. And probably the hand of Johannes is even more interesting because we need to know whether he has any interruptions or kaijus. And look, he's nodding. Did that mean that, yep, I can do it, Or did that just mean, yeah, you have my hand typed into the system there?
I think it's rather the last one. I wouldn't.
Yeah. Oh, Anthony starting with 2 Orcus monsters, which he probably happily discards here.
Yeah.
Like, hitting the Nightmare here would be pretty good for him. Yellow Martin also a very good discard.
Yeah, it gets rid of the
Yellow Martin, that's a good start.
Oh, there's Lancea in the hand.
Oh, yeah, right. Yes, Lancea. And what does he have as well? Did he have additional interruptions? I didn't really see it yet.
Ah, there we have it. It is. Wait, do we have it though?
Yeah, it's not on the screen yet, but we have it on here.
But
oh, there's no Lancea. Did you really see Lancea?
I'm pretty sure that I saw Lancea, but...
Lancea could have maybe been Mothman too. Kind of similar artworks. But let's focus on the cards we see being played on the table there.
How? How are Lancea and Mothman similar?
Both kind of darkish, I guess.
Oh, and there we have it.
Okay. Oh.
So
it's probably no Lancea.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, Johannes cannot interrupt that at all. And Anthony freely going into his combo there. Phoenix.
Hello and welcome back. We are here in the top 64 and I really wish I could express to you just how crazy of a matchup we're about to see. We have 2 of our world competitors from last year duking it out in this top 64 and the story only gets better from there. But first, let's bring on one of our competitors, Gabriel Soucy from France. Please join us, our current European champion. Gabriel, how's it going? Sorry, I wish I could shake your hand. I got no hands. How's it going?
I'm good. I'm just tired.
Tired? It's been a long event, right?
Yeah.
Only a few more rounds to go, I guess. How are you feeling about this? I could stand and talk to you forever because we have so much to talk about. But how was Worlds? How did it go? How are you feeling? Just tell me things. I'm too excited.
World was really good, and I'm so happy to top again in this room in the same places that I won the European Championship with. And I lost the first round yesterday, as I did in the European Championship. So I think I'm confident. I'm just gonna play my game, and I hope it's gonna be a great one.
Okay. Thank you very much. Please take a seat. And our second competitor is Vitus Kroh from Denmark. Please come join me. Vitus, talk to me. Tell me how you're feeling.
I'm really excited and I'm also a bit nervous.
Yeah, look at the camera. You don't look at me. They want to see you. So you got second place in the World Championships this year, right?
Yeah, I did.
That's pretty amazing.
Yeah, but I misplayed in the final, sadly.
That's okay, but still, I think it's a pretty amazing accomplishment to get second place.
Yeah.
Are you gonna try go to the World Championships again this year?
Yeah, of course I will. It's a lot of fun to be there, so.
I'm glad you had fun. I've got a fun fact for you and for everyone at home that you're actually half the age of Marcello Barberi, the juggernaut himself. How does that make you feel?
I don't know.
You guys can't see, but Marcello is blushing right now. So I don't know what to say. We could again talk forever about the World Championships, but please take a seat. I can't believe that the stars have aligned for such a matchup. Yeah, I have nothing more to say. Please take it away, Marcello, double the age of Vitus, and Alberto.
Welcome to the top 64 YCS Utrecht. We are definitely as excited as you, Luke, and everyone else in the room is. You can just feel the tension building up in the air. I'm here with Alberto now, back. I mean, aren't you older than me though, Luke? So it's too bad. But it's definitely good. I'm super excited for it because just as we were seeing, we have the new wave. It doesn't get us just as better than this, because Gabriel kind of was considered the new wave as well, because it replaced me in a way at the European Championship in Utrecht by becoming champion, and he is also a young player.
Yeah.
But
that's why you don't play anymore,
yeah,
right?
Exactly.
That's
I'm
why
just not.
you're getting older, so.
Yeah, I'm too old for this anymore. But I'm just super surprised. Like, Vitus showed up so much skill. I was so impressed. Like, not only is he this young, I was looking through his matches. He destroyed like players of the caliber of like Simoni, a lot of huge. And now it doesn't get better than this. He's up against the European champion in charge. If he wins this, it will be so epic. If he doesn't, still, I think it might be the youngest player to ever top a YCS,
Yeah,
to be honest.
I think so. I mean, we have been watching him throughout the whole weekend, and he's a really incredible player. Like, he played throughout 4 end-traps in only one game we saw.
Yeah, like it's so incredible with the deck. And he's playing Rocket, so we just saw that deck, but I'm gonna allow you guys to show the difference between a player who was really good last round with Jacob, but Vitus, not only is this young, he plays super fast. Like, he was playing so fast with this, super confident, but he's up against a monster himself, Gabriel, who is still playing Salaman Great. It is the deck that he won the European Championship with.
Exactly.
A lot has changed because the last Forbidden List saw Stalio being banned, but he still found his way. But before jumping into the match, I want to show you guys what you've been waiting for, the deck breakdown for top 64 of Utrecht. So let's bring that up on the screen. Here it is, just as wide of a competition as it was before. Spiral still standing on the top.
Yeah, when we started the tournament, Salaman Great was the most represented deck so far, but I'm not that surprised. Most of the good players relies on Spiral and Salaman Great as well. I mean, there are only a few invoked Shadow. Are you surprised?
Yeah, I guess it was definitely represented, but some players just fell victim to the fact that this is such a wide format. As we can see, Altergeist, who wasn't that high up there, had an incredible conversion rate and is one of the favorites to actually take these decks. But we still have so many different decks. It's basically 20 different decks in the top cut, which is absolutely astonishing. And we'll see how this develops once we get to the top 32. Anyway, that's enough for the talk. We are gonna jump right into this match. Who is gonna make history, Vitus or Gabriel? The hands are drawn.
Let's see who
and
won the
it's
die roll.
a very interesting one for
Okay,
Vitus.
so
He draws a lot of non-engine cards with just the rocket, so...
Yeah, as you can see, Vitus starting to play incredibly fast, as we were saying before. And every single opponent that played against Vitus, most of them needed to read the cards, because none of them
knew this archetype so well, and
yeah, so the Striker Dragon comes down, he will be able to get the fuel spell from the deck. You really wanted to see a little more here, because when your opponent doesn't open an end trap, and this was my big concern with Gabriel. So we saw Salamangreat being the second most represented deck in Top Cut, but he's only playing DD Crow outside of the obvious Ash Blossom.
And one good thing from Virus is that if your opponent doesn't know how to play against your deck, you have a huge advantage. I mean, he could advance in the Top Cut deeply, in my opinion, and also in this part, Gabriel doesn't have any end traps, so
unfortunately, it's quite a slow opening here from Vitus. Not what he wanted to see, but he does have a few interruptions, and the end from Gabriel is also not incredible. So maybe these end traps from Vitus will stop it. So
yeah, he really needs to activate the Foxy here just to pick up something out of his deck. I mean, if you were Vitus, would you activate the Foxy?
Okay, he doesn't negate it here. Is he gonna reveal something? Not that great. He already had the copy of Roar, so it seems like it will be a slow start from Gabriel as well. Let's see here. Thankfully, he does have the Will, which is probably one of the most important cards in the new Salamangreat deck.
Yeah.
But yeah, the options are very limited here. Like, he can use the Will and try and climb into the Wolf.
Yeah, I mean, he could just activate the Will to bring back the Foxy and then go into the Sunlight Wolf. And then he can reincarnate it just to prevent him next turn with the Roar.
But the Cyclone is flipped here by Vitus, completely stopping Gabriel's plays. Now he knows that the only card he has to deal with might be the Roar. And the Call by the Grave are there, but that's it. Like, he completely stopped the plays from Gabriel. So we're going to have a very slow first game here. Both players not really doing anything.
Yeah, now Vitus really needs to draw something, but I think that anyway, Gabriel has I mean, he has the Roar, he has the Call by the Grave.
Yeah.
The turn after, he has the Foxy.
The only concern, he needs to set this Call by the Grave in a different zone, otherwise he is gonna get caught by the impermanences. It seems like he might have set one in the same zone, but let's see. He tries his best to play around it. What is Vitus gonna draw? I think it's the Silver Rocket, which would be pretty usable. But it's tough to play around double Call by the Grave and the Roar.
This is going to be quite tough for Vitus.
But this is also one of the reasons why Rocket is doing well. It's a very explosive combo deck, but it can also grind.
Yeah, I mean, one key factor for Rocket, in my opinion, is that most of the players don't really know how to deal with it. So you don't really know where to activate the hand trap, where to respond, and you really need to be careful, because otherwise you can really be shut down by this deck. It's really powerful. Like, you have a lot of plays thanks to the new Link monster, and then it abuses of the new Abomination Unchained card, which is pretty good.
Yeah. So, and here it comes down. So he does have the Absolute Rare, which is, for you guys, I'm going to bring it up on the screen. One of the best extenders to just go off for your combos, but let's see. The Call by the Grave definitely are going to help Gabriel a lot, but he needs to pick up something from the top of his deck, otherwise he's going to be in trouble. Luckily, he does have the Foxy, but he's definitely not comfortable here.
Yeah, I mean, also because Vitus has the Ash in his hand, and I mean, Gabriel has a couple of responses, but I think Vitus is sitting in a better situation here.
Yeah, and here he plays really well. He knows that he shut down the Roar, and there were actually 2 copies, so we are gonna see a Call by the Grave being used here, most likely. We'll see. He can add the second copy of the boot Sector Launch if he wants. So
yeah, I think Gabriel here can okay, no, he decides he decides that
yeah, because the boot Sector Launch, okay, it seems like he took a moment more than he needed. He's just gonna I think that might have been a little too late, in my opinion, but they were allowed it to resolve, and I don't even like this Call by the Grave that much, to be honest.
No, I mean, also because like he had the copy in his hand.
Yeah,
so
you knew that he searched for one, and now we can potentially go for a slow play with the Erratic Spheres, or he can try and combo off
with the beat cop.
Yeah.
Okay, interesting. But now the second call by the grave will hurt a lot. But I'm... let's see.
I mean, yeah,
I'm
because
concerned.
otherwise he could search a rocket car from his deck. I think Gabriel here needs to activate the call by the grave.
That's why I was really skeptic about the first one.
Yeah, I mean, it was not that I mean, it was not that powerful. I think I would have saved it because otherwise here you're really... I mean, you only have to roar set.
Yeah. You have to use the call by the grave here, and unfortunately the beat cop is not going to be that great. If you went for the erratic spheres, I think this would have been a lot better.
Yeah.
Definitely unfortunate. I'm not sure why the beat cop was better in that situation, but still close game. We have double impermanence face down and Ash Blossom, so. With the double roar set, I think Gabriel really needs to pick up
at least
like
one monster.
The Buffalo.
Oh, okay.
Okay, I mean, it's not that great.
Yeah, I mean, you can. Because Virus has he has the impermanence.
Yeah. So impermanence comes down on the debug, slowing things down one more. But just imagine, like, if that was the erratic spheres, this could have been a completely different game.
Yeah, it could have been like another game also because like Virus really needs to pick up something because otherwise he's out of cards.
Yeah. He has plenty of good draws in his deck, to be fair. And wow. He's gonna go for the Bale Links, actually. So he wants to set up online the Roar. So I'm just...
I mean, why didn't he attack? He could have attacked before, right?
Yeah, but then he just decided to go for the Foxy, discarding the other copy in his hand to bring it back. And now he's gonna go for Sunlight Wolf or either, depending what he feels like it. Yeah. I mean, I feel like...
I mean, it's fine also because he has the Roar.
Yeah.
He has double Roar.
So now the Roar is finally alive, but he doesn't really have much anymore. He's gonna attack over the Beat Cop, and the Roar might be enough. He can just have a game which is very slow, where he just gets back the Roar every turn.
Yeah, he has a double copy, so even though Gabriel didn't have that much going on, I think it could be enough.
Maybe he's gonna be able to grind it off, but now he goes for the second Wolf, and what is he gonna pick up? I think it's another up. Okay, it's the Red Dice.
Yeah, it's Red Dice, yeah.
Which is actually pretty interesting. So the Black Metal Dragon is picked up, which allows him to get the Red Ice Darkness Metal Dragon from his deck.
You now activate the fill spell, which allows you to special summon 2 monsters from your hand in defense position.
Yeah.
And they must have different names.
Yeah, you can also get them back from the graveyard if your opponent controls most monsters than you. So it's actually a grind game. We really didn't expect this, but it is turning out to be a old-fashioned grind game here.
And let's remind that the boost sector is also really useful because all your rocket monster gains 300 attack and is really useful to get rid of Winda, which was the main problem of this weekend so far.
And here we're gonna see the Black Metal Dragon comes down, so he's gonna be able to activate both, search for the book sector launch and then search for the Red Ice Darkness Metal Dragon. So it seems like he's really playing it out very well. So,
and as we were saying before, now really, if Gabriel knows what his opponent is doing, he really needs to consider where to activate the Roar, because otherwise it will cost him the game. Because it's not that easy to play against this deck if you activate the wrong card at the wrong moment.
Because if you don't use it here, then they go for the Darkness. They can try and force out the Bale Links once more. And right now, he's cut off a lot. Like, he needs to basically rely on his draw every turn. He doesn't have any recycles. He doesn't have Jaguar or like
he doesn't have anything.
Engrave. Usually the Salamangreat deck is good because you keep on having these resources in the graveyard, but right now he only has a Foxy there.
Yeah, I mean, you keep doing the same things every single turn, so...
Yeah, so now the Red Ice comes back. It will probably be negated by Roar if he tries to activate his effect, so I'm curious if he just plays it a little safer. But
I mean, yeah, I think Gabriel needs to activate the roar here on the red dice.
yeah, I don't know if he's gonna use the effect though. Maybe he just keeps it there. Yeah.
Yeah, well played.
So he just moves on to the battle phase, and he's gonna push some damage. And yeah, it's super important because Magna Rocket is 1800.
Yeah.
So he can potentially crush his monster. Also, all monsters on the field that are rocket gains 300, but as Gabriel quickly noticed, the monster has to be
needs to
summoned in
be-
defense
yeah.
position. So good catch here by Gabriel. The field spell summons in defense position, otherwise he wouldn't have been able to clear this entire field. So,
Yeah, just some
he does
clarification
use the
here.
effect.
Okay. Yeah,
So
maybe
roar
because
negates
Gabriel. Yeah, okay, because he entered the battle phase. Yeah.
Yeah, they just told me that that would have been, so I'm not sure if he needed to though. I feel like you should just keep it
Yeah,
there,
you
right?
will keep. Yeah, you will keep it. Top deck. Another Foxy from Grabier.
Wow.
Third
He
one.
just gets all of the Foxies. Is he feeling brave? He probably is gonna just use the wolf to get back the roar,
Yeah.
but we'll see if he can pick up anything. And let's remember that the rocket also has another effect, which is if it's destroyed, then you can get to special summon one from the deck. So,
Would you go now for the normal summon, or instead you can activate the other copy of Fox in the graveyard, like to pop the bush sector launch?
I mean, you do know that your opponent has a second copy in his hand.
Yeah.
So that's not like top priority.
Yeah,
I think it's better to just fish for.
Yeah. I mean, I'd rather use the Foxy effect just to see if I can draw something good. I think he's considering if he can OTK in this turn, but he really needs to be lucky. He would need something like Gazelle or Circle, Whale, for example. Okay, now you activate the Sunlight Wolf. Okay. here
Yeah,
comes
so now the impermanence is flips once more. Unfortunately for him, the roar was there, and he does chain it.
I don't like this roar that much, but
Yeah,
that's fine.
I don't think that roar was necessary. to
Yeah,
be
I mean that's okay. Nothing that special. I mean, okay, you can
But
discard
now he
it.
can go for the
Yeah.
Foxy to destroy the field spell, and he's gonna use the wolf to just get back something from the graveyard, which has to be this is just basically turning into a Foxy deck, yeah.
Okay, so he's now going for another Sunlight Wolf.
Yeah, so now you can get the roar back. And unfortunately, the Stalio isn't there anymore, but he's gonna be able to go for his update Jammer. And the combo that actually made Gabriel pretty famous at the European Championship. He was one of the few players that actually used this interaction to just push for so much damage, and this should be more than enough. So
Yeah.
Gabriel, very nice play. He takes game 1, and we will proceed on to game 2. It was definitely a weird one because Gabriel did not open any entraps, but unfortunately only one rocket engine car from Vitus.
Yeah, it was pretty weird because both of these players didn't have that much going on. Seemed like Vitus could have done something like, summoning the erratic monster. Maybe could have been
maybe that could have actually changed the game. But I mean, what can you say? They both showed that they were comfortable with it, but in the end was just too slow.
Yeah.
And that's why I would expect the Vitus to just side out a lot of those entraps. Against Salaman Great, your favorite in a way.
Yeah.
Because if you have a lot of combo pieces, they give you an extra zone with the link from the wolf, usually.
Exactly.
And looking at this side deck, he might just go first and try to combo off. So maybe side in the Imperial Order and Anti-Spell Fragrance.
Yeah, I think he really needs to.
And then that should pretty much be it.
While on the other side, what do you do? I mean, if you have never played against this deck,
I mean, Nibiru is for sure a card that you're gonna consider to be very strong.
Yeah.
And Typhoon told us that last round it's the best hand trap by far
Yeah.
against the deck.
Yeah.
Droll, it's kind of mediocre.
Yeah, it's not the special. I mean,
Yeah.
I will set in evenly match for sure.
Yeah,
I mean,
it seems like Evenly and Nibiru are just the cars from Gabriel. So yeah, you should probably rely on that. With those, you will have triple Ash, triple Diddy Crow, and Nibiru. So not the end of the world, but unfortunately for him, he is not using Dark Lure no more.
Yeah,
which is actually quite popular this weekend.
Yeah, also because 300 Dragon are still in.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I'm so surprised by that.
That's
I mean,
like probably the shock of the
yeah, I
weekend.
mean, we streamed one yesterday, and now we have 3 in the top cut.
Yeah, I mean,
so,
I think no one could have predicted it, but yesterday it was very convincing.
Yeah.
The deck was really good at dealing with boards. It played very well with artifacts cards, which are always super good.
Yeah.
Everyone knows that I'm like a biggest fan of like Sanctum and the site. I think it's always really strong, and it's working out for these Thunder Dragon players. So.
Yeah, we also seen that a lot of players are playing sub-terrors. I mean, like, this metagame is really full of different decks. Like, we have at least 10 different decks in the top cut.
No, even more, yeah.
Yeah, even more.
So
but,
maybe it's yeah, it's gonna be a fun one. Who do you think after siding will be favored here?
I mean, I want to pick Vitus because, like, he knows his deck, he knows what his opponent is playing, and I just want to give credit to Vitus because he knows what he's doing. While on the other side, Gabriel, maybe, of course, he's an experienced player, but he really needs to feel the moment. Like, if he feels that, I mean, for sure, I will side in the Trinibir and the Tri Evilly. But on the other hand, like as we saw in game 1, he needed to actually read the cards that Vitus was playing.
It doesn't seem like he's that comfortable with the deck. And hopefully now Vitus will draw a more playable and combo-ish hand. So they have drawn their hands. Let's go back to the match. And we are here. So it seems like it's a much, much better hand. So it will depend if Gabriel draws the hand traps. I only see the Ash Blossom. I do not think that's enough here. Especially when you don't know where to Ash Blossom.
Yeah, exactly. That's what we're talking about. Like, we have seen Vitus playing against 4 hand traps in only 1 turn. And
this hand is absurd.
Yeah.
This hand is so good. He has like all of the starters, the World Legacy spell, the Foolish Burial, Quick Launch. This is like the best hand you can draw, probably. And the Ash Blossom here means that he's just free to do whatever he wants.
Okay, so now Vitus are like really, he can do anything.
Yes. You can see Vitus smiling. I think he's gonna go like 0 to 100 real quick, just playing through his cards, and he should be able to end on a full board here.
He activated the Quick Launch, which is like the new emergency teleport of the deck.
Pretty much, yeah.
He's now explaining what the bounce monster does here in this spot, which is the rocket.
Yeah, just like before, you usually get to the Link 1, so you can add the Feel spell and start your combos from there. And as we were saying in the previous round, World Legacy Guard Dragon is such a powerful spell. It allows you to play with the Guard Dragon cards by just moving the zones. And it's also an extender, so it's just really, really powerful.
Yeah, as you can see, Vitus is playing really fast because he knows what he's doing. Like, he knows this deck.
Yeah, in and out. It's really nice when you see these kind of players, and it's not that often. I remember like Tom Payne, our friend, being also one of them. He usually plays these combo decks and he's very fast with it, but it's always nice to see, and especially such a young player, being able to just have such confidence on stage.
Yeah,
by
let's
the way.
remind you guys, he has only 12 years.
Yeah, 12 years old, playing on stage at one of the biggest YCSs ever in the history of the game against the European champion in charge. So.
Yeah, and he's showing us how this deck needs to be played.
Yeah, so now you can see he's just playing so impressively. Not even hesitating a moment. He knows what he needs to do.
Yeah, Gabriel was just taking a look at Vitus cards just to be sure that everything is fine.
Yeah, you don't want to, of course, miss something and allow your opponent to do something they're not supposed to be doing. But now the LP will be activated. He can get the red eyes, and the advantage is getting out of hand real quick.
It's just showing us how this deck needs to be played, guys.
Absolutely. Like, look at this. Look at the speed of this place. Like, it's absolutely incredible. Hopefully, he will like not get ahead of him, because sometimes that happens. But it doesn't seem like he is hesitating. And here comes this time correctly summoned, because the init 2 darks. So, wow.
Here comes back the red eyes.
Yeah, look at it. Look at him go. Triple burst comes down, and just not hesitating again. And as we were saying, you can see Gabriel just reading all the cards. The deck is not something that everyone is familiar with. We have seen it at YCS Milan with Dinka winning with Prankids. Maybe we're gonna see it once again.
Yeah, I mean,
with
the key factor surprise, in my opinion, was that like last week at the YCS in Texas, nobody expected this deck, and indeed that guy won. Yeah, look at this.
Just
guys.
like look at this madness. Like, he's completely owning the field. Like, Savage comes down. He's just gonna be able to go for the Abomination, Hieratic, Savage. Like,
yeah, he's playing under Ash Blossom, and imagine him playing under 4 hand traps. That was crazy.
Look at this, like Ash Blossom, sure, still full combo, and I think he deserves a really nice crowd applause right now.
And
there
here comes one of the best cards of the deck, which is the Unchained Abomination, which is a new card. Is a link card. He does have 3000 attack, and during the end phase.
Yeah. So now he even gets to take a look at his opponent extra deck, banishing a key monster that could be in there. For example, this is also really good against tuple polymerization.
Yeah.
So this deck plays around that extremely well by banishing a potential Starving Venom. So
yeah, the thing is that if like taking a look at your opponent extra deck is just completely ridiculous, because like it avoids you.
Yeah. I mean, it's similar to just a Winter Cherry, you know?
Indeed.
And it's really good because there are a lot of one-offs, especially in this format, especially with like Extravagance being there as well. And yeah, this is so much. And even though Gabriel End is really good, unless he picks up, he just picks up another engine card, this will be so tough to fight back. It's basically a mind game at this point.
Yeah, he needs to find a solution, but it's going to be super hard for Gabriel here.
He starts things off with Foxy, so he's pretty desperate. I'm not even sure he's able to use the Foxy. He probably needs to keep it and use the effect. But yeah, the Hieratic Sphere is used, which is huge. He knows that the deck doesn't have a lot of interaction, and now he gets to special summon back even one more monster. This is just...
yeah, it's ridiculous.
Complete dominance. So he's asserting his dominance. Like, did you think you were gonna have easy time just because I'm young? No. I'm gonna show you who I am.
Yeah, things are getting complicated for Gabriel. Like, he can use the will.
I don't see it. Like,
but,
if he negates the will, this game is already over.
Yeah.
So
it's gone.
I think we are soon gonna see Gabriel pick up his cards, and we're gonna go to a game 3, but let's just wait and witness it. Let's see. So Vitus is thinking about it. He knows that the Salamangreat deck does not have a lot of tools. He's gonna allow it, I think.
Yeah. Okay.
So he allows the Foxy to come down, and this might give his opponent a chance, but still very slim.
Yeah.
Because now he gets to use the Abomination to destroy the Foxy, which unfortunately though can come back.
Yeah, he can come back. He has the Spinny and the Falco.
But maybe if you just negate the Foxy with the Savage, it's game over anyway.
Yeah.
So I don't really see it. So he's gonna use the Falco in this spot.
Yeah, he's considering if he wants to activate the Savage, but I think he has to. Yeah.
So
well
Savage comes down, and Gabriel picks up his cards. So
well played by
1-1. The score is even.
And it's the crowd.
You can see the crowd getting really exciting here. A lot of support from both of these guys, by the way. Vitus, of course, incredible show, but Gabriel is also so supported by all the French community. So now it all comes down to this last game. Gabriel, for the first time in the match, is gonna go first. Will that be a deciding factor? Maybe, but at the same time we were saying he's most likely gonna give his opponent another link, so another arrow.
This is gonna be really tough because I think Gabriel really needs to go first, because if he doesn't know where to hand trap his opponent, like he's in trouble. So if he goes first, he really needs to hope that his hand is good enough to deal with the engine of Virus, and because I mean otherwise, if he goes second and he doesn't see any copy of Nibiru, Evil the match is in trouble.
Absolutely, and he does have. You can still use the Nibiru going first. Maybe he sides in like the anti-spell, which isn't that great honestly, but you can get some advantage out of it. And the Gozen match is in his main deck, which again isn't super strong, but you can still use it against the deck. So it seems like he would go first for sure. And I don't know what to expect anymore, because also something really important to mention is that Vitus side deck contains a lot of cards for going second. He has Mystic Mine, which, by the way, if you play against a deck like that, you tend to just side out Cosmic Cyclone, like you would never keep that. Then imagine if just Vitus slams down the Mystic Mine and there are no outs in his deck.
Yeah, imagine. I mean, I think Vitus has a lot of good points on his hand, and I think he will go second anyway. But I don't know. I want to give
I'm really curious about this. He has Pancratops, he has Retribute, evenly matched, a lot of cards for going second. So maybe Vitus is gonna take it and he's gonna take down the European champion. I can't wait anymore for this match to begin, so it's gonna be as hyped as it gets. So let's go to this final game.
Let's see what now Gabriel decides to do. I think he needs to go first. And
absolutely. So the hands are being drawn. I see Impermanence and Ash from Vitus. That could actually shut down the entire place from Gabriel.
Look at his smile.
And he's absolutely smiling. The Gozen match is there from Gabriel. It's gonna be a close one. I do see the Foxy.
Yeah. The only card that he
But the pot of Desires will be, oh my god, it's gonna be so close.
Yeah.
Desire is there, Ash Blossom, but Cold Body Grave is also there.
Yeah.
So it's one of those crazy
I mean, he
games.
has the Ash Blossom for the Pot of Desires. He has the Impermanence for, like, for example, he has the Falk. Okay, now he really needs to drop the Ash.
Yeah, but then the Cold Body Grave will be chained, you know? So it's really close. It was looking like Virus had an incredible opening. Crowd cheering, but the Cold Body Grave will come down here.
Gabriel is chilling down. He doesn't want to give his opponent
so
any chance.
Cold Body Grave is chained. Vito's not happy about it. Wow, and he picks up even more negation. So he's gonna have his first turn. Is he gonna use the Foxy? Yeah. But a miss. Nothing revealed from the Foxy. Big deal here.
And we also don't know what he banished with the Pot of Desire. So maybe he's playing without the Gazelle. Who knows?
Could be. Does he have the Sanctuary left? He's gonna check for it.
I think he didn't banish anything.
Yeah.
Like, he has everything he needs in his deck. He has the Gazelle and he has the Sanctuary.
So now with the Spinny, this will be kind of a slow start, but yes, goes and match, Anti-Spell Fragrance and the Roar.
Yeah.
So what I'm thinking is, can Vitus top deck the Retribute and maybe play around that? Maybe that could be a thing. What is he gonna draw? It's evenly matched. Wow, it's a good start to force out things. Nice, nice.
Okay. So
Anti-Spell doesn't do anything right now.
Okay, he enters the battle phase.
So unfortunately it was hard-drawn Roar. Very, very lucky here from Gabriel. But he's still able to play out his cards in Memphis 2, and he has hard-drawn the Wyvern Buster. So
yeah, I mean, he needed to activate the Evilly, no matter what. Here comes the Tracer. He can now link summon.
Yeah. But the Gozen match might hurt here because, as we know, the Wyvern Buster can come down because the Tracer is dark, but then the Gozen match would hurt a lot. So, wow, it's gonna be close. But here, the Gozen match can come down.
Yeah. A card that we haven't seen in a while, actually. I think Gabriel is one of the few players who's playing it.
Yeah, he must be thinking about it. And goes and match comes down.
Yeah, this could be the card that could shut down Virus' strategy. I think it's, yeah.
Yeah, but he's not super strong against the deck. Like, you can still do a lot with just Dark Monsters, which is what we're probably going to see. Because here, you get the Collapse Serpent. You can actually go for Collapse Serpent. He has the Levianeer, which can also get rid of the last card in hand from Gabriel. So it's very interesting. And we still have, luckily, plenty of time in the round. So they don't have to worry too much about that. Now he's able to swing over, just destroy the buildings.
He already entered in the battle phase because he activated the...
Yeah, the Evenly, that's right.
Yeah.
So now, considering his options, he cannot go into the sphere. Can he go into anything here?
Okay, he sets the field spell. Okay.
And he sets the impermanence in the same column as Gozen, so... And here
there's a Jaguar.
I don't like his position any more than much. It seems like the Gozen match is paying off more than we thought.
Yeah.
And at that point, he didn't need to summon the Collapse Serpent.
Yeah, things are being complicated here for Virus. No, maybe I think he summoned the Collapse Serpent. Maybe forgot the enter already in the battle phase.
Oh wow! What a heads-up play here from Gabriel. He destroys his own Gozen match.
Okay.
That's very interesting. So he wants to go for the OTK once more, but this time there is an impermanence face down. So maybe he's just completely giving the game back to his opponent.
Yeah, I would have never expected it.
Oh my god. It's gonna be so close. He's just decided, okay, my opponent... yeah, I know why, because it's anti-spell. He thinks that his opponent just set spells.
Yeah.
So he thinks that Vitus just set some of his spells, and he's just gonna go for the OTK, but the impermanence is face down. Can he play around that as well?
So if he really thinks that face down, there's a spell trap, there's a spell, he doesn't pass for the Phoenix, right? But what if there's an impermanence? Okay.
Oh, but the impermanence is flipped here, which unfortunately can give him the update jammer combo. I thought he was gonna wait more.
Yeah.
Now I think it's pretty straightforward that he can push for game here. Let's see. I don't think Gabriel is gonna miss it. He's gonna go for the combo just like he did in game 1, and this should be plenty of damage to seal the game.
Yeah, I think this is gonna be enough.
They're just gonna do some quick math on it, but it should be pretty close.
I think it should be pretty close, yeah.
The face down field spell doesn't do much. The Levianeer cannot be used, so...
Yeah, they're just making some mats here.
Yeah, you of course don't want to risk having wrong amount of life points, but... Yeah, so he's just probably asking for the entire text of the card. It isn't something that we see often. In the new Salaman Grid deck, slightly more, just because with Stalio gone, you don't have the restriction of fire monsters. But
yeah, I mean, Gabriel was used to play these cards even at the last European Championship. I think these cards were great in the Salaman Grid deck. That's why the deck is so popular right now at the moment. It really needs the other opportunities to OTK your opponent. They're really good. And yeah, just some clarification here. We're just waiting.
Yeah, so he's gonna give them the full text for the card because they are in French, most likely, and...
Yeah, but you know French really well, right?
No comment. So yeah, he just attacked over the Striker Dragon. Gonna come down, then he's gonna attack over the Collapse Serpent with the update jammer. And he has the transcode, which he can have two attacks with, thanks to the update jammer attack. So he's gonna be able... That's it. Gabriel Susi takes it. He wins 2-1 against Vitus. Quite a good show. Let's go back to us for a quick post-match discussion. Well, it was definitely a back-and-forth match. We knew it was going to be epic from the start. Just as a reminder for anyone who tuned in, we had the European champion in charge, Gabriel Soucy, with Salman Great against an incredible player, 12 years old, Vitus from Denmark, who won second at this year's World Championship for the Dragon Duel division. Incredible show from him. He took down a lot of champions this weekend. Unfortunately, he couldn't make it again, but he showed everyone why he is there. It's an incredible result. No one should take it away from him, and I'm sure we're gonna see a lot more from him in the upcoming years.
Yeah, I think Vitus will do incredible things. Like, he's only 12 years old, guys. He qualified for the World Championship. He topped YCS Utrecht. I mean,
yeah, what more can you ask for him? In Game 2, he showed you what the deck can do, even through Entrops. It was just unfortunate that in Game 1, he pretty much do unplayable.
Yeah.
Which is very rare for that deck. Like, you have so many one-card combos, and you gotta feel bad for him. But I'm sure we will see more from Vitus, but I am actually sure that today we're gonna see more from Gabriel Soucy. Yeah. Can he win another event? We're gonna find out. Let's talk to him and Luke for their interview.
Thank you very much, Marcello. I am here with Gabriel. What a game.
Yeah, it was a good game.
I mean, we can see why you are the current European champion, right?
I mean, maybe. I don't know.
Come on, that was a good game.
It was a good game. I think he has a lot of potential, and he's really good at the moment. And he's 12 years old, so I think in 5 years, 4 years, 3 years, I don't know, he's gonna be the best. So
it is really scary, right? I mean, one of the big things that I like, one of my favorite things about Vitus is just the speed at which he plays. Like, I don't know if you noticed when you were playing against him, but all of these combos, he just executes them with such speed.
Yeah, he knows his deck perfectly. I think it's as good. It can be really good, but sometimes it's gonna be really bad to play really quickly because you always have to ask yourself questions. This game I played pretty slowly. I took a warning for that because I got my left arm. I think it's broken. I'm really hurt, so I'm playing as fast as I can. Anyway, he played really well. I think the game was weird. I could play better. I think he could as well. But we're gonna improve both, so that's good.
It's always a bit scary in the feature match. You know, I mean, of all the places, you're more likely to make mistakes with the pressure of the feature match, right?
Of course, and to be honest, I think I'm really stressed out because like I'm in the feature match against a 12 years old player, and he's really good, and if he beats me, you know how it feels. So I'm happy to win, but I think next time he will have his revenge, so it's okay.
Yeah, I understand exactly what you mean. Yeah, there was, you know, people were saying beforehand, like, oh my God, this is going to be scary if the European champion is beaten by Vitus, but you can't take it away from him. He's so good.
Yeah, he's so good. He's only 12, so I mean, he was in the top tables all the day, and I was with him, and every match he was keeping winning, and I was like, when is he gonna stop? And he did not, so that's great.
Yeah, it was a really fantastic match. So that was it for our top 64. Gabriel, good luck in the top 32. We'll for sure be seeing you play out there once more, at least. And yeah, that's it from us. We'll see you back with the top 32.
Disappeared out of here. It was time to pay my dues. Never guessed that you'd be dressed in my clothes and in my shoes. Thought you were so tough. You had it all under control. Now enough is enough. Gonna take back what you stole. Keep it up, 'cause now I'm back. We're going in.
Big brother! You're here! You're here!
Welcome back to YCS Utrecht 2020. And if you thought today was cold, I'll tell you where these people are from. They're from
Scotland.
Good old Scotland, yes. Let's introduce them. What's your name?
Jordan Gallagher.
Gavin Chisholm.
These guys are from Scotland and they've trekked all the way to Utrecht just to play the YCS today. But today we've got a little treat for you. We're going to play some Pictionary. So what we do is Jordan is going to guess and Gavin is going to draw. And I'm going to show him a picture of what card to draw. Some from the past, some from meta today. That's for Jordan to decide, to guess. And that's for Gavin to draw. So we've got 4 minutes, so they'll have to get as many as they can in 4 minutes. And the people that have the most will receive a prize. So let's get started. Start the clock, 4 minutes. You may begin, Gavin. Do you know the card? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, didn't be. What do you think so far? Your circle?
Yeah, not got much so far. I've got a head, a body. God.
It's a card that Gav knows, so.
That's a good start. Got a knife. God.
Any idea at all?
No, not really. It's just something with a knife so far.
Dia really likes this card.
God, that really doesn't help.
He loves it. No clue at all.
Skip. Next one.
Next one.
I'm not gonna get it. Cool.
Okay, we're off to a rough start, but it's fine. Brad did the same thing.
Oh. Really no clue what this is yet.
It's a popular card in control decks.
Solemn Strike? Solemn Judgment?
Almost.
Solemn Warning?
There we go, yes, we got one. Next. So this is the one from the very far past. No, it's like a pseudo ace monster of one of the main characters in Yu-Gi-Oh.
God. Summon Skull?
Yes, spot on, yes. Next one. What we're thinking?
I really don't know yet. Regeki?
Yeah, that's spot on, yeah, great. Next one. I love this card.
Maxi.
Yeah, Maxi! Next one.
God. W Nebula Meteorite?
You're on the right lines.
Some meteorite. Big Bang Shot? No.
It's literally very relevant in the meta today.
Nibiru?
Yeah, that's right. Flip this. This one, you'll know this one, Gav, for sure. Try and make it bigger.
Okay.
Come on.
It's a sword. There are many swords.
Yeah.
In Yu-Gi-Oh! 2 swords? Oh, God. Swords Revealing Light.
That's right, yes. Next one. Flip there. Oh, we got a minute left.
Oh, no.
What are you thinking so far? What do you think?
I really don't know. There's 2 hands in the body. Mind Control?
Yeah, that's spot on. Flip the page again.
It's so difficult.
What do you think?
I don't know. Starfish.
Stop!
I don't know.
40 seconds. It's in the current meta today.
Is it?
Yeah, it sure is, yeah. Very important key card to one deck strategy. Anything, no clue.
No, I'll skip.
Next page.
I think it's last page.
Finished?
It's last page.
That's time up. For the record, that was Spiral Drone. Look, it looks like drone to me. Well done, Jordan. Well done, Gav. How many was that? Is that a good 6, 7? Not sure. Well, he's walked away. Well, thanks, guys. They did really well. Very impressive from good old Scotland. Thanks for watching, guys. See you for the next round.
Gotta find a way just to play just a little game. Got a compulsion, wanna be a champion. I got this right in my brain. Summon the dragon, blue eyes white. Sending the sword to revealing light. Gotta think, be wise, realize the situation. Animate your cards, make a power combination. Sick a pow, sick a pow, sick a pow, pow. Yeah. Wanna do, wanna do, wanna do. Sick a pow, sick a pow, sick a pow, pow. This. Wanna do, I'm brave. Monster influence in my face. Let this in my face.
To appear, Johannes, but Sam gets to go first, so I guess his hand is more important.
Absolutely.
No
and,
hand traps in the main deck.
You were
other
a little
side.
skeptic about him playing 41 with double cybernetic overflow, which I gotta agree, but at the same time maybe it is because just like this you want to see it so that you can search other cards.
Yeah,
So
you see him taking good use of the new Salamangreat Almirage to immediately put a monster in the graveyard so you can use your Cyber Pep. He's going at lightning speed here.
That's something I always like a lot when you are playing a deck that not everyone is super familiar with and you can play it this fast and well.
You must have done your homework.
Yeah. I think it is something that you don't always see. The one that comes to my mind is probably Dinka Bui with the Prankits decks, where he just like completely went super
Zoom,
fast
zoom,
with
zoom.
it.
Or is
and-
burning Abyss deck, to be
yeah,
fair.
and destroy the competition. And maybe we see once more someone playing an underdog decks and just taking it. You see, he's not even thinking about this.
I guess
just like,
this is a standard combo.
Yeah.
He's fully aware, I guess, that his opponent isn't going to interrupt him.
Absolutely, because just to remind everyone watching, neither of them is maining any Entrop at all. So the die roll did matter, but I think that the deck can go second quite successfully
Would you
even
see
without them.
Comungus.
Yeah, ooh, that's cool.
So that's a good answer
Yeah.
to the Infinity. Or
'Cause absolutely, he's not playing Entrops, but he's maining 3 Kaijus, and that decision paid off. They're definitely a lot stronger against the Sky Striker matchup, but maybe they can put up enough work in this too.
either taking out the Infinity or the Galatea to shut off
Absolutely.
the Crescendo.
What would you go for here? Just Crescendo in general, or Babel is better against like a combo deck?
Does he run Babel? I don't think he runs Babel.
Oh yeah, you're right.
I think it's quite popular, the decision to cut Babel this weekend.
Yeah,
which is
it
interesting.
is-
Even decks running more Orcus cards are cutting Babel.
Yeah, which is, I mean,
I
you
can
can't
see
play
it.
them, yeah.
There's, you know, you've got 2 cards, like maybe Babel's better sometimes, maybe Crescendo's better sometimes. More often than not, Crescendo's more powerful, and then
Exactly.
you might as well just cut the extra card, which is a little bit of a brick if you draw it in your opening hand.
And especially with the limitation of like the Light Stage and the Trickster Engine, at least there you could play Terraforming as both an extender or the Babel. Like without it,
now it's
it
just
is
like
a lot
yeah,
worse.
Eh.
Okay, so this is a pretty decent board, but the Kaiju actually...
The Kaiju deals with
pretty
1.
good. Yeah.
I have a feeling the overflow might be 1 too much, because he's not seen the overflow either.
That's the surprise factor that really is gonna catch him off guard.
Oh.
Ooh, but he does play that.
What was that?
Wow. Wow, you can see Sam. Wow, that's great.
Where did that come from? That was just insane.
Great. Yeah.
We didn't even look to see what
Yeah, the left
that
is
would be in there.
speechless, really.
Damn, Sam's going to have to keep that in mind. He probably, that's the thing, because by the time you get to the final, players don't know. You normally know what your opponent's running, right?
Yeah.
But you might not necessarily know that your opponent has a Mega Fleet in their extra deck.
That's
and you were
crazy.
just checking yourself
I'm honestly just
that was
shocked.
legal.
No, yeah, I'm just
like, is it a
completely
they can
shocked.
take any Cyber Dragon
Wow.
monster, I think.
This completely changes our view of this.
I mean, what just happened to his board? Yeah, it's all gone.
That really shakes things up. We saw it in previous matches, like where Flavio, for example, a player in the top 8, considered adding this card to his extra deck. And I'm very surprised that Johannes did, because usually you see it in decks where the extra deck is not as important, so you have a lot of
there
slots.
doesn't seem like there's much room in this. There's two
Yeah.
whole engines in it. If I'm honest, I'm not sure what Sam's waiting for on his overflow.
I mean, might as well, but...
Because you've just seen him add the Serenade Dance to
Ooh,
hand.
and even
so if you had to discard
discards it, yeah.
But it's paid off for him because he's set a spell. I don't know how many cybers he's got between his, well, in his grave, but possibly a few.
But
That's
still, is that gonna be enough?
That was crazy. That's just completely swung the game.
And it's something that will come up even in the next games. It's not like...
Yeah, he
at
knows
least
it's
he has
there,
the
but it's
info,
not that
yeah.
easy to play around it. Oh, and that's very strong as well.
Again, absolutely impressive turn of events here for Johannes. And if anyone was doubting and the crowd favorite was Sam, now you gotta give him even more credit, because he understood that the deck was popular and was gonna be here. And
he's a seer,
Yeah.
truly. Like, I knew I would need this card right for the fight.
Yeah, because to be fair, like, these kind of decisions are great when they pay off, and you usually think, okay, maybe that's gonna happen once during the Swiss. I'm gonna probably get to the top cut easier, but when that happens in the finals, like, that's just unbelievable. Yeah.
So what do you think Sam does in future to try and avoid that happening?
I think
'Cause you just can't make Cyber Dragon Infinity, but
yeah.
that just seems really, that's the point of the Cyber Dragon deck, right?
Absolutely. There is a way to play around it, which is making your own Mega Fleet in the extra deck zone, because it cannot be used as a material for diffusions. So that's a way that you can play around your opponent having it.
Or if you have the Infinity in the extra monster zone.
Yeah, but it depends.
Because it
yeah,
requires a Cyber
exactly,
Dragon
that's-
and a monster.
That's
in
one
the
way to
extra
do
monster
it.
zone.
So like you have multiple ways to play around it, or you can just catch your opponent off guard and let them go first. To be honest, like, and then
Yeah.
OTK. But against Luna Light, in particular,
It
like,
doesn't seem very
yeah.
profitable. He's trying to link summon with those two monsters, and obviously that's not legal because he's
Yep.
got a monster in his extra monster zone. He's forgotten. He was too excited.
So now the Phoenix is possibly gonna force out the.
Because surely
Overflow?
Phoenix will target the unknown.
Yeah, I mean, no way. Just considering what does he want.
He knows the other one
Card.
is Crescendo, right?
And now
So
the
here
Overflow
comes
is the last
Overflow.
line of defense for Sam.
How many Cyber Dragons? He's got quite a few. He's got one in his hand as well. So if he takes out the whole board here,
Yeah, to be fair, now the decision makes even more sense of him having it. So for anyone wondering, we are gonna bring it up for you guys.
it is an amazingly powerful
Yeah,
shot.
it's absolutely insane. It reminds me of like Fire Lake back in the Burning Abyss days. It's like completely ripping off your opponent's field, but doesn't seem like it is quite enough. Although at the same time, leaving both of the Mothman isn't the end of the world, because
they can't turn into a nightmare.
Exactly.
What's the card that's searching the Cyber Emergency?
Probably banished the...
One of the... I don't think any of the Cybers get their effect when they're banished. Is it the Cybernetic Overflow?
Because it was destroyed, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Because the Phoenix destroys it, so at the end of the chain, it's gonna get a search with it.
Do you think maybe Johannes could have had a read that that's what that was? But you have to
I
force
mean, it's
it out
possible,
at some
yeah,
point.
but then, yeah, you can't just wait on it, because then the more you wait, the more actual good
damage
cards.
it does, yeah. I mean, maybe it gets hit by a Dingus or something. Something to think about, but maybe he wasn't. He
But
didn't have the
here,
read.
the snipe on the Serenade Dance at the beginning of the turn comes in handy. He plays it well by getting the Tiger from the deck.
Yeah, that's a nice line you can do. You know, you can bounce the on-field Tiger and then use its scale effect afterwards.
The really cool thing about Luna Light is that you have like very linear plays that are very, very good at doing a lot of different things. But when you are in a grind game, you can also just grind it out, make some...
Yeah, you leave up those Tigers and all of the Orcus monsters for next turn as well.
and it's really difficult to deal with. And as soon as your opponent just gives you a turn, you have a lot of advantage in the graveyard as well. Let's remember that he also discarded the Nightmare with the Phoenix, so that's also there. He doesn't even need to access. So
what's his plan now?
Okay, so he's making the Nyarla.
I think he meant to put maybe the Martin under it, so he could detach and use the effect. But
and now he's going for Curious probably. Let's see.
It did look like 3 dark monsters with different
Yeah.
attributes, or
So
different types even.
There is Curious, and you can see this deck does not stop. Like, you can have as many interruptions as you want, and it is probably never gonna stop. Like, it takes a lot to do it, and it's either at the beginning of the turn with something like no material, or
a Dweller.
It's quite hard to do it.
That Zephyrus gonna allow him to reuse the Moonlight
Where
Tiger?
do you think he is gonna go from here? Like, what's...
I was gonna ask you that. I'm interested.
Oh,
I
okay.
mean, maybe he's gonna set up a.
Yeah, I mean, the mills are gonna be
set up the
relevant.
Dingirsu.
Ooh.
That's
ooh.
bad, I think.
Yeah, the Crescendo definitely.
Because although you
a
can
bad one.
use the Crescendo, you can't set it on your field with Galatea.
Yep.
So I was going to say he was going to set up a Crescendo, but I was wrong. Perhaps we're going to see he's going to go for a Dweller, possibility. Or he could just end on a sort of Orcus board with a Dingirsu as well.
Yeah, it's there are a lot of different lines in here.
Curious having another powerful effect as well, because he can crash the Curious into the Kamungus and add back any card from his graveyard. It's not to be overlooked. And the Nessie's surprisingly big.
Yep.
I keep looking away from Kamungus and then looking back and having to work out what it is all over again.
But now, yeah, he decides to buff the Curious, so the crushing option isn't anymore. But I feel like it could have been a very cool way to extend this place,
Yeah,
right?
it's one of the less used effects of Curious. Its first effect obviously being extremely powerful when you summon it to send anything from your deck to the graveyard.
It's probably more relevant like in the Minerva, like zombie deck, and there you could go back like a Soul Charge. That was definitely scary, but here maybe it could have been a better option, but it's also possible there's a line where he just finds a way to win.
Because remember, Sam has got a Cyber Dragon, well, a Cyber Emergency in his hand. I think that's the app's not updated yet, but I think he's got the Cyber Emergency searched. So he's going to have something to do, and that can clear, it threatens to clear anything you leave in the extra monster zone. Or
Yeah,
any
because even
machines.
if you go for Dweller, then you have to deal with it, and it's a threat.
So it's quite a puzzle here. Even though Johanna's got all the options he might need, he's still got to figure out how best to use it.
Yeah, maybe the Crescendo is actually going to be the one that doesn't take him there, but...
So he's got another target?
No, but you can still use it.
Oh yeah, you can just send one back. Yeah, of course.
Wishing he had the Babel here, but like...
Neither player running Babel, in fact.
Yeah.
This is a pretty technical challenge for Johannes.
Absolutely.
So that's a link into maybe a
Boral Sword?
Boral Sword, yeah. Using Boral Sword just to clear things. Seems fairly entertaining.
Because he still has to use that. I think he's fine the way around the game. Yeah, okay. Very nice play here. Because I was considering what he still needs to do. He just sends the Nessie, and this is enough.
This does look like game to me.
Yeah.
Wow.
Wow, very, very...
Beautiful play. I did not see that
Beautiful
coming.
play by Johannes. Gotta give credit to him. So, huge round of applause. That was impressive. Like I was actually, just like I mentioned before.
I was wondering what he was going to do, and then he was like, "Well, I'm just going to win."
Yeah, it's very rare that you see something like this, especially in the final on stage. The pressure, to find the perfect line, it's amazing. And now you can see he's just like completely going through the side decks. He has a lot of options, and
I mean, it must be a bit of something to think about for Sam here, because he's got like. He just saw that Overfleet Dragon just completely destroy his opening board.
Yeah.
So he's going to have to come up with a new plan, because what he did in the last game just got blown out, and Johannes didn't use any side deck cards.
And here, if he's paying attention, you can notice that his opponent just sided an extra deck card, which is a tell for the super polymerizations, most likely. Usually could be the Mega Fleet, but he's actually maining it.
He's already
so
got the Mega Fleet, yeah, so the Mega Fleet is there to play around.
He's definitely prepared. Like you can argue with it. And the only thing I'm considering is if Sam is gonna allow him to start.
It is dangerous. Yeah, it may like feel correct, but then there is that flip side. You just go, hang on, wait a second. Am I really gonna let Lunalight Orcus go first against me? I mean, what do you do if they just combo off and, you know...
But you really just got destroyed. Like, your opening was so good. And not only did they have the Mega Fleet, they are also maining Kaijus, which you have seen. And they have an explosive deck, like post-side deck. You just saw an extra deck card. And again, if that's not a Mega Fleet, it gotta be Super Poly. And I really gotta see that Johannes seems like he has thought about everything for this event.
He's definitely thought about Cyber Dragon Orcus.
Like, just look at his side decks. Like, he has Super Polymerization, which is pretty useful. He has Nibiru, which compared to the Lunalight deck is not as easy to play around in Cyber Dragon. And even the No Materials are there, which are one of the better cards just against any Orcus deck. So, a really, really good side deck. Seems solid. And
but no plan for going first. So again, yeah, you might be right, Sam, to let him go first. It's just that it is just bold, because you know that if you just draw no hand traps or powerful side deck cards,
absolutely,
they just combo off, you can just be dead.
Yeah, but...
So we'll have to wait and see that.
You really gotta consider it. Usually, I feel like it depends on what you're siding. So maybe if we go to a game 3, we could see the other way around. Maybe Johannes is the one that says you go first, since you have so many cards, and you can, worst case scenario, just use the Mega Fleet. But at the same time, the Mega Fleet is a lot less impactful once you know it's there, because there are ways to play around it. So
Sam has got those 3 different dimension ground in his side deck, so that might be enough to make him want to start.
So let's take a look at this, and who is gonna go first? Who is gonna take the game, if not the match, and the title of YCS champion? So
Cyber Dragon Core, which is always a card you want to see, such as any Cyber Dragon.
Yeah, Galaxy, so for now, Dan looks really good.
It looks very well suited for going first. If he can figure out a line around. So he has chosen to go first.
He goes first again, and now, again, no more interruptions from Johannes, and that means...
I mean, Sam doesn't know that for sure, so he might be fearing the Nibiru, and it's definitely something to fear.
But can you really play around it? That's the thing. Compared to Lunalight, I know that one way to try and play around it, when you have the Galaxy Soldier, you can try to get to the Infinity, but...
Yeah, you can make Cyber Dragon Infinity, but then again, making Cyber Dragon Infinity in the same zone, same thing is going to happen. Mega Fleet is going to come down. Unless he can... I don't think he can clear his own extra monster zone very easily.
I mean, he potentially can, because, like, it's tough.
But he can't just do the same thing he did before. That's for certain.
It's also your opponent can also just use the spot in the extra deck, so it's close.
But that's still like far less powerful if they're
now you can see that
Johannes
it's kind of bluffing by like counting the numbers of summons. I feel like he doesn't have it, but you might as well do it. We saw it with Joshua Smith during a future match where his opponent completely bluffed the Nibiru, and in the end it got him the match. So might as well try these little mind games with your opponents.
So how does Sam best play around
the Mega Fleet?
Maybe he just hopes he saw the extra deck card that he was just going to side out the Mega Fleet, you know?
Yeah.
Double bluff. Your opponent knows it's there. They're never going to let you use it.
Maybe. I mean,
the mastermind
that would be like next level, but or maybe he just forgot that it's there. And he's going to do the same exact thing as game 1. That would be...
We should hope not, but you never know. It doesn't look that difficult for him just not to leave any monsters in the extra monster zone in this case.
Absolutely, but...
because he can just link... Oh no, maybe I'm wrong. It does look quite difficult from here.
You can also just... Probably, I mean, in this case, when you have the Infinity, right?
Oh, Infinity can...
Yeah, it can
suck up one of your own monsters.
That's what I was saying, yeah.
Can it do it to your own monsters?
Yeah, that was I was checking, and you can. So maybe that's a way to do it. You just... absorb your own, or you just send it to the graveyard.
It's a shame it doesn't get to absorb all of the XYZ materials.
Yeah, he just did what we were saying, so he
And Johannes
used
just
the
double
Infinity.
checking what I was double checking.
Yeah, he
Can
did,
you
it,
actually
he
do
did it
that?
a little fast. So with the Infinity, we were checking. You just got the extra deck monster, so you play around the Mega Fleet. So
It's got to be something Sam is used to doing as well. come to
Absolutely,
think
he
of it,
didn't even
because
think about it,
He's
so.
played, you know, other people might well have sided it in, even if not played it in the main deck. But side decking it in is definitely something you've got to think about.
Yep. And now he's gonna set up the Crescendo, and since he opened the Nightmare, he can send the Orochi as well, which is a nice addition to push some additional damage later on.
And the Overflow.
Okay. Seems like he was stopping, but he was like, no, I still have something to do. Do you like Orochi in general in all of these Orcus decks?
I think it makes sense, definitely, to run it, because after you've finished your combo, or if you just have an extra Heart Horror, which is definitely something you may not have had a good use for before, because there's only 2 other Orcus monsters you want to use in the graveyard, then you can just send this. It's a Dark Machine. It works with all of your Orcus cards. When we did see it have the downside, the really strong downside of banishing a skeleton, but if you've already got the skeleton in play, I think it's very, very powerful. Can potentially just give you 2 extra summons and then destroy a card on top of it. So, well, it can't do both of those things.
Ooh, and Super Polymerization is picked up. Does he have a valid target for it?
Infinity is light.
Yeah, Infinity is light, so I don't think he has the option to
And
go
the
for
Fusion
Venom.
Dragon requires a...
But at the same time,
Dark?
if you play any Dark Monster, then you can Super Polymerization your Dark Monster Galatea, and then the Venom and the Infinity can be used for Mega Fleet, right?
Yes.
So that's a way to completely clear the board if he wants. That's gotta be crazy.
That's gotta hurt, yeah.
Yeah, that's gonna be crazy.
Although
Yeah.
Sam has got the Overflow, so he could use the Overflow to destroy
Yeah,
the
of course.
Fusion
But at
monster.
the same time, then you're
I'm
completely...
not sure you
yeah.
would, but you could.
Yeah. At least he does have the Overflow, so once more the decision to main 2 copies is paying off. But the Super Polymerization might be a very important pickup here.
He's got a good discard for it. He's got 3 good discards. 4, all of his hand.
Yeah, let's see if he sees the line. Honestly, I think you can go for it. Like, I don't hate it. Like, if you just Super Poly even here, like...
It seems quite unlikely you're going to get a monster stuck in the extra monster zone.
It's like, if you do it, like, you can... Yeah, I feel like it makes sense. You just Super Poly and then you clear the entire board.
Yeah, you can discard that Serenade Dance as well.
And he sees the line, so Super Polymerization comes down. It's gonna make the Venom, and that means that if Sam doesn't use the flow, you can use the Venom and the Infinity to make the Mega Fleet as well.
Perfect. Well, I mean, it's not a pair of answers, because there's only one answer. He only just had the Super Poly. And Sam's got to feel a bit...
Hello and welcome to the top 32 of YCS Utrecht. I just had a bit of a production problem there. They couldn't use the word stinger for some reason, but it's fine. Thanks, Jan. Sorry, production is trying to talk to me and it doesn't work because you can't hear them. Okay, so we got our matchup here and we're going to get our players out before I start laughing again. We have Jordan Gallagher from the UK. Specifically from...
Scotland.
All right. So you're you know one of the commentators, right?
Yeah, I know Farfa or Nadir. And Darren. I test with Darren a lot, and Nadir goes to my locals. I mean, I know them both pretty well.
Did you expect to get this far in the tournament, or you know, what were your expectations coming in?
I did expect to do. I tried to do my best for this event. I did a lot of testing. If I didn't do well this event, I would be quite disappointed in myself. So I'm quite happy I made it this far.
I mean, we've seen you quite a lot do well at the YCSs. It just always seems to be that kind of last few rounds that were the problem. You know, did you change anything for this event to be able to make that final push?
I definitely tested a lot more for this event than I have for previous events. Like IRL testing, just like sitting down at locals and playing games of Yu-Gi-Oh! Whereas previously I test a bit less, but like most of it's theory, and I normally lose in the bubble, so testing's paid off, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, you can't beat like actually sitting in front of someone and playing Yu-Gi-Oh! Because there's things that come up that you just don't realize.
Yeah, I agree.
All right, well, good luck. Take a seat. Oh, okay. I'm being told the players are going to have to swap sides, but we'll do that afterwards. So we have Kevin Schlieben from Germany. Come on in, Kevin. Oh, got a bit of fans. Do you want to say hello?
Maybe yes.
Okay. Tell us, were you expecting to do so well at this event or not?
Not really, but I trained the last weeks, 3 or 4 weeks for that, and yeah, it was good.
How many push-ups? 100?
What?
Push-ups.
Push-ups. Oh.
No?
I guess 200 push-ups.
200 push-ups. Okay. Sit-ups?
Sit-ups, maybe 50. It's not too much because my.
Okay. More than I did. What do you feel about the tournament in general? Have you felt like it's been fairly easy or no? Just
this
quite. Yeah, this.
It was not really easy, but not really hard, I have to say.
So just okay. Kind of okay pace. All right. Please take a seat for now, but you guys are gonna have to swap. But let's take it over to our commentary team, who are going to tell you a little bit about this matchup before we get started.
Welcome back, everyone. This is Top 32, the second in the top cut of this YCS. And we have, I guess, probably the most bread and butter meta matchup we've had of the tournament so far. Spyro versus Shadol, something that we were probably expecting to see a lot of at this tournament, and there has definitely been a lot of that. So the new Shadol Showdown structure deck released on Valentine's Day. Happy Valentine's Day. And it's brought a whole lot of new stuff with it, hasn't it?
It sure has. It's brought a really, really powerful card in El Shadol Acapulon, which allows you to get access to your fusion spells, which has been a huge problem in Shadol. And being able to just fuse any two Shadols with a different attribute, of course, but we've also got a whole new roster of Shadols like Wendy, Ariel, Chaos, all different attributes, so you can get the Acapulon fairly easily. And Acapulon has the effect where it can search any Shadol monster, so if you have a bunch of fusion spells and you need more Shadol monsters, you can do that. It also discards a card as well for effect, so it can trigger stuff. Yep. There's a lot of utility you can do with Acapulon.
Yeah, so I think that the Shadol deck has had recent success. Even before the structure deck, we saw it creeping up in various regionals and stuff. And I think that the biggest cause for that was that Construct came back to 3 fairly recently.
Yes.
And we've seen that when you combine it with this Invoke deck, you have like 12 fusion spells you have access to. So I think that's given Shadol a lot of the consistency, because I think like previously what you always felt like when you were playing Shadol back in Dual Alliance format, the old Golden Age.
The old 2014.
Yeah.
6 years ago, that.
Yeah, I know,
crazy.
right?
This
Wow.
came out in Dual Alliance 6 years
That's
ago.
almost how...
And look at it in 2020, still flipping monsters.
I don't know if we're playing Shadow games, but the point,
why not?
The point is that you always had this problem with Shadol where, like, in order to get your engine going, you had to draw 3 very specific cards. Your
Exactly,
Fusion,
yeah.
your Shadol, and preferably a light monster.
Then
And
in next challenges, thankfully, we got some more. We
Yes.
got El Shadol Fusion, so it made that it wasn't too much of a nightmare to fuse.
yeah. And now we have this Invoked engine, which combines that bridge all together, and you have your access to your Invoked engine, as well as the Shadol with the Invoked engine giving you Invocation, the searchable way to get that, so you can access powerful monsters like Merkaba, and you have, of course, like Construct. There's so many different ways to fuse and combo off with, especially like new things like Cross Sheep. So I'm sure we'll see a lot of that today, right?
Exactly, yeah. The problems that Shadol previously had, you don't really notice it as much because there's so many fusion spells now. Super Poly's now at 3, which is crazy because you can use it in like an engine card and a defensive card and a way to break boards as well. You still have Shadol Fusion at 3, El Shadol Fusion at 3, and the Invoked engine is so good.
Yeah.
Like by itself, it can end on a Mechaba, so it ends on the defensive cards, but you can also use Invocation to summon Shadol monsters by using cards
It's
in
just
your
a
hand.
generic fusion spell.
Exactly,
Yeah.
yes. It's just like Polymerization, so you can use it. It's very versatile. You can use it for your Invoked engine, or you can use it for your Shadol engine to make pushes. It's really,
Yeah.
really good. And Meltdown as well.
Yeah.
Not being able to respond to your fusion from when Meltdown is nuts.
Yeah, that clause is like cause a bit of a ruling issue and like trying to understand how that works when it comes to being used as a fusion as Chainlink 2. Does that stop your opponent's triggers? There's a whole bunch of array of problems that come up, especially in mirror matches with Meltdown. But I don't think we should have an issue with that today. But there's a lot of like technical play stuff involved. Kevin, on the other hand, not opting to play Shadol, going for Spyro. He scrapped Spyro variant, so that'll be something a little bit different. I don't think we've seen the scrap engine
Yeah,
in
we haven't
action
seen.
at all
I
today.
haven't seen much of Scrap Spiral in general, really. I think it's a thing that was like the first when the Forbidden Limitless first happened, the first thing that people went to was Spiral with scraps and sort of like deviated away from that with like Extravagance and Popper Up. But the huge benefit of the scrap engine is it doesn't lose the Drone and Lockbird, which we found that Spiral just can't play under. But it can do like a reasonable amount of things. It can do the combo where it can do Curious, Griffin, set a Imperial Order or something like that. So it can still do a fair number of things under Drone and Lockbird. And I think that's why he's went for the scrap variant.
Yep. So we'll see just exactly how Kevin is going to handle the big elephant in the room, and that will be Winda. So we'll see how that shapes up.
How can we forget about Winda?
Yep. So we're going to go to the table now and jump in on the action and see how this unfolds. Now, as far as I'm aware, I think Jordan lost the dice roll, so Kevin will be starting us off here. Yep,
with a foolish,
good,
quite good this
magician
time.
soul.
Yes.
This is the first time we've seen.
Yeah, this is a foolish,
soul.
quite good because he has a magician souls.
Yeah, we haven't seen magician soul resolve successfully on stream yet.
Yeah,
have
we? Goods and souls. No, we have not. We have not seen magician souls.
Did you say goods and souls?
Goods and souls.
Oh, okay. Goods and souls. Yeah.
Good, hello, souls. But this together is Wombo.
Yeah,
he has the full whack, and he also has a wear up now, so he can get a quick fix, and a big red as well, and Call by the Grave for the Ash Blossom.
Now,
but he does have Nibiru.
Yes, Jordan opting to main deck 2 copies of Nibiru. You know his exact list because you guys kind of like played this together at locals.
Yeah,
and stuff.
we made it together, and we both like tested. Like he tested non-stop with me. I was going up and down Glasgow for weeks, so you're welcome, Jordan. So he chose to. We took a lot of inspiration from Jesse's Shadol list, and he chose to main deck Nibiru. And the huge impact of it is not only is it a high impact card, it's also a light. And being able to have access to your lights means
that
you
construct
summon your best fusion to get your engine going.
As well as Merkaba from the invoked side.
Exactly.
So it's really, really versatile. And of course we have here the full combo of Spyro, not including the scrap variant that he's playing, but this is generally like what...
This is the point where you don't really need the scraps because the Spiral engine just does everything without the scraps. The scraps just help to get your stuff going, especially if you're trying to push your hand traps and stuff like that.
And here's the powerful effect of Magician Souls, sending 2 spell and trap cards from your field or hand to the graveyard to draw 2. And the most important thing as well is that Big Red, Kerchow, I have
brum.
Car is it doesn't destroy the monster that it's attached to.
But he's just ashed the Helix, but it just got called by the Grave, so he might be in a bit of a pickle here.
Yeah.
But yes, going back to Magician's Souls, being able to just get you 2 fresh cards, and you also get a +1 as well.
Sorry.
It trades in the Ferrari for a Lamborghini or an Aston Martin, since it is based off 007.
Oh, there you go. So we have him, the Ash being so clutch here versus Helix in most cases.
He's playing Dangers as well.
Oh yeah, he is indeed. Those usually help you extend it to something like Curious, I believe, right?
Yeah, since he's playing the scrap engine, it makes sense to play Dangers, so he can like extend into Curious, because the typical build won't really play Curious. He has Nibiru here. The best time in Nibiru is when they've used Quick Fix effect to summon itself, because then it'll get banished, which will cut him off from a lot of his resources. And he absolutely has Special Summon 5 times. So I'm wondering if he's thinking whether to drop Nibiru here, if Quick Fix was in fact Special Summon by its effect. Because you don't want him to overlay it into a rank 1, because then he'll be able to detach the Quick Fix and then summon it again. So you definitely want to avoid that.
It looks like he's now deciding what to arrange with Droll here, and I think that's a Shadol fusion that he's put to the very bottom there, and then he...
Not that it matters, because he's already got one.
Yep, that is true. And the Hedgehog, and I think that was also a Juggler, perhaps? He probably put the... Yep,
yeah,
there
he
it
put
is.
the Juggler on top.
Damage Juggler.
Which is good, because it means if he uses Nibiru, he still has another light. Oh,
there he goes. That's absolutely huge.
Rock Boy
this
for 6? For 6?
For 6
that's
monsters.
Crazy. Away they go.
I think the most important thing here to note as well is that this Quick Fix is removed from
going
play.
to get banished, yes.
Yeah, so
have a nice token. There you go.
I think we should probably try and do the maths here. So that's 0. And that's 13. 1.
It's not going to stay there for very long.
I know.
It's going to be big. It's going to be quite big.
14, 26 plus Helixes.
Big booty because of Master Plan's 2-8.
Yeah. But I don't think there's any other defense there, so it's literally just
drones
2-8.
to me. I think it's 2-9 because drones has 100.
I don't think Construct particularly cares anyway.
Yeah, just attack.
Start a damage step, pop
Fact.
special summon monster. Jordan seems to have like a good follow-up here with the Alistair and the Shaddoll Dragon and Shaddoll Fusion there, as well as, of course,
He's
like the
topping a
Light
light
Monster.
too, so he can use the Nibiru as a free KB stick.
And even the Juggler can maybe help extend into, you know, once you get it in the graveyard, you can...
He can get you another light as well. You almost cut that card last minute, you know. I told him, no, stop it.
Stop it.
It's literally 2 lights, yeah. You send it off Shaddoll Fusion, and then you can banish it to add another light.
So in the hand of Kevin, we'll see how he's going to be able to extend here. Is that a resort on the field? Yep, that gets him the last resort.
I'm not sure where you would go with this. He still
well,
has a big
he still gets sleeper with this, doesn't he?
Did he resort for it? Yes, he spiral.
He's hard
resort
on the
for
sleeper.
No, he switched it off Master Plan.
Oh, right,
sorry.
yeah.
So he's still going to have Sleeper Master Plan to deal with. Not Master Plan, Last Resort. So he still has Sleeper Last Resort to deal with, which is not that much of a problem for Shaddoll because all your stuff floats, but it is still going to be a little bit annoying.
It's really kind of interesting how you can Nibiru a player for 6 monsters and still end with such a powerful Towers-like monster where it's just unaffected, not unaffected, but untargetable.
It's unaffected too. It can't be destroyed by a battle or card effect, and it can't be targeted because Last Resort is quickly. It's really, really good.
Technically isn't unaffected, but...
It's because it can't be destroyed.
Yeah, but cannot be targeted, cannot be destroyed isn't the same as unaffected. Because then it would be... Because then it implies it's immune to borrow. Well, technically it would be immune to borrow mode, I'm just saying.
Okay, Mr. Man.
Mr. Man. Okay.
Even with the Nibiru, you're right, though. He's still in on a pretty nuts board. He still has a lot of resources. He's got a Master Plan, which can get him a mission. You can use Rescue to recycle his resources. He has lost the Quick Fix, which has limited his current position right now, but in the long run, if he doesn't get OTK'd, he could potentially bounce back from this, because one thing that makes Spiral really good is it's really grindy because of its utility in the main deck with stuff like Sleeper, Agent, and Tough, being able to have really good removal. And they're just big too. Like Master
Do you think
Plan's
maybe in
2H.
a long-term grind game, maybe Shaddoll has the edge?
It depends, because Shaddoll has to fuse, which uses a lot of cards, and not all the Shaddoll monsters replace themselves. So a fusion deck can just naturally run out of steam because you need a lot of cards to play. You don't really have many one-card plays, and since he doesn't have an extra deck monster on the field, Shaddoll Fusion won't be able to.
Is there any
fuse
reason
deck.
he didn't just pop the Nibiru here on his own turn?
I don't see. Yeah, no. You could have just popped that for free. Maybe you want to play around evenly matched in the main deck.
Here comes the all-important fusion spell, and that goes with the Dragon and the Juggler here. Do you think you hit the Resort with the Dragon?
Absolutely, yeah. Resort is so strong in being able to just add once per turn. He didn't get to use Barricade Ball Blocker, so he couldn't do the play where you could just like let it go to grave and then add it back. So I'll definitely, the only thing he can't pop the Last Resort because it can't be targeted. He could hit his back row, but he knows it's rescue, so there's no real point in popping that.
It's such a really hard sort of soft lock to get through, where like your Spiral monsters can't be targeted. So in order to remove the Sleeper, you have to get through the Resort, then get through the Last Resort, and then finally deal with the Sleeper.
It's a lot of walls.
Yeah, just by itself, you have to like jump through a lot of hoops for
Not unbreakable though.
Not exactly. Not
He's did
completely
the
unbreakable.
first step. He's got rid of a card
Resort,
that he can't really add back unless he does Barricade Ball Blocker, but that takes turns. So his grind game has gotten significantly worse, but he can still find it difficult to play for this Sleeper because he had to use 2 cards, bear in mind, to stop his full board. He had to use Ash or Caught by the Grave, and he had to use a Nibiru, which is not an engine card. So I'm interested to see how he's going to get himself out of this situation where he's low on cards. But thankfully, Damage Juggler adds another light, so that gives him more cards.
There is some floating and replacing themselves with resources, so that card advantage is definitely going to be caught up by Shaddoll. It just really kind of depends here. I suppose like this clutch moment of this duel is going to be, of this specific duel, is going to be decided by just exactly how the Sleeper gets used, I think, right? You have to really make sure you use it at the correct time.
Right now, I don't see a good time because 2 of the cards in the field will float. You'll draw a new card and also add a fusion. The fusion won't do anything because he's already used it, so I think it will be an okay time to do it on the Rock and Construct. But I'm not sure. Now he has El Shaddoll No, I thought that was El Shaddoll Fusion, sorry. But he also has Alistair.
Yeah, so he can...
So
he can
no point
perform-
popping that because he can just banish it from grave with Invocation.
Yeah, one more fusion spell is going to be obtained here. I think what he could have also done, I'm not sure if we can just bring up the graveyard really quick. So it seems that he sent Squamata and Wendy with the Shaddoll Fusion. So
he might have sent El Shadow Fusion to the graveyard.
No, that's exactly what I was thinking. Like, if he sent the El Shadow card, then one construct leaves the
Oh,
field.
it's because he used Dragon to pop, so he had one less way to get into his engine. Because Dragon isn't really an engine card; it's just a Shadow monster.
Yeah, so he had sent Squamata, which sends the Wendy,
Yeah.
to try and accrue some kind of advantage on board here, just to like try and make sure that he has something, I suppose, remaining after the sleeper.
Exactly. But I think what he'll be forced to do next is he's probably going to link into either Alistair or Cross Sheep. Oh, but he's using Sleeper. My thought process was going to be that he's forced to use this before he uses Invocation, because then he's just going to summon a Mechaba, which will just negate Sleeper and banish it.
Yeah, so I suppose like Kevin is kind of forced at this point to, you know, just in case he goes straight into the Merkaba with his Invocation there.
No, he stopped these plays a little bit here, because I don't think he has another fusion. Oh, he has Invocation.
Yeah, he's got the Invocation, and I guess Construct adds back the Shadow Fusion to his hand, which is only once per turn, so he's not going to be able to use that again. So
what's cool about Alistair is, which we didn't touch upon before, it can link into Almirage, which puts the Alistair in grave, so it means you have an extra monster on the field, because it's essentially free because you're going to banish it from graveyard, but it's also a fire, so it means you can get instant access to Purgatrio with Alistair, and you can also link Almirage into Secure Gardener, which is a light, so it means Alistair solves a lot of the problems of the deck, being able to just OTK with Purgatrio and also give you access to a light, so you can make Construct with Mechaba as well. It's really, really powerful.
So what do you think he does to like out this Sleeper here? Because I was thinking, like, is there a line where he can take with Gravity Controller?
He's used Sleeper, so I think he's going...
All right, he's going to go into Purgatrio.
I wish the defense of that token's a 2/9, right? So he can definitely attack over his.
It should be big enough for small enough for him to attack over the Purgatrio.
He can attack over everything, but there's still a last resort on that Sleeper, so I'm really curious as to how he's going to deal with that.
I was thinking out to Sleeper in this scenario would be the Gravity Controller. So he could like use the zone of...
It can only bounce a monster in the extra monster zone.
Yeah, right, there we go. Extra monster zone.
That's what I thought too.
Yeah.
Like,
All right.
I was doing that in testing and he was just like, idiot. It doesn't matter.
Silly darn. All right, so we're going to Pierce for a little bit here. We're going to...
He is limited with what he can do. I think he wants to hold his resources because he's got the Alistair for a follow-up, which is fine. I think he just wants to take his cards away. Because I don't think he has any more rescues in grave. But Sleeper is going to be able to pop his 2 monsters because he can pop the rescue and then it's in grave.
So I think the judges are just tallying up the exact defense of the token to make sure that calculation on the piercing damage of Purgatrio is accurate. So it seems to be like it's a commanding position for Kevin here. I think that his deck has just shown like just an unreal amount of resilience. Like the hand trap of Nibiru is usually what basically stops any combo deck from being, you know, sort of dominant in the meta. It's just like that fear of like Nibiru always being there. Like Salamangreat generally doesn't have a way to play through Nibiru.
It's one of those cards you just have to ignore, I think.
Yeah.
Because there's no real like solution to it other than like make
Unless
Appaloosa
you're playing a
early.
deck like Spyro, yeah, you play Appaloosa.
Exactly, yeah. Which is something he could have done earlier, but I think a reason why we wanted to main Nibiru is because people aren't mindful of it. People just forget it's there. It's one of those things that
and
come
I
in
think
and out
people
of the format.
don't really expect a game 1, right?
Exactly, it can just steal games, and you have to like take advantage of those games where your opponent is just not thinking about these things.
Yeah.
And I imagine it would have stolen a lot of games, especially game 1. People just not being mindful of Nibiru, because who is? Because you can't be mindful of everything.
Yeah.
Oh, this is good. He's used Foolish Burial to send Agent, and he's using Rescue to add it back. This is what I was saying before about Spiral's utility and resilience, and able to just keep pushing even outside of the combo, because it is just a good deck in general. Ooh, and he has Magician's Souls again.
Another Magician's Souls here.
You can use this to get 2 draws potentially if you want.
You think perhaps in the long term, Jordan should maybe do some kind of like a tactical scoop to game 2, because it seems like he's.
I'm not sure. He's not
out of options here.
I don't think.
Or how do you really like come back from like the sleeper lock here?
He has Shadow Fusions, so he can hope his opponent is
Going to
silly
enter the
and
extra
goes
deck.
in the extra deck. Yeah, he doesn't have to rely on the extra deck here. He's got a. Oh, he had to banish the Helix, didn't he, to summon the sleeper? So his opponent can just like use his monsters like sleeper and swing with Agent because it's big enough. He just does not need to fusion here because he's getting a lot of advantage. He's going to draw 2 fresh
Two more cards being drawn here by Kevin.
And I didn't catch the other one. Oh, he is going to the extra deck. he might be thinking game here.
Do you think there's probably a way to game here?
Yeah, I for sure. You can make Boral Sword, but he has to be mindful that there's an Alistair in hand. But I think Boral Sword won't care about that.
I suppose maybe Jordan's continuing to play to try and maybe some kind of bluff like a second Nibiru or something.
I suppose once he sees it, once he goes battle phase, he's probably thinking, yeah, that's it, it's over. But he probably just wants to see his opponent do it.
Actually,
there's a beast there too. I completely forgot there was a beast there.
Yeah, there is a face down beast. So
And
I
Sleeper
mean,
hasn't used it to affect pop either.
yeah, so all he's going to be able
what
to
he's about to do.
All he's going to do is you get a pop from that, I suppose. And the beast could potentially draw into an out here.
I don't know what the out would be. It would be Nibiru.
It would just be another Nibiru, yeah.
Why didn't he wait to see what he drew?
Yeah,
never mind.
he could have waited to see what he was going to draw there, I suppose. Maybe he could have held that clutch Nibiru.
I suppose. But I think we're only, how many copies we're playing? 3? It's not like, I mean, I would have been curious to see what his top deck was, but if it was Nibiru, that would have been scenes. Absolute scenes. But yeah, even though Nibiru was like mashed down at the correct opportune time, we've seen that Spiral is just so incredibly resilient, and when it works,
I just can't wait to see the scrap combo in place. Like I want to see like the full like Wyvern, bring back scrap, recycler, mistiming. A lot of people probably don't know what that means. We won't have to deal with it, don't worry. But that full combo, like being able to do the entire Spiral board, just with like 2 cards, recycler plus your rescue. Yeah. So it's a really cool thing to see, and maybe a little bit scary to pull off in this kind of matchup when you know your opponent's maining Nibiru, right?
Exactly, yeah. But he'll probably be mindful of draw, which is why he's playing the scrap engine. But spoiler alert, we're not actually siding draw and lock burnt. So we decided to cut it last minute because we didn't want to respect Spiral that much because we're worried about the Shadowell mirror match more. But
ends up being the most represented.
That was
in top
incorrect
cut, so.
on our part. Yeah, I mean, you got to predict these things, and it's been going well for him so far. I think he played like 5 Altergeisted Swiss, someone I remember. So
there's a lot to like consider for Jordan here. Do you think he should go first, right? Try and establish a window or Merkaba or something? Yeah,
absolutely. Yeah, absolutely.
What do you kind of bring in here?
So going first, what will he have?
He's got the 3rd Ash Blossom, I think.
Potentially, I think you don't really mess about with it in
There's
the main
actually
deck.
nothing here that I can see for going first.
The
it's
only
a lot of going
thing
second
you would
cards.
change is, so we're playing a Super Poly target, the World Chalice God Dragon Almaduk.
Yep.
That's crazy.
It's a Super Poly target, right?
Yes, it takes like either 3 link monsters or 3 link monsters. So you just get rid of Trigate, Helix, which deals with the utility wire as well,
and the Appaloosa.
Yeah. So out to full board except Sleeper, but Sleeper's not normally a problem if you have your full hand. It was a bit weird there because he had it with only 3 or 4 cards, but with a full hand normally, and you're also summoning Construct with your Super Poly, you're summoning Almaduk, sorry. But still, it's an extra poly on board which you can use to make Cross Sheep or the Alistair Link.
Why not play Sphere mode? Because it's light.
It's a Divine Beast. Dumb.
I totally forgot.
Ouchie of the day.
That was just a god card.
It looks like a light. But yeah, it's a Divine Beast, bro. Not a light. That's why we're not playing Sphere mode.
Maybe in the next Shadowell structure deck, like 6 years from now, there'll be a Divine Beast fusion monster.
That'd be sick. There should be one already.
So for Kevin, I think it's very
Mystic
likely.
Mind. That'll be
kind of like the expected one here. I mean, you sort of have to expect that your opponent is going to be playing Mine at this point because we've seen so much of it across
That's why,
the format this
Jordan
weekend.
is playing Paleozoic Dynamiscus. And I
One
think,
single Dynamiscus in the main deck.
we were signing another one, but we thought it was better to just like Cosmic because going first against Spiral, it makes sense to just throw in Cosmic anyway because you're hitting stuff like Last Resort and the Rescues, and you're hitting Resort as well. And hitting Resort can be really, really powerful because a lot of the time you hard draw Resort and it can be really problematic when you can't target the field and it just cuts them off from an engine card, so why wouldn't you just throw it in? And he's hard drawn, Paleozoic Dynamiscus, so if he did have a
it would be there, yeah.
a Mystic Mind, and it wouldn't be a problem at all.
What kind of hand are we looking at here? Is this a Merkaba pass I'm looking at?
I don't think so. I'm trying to think about it in my head. So he has Reshadol Wendy.
Which can get him another Shadowell from the deck.
He doesn't have another Shadowell to make. I forgot his name, Acapulone. He needed one more Shadowell for that, which is a bit of a shame. So I think this is looking like he would go into... Oh, he could go into Secure Gardener, but I don't think Invocation can fuse from field, so you won't be able to go down that route to make Construct. So it is looking like he's probably going to have to make him a pass, I think. So I think he's going to have to go into Secure Gardener here just to make him a pass. But a lot of the time, that is enough, you know.
Yeah, if you stop like a clutch normal summon, it's generally like quite an advantageous position to be in. Oh, Lightning Storm has been brought in by Kevin here, which
will bait the Mechaba.
Yeah.
Unless he puts it in defense mode like a Chad.
I'm not sure about Lightning Storm in this matchup, right? I mean, yeah, obviously it's great against Merkaba, but like, what
He's
if
probably
you're...
thinking it baits the El Shaddolls.
Okay.
I'm not sure. It's not really much of an out to Winda, really.
Yeah, that's like what I was concerned about. It's like,
Yeah.
you know, generally you'd probably be fearing Winda, if anything, during this
think
matchup.
if he had another Shaddol, he could have ended on Winda, and I think that would have been more than enough. But it's not looking like a great hand. Like, he has Dynamiscus as a good defensive card, though.
Mhm.
But he does have the Lightning Storm, so you could either use that to bait the back row, or you can bait the Mechaba, and it is likely he's going to use it to bait the Mechaba. But he'll be able to negate it because he has a spare Terraform. No, he used the Terraform for Meltdown, so he has an Invocation in hand, which I suppose is spare because Alice will just get him another one.
Do you think it's worth losing? I suppose you could just...
Cyber Dragon Nectar, Ice playing that.
Ooh, Nectar! Okay, so he just summons it and goes into Mega Fleet? Yeah?
Yes.
Yeah?
Yeah, absolutely, yeah.
Okay.
But he's not doing that. He's choosing to special summon with Agent to try and bait the back row, I guess. So he's called it wrong. He's went to call Monster, so that Agent effect has been used, and it is a hard once per turn. So you won't be able to use Agent's effect again. But if it's special summoned another way, he can use it to pop a back row. It's not all one effect, it's a separate effect.
So Naxter reads very simply, you can discard another monster and special this from your hand, and its name counts as Cyber Dragon in the field, that's the reason it allows you to go into the Mega
Can
Fleet.
you set it and it's still treated as Cyber Dragon?
No, I don't believe so.
I can't remember if that was the one that could or it couldn't. I think you can set it. No, it has to be Core. I think it might have to just be Cyber Dragon Core.
Not 100%.
So this is really
sure
good
on that.
utility here, because he's discarding the Master Plan, which you can bring back later to summon this Nectar.
Yeah, so it's got like utility because there's like a lot of like Spiral monsters you could potentially put in the graveyard if you've drawn like Big Red or something. So
And he is playing Chimera Tech, and I'm pretty sure Mechaba is a machine.
Mechaba is actually a machine, yeah, that's true.
Yes.
Oh, that totally went over my head, yeah.
So that forced a negate there. So he has Magician's Soul, so it looks like he's going to ruffle stomp him here. It's getting like...
Yeah, it's not looking too great. Like, he's going to be able to put the Soul on the field, get a couple of cards.
But again, this is what's great about Spiral when it gets going. He hasn't even had to use that Lightning Stone to bait anything because it has so many pushes. You can play a lot of cool text as well that can force out stuff as well, like Cyber Dragon Nectar is what we saw.
Do you think that's a mistake in not using the Lightning Storm at some point here? Because like we've dealt with the Merkaba, so surely just get that one-off back row. I mean, he doesn't know it's Dynamiscus. Maybe he expects it to be a bluff. Maybe it's like a...
You would think it was Super Poly. Or surely, or El Shaddol Fusion. Probably not El Shaddol Fusion because you would think you would have used it, but you would predict it's Super Poly, and I don't see why you wouldn't want to just
not
get
play
rid
into
of
it.
Yeah, he's just like, it seems like he's just discarded it to draw a new card.
Yeah, so he draws into the Assault there, which is there going to be a way for him to get that into the graveyards?
The Assault?
Oh yeah, he can go into the Borg here.
Barricade Borg
or Nightmare Phoenix, I suppose, if he wants to hit a back row.
You'd probably go for Nightmare Phoenix, yeah. Why not? Free. Unless he goes Barricade Borg Blocker.
Oh, he's going to go
okay.
to Ip. Okay.
Completely shut us both up.
I'll do what I want.
I want to go for Chili and a girl.
All right, banishing 3 here to go into...
She just goes on roller skates and just like hacks the Cyberweb, right? Is that what you said?
Yes, the official lore on Masquerada is that no one actually knows her true face, and she's a hacker, basically. Literally just a computer hacker who, like, I suppose steals from, like, I don't know, banks or something.
Well, it looks like she might hack.
That's official. Just saying, that's official.
She might hack Jordan's dreams and win in this YCS. But
there's the Dynamiscus,
which is really good. Is he scooping?
Oh, is he going to scoop it up there?
Oh my goodness!
Okay, right.
Okay, I did not expect that at all. Imagine scooping to a Dynamiscus. Well, okay, that took me completely by surprise. I really thought Kevin was going to take that one. In all honesty, from the looks of the field.
Yeah.
But I think since he banished Sleeper, he didn't really have much of an engine going for him anymore.
One of the most powerful Link era decks in Spyro scooping to a Karma Cut.
Yeah,
so.
He could have easily played around that too if he just made Lightning Storm, Phoenix. There were so many points where I'm surprised he just wasn't scared of Super Poly at all, or anything in particular, like Karma Curse, like anything.
Perhaps at the start of the turn there, he could have considered using the Lightning Storm, but maybe it's something to ask perhaps in the post-player interview and find out just exactly what his train of thought there is. But now this is going all the way to a Game 3. This is Shaddol versus Spyro. If you've just joined us and just tuned in, we just watched the sort of kind of one-sided, would you say?
Yeah, they've both been fairly one-sided, I think. Well, Game 1 wasn't fairly one-sided because he got Nibiru, but it still felt like Spiral had so many cards
Yeah,
in order to
so
deal with
we
it.
saw a Nibiru for 6 in game 1.
Still won.
Yeah,
Doesn't matter.
still won. So it just really goes to show the power of Spyro and its
People think it's the
resilience.
best deck for a reason. That's what people say.
I'm just saying, but I may or may not have put a prediction out there suggesting that we would see Spyro as the most dominant in Top Cut, and here
Well,
we
I
are.
said Invoke Shadol, so I guess one of us will be proven right here. So let's have a look and see.
All right, so
Side plan.
Yep.
Let's have a look.
I think Kevin is. He's probably going to want to go first. I'd say. I mean,
it depends. His sideboard
Yeah.
is really powerful. He also has Nibiru, he has Mystic Mine, he has Evenly Matched.
There's a lot of blowout cards he's playing here, but
And he also might not just want to lose to Shadol Fusion, so he might make him start, and hopefully Jordan will play like a not so optimal hand because his side plan is really strong. However, he might think, you know what, I want to go first and just not think as much.
Sometimes it's like the safest thing to do, right? I mean, my
Just to
deck's
start,
the most
yeah.
powerful, highest ceiling in the format.
Yeah, exactly,
Just
yeah.
Let me just pop off, right?
Whenever you play like a really strong combo deck that puts up an auto-win board, a lot of the time you're thinking, yeah, I could make him start, but I do just want to get my free win. But if he does go down that route, Jordan has a lot of cards to combat that. We're already maining Mind Control and Super Poly. And like I say, we have Armaduke just to deal with a full board.
It's interesting because like this deck seems like it was built to go second, but you still go first despite the fact you're playing like a lot of blowouts like Super Poly, Nibiru.
Sometimes you need them because Super Poly can be used as an engine card as well to get your engine going. You might have to discard a card, which is a bit of a pain because you need like your whole hand to play with it all sometimes.
Baby, I have to discard.
We tried testing it with
My
just
card
4
has
cards.
a cost.
Stop it! I know, yeah. We tried testing it with just 4 cards to see if we can, because we threw in Ash Blossom last minute because we thought it was really powerful in the mirror to stop one of the fusion spells.
You know what's funny? Like you just threw this like random 2 of like Ash Blossom in,
and
every
a
round
third in the side.
every round I've spoke to Jordan like throughout Swiss and stuff, he's just been like,
Ash
yeah, I
Blossom's
just had
mental.
Ash. I Ashed the Shadol Fusion.
I told
It's
you.
like, okay, all right,
It's
well.
deceptively strong. It's simple, but it gets you there. It gets you there.
I think our players are ready just to start off game 3, so we're going to head back over. Getting those hands loaded in for you here, and we can see that.
I'm curious to see who starts. I think it looks like it's going to be Kevin.
Yeah, let's see. He was very excited to get going there.
He was like, I want to summon this scrap recycler.
I think he's opened a strong hand here.
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Trying to get some scraps.
It seems like so he kept a Naxter, despite the fact he knew he was going first. Why do you think that is?
It's just a generic extender.
Okay,
To
fair.
discard Master Plan.
Oh, okay, right. Sending Rose. It's a Crystron card, yeah?
What was that? Excuse me?
Crystron Rosenix. You can, I believe, banish it from the graveyard.
Oh, I remember that when you played it in
Special
Paleo.
token. Yep. Banish this card from your graveyard. Special 1 Crystron token, a machine water. Level 1 token.
I love
So,
Crystrons.
generally, I think the go-to is Scrap Recycle will send O-Line, but I guess Crystron Phoenix does essentially the same thing.
Yeah.
But it's, I guess, less
Level 4?
bad to draw.
Does he play rank 4s? I suppose, like, sometimes he'd be able to
I think it's just bigger than O-Line, and it's like
Yeah.
essentially serves the same purpose. So, all right, here comes the Scrap Golem for a lot of
The fridge.
the fridge. A lot of people I've spoken to this weekend who've been playing Scrap Recycler would come up to me and tell me,
I always
drew the fridge. Yeah, exactly.
I always drew the fridge, man. That's why I stopped playing it. I just got sick of drawing the fridge. I'd rather draw Pot of Greed than just draw 2 cards. But no, he prefers scrapping up. So looking at Jordan's hand, he sided Cosmic Cyclone going second. I'm not sure how I feel about that. I don't think I agree with that against the Spiral board. I'm not sure why you would do that.
Is it maybe something about the Scrap? Well, I suppose Jordan technically doesn't actually know he's playing the Scrap version at this point.
He might have thought
'Cause
he was
hasn't
going
seen the Scrap
second.
films.
I might have thought you might have been mid to start, but he kept the mind control, so I don't think so. I'm very surprised he has Cosmic Cyclone because it feels like it's going to be a bit of a blank. Because we have a lot to decide to go second. We have Dark Ruler no more. Ash Blossom if need be. I'm very curious as to why he put in Cosmic Cyclone. But never mind. Nevertheless, he still has a card like Mind Control, which can bait out the Tri-Gate Wizard if he does the Scrap engine end on a Tri-Gate Wizard. Is he playing a Tri-Gate Wizard?
I think you can, yeah, but I'm not sure if he specifically is.
No.
He's got the Curious in there. So
maybe his brain's bigger than ours because he might be setting up to. He might be thinking that he's going to Griffin Curious into a card that won't allow him to play.
Okay.
So that's why he might have thought, I'll keep the Cosmic in just in case he's going to set like Imperial Order or something like that. Because he's played the Scrap version like a lot more than me, so he might be thinking like that. But it does just feel like a blank to me. And he doesn't have that many monsters in hand either. Again, with the problem with Shadol, like not seeing enough Shadol monsters and seeing too many Shadol monsters can look a bit grim. But he can't just outright top Super Poly.
is true. That is true.
Which would be very nice. And then he'll be able to start playing with his invoked engine because he still has that as well.
So Kevin is going over his combo here, and we've got the rescue in the graveyard, which was sent with the with the master plan discarded off the Borg, getting the sleeper and the resort with the hand with master plan's grave effect. Incredible, like, graveyard effect. Just add 2 cards from your deck to your hand.
It's mental.
Yeah,
it's good.
It's so important and so paramount to this deck strategy that you'll find that if you do draw the field spell, because it's mandatory to draw both cards, right? You don't.
Yeah, you have to add the field spell with a spiral card.
Yeah, so you can't add one or the other. You have to add both. So if you ever find yourself in a situation in Spiral where you open the field spell, you have to make Nightmare Unicorn, discard a card, spin your own card back to the deck just to try and use Master Plan. That's how important it is.
The thing is, that sounds like an absolute pain, but it's really not. Like,
yeah, it's not really a big
use
deal.
Spiral Resort, add a card, then you put it back with Unicorn, and then you just add it back again. Like, it's just fine. It really
like,
just doesn't
how
matter.
is it that spinning your own card away is like a positive thing in Yu-Gi-Oh?
Because you get to discard with Unicorn as
Yeah.
well, so you can discard things like the missions and the rescues and assault and stuff. So it can even be an extender as well as putting your card back.
It reminds me about like Infernity back in the day, where you'd like Direwolf pop your own monster
just to make space,
just to use launcher. Like, this is ridiculous.
Yu-Gi-Oh is so much fun.
I'm
man.
going -4. Why am I doing this? But it's just the play.
When a card is so powerful, like, it's just worth it to just go so minus. It even plays around Nibiru as well to Unicorn, because like you put the resort back and then like you Nibiru there. It's just like, okay, well, I haven't triggered all my best monsters yet. Oh, so he is playing DD Crow. So he's gonna. DD Crow is surprisingly really strong against Shaddoll as well, because when a fusion monster tries to add back a fusion spell, you can just DD Crow it, which can shut them off from their win condition.
You can hit the Alistair or Invocation. There's a couple of decent
that
targets
would be quite
here.
annoying as well, yeah.
And especially if it's just part of your, natural engine combo to
Just get it for
make
free.
Yeah, exactly.
Just get it for free, and it's just a good hand trap to hard draw anyway. I think people didn't do this in 2017 because when it was just predominantly Spyro Mirror matches, it wasn't that great. But people were just doing it because it was a free DD Crow. But
I suppose when you're playing
impactful.
like triple machine dupe, triple quick fix, like
Yes.
something like a DD Crow just seems like sort of
Like,
underwhelming, right?
You're going to DD Crow one of my quick fixes, huh?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll
What?
summon the other 2. Oh, it's mental. Quick fix it free. I want to think about that. It would be crazy. But anyways, back to the field. So DD Crow will have a serve a purpose here, being able to stop Jordan from maybe getting some momentum. And he's going to use Agent's Effect. Does he know the top
I
card?
don't think he knows the top card
That's
yet.
a good card to draw anyway.
Foolish Burrow, yeah. That
Which he probably wouldn't be drawing if he gets access to drones. Because then he would give that a good old...
He seemed really frustrated there when he didn't hit the correct top card there, so it seems like that might
I feel like
have
there was a way to maybe get access to drones, so he would have known the top card, I feel. And maybe this is Appaloosa DD Crow Sleeper Pass? Maybe?
See what he ends up with here. But regardless, I think it's with the hand he drew, it was...
I got the impression it was full board.
It was just Scrap Recycler with the Magician Souls, but those are like both kind of starters that don't really get you unless unless you're like hitting the rescue in the process, right?
I think what would have been mental if he hit the agent there, you would have linked it away with the Luralisk and ended on IP or any other link too, and it meant the agent was engraved with his mission, because they set the mission, but he can target that with Sleeper to pop 2 cards, so that'll be engraved, and you'll be able to hit a back row as well. That's why having that sort of setup is just really strong. Kind of plays around evenly matched too.
All right, so we're passing with the Sleeper here without the protection, however, so he is vulnerable.
He does get the Foolish Burial though, so that gives him a Shaddoll monster.
So I think that dice there is to indicate how many materials the Appaloosa was made with, so...
You just kind of have to shotgun with Appaloosa, I think, because you need to get as much card advantage with it as possible. And there's a point where you can't use Appaloosa anymore because stuff just starts getting chain blocked and it's very infuriating. So as soon as he activates a monster effect, you just go, no.
And there we go.
Power that.
Mind control. Absolutely hugely powerful.
The mental thing about that is he now has that Appaloosa with free negates.
It can
so
stop
if
the
he
Sleeper.
stops the Sleeper, it doesn't destroy the Sleeper.
Yeah,
but it doesn't matter because he just want to negate it.
And of course the
DD Crow
search
as well.
DD Crow in his hand, yeah. So mind control extremely powerful here. Jordan probably gonna like hedgehog into Skomata here to try and get like another access to
That could
Shaddoll monster,
potentially turn the tides of the whole game.
Yeah,
if he manages to get access to Shaddoll Fusion, he could potentially take this. He's lost his Sleeper access, he's lost his DD Crow access. This could be really, really good.
Yep. There's a Skomata added to the hand. Super versatile card in Shaddoll. Send any Shaddoll card, not just monster, from your deck to the graveyard
So
whenever
that's why
it's
you have
used
to
in the
max
turn.
out on copies of Skomata because it gets to pretty much anything you
I
want.
think
in your
Skomata
engine.
has always been a staple 3 of in Shaddoll, like ever since like its
You
inception.
think
yeah.
that, but in the early days, people just played one. At least I played one. And I know.
Really?
I don't know why.
Okay.
I didn't think it was. I don't know. I don't know why. You didn't really play a big Shaddoll engine because you only had 3 Shaddoll Fusion.
Well, you're entitled to your wrong opinion.
Okie dokie. We'll argue about that afterwards. But it's looking really good for Jordan now that he has that Appaloosa, and not only that, but he could OTK him. Like you can use Akapa.
He doesn't have game, surely, does he?
I don't think he has enough Shaddoll monsters to get into
Famous
Akapa
last
alone.
quotes.
Does he? No way.
He doesn't have game.
But he has access to Secure Gardener here because you can make Almirage and Secure Gardener.
Yep.
So it means you can El Shaddoll Fusion Skomata and the Secure Gardener into Construct,
Yep.
which can then get access to Shaddoll Fusion. So if you can get that in the graveyard
And
with
then,
the other link one,
Gravity Controller.
then
Yep.
off he goes.
The Shaddoll Fusion is just so powerful when you get to resolve it for its full effect.
Absolutely, man. Oh, there's no greater rush.
Yeah, so
There's a new
the
engage.
serotonin
Yeah, it's
is
just
just best
from
feeling
the
ever.
deck.
God,
Have you ever done it before?
What? It's fused from deck?
Yeah.
No, I usually mill 3 from deck. That's kind of all I really do.
Good, because that's random. It's just like, oh yeah, one am I gonna hit? Who knows?
It's like a slot machine. Grafsius.
Slot machine. 3 sevens.
I mean, 3 sevens is Grafsius Scarm. Just saying.
Well, that's a lot of effects.
All right, so rescue being chained here.
He's using it to add back a card.
Yeah, I think he just wants the sleeper
That's
to
going to
pop
get
here.
swiftly negated. He's like, no, thank you.
This is if there's another chaining DD Crow here to hit the
That's
Alistair.
smart. That's smart because once per chain.
Yep, that's an incredibly intelligent play there by Kevin, realizing that Appaloosa is once per chain. So while he might not be able to use both of his effects separately, he will be able to guarantee at least one effect if he uses them as in chain.
The thing is, what he can actually do is, it seems like he's been cut off from his Alistair engine, or invoked engine.
Yeah.
However, the cool thing is, he can potentially Shaddoll Fusion, sending Alistair and a Shaddoll monster into Winder if you really want to get access to his engine again. However, it doesn't really make sense to because if he goes into Gravity Controller, he only really has one zone and he can't link with Gravity Controller. So I don't think that's the line he's going to go for. He's probably going to make Construct from the deck for sure to get himself going with his light package with like Damage Juggler and Trick Clown and stuff, and he can just have a lot of extenders.
Is he going to the battle phase here? Was that a declaration of attack there?
I don't think so. I don't see why you would attack with this board. I don't see why you would want to attack over that at all, because you want an extra deck monster on the field.
So I think they're just reading something here to clarify.
Let's have a read a Secure Gardener, I suppose.
I can't. There we go. Just bringing it up for you now. And that is Secure Gardener, which is after it's a special summon, you take no effect damage for the rest of this turn. By the way, this was insane in the Mind Mirror match. Just saying.
It was, I remember.
Just saying. You make it with a... never mind, I can't remember how. Anyway, so for the rest, once per turn, if you would take battle or effect damage, you take no damage, cannot be used as link material, you can only control one Secure Gardener.
Okay.
Okay. So he's just going to attack over the...
Is attack over it, okay.
All right.
I don't quite agree with that play. But maybe he wanted to clear his board first, and maybe... yes! He's going to blow up the board because he's going to attack over the sleeper.
Okay.
That's quite nice. That's quite good.
Do you think maybe going down the line of like Shaddoll Fusion from deck was like maybe a bit more better?
Yeah,
or?
I think so, yeah. I think he definitely... Maybe he didn't see the line, but I think you definitely wanted to get access to Shaddoll Fusion.
All right, so El Shaddoll Fusion, remember, quick play spell allowing you to fuse despite the fact you are in your battle phase, which is really, really important here because he's going to destroy the sleeper, which automatically is removed from the field by Construct's effect, which has to start a damage step. This battles a special summon monster. Destroy this card, and that blows up his entire field there, including.
But it'll summon an agent from his deck.
Yeah, it will get an agent from his deck. However, he could choose to. I assume the summon from agent thing is part of the effect of the destruction. It's one effect.
I think it's mandatory.
Yeah. Okay.
So he has to summon a tough or an agent.
And if you do special summon a super agent from your deck or graveyard, yep, okay. All right.
I think the judge was just clarifying if he wanted to respond to the effect of Sleeper with Appaloosa. John was like, no.
I would very much like him to destroy his field.
That's absolutely
okay,
fine.
Are we doing a little rewind here?
Sleeper is mandatory, so it has to blow up boards.
So I think we're just waiting for the judge to clarify something here with the players.
Oh,
All right, okay, so it looks like it is going to resolve. All right.
I think he doesn't have an agent to summon.
Oh, is it? Maybe he doesn't have a target? Let's check his graveyard here. Let's see. What does he have? He's definitely used one agent.
He only plays 2 agent, which I think one's in his hand. And one
Yeah, you're correct. Yeah, I think so perhaps maybe...
it's mandatory, so you have to resolve the card as much as possible.
Okay. And as per new tournament policy, he is not allowed to verify his
He
deck.
may not do
May
that.
I check you don't have a legal target, sir?
And there's Alistair the Invoker.
Yep. Alistair, Madness Invoker, when a monster is fusion summoned to a zone it points to, I think is exactly what it says.
No, it doesn't have to be.
It doesn't have to be a zone?
Any monster that's fusion summoned triggers this card.
Oh yeah, even
it's
the mirror
not
match.
once per turn, yeah, so it's mental. So he's using to flip this to just summon back the Construct, which triggers again, by the way.
Construct is on special summon, not fusion
So
summon.
this will potentially send him another fusion, and he's probably just going to set up Winder here.
Yeah.
And then which will totally lock him out of the game.
It seems like once you establish that window lock here, which I think he should be able to do fairly simply. He's got the Alistair in the hand and many Shaddolls on field, so this is a pretty good situation for him. So again, we're just like clarifying this sleeper thing once more, I believe.
Oh, it specials from hand.
Oh, so we can special summon from hand. Okay. I mean, doesn't that sort of change things? Because there was quite a few plays that took play there.
I'm not sure. I don't think so. I mean, it's quite frustrating that he has a monster on the field, so I think it would.
I mean, he's committed to quite like a few plays after that had resolved.
I think he would more or less did the same thing, but I think he definitely wants to. Well, with time approaching, he doesn't want to get him to.
That is true. There is only 2 minutes left on the clock here. Jordan is ahead of him by 1,000 life points here. So I don't think there's any
not
really
quite doing anything.
there's any really cheeky ways to go for direct damage with sleeper with a Spyro. I suppose you have last resort.
Last resort, yeah, which can be
last resort. Attack directly with drone boosting your guy.
And he hasn't searched that yet, so you can potentially lose to the last resort unless he sets up a way to pop it with Shadow
So he's got a resort in the graveyard.
He can also make Mechaba to negate it, so no real worry there.
All right, so Invocation coming down, fusing the Alistair, and he is going to banish the Sleeper, which is a light monster. Invocation's so powerful, acting as like some sort of a DD Crone as well as like.
It's crazy, right? Being able to
fusion.
fuse from your opponent's graveyard just makes it like so strong.
Yeah, because like they're giving you a lot of attributes in the process. You find sometimes people with playing Invoke.
It's like a shopping catalog. You just have a little look and like, oh, I'll pick that one.
So you can either hit like important resources that would be like really beneficial to them on their turn, or you can simply like just because sometimes what you find is like Invoke players. I've seen running Raijin despite not having any win monsters because Droll's really popular. So a lot of people can sometimes just like make a Raijin just by banishing your opponent's Droll.
You have a lot of room in the extra deck if you're just playing pure Invoked because you wouldn't have the Shadow package as well. So yeah, why not? Why wouldn't you? Because like if you could potentially just summon it for free, then why not, right? So it looks like he's just going to unicorn it away just so he has one less summon because he is ahead on life here and there's only a minute left.
Yep, he doesn't want to risk any kind of like
so he can sort
last
of, like,
resort.
Run down the clock, I suppose, just by making plays at a reasonable pace, and he can set El Shaddol Fusion, which will allow him to make a Winder.
Yeah, he should be able to establish Winda as well. There's the set El Shaddol Fusion. You've got the Dark in the Unicorn and the Shaddol Monster in Ariel, who's in the process going to be able to remove cards from the graveyard of Kevin as well. Let's see what he top decks here. Quick Fix, where art thou? Okay.
That is quite powerful, yeah. I don't know if the clock
pretty
is
good
right.
combo.
He has 20 seconds to deal more than 1,000 life, which is possible. He can bring back a monster from the graveyard, even though he changed El Shaddol Fusion.
Time is a ticking. I'm pretty sure it is accurate for us here, but it's still, despite that, Quick Fix, where art thou? Great combo, but not when you have, you know, Winda and Merkaba
He
live.
can still win if he gets Last Resort. He can use it to equip to a monster that's oh, he is banishing that.
Yeah,
okay.
he's going to opt to, and there's the scoop.
There it is.
Great.
So he must have seen that he can still add Last Resort, so that would mean that he can attack directly and good play from Jordan to use his battle phase to deal damage at least, because I think he recognised that it was really important to be able to deal damage with only 3 minutes left.
I was just going to say that was a great game, really back and forth. We saw a lot of the interactions of the deck take place there that are the sort of hallmarks of how these decks function. You know, we saw the Scrap player doing those combos with the Scrap Recycler as well as the Magician Souls, and we saw Shadal really displaying the power of merging with the Invoked engine, you know, being able to have the versatility in Secure Gardener, the Alistair combinations, the
Exactly, yeah.
So many, like, really,
the hand didn't look particularly strong either, but Jinzi had the mind control, and it just allowed him to just push through the board.
It was literally just mind control.
Yeah, mind control, very, very
yeah,
strong card.
super clutch. And if there's any reason why you needed to know why that card went to 2, I mean, that is exactly why.
It's actually so good it's in the main deck, even though it's not a particularly strong going first card. It's just so good.
I think
especially if you play the mirror match and you remember the old days where you mind control the beast and you're like, flip, and you
oh
just
my god, yes.
Remember? Yeah,
yes,
mental
mind control
crazy,
on a set beast.
Insane.
Oh man, it's really interesting because like I feel like this deck is not very good versus like sort of the rogue, like maybe not the deck in general, but this specific list.
The Shadal monsters are floaty,
that
so
is
they're really
true.
hard for like decks like Geist to deal with. Right, okay, you have a hand where you just set Scrum out, right? A man-eater bug. What's a Melseek going to do? You attack direct, okay, send that, okay, effect send. It's like,
So
sure.
I think the most important thing here is just how well this is made for top cut. Do you know what I mean? Like this is a really good top cut list.
Exactly, yeah. Like, and you've got to be
with the
mindful
Super
of that.
Polys
Like,
mind control.
if you can build a deck to do well in Swiss, so you can build a deck to be good in top cut. So once you get past the main event Swiss, you can play a lot of like rogue that you're not particularly used to. But once you hit top cut, that's when your side deck will come in. That's when it's really important because that's when you need to have it very high impact at top cut, so you can go deep in top cut. And I think a lot of people realize that. And I think the side deck and your deck of choice can be the difference between like how far you're going in top cut for sure.
I think Jordan has a really strong chance of going quite far into top cut, so we'll see how it plays out in the end. Commiserations to Kevin, who definitely fought a hard-fought duel, and I think he did the best that his cards in that duel specifically like allowed him to.
It's a shame his day is over today, but I'll be looking forward to seeing him at Euros. He's played a really strong build, and it was a well-fought fight, but today, John Galaboo advanced in the top 16 today.
Galaboo?
Galaboo.
Thanks, everyone. We're going to be heading over to Jordan now for a quick player interview, and we'll be back shortly for the next round.
Thank you, Nadia. Yes, I'm here with Jordan. Jordan, that went pretty well.
Yeah, I think so. Managed to take the win, luckily. I'm pretty happy with that.
How was the pressure of the feature match? Did it get to you, do you think?
I've had quite a few feature matches. I don't really feel the pressure, to be honest. I probably made some mistakes anyway, but other than that, like I don't really feel the pressure, so I'm cool with that.
So, will this be the furthest you've got in a YCS at this point? So you're now in the top 16?
Yeah, previously my top 32s, I have the two top 32s, and I lost in the top 32 both of them. So yeah, this is the best I've done.
I mean, congratulations. That's a pretty big kind of like challenge to be able to get over your best, you know. So were you even thinking about that? Doesn't seem like it.
Not really, no. Just I'm playing as it goes, play every game one at a time, see how far I can get, try to play my best in every game.
I'm glad I pointed it out. So that's pretty good. You know, what do you think there's going to be? I mean, you must have looked at the top cut already. Have you seen the deck breakdown? Is there anything you're really like scared of that's on your side of the bracket?
Not really. All the stuff in the Top Cup breakdown is the stuff I expected and prepared for. There's the 11 other decks that I'm not entirely sure what they were at all. So it depends what they are, I guess. But out of the ones that they've shown, yeah, I'm fine with it.
Well, I guess that's the thing, right? It's those represented decks you already kind of knew. So that's why they're so highly represented. You've seen them. But the lower ones you've not yet seen. So could be anything. Speculate for us. What do you think they might be?
Oh, I really could not guess. I think I've Mech Knight Invoked maybe, unless there's like a separate category for that. Yeah, so like, that sort of stuff. Probably something like that. Maybe Guru. I don't think that was in one of the lists. Maybe a Guru player. I'm not entirely sure.
I don't remember there being one, but there was a weird Salomon Great variant as well. I can't remember exactly what it was, but yeah. What do you think is your worst matchup of the decks that are left that you know of?
Probably Dino. They don't really struggle with Winda at all because Oviraptor searches a Kaiju. So Dino is the hardest matchup, and they make you start, and they have like evenly matched Lightning Storms, Kaijus. So that was definitely the hardest matchup of what's left.
And what would you? I mean, if you sit down next round and you see something, what would you be really happy to see on the other side of the table?
Salamangreat.
Oh, really? Why is that?
The matchup is just so extremely favourable. Like, they don't have a choice. They have to use their extra deck. They can't really attack with Jaguars to try and win the game. So Shaddoll Fusion always gets the send stuff from deck. If you have Meltdown, they can't use Roar on Shaddoll Fusion or Cyanide Conflict. And then I have Super Poly in my side deck with Violet Chimera, which is like an auto win.
Yeah. Well, hopefully we see that for you in the next round. Yeah, go take some rest, take some time, have a relax, stay hydrated. You guys at home as well. You can't just sit and watch the Twitch stream. You gotta stay hydrated. You know, it's pretty important. Well, congratulations, and hopefully we'll see you further on in the tournament. And for you guys at home, we're going to be back with the top 16 very soon. Stick around.
Disappeared out of here. It was time to pay my dues. Never guessed that you'd be dressed in my clothes and in my shoes. Thought you were so tough. You had it all under control. Now enough is enough. Gonna take back what you stole. Keep it up, 'cause now I'm back. We're going in.
Big brother, you're here, you're here.
Welcome back to another round of Pictionary for YCS Utrecht 2020. We have another set of competitors here who will be trying to take the top score, I believe so far is 10. So, who do we have here and where are you from?
Donald, and I'm originally from Scotland, but I live in Ireland at the moment.
Best of both. And over here?
Luke, I'm from Ireland.
Whereabouts?
Oh, Dublin.
Dublin. All right, cool. So, basically got an Irish gang here, and you guys are going to do your best to get as many points as you can. So you're going to be drawing, and I will reveal the first card to you now, if you could start the timer. All right, so if you could describe to us what you're seeing as he goes along.
A circle.
Nice.
Angle. Is that Seori Kalkos by any chance? No.
It's on the right path. This is probably what's going to give it away. Focus on this middle part, I guess. You can kind of see someone doing something. It's kind of relevant recently.
Recently?
Feel free to skip as well, because time is of the essence.
I'll skip it.
We skipping? Okay. All right. Next card is... All right, so describe what you can see so far. what little of you can see so far. He's doing a great job, I think.
He is indeed. Drones.
Spyro Drones, very good. All right, next card is... All right, almost at the halfway point. What do you see so far?
A fist.
Right. Yep. That's two of them.
Two hands. Is that lullaby? What's it called? Lullaby.
It's not lullaby of obedience.
Okay. Mind control.
Mind control. Very good. All right. Next card. You guys are doing great so far. All right. This might be a little bit easier for you.
Don't put pressure on me that way.
Just a couple of shapes.
Some form of book, maybe?
You can see a little something in the middle there. It's not anything, but it's something.
Yeah,
but not anything.
I'm
It's
trying
hard
to
explain.
Can you draw anything else? If you can, then we'll just move on.
Can't put words on it now.
No. Of course you can't use it when it's a Pictionary.
Yeah, we'll move on.
Upside down Christmas tree is what I thought.
Yeah.
Any idea what he's drawing so far? Like what kind of shapes? Like what does it look like?
It looks like some form of storm.
A storm, did you say?
Lightning storm? Heavy storm?
Sort of the right path? Want to skip or you have 15 seconds?
I have a minute 10.
Oh, sorry, I can't read. Minute 10.
I don't know.
All right, we're skipping. Next card is... Draw as large as you can. All right, what do you see so far?
A mess.
I don't know if that's a face or what is this, but...
Okay. We have 35 left.
I can't even see the rest of it. Can
Uh,
so much detail on it.
wait. That was that one, was it? Yeah.
I don't skip it. Yeah, 15
All right,
seconds left.
15 seconds, all right. Last one. Right, what's that in the middle? By the way, this is terrible. I just want him to know that this is terrible.
Time's up.
Time's up. Okay, yes, that is. I'll give you one last guess.
Big Les.
All right, well, you guys did reasonably well, but not beating the high score so far. So any comments about his drawing? His artistic level of skills, is it quite up there?
It was acceptable, but my guessing was awful.
Okay, so you're the problem.
Yes.
All right. Any final comments from you, Donald?
It was just super hard to draw with the big timer, and just I can't really see them. But yeah, I'm gonna make some excuses for myself.
Again.
If you like disguise yourself, I suppose you can come back and try again. All right, we'll be back with another round, guys. Thanks everyone for watching, and we'll be back shortly.
Gotta find a way just to play just a little game. Got a compulsion, wanna be a champion. I got madness right in my brain. Summon the dragon, blue eyes white. Sending the sword to the feeling light. Gotta think, be wise, realize the situation. Animate your cards, make a power combination. Sick a pow, sick a pow, sick a pow, pow. Yeah. Wanna do, wanna do, wanna one, wanna two. Sick a pow, sick a pow, sick a pow, pow. Madness. Wanna do, wanna do, wanna do. My brain. Monster influence in my veins. Madness in my veins.
And we're back with the coverage of YCS Utrecht 2020. I'm here joined by your 2019 Spanish national champion, Heike Fej. How are you doing?
Really fine, and you?
Yeah, I'm fine, thank you. We know that you've been playing one of the most played decks so far in this moment, which is Spiral, and you're a really fan of this deck. Can you tell us about something about this deck?
Yeah, so I played it like the last 2 years. I switched to Salamanca only to win the nationals, but then I switched again to Spiral, and yeah, right now you have the Magician Souls, which is like the best starter card I think in the deck, and can extend you the plays without the double helix. And yeah, I think it's a really good pick. Like, it's really hard to play because you have a lot of decision trees to make, and you can't make a lot of mistakes in it. But right now with Shuttle invoked, maybe it's like an issue for the deck because of the winder.
And what do you think about this meta game? Because like we know the Spiral is one of the most played decks so far, but in the meantime, Shadow has a chance for this weekend.
Yeah, it's like for me, it's an awesome format because you have like so many variety. You can see it on the IRG in America as well. Like the Pie Shark was so diverse. It's a little bit. It's a pity that Sky Striker isn't there anymore because I really like Sky Striker in the meta. But yeah, and also Shuttle Invoked. It's right now a new deck. Yeah, obviously it's a really good Spiral matchup because Winder is like a better floodgate like Colossus because Colossus wasn't the issue at all, like with the Orchids package obviously, but Winder is like a huge problem.
And what do you like to play? Like the standard version of Spiral or like with Extravagance and multiple copies of Apollousa?
I like another version, like I'm playing heavy combo Spiral. Like extending with the dangers and all the stuff. But I think for this event, maybe the Extravagance version is a really good pick, since you have like the consistency of the Extravagance and it doesn't conflict so much with the Magician Souls because you have the best card in the Extra deck isn't Double Helix, is like the Barricadeborg because it lets you discard. It's like so broken in the deck. It's like really better than Double Helix.
Okay, so you really seems prepared enough for this event, and we really wish you the best of luck for tomorrow, and hopefully we will see you again this weekend. So guys, it's everything for here, and thank you so much, and let's continue with the coverage. Stay tuned.
Long ago in ancient times, a sacred game was played of both spirit and mind. Seven items hold the mystery, puzzle line, the rod, scale, and key. Who will make the final stand, make the move, the answer lies in your hand. And whether you win or lose, hangs in the balance with the card you choose. Trust in the heart, the heart of the card battlefield. Remember to trust in the heart of the card. Time to do. Long ago in ancient times, a sacred game was played of both spirit and mind. Seven items hold the mystery. Just trust in the heart of the
So
that hand of Joshua Schmidt does not look too good.
yeah, which would make even more sense if he picks second then. Let's see though. He does not, so maybe Dinka won the title, and this is huge.
Wow, and you saw it in the face of Dinka. He just was nodding like, okay, two-side back row, I can definitely overcome
And
that.
he just picked up the orchestrated return. He did not even have access to his combo before, but now he just found his way into a special summon immediately. But he still has to get it.
He'll probably be needing to normal summon the Ash Blossom here.
Yeah.
Because he doesn't have any access to... And he has double mind control, which at this moment is like... And the Phantasmi as well. Kind of anti-synergic with what Joshua opened.
Joshua kind of played around all the going second cards of Dinka
Outplayed, yeah.
Not really committing any cards to his monster field.
So he normal summoned the Ash Blossom. That is so fine for him. He does not really care about that at all.
I mean, he still has Phantasma Impermanence and Mind Control as a backup plan if he actually has to go for some resource management versus
and the thing is, when he's gonna go second, of course, unless Joshua bricks like we are seeing here, he has all of these tools. But even though he's going first or like comboing off here, Joshua like needs to kill him, because if he doesn't, all of those cards are still gonna be very good the next turn. So it's a tough battle.
In this position, it does really not look like Joshua Schmidt is going to win the game in the next turn, and then double mind control is, as you just said, going to hit hard. So he's now attempting to attach the Nightmare, and Joshua is allowing that.
Yeah,
we
so
have just seen
damage.
That Kang is not that Kang is not running the IP Masquerena.
That's very interesting.
Yeah. It does make sense when you go second, but still kind of I mean, I guess interesting choice.
You might miss it here.
And I think the choice depends on the fact that he's maining triple copies of the Cyber Dragon Naxter, which means he has access to the fusions. Maybe too many, but it's working out for him. So let's see here. What will Joshua draw? Wow, yet another bad card. It's the wand.
Oh, it's the whirlwind. This is also not a card that is going to lead him to do his combos.
So he just picks up his cards.
Kang actually leading 1-0 in the semifinals of YCS London already after not even 3 minutes.
What is going on here?
Crazy. We don't even know who won the die roll. That would have been interesting if Joshua actually still went first, because maybe that could have changed.
Hello guys, we're back once again. We're getting very close now to crowning our final champion for this YCS season. We're in the top 16 and we got a good matchup coming up for you once again. Let's bring out the players we have. Sofiane Belkacem from France. Come on in. I must say one thing that I think that our French players do really well is scream for their friends.
I'm very happy. I just want to play Yu-Gi-Oh! My match. Yeah.
I wish the guys at home could hear the crowd.
It's Panama Force. Oh, thanks.
Okay, please take a seat. And we have Sam Pearson from the UK. Come on in, Sam. Okay.
All right. Hi.
Say hello to the fans.
Hello, everyone, I guess. I don't know. Hello.
Come on, do something. It's okay. It's okay. They cheered in the end. How are you feeling?
Pretty good. Like, the deck's been performing really well, so I'm just hoping it stays exactly the same, to be honest. So,
well, take a seat. Wow, you are keen. You're ready to go, right? Yeah. Well, okay. Yeah, we are going to see Sofiane go first. So please, let's take it over to our commentary team.
Welcome to the top 16. We have one brand new match and an exciting one for you guys. It's France against UK, and it's two completely different decks.
Yep.
One in particular is a deck that we have seen in quite a different build, which is the Invoke deck from Sam, but it looks like he just took his deck list for like 2 years ago or something. There is Mech Knights, there is no Shadow card, there is no new card whatsoever. It's probably a going second strategy with a lot of Entrops, a lot of Kaijus, and in particular,
I mean, I see
a really old card.
Book of Eclipse also. I mean,
yeah, Book of
weird.
Eclipse.
Yeah.
Like, he's playing Book of Eclipse in 2020. It's really good against fusions, of course, but it's very surprising that it's working out that well for him. Unfortunately, he's not going to put too much work against the Sofiane deck, which is Spiral.
Yeah, he decided to play a going first build. We have seen a lot of players decide to go for this version. I mean, it makes sense.
Yeah.
Most of them, most of the people throughout the whole weekend decided to go second instead. So I think going first is a good decision.
Absolutely,
anyway.
And he's still playing a lot of Entrops. Drawn and Lock could actually hurt a lot the Invoke deck. And to be honest, although Book of Eclipse is pretty much useless against Link monsters, it's a perfect out to the Sleeper.
Yep.
So you get the Sleeper face down, and if you can attack over it, then you completely nuke your opponent board.
Yep.
So maybe we will see the Book come in end. Outside of that, it seems like the deck list from Sofiane is pretty straightforward.
Yeah.
Whereof Dao, we have seen how powerful that card is with the Magician Soul. So I would say we are gonna have a really good match here. I am pretty solid that Sam is going in second, right?
Yeah, I mean, with this deck list for sure, because his main deck in 3 copies. He also plays the Mind Control, so among
yeah,
the
it seems
Book
like
of
Sam
Eclipse,
wants to go second, but I guess we'll find out soon, don't we? Let's go to the match and see who will advance to the top 8.
And one interesting that I'm actually realizing is that Sam is playing Phantasme. We haven't seen Phantasme so far this weekend, and I think it's one of these cards that really can help you out throughout the entire matches. But
okay, so now we have quite a strong opening from both of these players. Phantasma plus Nibiru is there, so if Nibiru is not gonna be played around, it could be just game over here.
Yeah, this is one of the risks that Spiral has. I mean, going first for sure, you have to combo off, and I mean, he's just playing his cards really fast. Let's see if he can play around Nibiru. I mean, I think he has the chance to go for Appaloosa,
Yeah,
but
he can definitely go for Appaloosa, and I feel like he will probably go for it. Is he playing 2 copies of Assault? No, he's probably...
No,
because it looked like he added another one. So now... I don't think he can play
No, I don't think he can.
around it anymore, right?
No, there will be a point in which Sam will drop the Nibiru. And the good thing is also the Phantasmi.
Yeah, because I mean, it's pretty unlikely, but you can potentially even wait for the Appaloosa and then try to use the Phantasme and then Nibiru, but...
Yeah, but I think, I mean, I would activate Nibiru before the Appaloosa comes down.
Are you surprised at all that he didn't use the Phantasme on the blocker there?
No, I mean, in my opinion, it makes sense. He just wants to keep it, because like after Nibiru, anywhere your opponent has a couple of moves, and you can anyway activate the Phantasme. So I think it makes sense.
Definitely agree with that, and now he will be able to just continue. He can even use the Wearer of Tao. And this is the really cool thing about the Sofian deck. Wearer of Tao is an incredible starter, but you can also use it to get an end trap, like Diddy Crow or Droll and Lock Bird, if you already have enough combo going on.
Yeah, this is huge, also because you can add the Magician Souls just if you want to put some pressure to your opponent. I mean, there are a lot of cards that you can add actually. Sofian has a lot of things going on, and okay, yeah, it decides to pick the Magician Soul.
Yeah, and to be honest, even here, if he goes for the Magician Soul, this Nibiru is not gonna do much.
Yeah,
like,
I mean, in my opinion, he has to wait, because anyway, he drops the Nibiru, he really needs to wait, because like I will never activate it before Appaloosa comes down, but I think he really needs to wait.
So. Now it's gonna be the time where we find out if Sofian is willing to go for an early Appaloosa. If he doesn't go for it and gets a little greedy, then he might be in trouble. Do you think he should go for it now, or is he risking? Okay, he's
still waiting. I mean, it does make sense, because he knows that Sofian had the Magician Soul, so he just wants to wait. I mean, it makes sense. But I think at this certain point, I think he really needs to consider that his opponent is going to
Nibiru now. Yeah. So well Nibiru comes down. He's going to clear the entire board from Sofian. We're still left with quite a few resources, but this is definitely going to hurt. I mean, they're going to do some calculations here. Not that it matters too much, but it might be that he doesn't use the token for a link. That would be quite unlikely though. And now, so he has double mission in his hand. He has the agent, which he might need to resolve. Ooh, and he misses. And the Book of Eclipse is revealed, which means that even if he goes for the sleeper now, he knows that the Book of Eclipse can deal with it. So maybe Sam is gonna do it actually.
Things are really looking good for Sam at this moment. I mean, he has the Phantasmi just in case Sofian special summon a Link monster. I don't really think.
No, he's
Sam
going for
complain.
he's going for the sleeper, but the Eclipse is gonna be able to deal with it.
But do you think did he realize that the Eclipse was picked up? Or
I mean,
he just saw, you know.
Maybe he didn't, but. It's really bad. It's a really bad spot here for Sofian. At the same time, you gotta consider that Invoked isn't really super aggressive usually, outside of Purgatrio, but maybe with the Purgatrio he can take it. So we are gonna move here. Seems like he wants to keep it. Something cool that he could have done was use the sleeper on the field spell to destroy the Nibiru and then get the field spell back as he used the blocker. I think that could have been a decent play. Because now the sleeper is weak even to just the Nibiru.
Yeah.
He doesn't even need to activate the Eclipse. And he also has a Lightning Storm in hand, by the way.
Let's see what he picks up.
The Eclipse, we know, yeah. The double Phantasma is not going to be very useful, but he has the Alistair. Yeah, and here we see Book of Eclipse in 2020. So for anyone forgetting what it does, I'm going to show you guys. It just puts everything face down. So we're going to see a lot of chain links here. He gets something back with the mission, then the Book of Eclipse is going to be chained. But did he chain it the wrong way around?
I think he did the wrong chain, maybe. Just a clarification with the head judge.
Oh, I think he put it in the wrong chain links.
Oh, no.
Which would be very bad for him. It's gonna see, and depends if he, because in this way we obviously cannot hear the players.
Yeah.
So yeah, it seems like he did it. Oh, he did it the wrong way around. Wow. This is very unfortunate for him. Instead of using the Trappas Chainlink 1, he did it this way, and he lost one ad. I mean, he's arguing with the judge, so we'll see who is right here. But
yeah, I think he's trying to explain what he wanted to do. Maybe just he just put the chain links in the wrong way.
Quite possible that he just chained the sleeper afterwards.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, because he flipped in response to Eclipse, he flipped the rescue. So maybe activate the effect and then the spiral.
He doesn't get the card back, and now the sleeper is gonna put face down. Yeah.
And now he can do whatever he wants. He has the Leicester.
Yeah, that's why I didn't like this. You know about it, so I think it was much better to just get back the resort, because now you're gonna lose the resort.
Yeah.
Because they can just go for possibly Purgatrio or just the Mekaba, and just completely clear your board. Then you get to summon an agent back, but is it gonna be enough? I'm not sure. Do you think it? No, probably not. I was thinking if it was worth to use the Storm there, probably.
No, probably not.
No,
no, probably not. He's not going for the
Almirage.
The Almirage.
What? You missed a couple steps there, but yeah.
There it is.
Almirage comes down. It seems like... Okay, he goes for the Gardner.
All
which
right.
I'm surprised. Because like this forced you to go into Mekaba with it. Well, there were already some targets in the graveyard,
I mean, he also had the Nibiru, so... I don't know.
I mean, this is forcing him to go into the Mekaba like this. Differently from the Invoke Shadow version, he's playing multiple copies of it, which is just the way Invoked was supposed to be played at the beginning.
This is the old version. Like, he only plays the mech full package and among with the Leicester.
But now he's pretty open, so he's gonna attack over the Sleeper, which means he loses his whole field. And then he's gonna get an agent back. Or a spiral, yeah. He doesn't have the double helix, I believe, right?
He does not, no.
Yeah. So he's gonna summon an agent from the deck, potentially. And...
yeah, things are getting complicated for Sofian. Of course, he has the rescue in his graveyard, but there's the Mekaba, so...
yeah, it's still not the end of the world, to be honest, because outside of Phantasme, Sam doesn't really have any interaction, so I'm pretty sure the Spiral can deal with just one negate from a monster. But let's see. So it's gonna be Sofian turn. He picks up Reinforcement. Oh, that's a huge one. You can get the Spiral tough to then force the Mekaba and probably just seal the game unless the Phantasme picks up something. It was one of the best draws here. Let's see if he goes for it.
Yeah, he goes for it for sure.
Pretty obvious play. You get the Spiral tough here, and your opponent is gonna be forced to negate it. At that point, you just have the quick fix and so much advantage. He's playing the second copy of Big Red, so he can go off quite a lot.
Yeah, I think Sofian can come back into this game.
And he goes for the agent first.
Well, I mean, now he has to
Yeah, so
I
now
will go for tough.
the tough is there. But at the same time, this is interesting because now when the Phantasme comes down, it's gonna throw Nibiru.
Yeah.
So this is incredible because now we know that, but also Sofian knows that. So whenever he's gonna see the Phantasme, he knows that Nibiru is gonna be an option from Sam. This is incredible, so close.
This is going to be quite complicated. He also discarded one copy of Phantasmi, maybe giving his opponent like
I think
information.
Yeah, this is weird because I think as soon as he's gonna see the Phantasme, this is gonna get quite complicated.
Yeah, I mean, would you have discarded the Phantasmi? Because like by discarding it, you tell your opponent, hey, maybe I could have another copy in my hand.
Pretty
you know
much,
what I mean?
yeah, you pretty much.
I mean, it's like if you're telling him.
But you have no choice. I mean, you obviously want to discard it. Like, you have 2 copies and you need the Alistair for next
Yeah,
round.
but in this point, you're risking an Apollosa, right?
I mean, but if he goes for the Appaloosa, it's whatever. I mean, you can't really do much about it, and it's probably gonna happen if Sofian has the read on the Phantasme.
Do you think he did?
Probably. I think he probably has it. If you're in top 16, he's not going for it. So now this is gonna change the game entirely because the Phantasme comes down and the Nibiru is gonna get picked up. You can see Sofian. Does he realize what's gonna happen?
I think he's just realized. I mean, that's what I was saying before. Most of the players didn't decide to play the Phantasmi, which is really good. He also drew the
other Book of Eclipse, yeah. Which, to be honest, once Sleeper is gone, you can even put it back. I mean, you can get back the Sleeper with the Helix, but this is tough, because how do you play around Nibiru now? You know it's there.
No, also because like this is the 4th summon, if I'm not mistaken, for Sofian.
Yeah. And you still have a lot, to be fair.
But yeah, you have other things going on, but you have to deal with
What's also weird
Nibiru.
is that you lost the information on the top card.
Yeah.
So with the Helix, you have to start guessing again. So Quick Fix comes down, and now Sam also has to think about this Nibiru. Do you just do it here?
No. I mean, I will just wait. It doesn't make any sense to activate it
But then
now.
if he goes for Appaloosa, how do you...
Yeah, but like he has the rescue and then a big red. Okay, I know he can make.
Yeah.
Well, let me think.
I think he's gonna go for Appaloosa here. So maybe it was the last chance for Nibiru. Yeah, I think Nibiru should have been used there. So now Appaloosa comes up, and a little bit of a regret on Sam's side. I think it was pretty obvious that the Appaloosa was gonna come down there.
Yeah, I mean, because he has the big red, he has the rescue. He can go into another Helix, use the effect.
But then you have to pray that you don't know that the Helix is gonna resolve, you know?
Yeah, of course.
So I think, I mean, what are you gonna do? Just keep the Nibiru for next game?
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, maybe, you should have activated. There's a clarification now.
Oh, yeah, you can't. That's right. Because
there's
the same name. Yeah. Wow.
Yeah, that's
very
right.
nice catch
Yeah.
here. And now the Sam has more information. So very nice catch. You could say that Sam knew about it, but he probably didn't because he allowed it. So because Spiral Double Helix gets the same name of Super Agent, you cannot summon Appaloosa in that situation because it requires different names.
That's true.
At this point, aware of what's going on, so if you go for the big red, they know that you want to go into Appaloosa, and this is definitely a game changer. So
yeah, it's gonna change the things a lot. Also because Sofian knows that Nibiru is here.
Yeah, so Mascherena comes down. He's thinking about it because now he's gonna probably Nibiru. I guess.
I think he really needs to, because this could be the only spot.
Yeah. Nibiru comes down and he's gonna clear the field. Nothing too impressive, I think.
No,
but
I mean, I think it's fine. Sofian can anyway play. I mean, he has the rescue and the big red.
Yeah. I think it's gonna be kind of a 50-50 though,
50-50.
isn't it? Because now the only play that you have left is get back the Helix, right?
Yeah.
I think he banished the quick fix. He also has the mission.
You're right. Yeah.
So you have no other way of revealing it. If you miss with the double helix, it might be game over. So can he guess correctly with the double helix? This is gonna be the deciding moment for game one. Is he gonna call spell? Is he gonna go monsters? There is exactly 20 and 20 in Sam's deck, so it is exactly a 50-50, at least at the beginning of the duel. What is he gonna call?
He's now making some consideration. Okay, he's gonna activate the effect.
Did he call monsters? It seems like he did. Yeah, he missed. So he missed on the double helix, which is probably gonna give this to Sam in game one.
Wow.
And he even gave him an incredible good draw, because part of the stars is just incredible in that spot.
Pretty unlucky. Pretty unlucky.
Yeah, that's it. He just passed back. And now this game is gonna be pretty easy for Sam.
Yeah, I mean, imagine he could have special summon, for example, the drone. I mean, he had so many options. Pretty unfortunate for Sofian.
Yeah, he's gonna shuffle his deck, and then this Iris is gonna come down. If the double helix would have gone through, this would have been just game over for Sam. Instead, he revealed Desires, and he picks up even, even mind control. This is just too much. He can pretty much OTK here if he goes for cross ship, I believe. He just has to pay attention to the trap in his opponent graveyard, but I'm pretty sure this is game over every time.
Yeah. Yeah, he needs to deal 6,000 damage at this point of the game. I mean, he also has the mind control. Yeah, I mean.
So.
Looks like Sam is going to win this game one. Let's see what he decides to do right now. I think we'll activate the mind control first.
Yeah, mind control, no-brainer there. You definitely want to go for a cross ship, or you're just going for Battle's Word directly. Okay.
Yeah.
I thought cross ship was probably okay, but maybe he doesn't think he needs to do it, so he's gonna go for the invocation.
Okay, he's gonna chain the rescue.
Yeah, so rescue is getting chained. What can he get back? Just an agent. Not sure why he felt the need to do it right away. Mekaba doesn't negate those, and now he actually gets the chance. Yeah, he picks up his cards. It's enough. So Sam incredibly comes back thanks to Book of Eclipse and Nibiru, and he wins game one. So incredible. Invoked, just a straight up invoked Mac Knights with Book of Eclipse, Nibiru taking game one, and just one game away from making it into the top 8.
Yeah, I mean, it shows that this deck is still rocking. I mean, like old version, old cards, Mac Knight package, Book of Eclipse. It's working out pretty well. I mean, he's leading 1-0, and let's see if he can advance into the top 8.
Absolutely. Now we go to the side decks, and Sam has even more tools.
Yep.
I think he's probably going to get favored now, because he sides in even more entrops. He has Drone and Lock, Diddy Crow, which are the perfect entrops against Spiral.
Yeah.
And potentially even the Forbidden Chalice.
Yeah, I mean, I think so. I mean, it's pretty good. I mean, if I were him, I will not overside decking. I mean, when you're like in this spot, you really need to consider that your opponent, of course, will go first. I mean, he's going for Spiral.
I mean, maybe though. It's not obvious, to be honest. Because usually against Invoked, you want to go second if they're not playing Shadows.
Yeah.
But are you sure that your opponent is not playing Shadows? Also, with like back in the day when Invoked was released, you could pretty much safely let them go first because they had no way to summon Mekaba consistently. Now, just Alistair alone, thanks to the Gardena and Almirage, is a Mekaba, one-card Mekaba. Which might be enough to just, with a couple entrops, to just stop you in your routes. At the same time, I don't see any card for going first outside of Solemn Judgment.
Yeah, I mean, that's the only card from Sofian. I mean, if he really wants to go first, they will opt for the Solemn Judgment. Yeah.
Just Solemn Judgment instead of Drawn and Lock or like one of those cards, and stick to your game plan, I guess. We'll see. It's going to be close. We might see a Chuo Swift win from the Invoked deck. Definitely close, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's really up to to Sam in this moment.
I don't think we want to waste time though, because they are already up there for game 2. Let's take a look at their opening ends. I see a Diddy Crow in Sam Hand, which is one of the best hand chops against Pyro.
Yeah.
Both of these guys have really good starting end once again.
Looks like Sofian let Sam start. Maybe.
Did
I
he?
don't know.
I don't think so. No, I think
I don't know.
I think Sofian is going first.
Okay.
So Sofian is going
Okay.
first, and he's gonna have to play around Diddy Crow. He might have the means for doing that, but so I think that if you go Magician Soul and Werewolf Dao with the goods to send the trap,
Yeah, I mean,
you play
yeah,
around
you
Diddy
can play
Crow.
around the Diddy Crow, yeah, for sure.
So if Sofian goes for the goods and plays around Diddy Crow, then he probably has the entire combo where you go for Tri-Gate Sleeper.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think Diddy Crow is gonna be that much. I mean, he's only one hand trap, and I think Sofian can win this game.
Yeah, but it's gonna be close, so he really needs to be careful. And I'm pretty sure he will be.
I mean, unluckily he drew the Resort, so he will need to pass from Unicorn to shuffle it back.
So here is the big question. Does he just use the big red, or does he play it safe and activate the goods first? Because if he goes for big red here and he gets met by a Diddy Crow...
Yeah, it's gonna hurt a lot. I mean, he has to activate the goods.
Oh,
no.
Oh, he goes for big red. He doesn't play around Diddy Crow here. He could have just used the good to send the trap, and now he's gonna set a lot behind. So he now needs to go for the Resort and to send the spell with the goods.
Yeah, I mean, this is gonna hurt a lot because I mean, he had the goods, so
yeah,
he really needed to use in that spot.
He can still do a lot by sending the assault here, but I feel like it was an unnecessary risk.
Yeah.
So he goes for the drones. At least he will be able to send something pretty bad back to his opponent, and probably an Ash. Yeah. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah,
an
for
Ash
sure, Ash.
Blossom.
Yeah.
But to be honest, the Sandman is pretty solid right now.
Yeah.
He has Mech Knights, he has Terraforming, Instant Fusion, so Alistair, that's...
Yeah, but at this point, what do you do? I mean, you cannot play around Nibiru anyway, right? I mean, he needs to go for the Helix, special summon, and then if he has Nibiru, I mean, that's it. But fortunately, Sam doesn't have it.
Are you surprised at all that Sam is not even signing any copies of Mystic Mine? We have seen it like dominate some of these matchups.
Yeah, I mean,
this
it's
weekend.
pretty interesting, and we have seen how a lot of players like abuse of this card. I mean, it's quite. It surprised me a lot because I mean, Invoke can play with Mystic Mine. A lot of players like Invoke Shadow plays with it. Yeah, it's pretty weird. I mean, he could have played with the Mystic Mine. I think it's one of the best cards of the weekend so far. It wins games, it steals games, and anyway, he proved that he doesn't need it.
Yeah, so now luckily he was almost about to use the master plan there. You don't want to do it. And he's going to go for the Unicorn, set back the Resort, get the full master plan value there.
Yeah, and now you can continue. You can activate the...
Yeah, now you're pretty much free to do whatever you want. So you can go Appaloosa for 2 here. Getting back the Resort plus the Super Agent possibly.
Yeah.
Wow, and I'm really surprised. I think he sided in Lightning Storm going first.
Oh, did he?
Yeah, I saw it there, which is...
Ah, because he's playing Tricopy in the side
Yeah,
deck.
very interesting.
Do you think he's scared of Mystic Mine, as we were saying before?
I mean maybe, but it's almost impossible to use the Mystic Mine. I mean, I guess you can tribute set the master plan in a really long grind game against Mystic Mine, but yeah, probably he decided to just play the one copy in case Mystic Mine comes down. So now again, here you can see the Lightning Storm. It's probably just the one safety net against the mine.
Yeah, nothing special. There is just making the standard combo.
I don't know if he has quite enough though to go for the Tri-Gate, but he for sure has Sleeper and Resort. It seems like he's missing a few.
Yeah, I think he's missing maybe
monsters.
a few monsters. Yeah.
He also has the option to go for the DD Crow if he feels like it, but he loses on even more monsters there.
Yeah.
And to be honest though, DD Crow is not amazing against the Shadow Invoke deck, but
Yeah,
against the regular one, it's actually really annoying because you get rid of the Alistair and then they are basically like they have to wait an entire turn to be able to use a fusion again.
Yeah, Didicro is one of those cards that substitute the Ghost Ogre that was really popular some months ago, and I mean it's generally good against every single deck, especially Salamangreat.
Yeah, it seems like he is also confused on what to do. He can choose to summon the Phoenix just to protect it by battle, yeah. No surprise there. It makes sense to just try and protect it, and if he goes for the Cerberus too, he could protect them from even one more destruction. Let's see.
Yeah, he could go for Cerberus, and then he has this Leaper with Last Resort.
Yeah, because basically if you go for that, then you are protected by Lightning Storm as well, if you go for Cerberus. Because honestly, this opening is quite underwhelming otherwise. Imagine just like evenly matched on Lightning Storm. If you don't go for Cerberus here, you're weak to them. Yeah?
Yeah.
So Cerberus is there protecting his field from Lightning Storm, so he would only pretty much lose to evenly here.
Yeah, I mean, as we were saying before, the only thing that maybe led to this situation was the activation of Foolish Burial Goods after it was DD Crowd.
Yeah.
Because maybe he could have made the try again.
Probably. So now the resort is kept on the field, going full against the evenly matched, which unfortunately is not there. So it's gonna be an upfield battle for Sam. Can he even do anything here? It's tough.
It's gonna be it's gonna be really difficult because Alastair is gonna be okay. He has the instant fusion.
Yeah, the thing is, instant fusion is really good because instant fusion gives you 1000 dice.
Yeah.
Which is gonna force out one of the negations. Then you turn it into Gravity Controller, which means that instant fusion alone is gonna force the Sleeper or 2 negations from Apollousa.
Yeah.
So it's quite unlikely, but maybe he does have a chance. Especially because afterwards, if you cross ship, you can cross ship back the 1000 dice.
Yeah.
So I think that's the way you play this game, but it seems tough. So this will summon 1000 dice for sure. Almost for sure. Yeah.
Yeah, it's going to. I think this is the only way he can play.
Yeah, if he didn't that. Oh, okay.
Okay.
Instead, he goes for the other restrict monster, which I'm not too convinced on because I am pretty sure he targets as well. And that means that he wouldn't be able to use it if his opponent used the Sleeper.
Yeah, but now it gets really weird because now Sofian really needs to understand if he wants to negate.
I guess this makes sense because Apollousa is once per chain.
Yeah.
So right now, he's actually kind of checkmating his opponent, which is a very heads-up play. Because as you can see, Sofian didn't think about destroying it, which he could have done. But now he's not, because if he tries to negate the Alistair with the Apollousa, then he can chain the Ice Restrict, and he's not able to do anything at the point.
Yeah, but if you know that your opponent is playing like a pure version of Invoke, would you let him add the Invocation? If you just know that he's playing only these
you
cards?
have no way to prevent it, that's the thing. Unless you use the Sleeper on the summon of the Fusion monster. And now we go for a link which could be cross ship.
Yeah, I think you could go for cross ship.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Here is cross ship. Again, one of the most impactful cards from the last set. Really strong with Shadows, really strong in just Invoked in general, and with Distant Fusion. Also, we don't have to forget about the Meltdown effect. When you fusion summon, your opponent cannot activate anything when you're fusion summoning, so he's gonna force out one of the negations from Apollousa. He doesn't go for it.
Oh,
wow.
Okay. That's interesting. He now
So
special summon the blue sky, and he
Yeah.
can search 2 Mech Knight cards.
He gets a lot of advantage.
Yeah. This is gonna be super interesting. Let's see.
Do you think there is any reason why you wouldn't want to negate the blue?
I mean, if I were Sofian, I would have negated anyway, because like, I mean, it gave Sam like a huge advantage here. Also because he really needs to deal with
Yeah, because
big
now
attack monsters.
he can't do much, and with the cross ship you get back the Millenniumized restrict. Because of that's what he's saying.
He cannot, he cannot respond.
He's playing super well here. As you can see here, he couldn't activate anything in response due to the meltdown. So very, very next level play by Sam, which now set up the Millennium once more, which is basically gonna prevent the Appaloosa.
Appaloosa, yeah. Yeah, I mean, things are getting complicated for Sofian, because like I thought that he was in control of the game.
Yeah, I think he might have I don't know, just messed up here and there, because now the Millenniumize couldn't have taken the sleeper because it targets, but he can take the Appaloosa, and the Mekaba on the other end does not target, which means that he has everything he needs to just completely negate everything that his opponent currently has.
Yeah, I mean, Sam is showing us that a pure version of Invoke is still super strong. And, I mean, on the other hand, Sofian maybe could have activated maybe the sleeper before, just considering that Sam could adapt to this situation. But
the only problem now is that he needs to find a way of getting rid of this Phoenix.
Yeah.
Because he cannot attack over any of his opponent monsters, so that's a big issue. They're all protected by battle, and they're all protected by card effects.
Yeah.
Which means that the only way right now would be something along the line of Unicorn. Does he have enough though? Yeah.
I think he
very,
has.
very
Okay,
nice play here.
very well played,
He's gonna go for Unicorn, which means for Bartlesworth even. Okay. All in. Wow. But is it? No. This cannot be enough damage, right?
Are we messing
Like if you
up
attack
something?
over the sleeper, you deal 3,000, and your Bartlesworth becomes like 14 more 44, which means then you attack over the Appaloosa, you deal 28 more. It's 58. No, it's never enough.
No.
This is never enough, I think. Even with with the double Alistair though, maybe with the double Alistair, it could be enough.
Maybe we are missing something. So let's see.
Because it's 3,000.
Yeah.
Then it's 28, which is 58. Then you attack over the Appaloosa, and it's 29.
Yeah, it's 29. Yeah.
So this would be enough damage to actually win the game, because you just attack with the Mekaba, you drop double Alistair,
and that's it.
And then it could be enough damage. So he just negates the sleeper here. Yeah, I think he has found a way to just checkmate his opponent, because now he steals it. Yeah. What an incredible line of plays from Sam. Let's see. So,
but now he doesn't have Appaloosa right to attack anymore.
Because now the sleeper is banished though, so he loses it. Those are protected, which might mean that he doesn't right away, because now he deals 3,000 against 850. So
850.
Maybe this is the way he survived. So this is.
I think he can survive. I think he can survive. It's not enough.
But if that's the case, then he shouldn't have gone for the
no,
double
discard
Alistair.
double Alistair. Okay, that's game.
This is
it.
it.
It was enough. It was enough, guys. Yeah.
What a game from Sam. It's incredible show of Mech Knights invoked.
Well played, Sam.
Absolutely well played. So let's go back to us for the post-match discussion. I'm shocked.
Well played.
I'm shocked. Honestly, when we looked at this deck list from Sam, we were like, is this really a deck in 2020? Pretty much no new cards outside of Nibiru, and still he showed us a lot of consistency, a lot of ways of dealing with the board, and the Book of Eclipse.
Yeah, I mean, well played by Sam. He really needed. I mean, like, he needed to play around a really tough situation. Like his opponent had the resort, had the sleeper, had the Appaloosa, And he had double Leicester
Yeah,
that
he
won
basically
the
had
game.
the entire combo that you can do with Spiral, and Sam cleared it like it was nothing.
Yeah.
The really important play was the summon for the Eastern Fusion, which pretty much won the matchup of the Millionize Restrict.
Yeah.
So that card alone basically cleared everything, because it was actually just chess.
Yeah.
He put his opponent in checkmate by having the Millennium Eyes to counter the Appaloosa and then the Mekaba to counter the Sleeper. Maybe Sofian could have done more. I think that if Sofian destroyed the Million Eyes with the Sleeper, then maybe he could have won, but he didn't. Sam will advance to top 8. Congratulations against to him. He is with Luke for the interview ready, so let's not wait anymore and let's hear it from him.
Thank you very much, Marcello. Absolutely. Sam is kind of speechless right now.
Kind of, yeah. Don't really know what to make of that. I seeing that board, and the hand I had, I just really didn't expect to win that game too. So obviously quite happy it did. But
I mean, the guys there were just going crazy. That line of play didn't seem normal at all. So, yeah.
yeah, I mean, I figured that the back row was either a dimensional barrier or it was going to be a utility wire or maybe just another SQ. He would have flipped the dim barrier on the instant fusion. I'm pretty sure he would have done that. And I just needed to protect the Millennium Eyes Restrict and just get to Boral Sword and cheese a win, basically.
Cheese a win, I like that.
Yeah, I mean, Boral Sword's not exactly the fairest, nicest card in the game at the moment, so yeah, it's just one of those things.
It's pretty amazing to see that you are playing, you know, a version of this deck that people didn't think existed anymore.
Well, I've got a friend called Leon who's on the team as well. He has played Mech Knight Invoke for years, and while his build's like very different to the weird thing I'm playing, he's obviously showed me a lot, and by getting consistently smacked by him, I've learned quite a lot about how to play the deck. So I only really decided to play the deck about a week or so ago. So yeah, I'm not.
That's pretty crazy. So you really haven't tested that much.
I like the idea of Shadol Invoke back in January because I had a friend in OCG saying, oh, this is good, and because they've still got Orcus, Salamangreat, Striker as like huge decks, and then when everything got nuked here, I saw Shadol Invoke was the thing here, and I thought, well, I don't like Shadol Invoke because they brick, and you can't play any hand traps, so I thought Mech Knight Invoked is a nice way to blind second and just take wins.
That seems really fun that your friend, what did you say his name was? Leon? Leon. Seems that Leon kind of did a lot of heavy lifting, and then you've kind of inherited that.
Maybe a bit. I mean, he has been playing that deck for so long, and he's playing Yazi, Destrudo, Mermare stuff, which I felt in a format where so many people were trying to make us go second wasn't exactly the best way to go about it. So, I mean, I did initially just start using his list, but I thought this was making me lose more games than it was winning. So,
I find a little bit of irony in that if you keep on going, he's probably going to take your list at the end.
Well, he unfortunately couldn't actually make it to this YCS, but we have been saying to him, this is the YCS that Leon would win if he could go to any, because Invoked is one of the best decks. So it's a shame he's not here, but I know he's been keeping up to date with everything, so I'm sure he's watching this. And
I was just going to say, do you have some words for Leon at home? Hello, Leon.
Thanks, I guess. Your anger helped me a lot.
His anger?
Well, you just say he's a very angry person with he plays very aggressive going second OTK decks, so he's a very angry person when he goes through that.
Passionate. Let's call it passionate.
We call him angry because he's not a very angry person normally, but he plays angry decks.
It's kind of uncharacteristic.
Yeah, maybe, yeah.
Well, thank you very much, Leon. So that's it. You're going to the top 8. That's pretty impressive, right?
Yeah, so I've normally done absolutely trash at all YCSs. I've bubbled a few, and then obviously came second again, and now I'm in top 8. It's kind of surreal. I'm not really sure what to make of it at the moment. I mean, consider I only really finalized the deck on Friday, and I've not done much testing with it, so the fact that I'm here is odd. So I'm a bit speechless.
Well, that's fine. You can be speechless now, and going into the top 8, you just got to get calm again after that amazing match and be able to keep that level head.
Yeah, I sure hope so.
All right, thank you very much. That was Sam. He won our top 16. It's getting very close now. We started with 2,227 duelists. Around 300 started today. We're going to take it right down to just 8. See you guys soon.
Disappeared out of here. It was time to pay my dues. Never guessed that that you'd be dressed in my clothes and in my shoes. Thought you were so tough, you had it all under control. Now enough is enough, I'm gonna take back what you stole. Keep it up, 'cause now I'm back. We're going in.
Big brother, you're here, you're here.
Trust in the heart, the heart of the card. Remember to trust in the heart of the card. Time to do.
Welcome back to another round of Pictionary at YCS Utrecht 2020. And today we have some other people across the ponds. 2 Americans, isn't that crazy? Making the trip all the way here to the Netherlands. Let's get their names.
Carter Wicks.
Azad Dehim. Isn't it crazy how so many people from across the world are still traveling to YCSs? So let's get started. So let's explain the rules. So Azad is going to be drawing and you'll be guessing. So we're going to have 4 minutes. Once you've drawn a nice, lovely picture, you either guess or say skip, and you've got 4 minutes to get as many as you can. So let's get started. Time starts now.
Oh, Carter, I'm so sorry.
So it doesn't look like he's very confident.
Yeah, we definitely just don't know card artwork.
How do you think it's looking so far?
I have no idea. Is it Gamma Seal?
It is not Gamma Seal.
Is it Thunder Dragon Titan? Oh my god.
It looks like some sort of bird, do you think?
Skip.
Skip, we're skipping. So you didn't quite master that one.
Yeah, definitely not.
So what do you see so far?
A doorway, maybe?
A doorway, yeah. Okay. What's that look like to you? Someone
in jail?
Inside something, yeah. I think once he draws the rest of the picture, you'll see.
Is it Lava Golem?
It is, yes. Good job.
Oh my god, you're
Shh. This is crazy.
This is insane. I have no idea what...
So he's starting off with a little stick man, it seems. Some sort of cat lady.
Is it a... Oh, it's going to be a Lunalite monster. Which one is it going to be?
I think it's a Lunalite monster.
I think so.
Seems like it has some broad shoulders.
Is it Foolish Burial?
I think it's some sort of like some big monster that has broad shoulders.
Big monster. Is it Pharaoh? What? Skip.
Okay. So this one's at least meta relevant, so you might be able to know what it is.
Okay. I really hope it is.
Well, so what do you think? I think that's a huge giveaway already.
Is it evenly matched?
You think that's evenly matched?
It's like the lanes almost.
Oh, I see. What do you think that's in his hand?
Oh, is it Dingirsu?
It is. Spot on, yes. This next one...
The shield, that's how you know.
I think this is a bit less stressful for Azad, I think. You got 2 minutes.
Instant Fusion.
Oh, I get where you're going. Let me finish the rest. What do you think?
Tornado Dragon.
Like, not a monster, but...
Oh, MST.
Perfect, yes. The next one is another blast from the past.
Instant Fusion. Anti-spell fragrance.
I think you should stop guessing Instant Fusion.
Yeah. It's going to be that eventually. Or not.
It was one of the old staples back in the day.
Oh my god. UFO Turtle?
That was an old staple back in the day.
Oh, Bottomless Trap Hole.
Yeah, spot on, yeah. Perfect. UFO Turtle? Old staple.
Okay. That card was alright.
This card's one of the most fun cards to resolve.
The most fun cards to... Is it Engage? I have more fun resolving that card than anything else.
That card is crazy. But this
Sinister
is
Serpent.
Almost. You're on the slippery lines.
The card that mills when you flip it. What's it called? Needleworm.
You reveal it.
You reveal it. Tsushinoko.
Yes, spot on. Next one. This is we're back to the awful ones to draw. Yes.
They all seem too.
Yeah, no, Tsushinoko is easy to draw, surely.
Maybe a little.
I think a lot of people have guessed Sinister Serpent, though. But this one, he started with what appears to be a tail.
Tail? Is it? I'm trying to think of the card. I feel like it's a dinosaur monster.
Oh yeah, you're on the right lines, yeah.
Ooh, okay.
Think of a big boss dinosaur monster.
Sure. Ultimate Tyranno.
Yes. Perfect. This is one of Dia's favorite cards.
Is it Farfa?
It's not Farfa.
Darn. Is it Construct? I don't know what cards you like.
Come on, he's literally called Farfa.
Well, that was the first guess. Farfa. Beatrice?
No, you're on the right lines, though.
Dante Pilgrim.
No.
Dante.
Yeah.
How is that why you brought Dante?
This is another blast from the past. Is that 5 seconds? Quick. 5 seconds.
UFO Turtle, Instant Fusion, Construct, Blast from the Past. Dark Edition.
Stop drawing. I'm going to give you one last guess. A Blast from the Past Staple Trap just came back recently.
I have no idea.
It was Solemn Warning.
Oh.
OG. No, it came no free. It has just come back recently. Well, thanks guys. Thanks for that. You didn't quite break the world record, but it was a decent effort. Thanks guys. Thank you very much. We'll see you at the next round.
Gotta find a way just to play just a little game. Got a compulsion, wanna be a champion. I got madness. What in my brain? Summon the dragon, blue eyes white. Sending the swords from a feeling light. Gotta think, be wise, realize the situation. Animate your cards, make a power combination. Sick a bow, bow. Yeah. Wanna do, wanna do. Sick a bow, bow. Wanna do. I'm brave. Monster influence in my veins. Madness in my veins.
Welcome back to the coverage of YCS Utrecht 2020. I am Marcello Barberi and I'm here with Adrian Durson. How are you doing?
I'm fine. How about you?
Same. Exciting for the weekend. You told me you just got here and now, and you have been studying a lot, so you didn't have as much time to test, but still excited for the weekend, right?
Yeah, of course. I'm mostly excited to see all my friends, to be in a lovely city like this. It's a great weekend, I hope.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm pretty sure you're a familiar face to most of our watchers. You're an incredible player from Germany. A lot of accomplishments. We have seen you do quite well throughout, and hopefully you will get the breakout performance. Maybe you can get that win in general, but we have talked to everyone, and of course everyone agrees that this is the first YCS of the year. A lot of changes, a new forbidden list, new cars. What do you think of it in general? Like, what is the biggest change you're excited about?
Oh, the biggest change I'm excited about, it's like all of the players have to start at the same point. With the new forbidden list which came out, everyone had to start at 0. Yeah. No player build deck is the same like the format before, and so everything can be done, everything is possible for this weekend. It's a great chance for everyone today.
Absolutely, and that's actually a really good point when there is maybe a deck that survives especially stronger than everyone else, then maybe you have an advantage if you have been playing it for more. And for you, you know that you have been playing a lot of Sky Striker in the past. So how did you adjust with the loss of Engage? Did you just switch completely? And what do you think just in general with the new set, with new showdown structure? Like, what do you think is the best deck, if there is a best deck right now?
Oh, there's a lot of things to consider at all, because you have to look at all if you're going to play like a small tournament with 7 rounds or a big tournament with 10, 11 rounds, even this weekend 12, maybe. No one knows. But I think on a long run, I think the best deck would be either a Shuttle Invoked variant or something like Geist, because Geist can compete over 11 rounds without bricking and stuff like that, because every deck which is powerful enough to beat Geist bricks sometimes. And this is a thing everyone have to decide on himself if he wants to focus on not bricking or having an impactful deck.
Yeah, and it's something that I've also talked about a lot, that there is a huge difference when you're competing, like, for example, to top an event, while you're trying your hardest to win the event, especially when you're grinding, for example, for World Championship points, which we know it's something that you've done last year. Are you actually going for it again, or like what's your way on it?
Okay. At first, I told every my friends, I won't do this again. But I started to play the season, and I only played the big regionals because they are nearby me. And I topped the most of them, and when the update came out, I saw I was at the 2nd place, so I was thinking about, okay, if I'm already this far, I don't have to stop right now. I should do this season again, and if it works out, it's good. If not, then not.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think you're definitely deserving a spot from Team Europe, so I was definitely not happy to see you not make it last year, so I really hope that you can again, and as we were saying, this is also one of the highlights of the weekends. Pretty much this is the last YCS of the World Championship points for Europe, and then the national season is going to begin, which means it's a pretty big deal point-wise, and this year is going to be quite different from last year, though you don't need as many points maybe, because it's top 16, so it's definitely going to be an interesting one, and that's why probably I would say for you it's more important to top and just make some points, right?
It's important. It's really important for everyone who's competing in the World's Race to top. But I think I'm so far ahead to the 16th place. I'm like 170 points ahead. So I can risk it even if I don't top. I only have to be successful at the weekend for the nationals, because this is way more important. But I feel good. I will do my best. If it works out, it's an easy way to get into the playoffs. If not, the grind goes always on, right?
Absolutely, and regardless, we're gonna wish you good luck. Hopefully, we're gonna see you on stream as well on one future match. So, for anyone, just keep watching, because we will be back with more action here in YCS Utrecht.
Long ago, in ancient times, a sacred game was played by both spirit and mind. 7 items hold the mystery, puzzle line, ring rods, scale, and key. Who will make the final stand and make the move? The answer lies in your hand. And whether you win or lose, hangs in the balance with your card to choose. Trust in the heart of the card that of you. Remember to trust in the heart of the card. Time to do. Long ago, in ancient times, a sacred game was played by both spirit and mind. 7 items hold the mystery. Just trust in the heart of the
And how this plays out here.
Both fans looking very good at the moment. We see Demise and Engage. The end from Pascal is absolutely incredible.
It's stacked, definitely. Who's going first here? That's the question.
Compulse, there can be only one Engage area card of Demise. This is what you want to see if you're in the finals of a YCS and you see this hand. What do you think?
Yeah.
What do you think?
Oh, you gotta be excited, and it will depend on the die roll. Let's see who is gonna go first. Because there is an Ash Blossom regardless in Joshua, but it is Pascal.
Oh, Pascal can start off here. It's so good for him. He can, look at him setting all these cards, and Joshua already knows that this card of Demise is coming, but
Ash Blossom comes down.
he has the perfect response. So now Pascal has to make sure that he probably will want to get his engage off for an additional draw.
Oh, and
Let's
it's
see
the
how
new
he does.
artwork Ash Blossom, by the way.
It is from Duel Devastator. But the engage is also there, and Joshua is not maining any 8 for this matchup. No Twin Twister, nothing at all, so there can only be one is there, and Traps might win yet another YCS for us.
Compulsory evacuation device, and there can be only one. Those are so powerful, especially in the Orcus matchup.
That is 100% true, and he does not even bother to summon any more cards.
Ooh.
Obviously, Card of Demise was activated, so no special summoning of Sky Striker Shizuku in this turn. And now it's Joshua's turn. 5 cards left in his hand. He just picked up Infinite Impermanence, which is not really helping him too much. I mean, if his opponent tries to summon out the Kagari in his turn, he maybe can use it on that. But he would require to put cards onto his side of the field before, I would guess, so that's not really
happening
for him at all.
So orchestrated battle. We have seen this card being drawn a lot rather than,
it's
rather than
surprising.
setting it.
Yeah.
The one-offs. Also, like Gizmek Orochi has been drawn so many times on our featured matches so far. So we have the Harp Horror. Instant Fusion is probably going to bait out the Sky Striker Ray effect.
Something.
Oh,
not
that
works as well.
Yes.
Joshua playing it's kind of slow, but something important is that you see a face down spell from your opponent and he didn't use the effect. That's gotta be a tell that those back rows are really good. Otherwise, you can expect Aria Zero to just try and destroy one of them. And those are, in fact, really good traps. So,
absolutely, that can only be one and compulse.
Does
are you just going to compulse? Yeah, that's what I was about to ask, and you are indeed.
I mean, how is Joshua going to recover from this turn? How can you play with, like, the normal summon is so important for the deck right now, and now he can actually just tribute Ray to go into Shizuku for the end phase to get a free search and get this multi-roll into the game.
Oh yeah, and he passes.
He passes.
The way is free for Pascal to actually use the effect of Ray here. That's what he's doing. He wants to get out Shizuku right there.
And he can't use Impermanence right here, because he used the Babel. Do you think that was a correct decision? Because if he would have kept the Babel and just attacked there with the ARP, then he could have passed holding the Impermanence and used it on the Shizuku, I guess.
Yeah, I agree.
That might have been a play from Joshua, but here, Pascal definitely in the lead. Wally Willy Drew. Okay.
And another turn. Purple cards all over the place.
This card might even steal yet another turn, an entire another turn.
Yeah, the new Orcus deck is definitely really strong, but it struggles. The normal summon is way more important than ever.
Yeah, it is super fragile, especially when it comes to this weak point.
Yeah. It feels like when it gets going, it's even stronger than in the past, but it has to get going. And you saw Joshua in the semifinals also having struggled to get it going, because first duel he wasn't even summoning a monster in his first turn, and the other two duels he was just not being able to do more than a normal summon at all.
And already with the Area Zero there is a counter on the multi-roll, or it is not necessarily a counter. It is rather a spell that he can set in the end phase, and he goes into a Hayate already.
And again, one more slight surprise, I gotta say here. He doesn't go for Area Zero at all. He just wants to set up 2 free spells with the Kagari, but he will be met by the Impermanence. So we still have a game on our ends.
And let's hope Pascal is not doing the same Impermanence mistake like Dinkampam in the semifinals.
Yeah, please. But this time it will be difficult because Joshua set that card in the same column as there can only. So.
But I mean, the There Can Only Be One can now stop Joshua on his turn. He has no Impermanence to out it, basically. And so Pascal really in the lead to take him on.
Also, Pascal played it really well by flipping the field spell, so that now there is a counter and he can set the engage if he wants in the end phase, getting yet another copy, or he can play conservatively, setting like a Widow Anchor or a Shark Cannon. And I think that's what he is going to go for.
So Shark Cannon, but can he activate it? Is there a monster in
the Ash Blossom?
Of course, there was the Ash Blossom.
So you can now set Engage.
And Shark Cannon, which is even the Eagle Booster, to be fair. That's probably better.
Makes more sense,
and fantastic opening. Once more, Joshua not maining any of the back row removals, so it will be tough.
He probably thought the same that we all thought when we saw the Forbidden Limited list with Anchor at 1. You don't really need to play.
Hello and welcome back. Once again, we are here at YCS Utrecht 2020. I get confused because there's that many players. So 2,227 players we started with. and we are just down to 8. That many players have been eliminated, gone, done and dusted in the public event stage. That's what they're doing right now. But these two duelists are still here, and they're looking for a spot in the top 4. We have an Italian mirror match going on with these two guys. First, let's introduce Matteo from Italy, of course. Welcome, please take a seat. And we have Giuseppe, also from Italy, please. So you've already decided who is going first? Who is going first? Okay, great. Let's take it over to our commentary team. It is Nadir and Darren. Take it away, guys.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back. This is top 8 of YCS Utrecht 2020. Over 2,000 players entered this event, and we are slowly narrowing down, and only 8 remain. Wow, what a deck we've got. I just want to get straight into talking about this. This deck
crazy,
is
right?
What is it? What is it?
I don't know.
I think
I don't know how to describe it.
It has to be like Matteo's like 60 favorite cards.
Yeah.
It's just his favorite cards. There's so much stuff in here.
Absolutely stole my power. Like straight up, I said this like half an hour ago.
Would you like to say it?
It's a bit late now.
Okay.
But yes, this is literally like you got a pile of cards and he was like, "This one's pretty good.
This is a good one.
Pretty good, yeah." Like he was like card sorting or something. He was just like, "It's probably in a deck box."
It's 60 cards. It's rockets. It's Burning Abyss. It's dinos. It's everything. It's 60 cards of just nonsense, and I can't wait to see this Guard Dragon combo, whatever
It's
it is
everything
he's
you
doing.
can find in a binder. Like
Yeah, I think he's just put together a Commons box or something. But I believe...
Seems like it has some insane synergy if it's made it to top 8.
Exactly, right. So he's doing something right. I think the purpose of this is Cherubini. I think that's the heart and soul of what he's trying to go for, right? He's got a lot of like rank 3 access.
A lot of level 3, so it looks like he just wants to turbo into in a Cherubini to achieve, I have no idea what.
We don't know what the win condition is. We don't know what the win condition is. There's an Imperial Order as well.
There is an Imperial Order right there.
Maybe that's
so
the
I
win
imagine
condition.
he's doing some sort of combo with Pisty. So he's incorporated Cherubini and Pisty in a combo, which is something I've actually never seen before.
Yeah, Delphi, like the whole like Guard Dragon stuff, right?
Yeah,
so.
this seems like it'll be pretty cool. It'll be really interesting to see. I think he's starting as well, so it'll be really interesting
he's
to
going
see
second.
He's going second? Oh.
Yeah.
I really wanted to see him see what sort of wombo combo he would do, but he is playing Nightmare Griffin, so the main deck in Imperial Order does make sense if he was to go do that sort of combo.
That
but
sort of combo, whatever it is.
I don't know. I couldn't call it.
His opponent is playing Spyro as well, so this is...
We've seen enough Spiral.
So
here's some more Spiral.
It's been particularly dominant, actually, so we want to talk a little bit about the deck breakdown, so we can take a little look at that and give you a little comparison and show you exactly where we are now. So this is top 64. This is where we started off, top cut. This is the decks here that you can quickly print screen, share around social media, etc. But Spyro taking the most... representation here with a lot of, I guess, just uncategorized deck, a bunch of Shaddolls, a bunch of Matteo's thing
well,
as well.
As you can see, Spiral is the most represented there, followed by Salamangreat and Other tied together. But we got Other in the top 8 now.
So we can see as we slowly progress forward onto top 32, Spyro
Other's doing really well. Look at its conversion rate.
It seems to top every event. Has anyone played this archetype?
So much Other. There was a lot of Other that entered the event, to be fair.
Yeah,
It
it's been
hasn't
around
got a
for
really
years.
good conversion rate. You would think when there's 1,000 Others entering it to be able to take up all 32 for 64 spots.
So as we progress down to top 8, you can see Invoke Shaddol not doing as well as we initially thought. It was my pick for this event, but it seems
You're
Spiral.
a liar. Spiral was your pick for our event. Invoke Shaddol was actually my pick for the event.
I was hoping you'd pick up on that.
Solely switching teams, I see.
And for the top 16, as we progress slowly onwards, Spiral again still
Your
ahead.
boy Spiral still the most represented deck in top cut, top
Indeed.
16.
Salamangreat, I think, was the most surprising to me because I thought, like, you know, it's a very low ceiling deck, kind of slow and control
But
based.
it's safe. It's very safe, and we've seen that in a lot of European events. A lot of people just want to play something where they can play every hand. We've seen Gabriel Soucy's having a lot of success with Salamangreat right now, and I believe there's a player in top 8 with Salamangreat. That's because it just does the same thing every turn, and its traps are really powerful. Salamangreat Rage, Salamangreat Roar. It's no surprise to see it far in the top cut.
Moving on to top 8, which is exactly where we are now. There are 3 Spiral players still remaining, of course, one of them being in this match itself. 2 Salmon Greats remaining. European champion Gabriel Susi among one of the pilots. Invoke Shadal Jordan, as we saw him earlier on stream. A pure Invoke deck. I think it's Mech Knight Invoked, correct?
Yes, I believe it is. I don't think you can play Invoked without the Mech Knights, because you just beat Alistair pass every round, so you need to complement it with some sort of engine.
Not Wind Witches, unfortunately. Maybe in April.
Yeah, back in the day it was Wind Witches.
Back in the day. It was
And
like
you would
2
just
years
summon
ago.
a big crystal wing.
We can do that in
was
April, though. I can't wait. I can't wait to summon a Crystal Wing in April.
Yes, here we
New
go.
Master Rule revision
New Master Rule.
2020.
Yeah, maybe it'll come back, who knows?
Yep. And one other, which is counted as Mateo's deck list here. So if we can come back
It's
to
definitely
us
other
here
for
in the
sure.
desk.
If you were to describe other as something, if you would have put it on a deck list, it's right here. Like, just look at this. It's incredible. Like, imagine
Has
to
he got
have, like,
tools for going second, do you think? Because he did lose the dice roll, but I don't know. Did he want to go second because he's making 3 copies of Dart Ruler no more?
He sure is.
So
maybe it is just a pile where he has both going first and going second, and he in the 60 cards just like, well, I lost the roll. I hope I draw my go second
an
cards.
actual just pile of the things. So I can't wait to see this.
Well, you draw them some of the time, and sometimes you don't.
Yeah. I also forgot to mention plants, by the way. There's plants in here. There's
Oh, yeah.
Lone Fires, there's Scorpio.
Well, you've got some. Is there dinosaurs in here too?
Yes, exactly. So Carbonedon plus Overraptor gets you into some kind. I was about to say Ib. F's in the chat for Ib.
It's Gillosaurus there too.
Gillosaurus, yeah.
Fiendish Rare, well, naturally Destrudo. So it starts off like a fairly decent, like, reasonable BA
there's
stuff.
some-
Then it goes blah, 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 blah. So dragons and rockets and stuff. And then, oh god, I'm very, very interested to see what on earth this deck does.
I can't wait to get into this match. So we're going to head on over to the players as they are now preparing to begin top 8, game 1, and turn 1. So Mateo is going to be going second here. Giuseppe on the right, piloting the Spiral deck.
So just to clarify what sort of spiral build this is, we've seen Extravagance, Popper Up, and Scraps. So
Oh my god, he just passed.
Excuse me?
He passed. He passed.
His hand is awful. So yeah.
Okay,
So-
I suppose.
But just going back, very unfortunate that he passed. But he is playing the Popper Up version. Just to clarify that, but let's not delve into that too much because we are going to see
finally see what Mateo's deck is capable of. Drawing the
potentially
tour
utter
guide.
destruction is about to happen here.
Not an ultimate rare, unfortunately. That's disappointing to see.
I know, what a shame, right? I guess it means that you can't synchro it because with the ultimate rare you can synchro.
That was the worst thing that about this most recent Forbidden Limitless tour guide went to and I was like, oh my god, now I need to get a set.
Now I have to get another ultimate rare. Nightmare.
Maybe another one in the next Forbidden Limitless. We'll
Since
see.
this is Cherubini Turbo, there it is.
There we
Good
go,
old Cherubini.
Cherubini, and we're going to see just exactly what he sends here because he got the graph access with this tour guide. So Carbonedon,
he's a dinosaur.
All right,
Yeah,
so
there we go.
Now the first thing he does is pick it up. Like, what's
It's like,
this?
What is this? Like, what is this dinosaur?
So Carbonedon Dragon is, if I can just bring it up for you in a moment, I believe it banishes itself from the graveyard to special summon a normal monster from the graveyard. But Giuseppe being...
I think it's special dragon or from deck, I think. A level 1 dragon.
Something like that,
I
yeah.
think it's a normal monster, I believe it summons.
Okay, but the...
But he DD-crowed it, so
yep.
I guess we'll never know unless we read it.
Unless we read it. So you can banish this from your grave and special from your hand or deck, a 7 or lower dragon normal monster. Yep,
Yeah, so you would summon the level 1 guy. I can't remember its name. You used to summon it off Draconet, maybe? Maybe you don't, because you don't play the Draconet
So the
version
most
anymore.
recent sort of iterations that I've seen has been like Mathematician sending Carbonedon to summon a level 2, so like Galaxy Serpent,
that
I
was
believe,
it. Yeah, that
to
was
go
it.
into Ib, the World Chalice Justicar, which is something we saw a lot of last year. That's typically where I've...
Rest in peace, though.
Yep, exactly.
It was one of my favorite cards, and it went...
Here's a boot sector launch as well, by the way.
Just chilling there.
there's-
But it cuts him off from his base because you can't special them from hand anymore.
Yeah, well,
What a nightmare.
I don't think that's going to be too much of a problem here because he's playing quite a small BA engine, just enough for the tour guide to bring out various
It looks like
materials.
he was fallen victim to the
Special
2 DD
summoning
Crows.
2 rocket monsters from his hand with boot sector launch there.
Did you notice he actually used 2 DD Crows to actually interrupt it, and he's still going?
He's still going. He's
just
still going, yeah.
Bootsec the launch just summons 2 rockets from his hand.
Yeah,
so he
just
could
want
potentially...
to point out that they are special summoned in defense mode, so that should be in defensive, but it's probably just going to be linked
gonna
off
get linked
anyway.
with
Yeah, so it's,
LP.
Yep, and we can see the Tenyi monster is being summoned here. So
the arrows at night complement LP much nicely.
Yeah, I was going to say I'm pretty sure that that's what the purpose is there, just specifically for the arrows.
So maybe he wanted to complement the rockets with an engine that you would dig for his rockets. So I suppose he felt that the BA engine or the level 3s to get into Cherubini, to give him access to his rocket engine or to give him access to plays like this was really beneficial for him.
Well, he's going to go with the Guard Dragon summoning Tracer directly from his deck with Guard Dragon LP. I'm already Tracer. Do you know that?
No.
You're not a TikTok person?
I'm not a TikTok guy, no.
Okay, well, lucky you. Anyway, he's linking off those 2 Guard Dragons into Romulus.
He's going to trade his current field spell with a Dragon Ravine.
Yep.
So give him access to another dragon, which it's probably likely to be Destrudo or something.
Yep, so he could be sending Destrudo. I think he might potentially send Absoluto Dragon. There's a whole bunch of things he could go for here.
Excuse me, Absoluto who?
Absoluto Dragon. Rocket. Absolute.
Oh, right. So what does this one do?
Well, we'll see if he sends it first. But Tracer is going to destroy the boot sector launch to bring out another rocket from his deck, and here he goes linking into a Borrelsword Dragon.
Pure damage.
Yes, he is.
I forgot for a second he was going second because I thought he was trying to do a combo, but here he is just going for straight up game.
He's just going to attack for game here. This Borrelode Savage Dragon.
Yeah, just to play around Battle Fader, I suppose.
Yeah. And he picks it up.
And that's it.
That's really unfortunate for Giuseppe.
Again, we see Spiral just utter bricking on stream. It's crazy, like how powerful this deck is, and it gets really unfortunate and just like
it's literally a glass cannon, you know. It can either go off and just put up some of the most formidable boards of the entire format, or it can just go pass.
We've seen it in top 32 as well, where it even managed to play through Nibiru as well, and
yes,
make an amazing board, and there it was just. Go ahead.
Sometimes you could just play through Nibiru on 6. And other times
barely play through yourself.
Play through it yourself. I gotta play around myself.
Play around myself.
Good terminology there. So these players are gonna be signing up for game 2 here, and it's just unfortunate. I mean, was it double DD Crow he opened?
He did, yeah. It was
double DD Crow,
just a
and
bunch
still
of
wasn't
rubbish.
enough.
Yeah, he had Helix, Big Red, double DD Crow, and Assault, and that does nothing.
It's the problem with the opening Spiral hands is that you tend to have like either you open like too many extenders, like a bunch of like Big Reds and like Agent and stuff, where it's like sometimes you're just missing that really important starter card. Like one Magician Soul in that hand would have completely like fixed his hand there.
Magician Soul solves a lot of problems with it as well because, like you say, especially it gets you access to Master Plan, ditches 2 Speller Traps, even on the field that you mentioned in the last feature, to draw 2 new cards, which could potentially get your engine going if you're in a pinch. And they play stuff like Extravagance and Popper up in certain variants because drawn cards normally gets you out of your brick.
Magician Souls is such an incredible card that was just released recently in Magical Hero. It's technically a Dark Magician card. Technically.
No, it's not. It's a Spiral card. And also seen in Lunalights as well.
You can see it in so many different decks. It's extremely versatile.
Very splashable.
I've seen it played in Fluffle, in Pure Fire Fist. There's a whole bunch of decks that just have like leftover spells as resources.
You can throw it in as well because like even if your deck like Spiral doesn't play a Dog Spellcaster, you can just chuck one in. You can play the Apprentice Magician, which is what people use. And even if you hard draw it, it's just a generic card you can just special summon as well. And it has some utility with your engine because I think you have to discard a card to special it.
Yeah, so occasionally, sometimes if you're playing a deck like Luna, you could put something into the graveyard and then bring it back with Tiger or something. So not drawing it isn't too bad in and of itself. But yeah, it's such a great like generic card, Dark Magician card, but it just feels like so generic. It was just designed for like...
It's for Dark Magician!
It's a cost as well to remember, so it's an effect is the special summon from its hand. But it's a cost to send to the deck.
I don't want you to special summon that. No. I think the main thing is that it just sends a card.
I have yet to see anyone negate a Magician Soul.
Sometimes you have to, because it can...
Turn off Where Art Thou?
Yeah. Sometimes you have to negate, like when I played like Altergeist, like sometimes you have to when you're in a pinch, you have to like protocol it away just so it doesn't special summon, so you don't... It can brick them. A lot of the times with Spiral, you have to just negate the first thing they do when you're playing against Spiral.
Because sometimes that can just end their turn, right?
Yeah, sometimes. Because very early on, they can be very vulnerable. And that's why you can't hold the Ash for the Helix like you could back in 2017 because they've got so many pushes before Helix now. Sometimes they don't even have to resolve Helix to get their engine going now because you have access the master plan all the time.
So Giuseppe is going to be starting up this this match here, this duel here, and I would assume he's going to go first because it's Spiral, but he has so much hate for going second.
How was his main deck built? Was he? I think he built it. I think it was the.
It seems very standard to me. I mean, there's a Metal Foes fusion.
It's the Trigate version, I think, because he's playing free rescue in the main, so he would absolutely go first. I think.
He's definitely playing Trigate Wizard. So the very heavy combo version is the kind of style that Giuseppe's going for here, and I would assume you'd have to go first with his deck.
All his side cards are for going second, and I don't think he would put any of them in going first.
So we're just getting those hands
so
loaded up. Oh my god, there's an emergency teleport. You're literally playing everything.
Everything. So the kitchen sink could have potentially sided. There's a bunch of kaijus here. He sides Trisbane for all the guys matchups, and he sides Reboot Twin,
a bunch of
Storm and stuff.
kaijus,
Anti-magic arrows as well.
Yeah, so anti-magic arrows is a super powerful card that we actually haven't seen a lot of yet, but was kind of popularized, I suppose, maybe at the last UDS, where you can go straight to your battle phase, and it essentially cold waves your opponent for the whole turn. They can't use spell and traps, I think. So you just go battle phase, activate anti-magic arrows, go to main phase 2, and you just combo off.
But speaking of a pseudo cold wave, we play in the instant fusion variant as well, so it means you can summon Millennium Eyes Restrict. And what makes that really cool is it's a level 1 which makes Wear Off Thou more live, and it means that if he was to draw him after the search for Wear Off Thou, he can just negate it, so he's forced to hold any hand traps that he has until the Millennium Eyes Restrict is off the board.
Millennium Eyes has just been it's such a great card because it's just a Call by the Grave on legs.
It's better than Call by the Grave because it complements your engine as well.
Right, exactly. The only reason we haven't seen so many people playing Millennium Eyes, I think, is most obviously because of the fact that you have to use your extra monster zone initially, so it clogs up that the extra monster zone before you can actually combo off. And a lot of decks need to go into the extra monster zone to be able to combo off, right?
But I think with this one, it's particularly fine because you can play stuff like Linkuriboh. But with Spiral, the deck's so tight, and you can't really play it with extravagance and the fear of banishing your instant fusion targets. So I think that's why he's went for the Pop Rob version, so he has more leeway in his extra deck. Because in the extravagance version, you have to play 3 of each copy or something just in case you lose it.
So Giuseppe seems to have a much better hand here. He's actually going to...
Oh yeah, absolutely.
He will be playing this duel. These duels are for 2 players. So
but he won't be playing for much longer because Matteo has a Dark Ruler No More in that hand.
Dark Ruler No More is just a real bane for Spyro. Is there any generic outs to that you would make in Spyro going first?
You would play Utility Wire just so you have some sort of a defense because it only stops the monsters on the field, not the spell and trap card zone. But he doesn't play Utility Wire.
No, not at all.
So if he is to get Dark Ruler No More, he would have to watch Matteo potentially OTK him again. And I don't think there's any sort of backup plan for that. There's no real setup you can have other than Utility Wire with Spiral. You would make a really big board, and he could potentially search DD Crow, which he already has. So he could set himself up with 2 DD Crows that he could potentially protect himself with. But as we've seen, 2 DD Crows wasn't quite enough last time.
Yeah, double DD Crows. Still, Matteo was able to power through those hand traps and still go for game.
He did have 6 cards that time, though, so you'll have one less card because of Dark Rule No More be used. But shouldn't be a problem.
Yeah, I mean, if he can just turn off Giuseppe's entire field here, you can see that he can go for Dark Ruler, and then he has Turbine access because he can go Emergency Teleport into a level 3, and then normal summon Auto Rocket Dragon, which is a level 3 rocket, and just that by itself can
also dig for more cards with Jackalope as well.
Yeah, he's got Jackalope, so it seems like he's going to definitely go for a really, really nice push in the following turn here.
But he's going to give him a not so great card now. He has a pick. To choose.
That's an Absolrotor, I think.
That is a Kaiju, so you don't want to give him the Kaiju.
And there's a
But
Graph
I think
as
in this
well.
scenario, you probably do actually want to give him the Kaiju. If you had full knowledge of his hand.
Surely just give him Graph, right?
No, but what I'm saying is, if you had full knowledge of his hand, then giving him the Kaiju would mean he would have one less card to OTK you with. But of course, you wouldn't give him the Kaiju because you wouldn't know that. So he would give him the Graph, because it's
Yeah, so I see what you're saying, because we have the perfect hand knowledge.
Yeah.
It seems like the most correct.
So he is going for to get a second DD Crow here, which he does play 2 copies of, I think. Yep, he does.
It seems like, if he is going for the heavy monster sort of break my board theme, it's
very weak to Dark Ruler No More.
Yeah, but the plus side is that he does have double DD Crow Call by the Grave to be able to protect him.
Exactly.
So.
Oh yes, Call by the Grave is a defensive card too. I didn't see that. Yes, that could potentially hold him off then. Because Call by the Grave's quite strong against rockets because it does a lot of stuff in the graveyard,
Mhm.
and not to mention it's good against whatever Cherubin he sends.
So
maybe maybe Giuseppe's looking okay then.
yeah, this is definitely going to be a lot more of a back and forth matchup, and it'll be interesting to see just how Matteo is going to be able to play through these disruptions despite the Dark Ruler no more.
If the board sticks as well, that's a lot to
Yeah.
deal with, because he has to deal with every single monster. Because if Helix stays on field, if he doesn't link it away, no Appaloosa. Actually, sorry, the Helix will stay on field because he's going to make the Tri-Gate board. So there'll be an Appaloosa, Tri-Gate, Helix, and maybe either Secure Garden or a Phoenix. So the Phoenix, if he makes a Phoenix, it'll protect his stuff from being destroyed by battle, which would be super awkward for him to deal with.
But it shouldn't matter because of Dark Ruler, right?
But, well, yeah, it does negate it, you're right, yeah. But it's still, like, I guess it's bigger. It just makes it more awkward.
Sorry, okay, right. I don't think
I've never seen that before.
That's
in
not
Spiral.
standard.
No, I thought he was going for a Appaloosa for 4. I wonder what he's digging for.
All right, cool. Well, draw 4.
This is one of the most unorthodox things I've ever seen. Is that Metal Force Fusion?
Let's see what he's drawn here.
Oh, he plays Metal Force Fusion. How about that?
Yeah, so we mentioned that during the sighting there. I suppose it's just there to, I don't know, unbreak. Because we've seen Foolish Burial Goods drawn in a lot of people's hands this weekend. And I guess if they could, if they have a brick, they can Foolish the Metal Foes and try and get, like, into the soul or something.
That's very reasonable. Yeah, no, good call. Like, making goods have an extra utility by just drawing it in the next
He
card.
kept on rolling Lockbird, which doesn't seem ideal in this matchup. Maybe.
There's nothing really you can side out.
I suppose that's the problem,
he's main
right?
deck and rolling Lockbird. That's probably the one. That's literally the one copy he plays.
Yeah, so sometimes you can see like questionable choices in players' hands, like something like Droll versus a very graveyard-oriented deck, but it's not necessarily because they want to play that. It's just like their side deck and main deck just doesn't have the right cards to be able to shift in and out.
He could have potentially brought in like one Twin Twister, so he wouldn't
One
lose the Mystic
singular
Mind.
Twin Twister.
Yeah, I mean, it's
just one.
It's doing better than Drawn Lockbird.
That's true.
But to be fair, Drawn Lockbird's a level 1, which can turn Wear Off on, which does come up sometimes.
Yeah, okay, true. So maybe you could just always keep one Droll in because you're playing the Wear Off if you
Yeah,
ever
it's
draw both.
just a level 1. And if you have it, then it's going to do something.
Yeah.
I know this deck probably doesn't add as much as we think it does because the Rocket Engine, from what I remember, only adds once and then it can do full combo from there. And the Burn Abyss engine doesn't really add at all.
So if you're Giuseppe at this point, like, what are you thinking? Like, your opponent has had no responses whatsoever. Their cards are just face down, like, and your opponent's just watching you play. Like, what are you thinking? Like,
honestly, since he went for Siyuja, I have no idea what he's thinking now. I'm not massively sure where he's going with this.
Like, do you think maybe he's like, still trying to maybe perhaps anticipate like a Nibiru or something? Because I mean, he
Well, clearly not. If he went straight for Nibiru, he would have. Sorry, if he was worried about Nibiru, he wouldn't have went for Siyuja.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure what sort of board he's thinking about because he does seem to just keep going and going and going, which again shows how mental Spiral can be because it just doesn't seem to stop. But like, I would like to think he is just going for the Tri-Gate board.
I've generally never seen Spyro go into this Saryuya thing. Of course, like Twitch chat has. I mean, I have Smile. You guys have seen it all. You guys are the experts.
I've seen it.
But
I've done it.
I'm curious to see just how he ends with this combo.
Like,
is that a scapegoat?
Is that a second drawn lockdown?
What does that spell he just drew there?
Popper up.
Oh, right, okay.
Yeah, don't worry, it's not scapegoat.
It's got like the pink little like sheepy kind of things on it. So, right, okay.
At this point, he doesn't probably have to use Popper up. So he could probably burn himself a game with Popper up if he really wanted to flex. He's got enough cards in hand. He's got like 8. If he adds another card, then it's just going to be like mad flex. He's not going for Tri-Gate here. He's going for Sleeper IP Masquerade. I'm fairly confident he had the full Tri-Gate board. Absolutely. I'm very curious as to why he didn't decide to go for Tri-Gate. His board would have been much more impressive.
Does this go into some kind of Dark Ruler out? I mean, there really is no monster you can summon under Dark Ruler that would be useful, right?
This isn't a Dark Ruler out for sure. I don't know if he just wanted to have maybe dig for Droll and Lockbird. I can't think of what he would have wanted to dig for.
Is it maybe because this offers more disruption with the Masquerena or something?
It just would have been a Tri-Gate.
Right, yeah, it's hard to see. But anyway, so Matteo's going to draw for turn here, and he's, as we see the Graph, which was stacked on top of the deck with the Spiral Drone.
So he knows to play around Graph.
Yep, he definitely knows to play around Graph. He's got that check mark in his mind.
Check mark.
Check mark.
But I think the first thing he's going to do is
Dark Ruler.
Dark Ruler, no war.
Okay, so let's switch off the field real quick.
I love how he's giving him dice. Just to like, yeah, I'm just going to turn
What
it
does
up.
this indicate?
300 attack from Saryuja.
Sure.
I don't know why he didn't summon Sleeper in the zone Saryuja points to, just so it gives an extra 300
Give
attack.
it a nice little boost.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. He could have given his Sleeper a little bit
Not
more.
that it matters, everything's just been, the light switch has been turned off now.
Yep. So let's see what other kind of archetypes and cards he's decided to go for here. Maybe we'll see a farm girl at this point. I wouldn't be surprised, like, honestly.
Now, from my binder, Cosmo Farm Girl.
So there's a Psychic Tracker coming out onto the field. Or
Just a generic level 3, you can special summon from your hand. Right?
And Tuna as well, which
Remember what people were doing with that way? You can special summon Ghost Ogre and Snow Rabbit, so you can tell he could be a defensive card as well.
Yeah.
That was pretty cool.
That was because like Ghost Ogre is like the only like Ghost Girl hand trap that has an on-field effect. They all activate from hand.
Conveniently psychic.
Yep.
Oh, there's a Levy in here, so that'll help do some mad pushes. So he knows that he has one DD Crow in his hand, and he's just been drawing Lockbirded here, which I'm not sure will have a significant impact.
I don't believe it will. No.
It'll turn off his rocket engine if he does go for
like something like Absolutor or like the Guard Dragon thing with like Romulus getting Dragon Ravine, so that's not going to be
so it
working.
shuts off Romulus, but I don't think that'll be too much of a problem. Maybe he knows this deck more.
Levineer doesn't target, correct?
No,
right, so that's going to be
effect response.
God, I love that, especially when you used to like mask the chain with banishing Thunder
with
Dragons.
The Thunders, yeah. That's what I loved Levineer the most, because it was so powerful, insane removal that you could chain block and also gain advantage through the Thunders as well. I'm not sure how it would gain advantage here, other than just being spot removal.
So the important thing to know here is that despite the fact that he is under Dark Ruler no more, that Last Resort is still technically considered treated as a spell and trap, so Sleeper is still protected under the Dark Ruler no more.
That's right, yeah. And he can also use stuff like hand traps like DD Crow there, which he's currently going to use, which you're seeing in Game 1 as well. He used it on the Gob again. So now he's thinking, I'm probably relatively safe now, right? He's used that DD Crow he just added. However, he has one more
DD Crow and a Call by the Grave. Do you think maybe it's correct to perhaps use Call by the Grave?
He also has Call by the Grave, yeah, you're right.
Yeah, do you think it's maybe correct to use Call by the Grave before your DD Crow?
No,
so you don't reveal hand information?
No, well, he already knows he has a DD Crow.
Oh yeah, sure, it was from the Starling, my
Yeah,
bad.
so you keep as much information from your opponent as possible.
Yeah.
He's probably thinking that's a rescue set. So now that Call by the Grave could potentially blow him out and make him pass.
Yeah, we'll see if he has enough pushes here. He's going to go for the special summon of Graf into the zone that...
Is that not a normal summon?
Yeah, actually, yeah. It could just straight up be the normal summon, my bad.
It looked like it. You know when you can tell
Why
when it
doesn't the
looks like
PA
a
die?
normal summon?
Yeah, I know.
Like people special summon and normal summon in a different way.
I'm sure everyone is curious as to why the BA doesn't die, but Cherubidian is a Burning Abyss monster.
And I was pointing to him too. So that's a unicorn, so he's
Unicorn
going to
remade.
attempt to spin
Chain link.
maybe the back row?
Oh, discarding the Spiral
he's just
Dragon.
he saw his win condition, so he's getting rid of that last resort, so when he pops or removes the Sleeper from the field, it'll blow up his field, leaving him with no resources.
Yep, so
he understands his win condition now.
Okay, so he's going to respond with the Call by the Grave on the Spiral Dragon, it seems like.
No, I think he's going to hit the Graph.
Yeah, okay, yep, hits Graf there.
Trying to cut him off from his resources as well.
There's nothing really Graf can get here in this scenario.
I think he just wants to cut. He doesn't really know what's going on. I don't know what's going on. Like he's just
because like he's playing a really small PA engine. Like what would he get? Like I suppose Seer to bring back
he
the
doesn't know
Trubin.
that. Like,
I guess
it's a 60 card pile. You're scared of everything. Like
everything's
like
a
every
danger
time.
here.
No, you admit it. Every time you're in a regional and you play against a 60 card deck, you're terrified because you don't know what's going to happen.
Oh yeah, when I'm in the regional, I'm just like whack-a-mole. Like if there's a card in my hand that's live, I'm pressing it. Like I'm just slamming it down.
But now we see Lavinia is going to remove that Sleeper, which is going to blow or just attack.
Oh yeah, okay, yeah, he doesn't need to use the effect here. He can just simply attack over.
Yeah, that makes more sense to attack, yeah.
The Sleeper is going to bring back Super Agent in defense, just as a wall of sorts. And with
so now it's effectively going to leave him with nothing, I don't
Yeah,
think.
Mateo has nothing left, just a Levianeer and a Unicorn.
Oh, but he does have Spiral Resort, which can keep him in the game.
Yeah, I think like despite the...
And a Rescuing Griff. Actually, he's fine. the more I look, I think, it's actually looking better and better when I actually pay attention.
Yeah, so Mateo did a really good job of like cracking the board, but it seems like Giuseppe's follow-up here is going to be really strong, and I think he's going to be able to sneak one out here.
Which is a huge compliment of Spiral, which we've said time and time again. Even though a board gets cracked or gets Nibiru'd or it looks like in a tough spot, its utility is absolutely insane. Like Resort has back-to-back recursion, If you have any leftover rescues or missions in Grave, you can use that for utility as well.
Guy in the Grave, so you can bring it back, etc. It's a
and
super,
he called
super
it right as well. He got monster.
I don't think that was a really hard call, was it?
It's like 42 out of 60. I'll take my chances. Monster. But here he's going to bring back Spiral Helix, which he didn't banish, or Sleeper, which means he's going to get some mad advantage now. He can add back the Sleeper.
Yep,
yes,
that's exactly what he's doing here.
It does do that indeed. Don't look shocked. It can add back from the graveyard. What? Spiral Helix does what? And the strongest play of the game, normal summoning. Drawing Lockbird. That Drawn Lockbird coming in.
And here comes Borrow Sword.
I was
with
thinking he would go for Appaloosa, but my brain is just not on today. Like, he's just going straight for a Borrow Sword, and this is
just
likely
going to end the game here.
Yeah, he's picking up his stuff.
Yeah, Mateo's going to scoop it up there, and that is 1-1. We are even Steven in this match.
Amazing. I guess the board didn't really matter because of Dark Ruler no more, but be able to have Call by the Grave, which not only stops hand traps and has really good utility against this deck in particular as well, and just in general, and having 2 DD Crows and a draw, made it so that Dark Ruler no more did absolutely nothing.
Yeah. I think that Mateo did a super great job of breaking the board. Dark Ruler, clear everything, attack over the Sleeper, but in the process of creating that board, he got himself a DD Crow to stop the Carbonedon extension. He also hard drew the Call by the Grave. So despite the fact
and another DD Crow too.
Yeah, and another one. So it was despite the fact that he had managed to crack the board, he still had too much sort of hand advantage.
And what can you do? Like, not many decks can play through draw, DD Crow, and Call by the Grave, and being able to crack the board still. But like I say, Spiral, he used that play to add back Resort to his hand, so it would stay safe on the field because it would have got blown up with Sleeper, and the game would have probably went a bit different there.
Yeah.
And being able to just add it back with the Helix and keeping a Rescue and Grave meant that its follow-up was just too good.
I think Giuseppe's going to have a little bit more of a better idea of what his opponent is playing now.
Just a little bit.
Just a slight.
Just a smidge.
Yeah. He's probably trying to. He's probably understood now that this is some kind, because he saw like the Guard Dragon plays. He saw like the Levianeer, the BA engine, and the Carbonedon. So he's probably aware it's some kind of like a graveyard deck, and he's most likely expecting to go second, I suppose. So
but if in doubt, Mystic Mine.
Yeah.
So just activate Mystic Mine.
Activate Mystic Mine. We could see that happening here. That's an incredible out to a lot of fields, evenly matched. Dark Ruler no more of his own that he's siding, so we could see like a really impressive reverse sweep here.
The thing that's in Matteo's favor though is we haven't seen him do a first turn combo, so Giuseppe isn't going to know what on earth's going to happen. So he's not massively sure how to side deck because he's got cards like Dark Ruler no more, and it's just like, what kind of board does he put up? Does it end on a counter trap? And
I think
he's got
it's
like
safe
evenly matched, just like, does he end on a card that negates? He's I think it is Mystic Mine's probably a safe one because that has a lot of coverage.
Yep.
I think he would just have to go with it and just throw in like the evenly matched Dark Ruler.
I think the important thing to note
Mine.
is that Giuseppe isn't aware of Matteo playing the Imperial Order combo with the Nightmare Griffin and Curious.
That's spooky.
So that's a really, really, if you draw Dark Ruler versus him opening that, it's
nothing. It's a blank. It becomes a blank.
Exactly.
But if he could have a variation of combos as well, like he might play the Imperial Order, for the odd time where he hard draws it, or if he decides to go for that combo in that particular game, or maybe he has another combo where he can do with more cards if he was to go for like. What sort of monsters does he play? He's got Hope Harbinger as well, which you can like end a defensive card. Borrow Savage, which is typically what the Guard Dragons do. So again, who knows? Well, I guess we'll see. He's got Appaloosa as well, so he has a bunch of options. So, and again, what is the right option? Because the 5 hands are going to be different every time. So
this is the advantage that you put yourself in when you play such an unorthodox deck at a major event like this, because your opponents, they're all going to know how to play against Spiral. They all know how to play against Invoke Shaddoll.
Especially deep in Top Cut as well. Like, who would have thought in top 8, you got yourself a switch, and then suddenly you're playing against Cherubini Turbo, and you're like, what? It can just happen, and he's doing well so far. Will he get the top 4? Let's see.
I just think, when you play something like this, it clearly...
It's a gamble.
It is definitely a risk, because you could just go like 0-3, or you could just go to Top Cut, because like your opponent's going to have to like read all your cards and not going to really be sure.
That's the most annoying thing about doing things unorthodox, because I feel like it takes longer to play because everybody's looking at your cards like, what? Can I get a translation? I'm like, oh man.
It seems like it's fine for Matteo because he's just playing this sort of deck where it seems like games kind of end quickly. You go first.
That's the dream.
Yeah, right.
Everybody wants to snack in between rounds.
So he is indeed going to go first here, and he's got the Carbonedon combo, it seems like.
Oh, you just know that day because you activate Fossil Dig. Ah, that must be the combo.
Yeah, so you go over
Searches tour guide, normal tour guide. So that normally gets over. That normally gets an Overraptor, right? So that's not what I'm used to.
Yeah, so typically like what you used to do is go Overraptor, dump Carbonettin, banish itself, go into it, but here is just going to be a normal summon.
Carbonettin level 3, I'm guessing?
Yep, so you special summon it with the junk forward, normal the Carbonettin, make Tribony, and now you've got the Carbonettin access as well as the Tribony access from your deck.
And your boy is back.
Yep. It's interesting to note that Matteo actually sided for going second, despite the fact he's got Book of Eclipse. That's a little bit peculiar.
No. That can be used as a going first card.
I suppose,
He probably wanted to side out because he's got a lot in the main that he's got stuff like I'm looking at the Spiral deck. He's got Dark Ruler no more in the main deck, so he needs to side that out for something.
Okay, that's fair.
Because like going first, that does absolutely nothing. He might potentially not want the Call by the Grave, and there might be a couple of monsters that he takes out there as well.
I think like the way he's built his deck is like, because I was thinking to myself, if you're gonna have like a generic 3-of card to come in when you go first, you maybe just take out the Dark Ruler and just put in 3 Solemn Judgment. It seems like kind of a no-brainer here. But the cool thing about Book of Eclipse is it's got a really versatile application, going first and second.
Exactly, yeah. I think a lot of quick play spells are really popular just because they have applications going first and second.
I just can't get over that. This is like vanilla dinosaur he just summoned from his deck with Carbonet. I don't know what that is.
Give you a little giggle. I don't know what it is. That must be his favorite vanilla dinosaur. What's your favorite vanilla dinosaur, ladies and gentlemen?
I think my favorite vanilla is like Mambo, I guess. Space Mambo, that's the one.
Yes, I think Space Mambo is really good because you can overlay it to make a
Bahamut Shark.
Bahamut Shark.
Yeah.
And it summons a toad.
All right, here we go into Curious. All right, okay, interesting. So this is. Yeah, all right, and Seer triggers as well, bringing back the Cherubini.
I didn't know that was a thing.
What?
So you can just summon back Cherubini.
So you can summon back any...
yeah, I know, when I saw that for the first time, I was just like, are you kidding me? What? That's insane. That means you can link ladder much better.
I remember one time I tried to steer back a Malakoda.
Guessing you can't, right?
No.
Yeah. It's a ritual monster, right? So.
I've always tried to make ritual BA work.
Is it a Burning Abyss monster?
Yeah, it is, but it just like it has to be correctly summoned.
Can you bring it back if it's been correctly ritual summoned?
No, it specifically says must be special summoned or something like that. Anyway.
What a shame.
What a shame.
Did you ever play the Jinlock Malakoda version?
Yeah, Rhoda into Colossalus, get Psycho Banish Jin, summon Colossalus back.
Oh, no, not the boring one. I mean the Malakoda one.
Yeah, with Jin.
Yeah, but you don't make Colossalus, you make Malakoda.
Okay, anyway, let's not get ridiculous here.
So he's made Appaloosa for 2. So that's step 1 of the negates, I suppose. 2 negates. So I'm not sure what he's going to do next. He looks like he's got an eye on his Tracer.
Did you manage to catch what he sent with his Curious?
I did not. Imperial Order? Yeah, there it is. Look at it.
Just wanted to show you guys. This is what he summons with the Carbonettin.
This dragon has taken down countless prey with its sharp fangs. It strikes very quickly because if it does not strike first, it is vulnerable to a counterattack.
See, that's lore there because it has 100 defense.
Oh my god.
That's why it's vulnerable to a counterattack.
That is depth. Absolutely.
All right, so we're going into LP, into Brotar, getting the Levianeer. I suppose he's going to go for a loop of 1 card from his hand. Could just straight up hit the Mystic Mine.
Oh, yes.
That would be a very clutch card to hit, indeed.
That'd be very pog indeed, if he was to just hit the 1 and 5.
I'm trying to think here. If he Mystic Mines him, what does Mario do?
He probably just shakes his hand.
Well, he's playing 60 cards, so it's not like he can deck him out.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Okay, yeah. Yes.
Well, I suppose you could deck him out because you can resort, recycle your thing.
No,
you could just do that, right?
No. You would have to OTK him at some point.
Why? Tell me why that's bad.
Because you can't risk put cards back in the deck in Spiral.
You can't risk putting cards back?
No, you can't put cards back in the deck with Spiral. Rescue adds it to your hand. It doesn't put
Resort.
it back in the deck. Resort.
The field spell.
Well, you get to add back 1 every time, and he just draws. That'll take forever.
It'd take forever, but you could just win the duel. I hope he does it. I'm looking for a mine
live
deck
on
out.
stream, 10 minutes. This will be
But here comes the Levianeer, so this might hit the mine at the hand.
Oh my god, please. It'd be so funny. Is he going to hit it?
Roll 6, reroll 2. Ooh, didn't quite catch that.
I don't think he did. I think the Mystic Mine was 1 of 5.
Let's see.
If he hit Popper up.
He hit it! He actually got it! Oh my god, that's so big! That's so big! He hit the mine!
Absolutely insane!
What? He hit the mine out the hand.
Oh, well, I guess I'll just rip it with Levine. Yeah. That's absolutely insane. Well, I guess we've got to play Yu-Gi-Oh! Now. What a shame.
Oh
my goodness.
That's incredible.
Well, at least he didn't rip out one of his engine cards because he can still, like, kind of play because he has
Yeah, he's got the
Popper Up.
Popper Up rescue
If he
plan.
took the Popper Up, that might have potentially have been
You
bad
could
as
have
well.
You could have just bricked him, but I feel like if you just mine and pass for a few turns, you'll be okay.
He's ideally going to end on Borrow Savage Dragon, right? So the mine wasn't really doing anything. I'm sure there's a way to end on Borrow Savage Dragon. That doesn't do anything.
Yeah, you can 100% get a Savage Dragon. He's got Tracer access, so he's definitely going to make Savage Dragon at some point.
Well, exactly. So the Mystic Mine
I
didn't matter.
suppose.
So putting that back was probably not the most optimal thing. Even though it was really, really funny, it probably wasn't the most optimal thing to do.
Please make Star Eater.
What, we're level 8 and a level 4? It's level 11, bro.
I came across someone once who, you know how Star Eater says cards and effects cannot be activated when this card is summoned?
Right, yeah.
So he goes Formula Sync on his opponent's turn and summons Star Eater.
Right.
Thinking that you can't activate cards the rest of the turn, like Azathoth. But that's not what Star Eater actually is. It's supposed to, like, you know, unsummon, you can't bottomless it, basically.
We're also being dumb, by the way, because he sent Imperial Order with Curious, and he sent.
Oh, was that the one he sent?
Yeah,
oh, okay.
yeah,
So
he
yeah,
sent Imperial Order,
mine,
so mine was like whatever. Like it would have been better if you got rid of that
couldn't you just let me have that? I was so excited for the mine
I
rip.
was laughing so. It was so funny. Now Twitch chat's probably like, idiots. He's got Imperial Order. Well, we are dum-dums. But he's got Pankratops. He doesn't really have a play, so he can go like Pankratops Turbo, swing over the Appaloosa, and then pop a card.
I don't think he has any more plays past this point, right? Other than just set the order, 2 negates with Appaloosa, and Griffin itself acting as a floodgate, right?
Griffin, yeah. So it means that you won't be able to pop a Pankratops. Oh wait, no, it's cost.
So just bearing in mind that Nightmare Griffin reads that
Best show monsters in the field cannot activate their effects unless they are linked.
Yep.
So even Pankratops, even though it tributes to a cost, can't activate their effect unless it's linked. So he could actually special summon it in the zone Appaloosa points to if you wanted to use it prematurely, but then it would just get negated by Appaloosa. So you would have to attack over either Appaloosa or Griffin here if you wanted to use its effect. And Snake's just watching, just chilling there, watching everything. Hey guys, want to watch what's going on?
What was that, an actual like rendition of Snake's real voice?
I'm Tsuchinoko, what's going on? Oh, Imperial Order, that's really good.
Please don't step on him.
Yeah, don't step on Snake.
All right, so it seems that he's going to...
So 11 year again?
Yep,
Okay.
yep.
Very fun. I'd like to see where this is going.
3 monsters banished there, and just summoning it as it is. He wants per turn
IP
effect.
Masquerade.
going
Oh, okay.
into
Oh,
Nightmare Phoenix, okay.
So is Appaloosa can't be destroyed by battle now,
Yep,
which
so
is insane, which touches Pankratops right off.
Mhm.
But he has just ripped a Dark Ruler no
That
more.
is a Dark Ruler no more,
Which
yeah.
does nothing to an Imperial no more.
Oh, yeah, you see, he does know that. He's staring here and he's thinking to himself, well, this would have been good, but that order combo...
However, he can respond. So he's holding it in case he just randomly has a Twin Twister in his hand. So he would go Dark Ruler no more, and then you just enchain Imperial Order, and that's very yikes, some might say. There's no real way to bait it either.
Nope.
So he doesn't have an engine either, so he's in a bit of a tough spot as Giuseppe.
I suppose you can, like, pop her up, just get ordered, Dark Ruler would just get ordered, Pankratops doesn't really help because of the Phoenix and the Griffin.
I think he has to just attack the Phoenix. Attack the Phoenix, which also can't be destroyed by battle, so...
I'm kind of stumped on this puzzle here. So,
yeah, I think...
I don't know, attack Appaloosa for some damage, and then...
It's too many pieces, man. I don't want to solve the puzzle.
You can attack Appaloosa.
He's in a tough spot.
Do some damage.
There's nothing he can do.
He can activate Pankratops, but it doesn't...
It's an Appaloosa on the field.
Yeah, exactly. So
he can activate it because it is linked by Appaloosa pointing at it, like pointing at it right there. But
he really
if he does,
seems to be snookered here.
Then Appaloosa the dice just goes from 2 to 1.
So he is going to go for Popper up here, discarding 2 as cost, Master Plan and Rescue.
That's good, because it means he has the Rescue Engrave, which makes it live.
Mm-hmm.
And that's so he knew he had Imperial Order, so that's why he took a while to think.
So the reason he did that is just specifically so he could put the Rescue in the graveyard here.
Mm-hmm.
He's not going to take any damage.
He is going to chain the Pankratops on to force out Appaloosa, just so it has one less negate, yeah.
And then during...
This is smart, this is smart stuff. This is probably why Popper Up is arguably better than Extravagance, because you can discard cards that allow you to make plays.
Yeah. It's a really cool card that just came out in Ignition Assault. Send up to 3.
It is up to 3, yeah.
Up to 3 cards from your hand to the graveyard as cost, and then draw that many, and then you take 1,000 for each card in your hand. And he's just got to scoop it up. He's got absolutely snookered by that board, didn't he?
Snookered. There wasn't a whole lot he could do there. We're looking at his hand.
It
like,
really wasn't, no.
Like, to Appaloosa with 2 negates, Griffin that can't... The fact that before you made the Phoenix, I was thinking, he's probably okay here. He can apply a lot of pressure with the Panker Toss. But as soon as he made the Phoenix, then he had the foresight to know that his Appaloosa's not very big.
Yeah, so Nightmare Phoenix protecting from the from monsters being destroyed by battle.
It's very important there.
Wow.
Fury Lord is good. Very good.
In hindsight, I suppose if he drew evenly instead of Dart Ruler, that would have just won the game, right?
Again, this happens all the time. If this card was something different, I would have won the game.
Yeah,
you know,
but he just doesn't.
If he drew a different side card.
Yeah, but the thing is, it's like you just don't have that foresight when you play against a deck like this. You know, you just don't know, like, what is my opponent actually ending on? Because Game 3 was the first time that we saw the Nightmare Griffin combo happening, right? So he didn't know that.
We haven't seen that all day.
Yeah, so he couldn't have prepared for that, right? Unless
you mean in the match, yeah, of course. Yeah.
Right, exactly.
Which didn't know what he was going to do first, so he didn't really know what his side plan was. I imagine he still threw in, because he drew through. I think he threw in everything. Panker Toss, Mystic Mine. I imagine he threw in evenly matched as well. But that fear of the Borrowed Sword Savage just means that you can't really win either way here. You have to throw in everything. Well, actually, that's probably why he went for the Dark Ruler no more, because it outs Borrowed Savage, whereas evenly matched doesn't. So he potentially just might not have sided in evenly matched because he was worried about Borrowed Savage. Then just lost the Imperial Order.
People are probably so excited to see his deck list at some point, which
in top 4 as well.
Yeah,
incredible.
He's still advancing in the tournament. He's still going with this absolute crazy iteration of a deck. I mean, we did see Shunping at the UDS play a rocket deck, but
yeah, maybe this is the spice.
It's got rockets, and then he's kind of just added some more engines to it to give it a lot more like various combos
a lot of
and
stuff. He's managed to fit it all in one column in monsters with his very small handwriting. It's all very impressive. He's even used a ruler to draw the line to separate them as well. Huge commitment. Very good.
So I believe that we have a player interview to go to just momentarily. This is actually going to be it for me and Darren for this YCS. This was the final round that we'll be seeing, and Marcello and Alberto will be in top 4 and the final. So if you guys enjoyed this, make sure you give us a little PogChamp in the chat and make sure that you show that you've been having such a good time. I've enjoyed this. I've had an awesome time. It's been great working with you, and hopefully you guys will enjoy the rest of the stream in top 4 in the final. We're going to head on over to Matteo as he explains a little bit about what this is.
And we're back here with the winner, Matteo Bertolezzi. Congrats, man. It was so incredible to watch you with this unique deck. We were just shocked even looking at the deck list. How did you come up with this deck? So, for everyone watching, we are going to do a little bit of both things, so Italian and English for you guys, but he understands English. He's just probably going to answer in Italian.
I have this idea when I don't sleep in the night, and I create this deck. I don't know. It's a dream, probably.
Yeah, it's a dream for us to watch you, honestly. It has been incredible, and what are your hopes? I don't think you expected to go this far. Now you gotta win it all for all the Italy. I am proud, of course, of what you're doing. Do you have anything to say to all the Italian fans out there?
Cosa vuoi? Raga, datemi il vostro supporto. La Genki Dama.
Give you your energy, so all up in the air for him. This was Matteo. He's gonna advance. We're gonna watch more from him in top 4. 4 more duelists remaining. Who will take the crown of YCS champion in Utrecht 2020? Keep watching. We will be back soon.
Disappeared out of here. It was time to pay my dues. Never guessed that you'd be dressed in my clothes and in my shoes. Thought you were so tough. You had it all under control. Now enough is enough. Gonna take back what you stole. Give it up, 'cause now I'm back. We're going in.
Big brother,
Welcome back to YCS Utrecht 2020, and here we have the last winner of the YCS Milan. Who are we with?
Andreas Vrelos.
So this guy is just not only won his first YCS, he's also won his second. He won a second YCS at YCS Milan, both in Italy, which is crazy. Where was your last one? Was it?
What deck? What?
No, what did you play at the previous YCS?
Orcast, Sky Striker Orcast.
Sky Striker August. And we've seen that, so that deck was one of the most popular decks, and we've seen that Vrelos did really well at that. So are you still feeling the buzz from your last YCS win at YCS Milan?
Actually, after the YCS, I was very relaxed and didn't play a lot. And I'm feeling confident for this event, but I didn't play it so much, and we will see. I will have fun.
Well, I think if you're still in the awe of winning an event, what more can you do, right? You're going for your third? You reckon you'll get your third today?
I will try. I don't know.
That'd be great. Imagine getting a hat-trick of wins. So, also what this means for you is since you won the YCS, that could give you a lot of Worlds points. Is that something you've been considering in the back of your head as well?
In this period of my life, I don't have time for this stuff, and also it's not very viable for us that we are from Greece. Because we don't have big regionals, we can't collect too many points in our regionals, and we have to travel a lot around the Central Europe, and that costs a lot of money if you want to do it. And if we want to do it also, it's not sure that we will go into the top 16. But after this event, I will see clearly how many points I have, and I will consider that again.
Do you feel like if you go very far in this event, let's say like top 16, top 8, you feel like if put yourself in a better position to qualify for the World Championships or at least the top 16 playoff, you think that's something you definitely want to go for?
I don't know, this is a lot of thinking, so let's do it, and after that I will think.
Maybe you'll feel differently once you're actually there, because the playoff would be an amazing thing. I'm guessing like one of your biggest achievements of what you want to achieve anyway, since you've already got 2 YCS wins. Is Worlds not in the back of your mind something that you'd really want to attend? Maybe if you were to qualify for the European Championship or something like that?
Of course it is, but every European event, I've missed 2 in a row European events because I have some exams in my college, and that's the reason that I don't know for sure if I want to do it, because I have exams, I have other priorities in my life. But I hope I can do it. I don't know.
So, since you've won 2 YCSs, it makes me think, what is there left on your to-do list of what exactly you want to achieve now that you've achieved already so much in this game now?
I want to go in the world. Only Worlds, yeah, only that.
Oh, I hope you can do it this year. That'd be insane. So, let's think of the now, though, for YCS Utrecht. And so there's the hat-tricks there to get 3 events, one outside of Italy this time, maybe. So how has your preparation been for this event, do you think? How confident do you feel?
I'm thinking that I'm playing the safest option from the decks right now, and I hope that I have good matchups during the main event, because that's the most important thing, and we will see after the top.
Especially like at YCS Milan, it was like about almost 2,000 people, and I feel like at YCS Utrecht, it's probably going to be the same, around 2,000 people. So you think that the safe bet is definitely just to have a deck that you'd be able to play every round, to just give yourself the best opportunity to play and stuff like that?
YCS Milan was different because there weren't so many options in the map. But this event, I think there are at least 4 good decks that can complete, and you don't know what you're gonna face every round. But like, for example, in YCS Milan, I was playing every round a mirror match. Every round I was playing versus Sky Striker Orcast or Pure Orcast. It's different this event. Like, you can play with Alter guys, you can play with Invoked, you can play with so many decks, Luna Light. You don't know.
So you think at Milan it was more like you knew what the solid pick was, August Sky Striker, so you just relied on the mirror, whereas here it's more diverse, so you could just play a deck every round and you need to pick a deck that could like be good for that event.
Exactly, like you don't know what your opponent will play if there are so many decks in this event. In YCS Milan, you could know easily every card that was associated with the format.
Seem like you thought about this a lot. Well, good luck, Vrelos. You might get your 3rd win. That'll be crazy. Cheers, guys. Thanks for watching. See you next time.
compulsion, wanna be a champion. I got madness right in my brain. Summon the dragon, blue eyes white. Sending the swords of a feeling light. Gotta think, be wise, realize the situation. Animate your cards, make a power combination. Sick a pow, sick a pow, sick a pow, pow. Yeah. Wanna do, wanna do, wanna do. Sick a pow, sick a pow, sick a pow, pow. Madness. Wanna do, I'm brave. Monster influence in my veins. Madness in my veins.
Welcome back to yet another round of Pictionary. We have a couple of familiar faces here. First of all, joining me all the way from Ireland is...
Daniel Neville.
Very cool. And you?
Maurice Ronbach. From Germany.
Okay, all right. So you should know the rules by now. 4 minutes. If you wish to skip, you may skip. And Dan's going to be guessing, and you're going to be drawing. So begin the timer now. I'll hold it like this so you can keep checking back. So Dan, what do you see so far?
I see some lines with some circles. It's looking like I see, is it a predaplant? Is it a T-Rex? It could be a dinosaur. Is it Oviraptor? Is it Ultimate Conductor Tyranno?
You're just, oh, well done. Good job. All right, next one.
Next page?
Yep.
Gonna say...
Are we gonna draw it?
Ghost Rare Honest.
Ah, Ghost Rare. I see what you're doing there.
It's a boomerang.
I just noticed you're left-handed.
2 boomerangs. I mean...
Maybe if you join the boomerangs together, it could help.
Is it towers? Is it... no, it's not towers. It's the other one. Wait, no, that's definitely not towers. Secure Gardener?
It looks more like Secure Gardener than the actual card it is. If you want to skip, then...
Yeah, skip. Skip.
No, you know the card.
I know the card.
Yes, you can play it in BA.
Oh.
No hints. No hints.
It would be malicious, I guess. Or
Yes.
Okay, you got it. Almost. I don't know if I should disqualify that because you technically skipped. All right, let's go another one here.
Okay, we have another line. It's a sword at Ray. It's
I like the tactic of just throw enough out there or something will stick.
Eventually it'll be right. Oh, it's Panther Warrior. It's Link Slayer. It is a lot of lines. We're looking for something here.
It's a long sword and it's wings.
Yeah, yep.
I'm gonna have to give you a strike too for the hints, okay?
What?
It's Pictionary. You have to draw what you see.
Oh, I have no idea what this is. Skip.
Okay. Go. A leg rod. Oh, that's easy.
We're halfway there. 2 minutes on time.
It's Farfa.
A big circle.
Card Trooper. That should be easy. What? Looks very angry. Oh, it's Symbol Skeleton. No, it's
I am looking at you with such confusion.
Right.
There we go.
It could have been duality.
That's true.
I don't know. It's, skip.
You don't even want to draw it? Okay.
No,
it was Grapha, by the way. He didn't want to draw Grapha.
I mean, how do you draw Grapha? Just darkness.
I guess.
Cannon Soldier. Catapult Turtle. It's a surfer dude. Looking very cool. Snowman Eater. Rampengu.
Maybe if you focus on perhaps the...
It's Canahawk. It's...
Yes, it's Canahawk. It's Canahawk. Yes, it's Canahawk. Well done. All right. 30 seconds left. 50 seconds. All right.
Seconds. Okay, quick fire. It's Trapole. It's Trapole with spikes. It is Amulet of Control. It is...
Amulet of Control? What is that?
It's like a quick play spell, which has like a little bracelet thing. This is Widow Anchor. No.
Yes, very good.
I knew that all along. You know, it's just Construct. Skip. Just skip.
Harpy Queen.
Of course, Harpy.
This one.
Oh my god. All right, 10 seconds. 5.
Not Pot of Greed.
And stop drawing. Wow, well done. Good job. Yes.
And he's smiling because he just broke your board.
So a smiling cage is Lava Golem.
Yeah. I mean, you've lava golem people in the past, right?
That's
You know,
true. They always smile at you.
Yeah, he smiles back at you. He's like, "Are you proud of me?" And you're like, "You did good, kid." And then you realize you have no normal summon.
That's true. All right, well, you guys did very well. So we're going to add up the scores and find out if they've managed to beat our first place so far. Thanks again for joining us. Any final comments about his ability I would call it drawing, but you know what just took place.
I mean, like, if Konami is looking for more card designers, TCG exclusives, let's go.
All right. Well, thanks, guys. We'll be back soon with the results.
Motel, where are you? The Pharaoh's calling me. Solve the puzzle, transformate into the Dual King and teach me. Exodia, one. It's in my possession now. The duel is done. Yo, wheel, don't you understand? It's not the man in the fight, it's the fight in the man. Yeah, I'm the master of the duel. It's been my pleasure to reach you. Let's go! Welcome, welcome, welcome to the world of Yu-Gi-Oh! Into the world we go. Welcome, welcome, welcome to the world of Yu-Gi-Oh! Welcome, welcome, welcome to the world of Yu-Gi-Oh! Into the world we go. Welcome, welcome, welcome to the world of Yu-Gi-Oh!
It's actually been a while since we last saw these cards, right? Microcosmos and Dimensional Fissure, it's been a while.
Especially
right?
Dimensional Fissure. The one I can remember clearly was here in Milan back in 2012, where Stefano Memoli became champion with windups, and he opened Dimensional Fissure to just outplay his opponent. But it has been 7 years, and the card is still up there. So
Good old memories, right?
yeah. For some of our old legends in the game. So let's take a look at these hands. The die roll, how much of an importance do you think it pays in this one?
I think it's going to be quite relevant for Dominic because he really wants to start things out. But from what I can see, he drew 2 copies of... okay, so Niall is starting and he drew 2 copies of Ash Blossom.
He picks up the Mathematician, which was really needed. Yeah. His hand was kind of on the weak side with Phantasme and Double Ash, but...
Yeah, he has a good hand. He has Mathematician, Phantasme, 2 copies of Ash Blossom, and here comes the best card of the format so far. Right?
Yeah, there is the best card of the format.
Yeah?
We've seen it multiple times throughout the weekend and throughout the tournaments, and even more right now, so... Let's see what the direction he decides to do. Drawing Phantasme here is not the best. Thunder Dragon can usually play around it. They don't necessarily need to use Link Masters.
Yeah.
So.
But on the other hand, Dominic has a really good hand anyway. He has Impermanence, he has an Ash Blossom.
Yeah, and Impermanence doesn't come up here. So maybe he just wants to use the Ash Blossom, but...
Okay, so he decides to drop the Ash Blossom here in this spot. Would you have activated Permanence just not to give Niall
I mean, it depends. Maybe he thought that his opponent could have gone for a Masquerina or something else, but I think Impermanence wasn't that bad on the Mathematician, to be fair.
We'll see. He's left now with not that many plays. I think he has double Ash Blossom and the engage he got back, of course.
Yeah.
With the Phantasme, so maybe he can go into a link, but he's not gonna be able to engage for +1. So.
Yeah, he can run some moves here, but he doesn't have that much going on. And indeed, he decides to pass.
He just passed. Okay.
I think at this point in the tournament, both players, I mean, I think Niall knows what Dominic is playing, right?
Oh, absolutely. And it seems like Gold Sarcophagus is one of the best ways to start this. What can he pick up from the top of the deck?
Okay, so let's see if Niall, I would keep the Ash Blossom anyway, so that's what he wants to do.
Yeah, I mean, this play where you activate the Ash Blossom is on the Dark, on the Roar, when they're banished.
Something roll on.
We'll see. I don't think Dominic's position is that bad. At the same time, I'm surprised that he's doing this well because it doesn't seem like he's maining that many Antrops for this matchup. So
yeah, he doesn't have that many, but yeah. Okay, so Dominic. Okay, so he decides to go for the safest way possible, in my opinion. So he summoned the Colossus under Kagari's arrow. There's now searching for the Matrix.
yeah, so he has a few options here. He can. It depends how aggressive he wants to be. Of course, also the Mathematician is in the best way because you kind of want to deny the draw, but at the same time you don't want to waste interruptions.
Are you surprised we don't have any Salamangreat left in the tournament? Or I think it was quite a good deck, but it didn't prove that he could make so far into the tournament.
There were a lot of Salamangreats. We've seen it already in round 1 with Federico Mecozzi, but unfortunately there are.
Hello everyone, we are back once again. We have gone all the way down to just 4 players remaining. We had a lot of great feedback about that last match, so we decided to keep Matteo around for this one. So he's going to be coming on very soon, but first I just want to give a big shout out to everyone who's watching here in the crowd. Are you enjoying yourselves? Seem like you're enjoying yourselves. So let's bring on Matteo, please take a seat. Yeah, clap, clap, clap. And his opponent, we have Flavio, also from Italy. Please take a seat. The crowd always scares me when they shout so loud, you know? Okay, guys, have you chosen who's going first? You're going first. Okay. Let's not waste any more time. Let's get over to our Italian casting duo. We got an all-Italian feature match this time around. Take it away, Marcel.
Welcome to the top 4 of YCS Utrecht 2020. As Luke said, who is better than a pair of Italians to just do the commentary for this round? Finally, Italy showing up that we still have some good players around. We have a guaranteed Italian finalist. We'll soon find out who it is between Flavio and Matteo. But yeah, we were just so impressed by Matteo last round that we thought we were going to show his route all the way, because if he unfortunately loses here, we don't want to miss another round. And if he wins, then why not just see 3 rounds of this unique deck? So
yeah, we like the Turbo Malaysia.
Exactly, it's like so interesting. And right now we are just at a point of the event where these represent what YCS Utrecht has been. Over 2,200 players, a lot of different decks. And here in top 4, we have 4 different decks remaining. We're gonna see here the unique strategy from Matteo playing against the Spiral deck from Flavio, which is actually playing scrap cards.
Yep.
The other top 4 is gonna be Salamangreat against Invoke Shadow. So it doesn't get more variety and wide than this. We have 4 very different decks from each other's competing. We just want to find out which is the best. And regardless, I'm pretty sure that this will be a great top 4 competition. But Matteo, I'm pretty sure, won the die roll. We saw 12, so pretty good score if you ask me. And our players are already drawing their cards. Let's not waste and let's go to the table. Okay, so it's pretty much impossible to break with Matteo's
Yeah.
deck.
But I mean, like as we were talking about, I mean, I'm not surprised that 4 different decks are in the top
Yeah.
right now at the moment. But Matteo, once again, Matteo really needs has a really good start, really good opening.
Yeah, Scorpio, so Predaplan Scorpio is one of the best standalone cards. And if you are not met with an Entrop, you can pretty much do unfair things. And as we can see, Flavio does not have any Entrops. He's only maining a copy of Diddy Crow and 1 copy of Drawn and Lock.
Yeah.
So there is not much that he could have drawn, to be honest. So I think we're gonna see just how crazy this deck can get. We saw that he usually aims at sending Imperial Order.
Yeah.
And then setting up a huge board.
Yeah, Matteo always finds this new solution, inventing new decks. We always see him playing during the tournaments, and he's always playing these big stacks of pile of cards, you know, that really relies on powerful and incredible moves. And the one we saw previously in the Future match was huge. Indeed, the opponent didn't have any out in his deck, which was fantastic.
Absolutely, and another thing is, sure, you can pretty much assume that this is a combo deck, but if you're never played against any of this, it's really tough to use your Entrops correctly. So
yeah.
The Cherubini comes down, crucial card in this deck, a lot of level 3 monsters to just start things going.
Yeah, he plays so many different engines in his deck that is really difficult to deal with, because if you don't know the deck, how can you Entrop? Like, how can you interact with the deck?
As we can see here, he's playing even the Burning Abyss engine, so thanks to the fact that Cherubini protects them.
Yeah.
So it's such a unique strategy. I think we have never quite seen something like this.
Yeah, also because it's really synergic.
Yeah, it's like a lot of different engines, a lot of different archetypes mixed together to create always the same ending board, which is peculiar. Sometimes we see different strategy being used to create like different boards, but now we see the Eastern Fusion on one of the oldest cards you can think of, because it's a dragon, you can use it for all of the Rocket or Guard Dragon combos.
Yeah, and once again, the surprise factor is paying off also this weekend.
Yeah. So he's gonna be able to get the sector.
Yeah, Flavio just really needs to take a look at what is happening, because there are so many different cards in Matteo's deck that really doesn't want to make any mistake. So
yeah, I think Flavio pretty much is accepting that he lost this game, and he's gonna just try and stay in this to observe what Matteo is doing and how his deck works.
Yeah, I think it's the best way, because you really need to understand what your opponent is trying to do. Also because after side decking, things can be completely different.
Yeah. So now the Curious comes down, and he could send the Imperial Order. Let's see what he wants to do.
Yeah, this is the combo Matteo showed us previously in the round, and this is really powerful, because if your opponent doesn't have any single hand trap, you're just completely free to do whatever you want.
Yeah, very interesting decision. As you can see, he's even maining the Dark Lure no more, just in case he goes second against any combo deck.
Yeah.
Now it's an Appaloosa for 2. Let's see. So he can use the quick launch here. So he pretty much took the best cars out of a lot of different engines. So he has a very small rocket engine here, probably inspired by Shun victory last weekend at the UDS in Tulsa, but he completely changed the way this deck functions.
Yeah, it are all different small packages of cards. Like he's playing Speed Droids also, which we haven't seen in a while.
Yeah.
Tour Guide, the Wyvern Barster along with the Collapse Serpent, Danger cards as well. This deck is really cool.
A pile. Pretty much. You can just go through the usual teens and box of cards that anyone who's playing Yu-Gi-Oh! Has at home, and you'll probably find most of this deck just laying around. But he's making it work, and as you can see, he's just going through all of the Guard Dragon combos. Agarpain is not an option anymore, but he doesn't really need it here.
Yeah, it's really cool to see how Burning Abyss cards, Rocket cards, and I mean interrupt with themselves. Also the Guard Dragon engine. Now comes the Ravine.
Yeah. Very, very interesting deck, to be honest. Like, not much that you can say when... I mean, it's convincing. Like, I think Nibiru might be a problem for this deck, but outside of that, it seems like it's quite solid. My only concern, and that was related to the previous combos, was if you can actually out consistently evenly matched.
Exactly.
Because, like, you have an out to pretty much everything else.
Yeah.
But if you get to the Savage, baby, that's the way you do it. We'll see.
Yeah, I mean, Nibiru maybe is the main problem of this deck, but if your opponent doesn't have it, I mean, what can you do? I mean, yeah, against this board, evenly match for sure is the best card.
Yeah, it seems like it is best because if he just goes for the same all over again, he will essentially go for the Griffin, Appaloosa order, Phoenix to protect them. And as you can see here, it's probably what's going to happen. So it's going to put a card back from Flavio. Not that it mattered that much, but now he even picked up the Cold by the Grave. I think, yeah, he's just going to do
he's just going to do the combo we saw previously.
Keep in hand some resources just in case you need them next turn. And
yeah, Matteo is showing off how this deck is powerful.
Ooh, and even go for an XYZ here, which I think he has the number 38, which maybe it's a little excessive if you have the Imperial Order set.
Just in case.
It also protects the Appaloosa from attacks, so it makes sense.
Here comes the Ravine.
Cold by the Grave is discarded.
Does he play the Strudo? I think so, right?
Yeah, he does.
Yeah.
And what Synchro's options are remaining in his deck? Let's see. The Strudo comes down. Potentially, like, he could have gone for... Yeah, he's just going to use the Rocket Tracer here to just special summon one more from the deck. And this is very impressive.
Yeah, guys, let's see how powerful this deck is.
Yeah, so this, as expected, this is the full combo this deck is supposed to be making. So as you can see, there is pretty much no out to this because you can negate any spell, you can negate evenly matched. The only thing is like sphere mode maybe, but
maybe
outside of
mode,
that, I really don't think there is any solution in any of the decks this format for this. Super Polymerization doesn't really do it because there is no target for it. So yeah, Flavio picks up his cards and it's 1-0 for Matteo.
New combo invented by Matteo. I mean,
yeah, impressive combo. It didn't seem like he drew a really good hand, but like pretty much all of his hands are very similar because it's just a bunch of cards that combos off well with each other.
Yeah.
And this ending board, I think, is just the most powerful we have seen all weekend.
Yeah, I mean, we were talking about how powerful was and is Mystic Minders this weekend and also Winda, but I mean, you can have quite a few outs to these cards, and how can you have this board? I mean,
I don't think there is an out.
Super impressive.
I really can't think of any outs, and that's why I'm very afraid if I'm in Flavio's shoes.
Yeah.
Like, as we said, it was pretty obvious ever since Scorpio resolves, you know you lost the game.
Exactly.
But of course, Flavio was playing it just to see what his opponent deck was capable of. I would be super scared of that after witnessing it. Because, like, look at this. Now he's going to go first. Hopefully, he will combo off and everything will go fine. So maybe it will go to a 1-1. But then, what do you do? Like,
I mean, this is going to be super difficult.
Like, he only is playing 5 hand traps even after siding. So unless he picks up one of his Nibiru's, I don't think he has any chances.
I mean, because otherwise he's in trouble. But what I just realized that Matteo is playing a card that we saw previously, that is Book of Eclipse.
He's playing the Book of Eclipse. He's siding them. They are particularly strong against Winda, but also against the Sleeper.
Yeah.
They can allow you to just completely get rid of the board. And as we saw, he's maining 3 copies of Dark Lure no more.
Yeah.
That's also going to be very useful. On top of that, he's playing Lightning Storm, and a few Kaijus.
Yeah,
so
he has all the chances, all the cards that he needs are here.
I want to say that he's just really looking good to make it into the finals. So Flavio, however, being very consistent across this season, I would say.
Yeah, he's a really good player, but I
Yeah.
think the surprise factor could actually let Matteo win this one. It's really difficult to play against this deck. It just shows us how powerful this deck is, and even if you have a couple of end traps, maybe you can play through them just because of the synergy the deck
Yeah,
has.
I don't think you can stop him with pretty much any of the
Yeah.
regular end traps. The only
Yeah.
one is Nibiru.
Yeah.
And even then, they do have a few ends in which they're able to summon Appaloosa first.
Yeah.
So maybe Matteo found the perfect solution for this format, which was so wide. It will definitely be interesting to ask him how his matchups looked throughout yesterday. And we just got note that the other top 4 match is also done.
Yeah.
And we are going to have a full Italian finals, it seems. But
yeah.
I thought this was going to be the
Yeah.
all Italian
thought-
match.
yeah.
So we're going to
Okay,
soon
we'll
find
see.
out. But anyway, our players have drawn their end for the second game. So let's go back to them and see who is going to win. Okay, so the ends are going to be put in the system quite soon. Dark Lure No More is picked up by Matteo, so
Wow.
if he's going second here with the Terror
He has
Trop.
a Terror Top.
Yeah, Terror Trop and Dark Lure No More.
Wow.
Wow, we might have a quick one in this one. Flavio end is looking pretty nice as well, but can you really play through the Dark Lure No More?
This is going to be super difficult for Flavio. I mean, of course he doesn't know that Matteo has these cards in hand, but like Terror Top is huge because after Dark Ruler No More, I mean, you are super exposed.
Yeah, so the Super
Oh,
Agent
okay.
is guessed correctly. I mean, it's pretty easy against
Yeah.
Matteo deck. They have like 42 monsters in there. And here, I don't know. I mean, Flavio can pretty much do whatever he wants, but the typical ending board for Spiral, if you go off, is Appaloosa, Trigate,
Yeah.
and then you have the Spiral Sleeper.
Yeah.
If that is the case, then you are completely ruined by the Dark Lure No More.
Yeah.
At the same time, there is a nice inclusion in Flavio's deck after siding, which is a pointer of the Red Lotus.
Yeah.
For anyone not knowing the card, it basically allows you to look at the end of your opponent and banish one of them until the end phase, which means it is an out to like Dark Lure No More, but it's tough to send it, right? He needs to send it with the Curious and then set it back with the Griffin.
Yeah.
If he's able to do that, maybe Flavio can win this one, but if the pointer is not there, I think it's gonna be Matteo's.
Yeah, no surprises here. Just Flavio is taking his time to make the combo. And as you said, I think he should consider this option because otherwise he will be in trouble. He really needs to find a new solution for Matteo's deck because otherwise with the standard combo, he could be in trouble anyway. He saw in game 1 that Matteo was main deck in Dark Ruler No More. So he really has to consider that this card exists, is in Matteo's deck.
Yeah, at the same time though, you can't blame Flavio too much if he doesn't.
Exactly.
Because this is still a 60 card deck. So while it's amazing at going first and you're gonna have a lot of consistency just because you play only combo cards, when you're going second, like the chance of opening the Dark Lure No More is so slim. So he's gonna take a look at the cards. He sees one of the kaijus, which is even more reassuring for Flavio. So he's gonna keep the same card that was revealed before.
Would you like? I mean, he has the resource, so you really need to pass from Unicorn here.
Yeah.
And after that, what would you do? Like, would you consider like to play around Nibiru? I mean, he's a 60 card.
Yeah,
guy.
I don't think he can
So,
anymore. I think he would have Nibiru here, so I think you can pretty much play around just normally. So my question is, at that point, you just have to prioritize the Curious on the pointer.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, there is no other way.
Yeah.
I mean, the cute thing is you can get a Diddy Crow through the combo,
Yeah.
so maybe that's enough to stop Matteo, but when you don't know the deck very well, it doesn't seem likely.
Yeah. He's
So-
now passing through the Unicorn.
Yeah, he's playing quite well here. He's gonna be able to big red the master plan and get some of these cards back. And here it just needs to go for the Lily Rusk, I think.
Yeah.
And then you can go for the Curious, for example. Like he has a few options. Let's see how he wants to approach this. Right now he's missing a third Dark Monster with a different type, so...
This is not gonna be easy for Flavio.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And it seems like he's sticking to what he has been doing,
Yeah.
just playing around the Ash Blossom, and he's going for the Appaloosa early, so gonna resolve the master plan, which against any other deck, really, I think this could be enough.
Yeah, it's almost game. Yeah.
With the Dark Lure in hand, unfortunately, might not be.
Yeah, I mean, I can't blame Flavio's decision. I mean, this is the standard combo, quite a good one.
Yeah.
But Dark Lure no more will cause him problems at this point.
So the Agent just gonna be added as a filler. He already used it this turn, so just gonna be a resource for next turn, if there is any next turn, to be honest, because usually with Spiral it is either your opponent is able to break through your board or you just win on turn one. So are we gonna see the DD Crow here?
Yeah, I think Flavio will go for the DD Crow. Yeah, I think so.
Which is cool, because at least you have an interaction, but it seems like he might wait longer here.
Okay.
Ooh, but this... Okay, he goes for
he goes for
Phoenix.
Phoenix.
Interesting. Is it just gonna end on this? So it seems like he might have just says that this is enough, which wouldn't be like particularly strong, because he goes sleeper. But yeah, it seems like he thinks this is enough, but...
Yeah, I mean, I'm interested because like he could have done something more here for sure.
Yeah, he could have done a lot more, but I'm not exactly sure why he thought this was enough.
But do
like,
you think like he's confident enough that this could be like...
I mean, this is a pretty good opening, to be fair, but I think he could have done quite a lot more.
Yeah.
And Matteo now gotta feel super excited with the Dark Lure. Ooh, and he gave him Tour Guide. He gave him Tour Guide, so he gave him like such a good, like...
Wow.
I'm confused here.
Yeah.
He gave him Tour Guide, which is exactly what he needed. So Dark Lure no more happens, and this might be the end of it. You can see Flavio completely shocked by this. And now this end is gonna be like
nothing
insane.
to do.
There is no DD Crow in hand. There is nothing that Flavio can do. I think we might have a finalist here with Matteo and his crazy 60-card combo deck.
Yeah, this was pretty unfortunate for Flavio. I mean, Matteo has the perfect hand, but I'm still quite confused why Flavio gave Matteo the Tour Guide.
Yeah,
I don't know.
I really don't know why you would... I mean, what can I say? We saw that there was the Galaxy Serpent in there, which is definitely worse than it, but... Maybe he thought the Tour Guide was gonna be better against the Appaloosa, but...
Yeah.
Now, I mean, how can you stop this? Like, he can go into Cherubini, you can do so much.
Yeah, now it's gonna be a complete madness. Yeah.
Just the Phoenix first, he's gonna destroy the Last Resort, or he can play around the possible back row. Maybe he's scared of some... yeah, no, he can't even use Wire because there is no Super Agent. So.
Right.
I mean, maybe he's playing around Cold by the Grave here. Yeah. Just making sure. And I think we will see a big sigh of relief from Matteo. He picks up the Kajimusha, so he has everything. So now he can easily, for example, Tour Guide, Kajimusha. He has so many extenders.
Like, all the
right
options he needs. He really needs to find the best solution here because like he has all the answers.
Yeah, the only thing he's missing right now that Cherubini will try to grant him is the Dragon engine, so the rocket engine, but he can get access to it fairly easily. And yeah, what a series of play! Like, look at this board. Like, we are in 2020, one of the biggest YCSs ever.
Yeah.
And on the field in top 4, there is Tour Guide, Kajimusha Knight, Graph. Like, it's unbelievable. If you would have asked me, I would have never guessed this would happen. Like, I thought you would probably be dreaming.
Yeah,
like.
this is for sure the deck of the weekend. Like, Matteo play tested enough. he knows what he's doing and says, okay, I just want to play this deck, and it's working out super well for him.
Yeah, I mean, this is the same YCS, by the way, like temporarily at least, was won by one of Matteo's friend, Marco Perico, with the World Chalice, another combo deck that no one saw coming, so maybe the February YCS is the secret combo deck YCS, I guess.
And now he goes for Cherubini. Flavio doesn't have any response, so Matteo's feel free to make whatever he wants to.
So he sends the Carbon add-on, another of his great techs. This is how he gets the access to the Dragon Engine. So here is a vanilla monster on the field for you guys. It is the Hunter Dragon. Yeah. Hunter Dragon, just a level 3 dragon you can get through the Carbon add-on. It opens up your Rocket or Guard Dragon plays. Such a fun deck, yeah. You gotta feel fun to play this. Like, I don't think you even get tired of playing this deck.
Yeah, because you always have new cards to play, always new combos, and I think, I mean, of course Matteo knows what he's doing, but every single time you play the deck, I think you really enjoy it.
Yeah, you enjoy it, because like, you keep on doing different things, going through your deck. It's you gotta feel really funny to play it too, so. Now the Unicorn is even calling, so he will get a draw, he will get the Cherubini back and bounce the Last Resort. So insanely show of good play.
This is going to be a disaster here because, I mean, Flavio is sitting in a really uncomfortable position. Looking really good for Matteo here. Look at this board, guys.
Look at this, yeah. Once more, he's able to just go off, and I don't think he needs to complicate this that much. Maybe just with the Borderless Word, he can go for a game, but let's see. He's gonna go for Appaloosa, just make things super just safe, and then here he's gonna start going off with the Guard Dragon combos. You're still playing on stage in front of a huge crowd. You really don't wanna do anything wrong, and I don't think he's going to do it. With the new additions, he can even get access to the Wyvern Buster and Collapse Serpent, so...
I mean, honestly, I think this is one of the best that we have seen so far in the last weeks.
Yeah, and since he has activated Dark Lure no more, by the way, at least Flavio is guaranteed another turn, because you cannot deal damage, so Borderless Word wouldn't have made much of a sense, I guess.
I mean, from Flavio body language, I think he knows what is coming.
Yeah, I mean, Flavio seems pretty much to have accepted it, yeah?
There comes the Wyvern Buster. Super combo here by Matteo. What a deck.
Yeah, it's such a incredible. I mean, we don't want to repeat ourselves, but like it's very impressive, and I think he can pretty much put up the same board he did as in game 1, but going second through the entire spiral board.
Yeah.
Like,
I think he can deal a lot of damage too.
if you are the other top 4 player and guaranteed now finalists watching this, you gotta be afraid. Like, you gotta start thinking, how do I beat this deck? How do I prepare for the final? And I can...
Yeah, I will not beat you. I'm sorry, but...
I don't know what to tell you.
I will be super scared to play against this deck. I mean, super complicated. Super complicated.
Yeah, a lot of different lines. Probably one of the decks with the highest like possibilities of different plays.
Yeah, I think now Matteo is just thinking if he has game at this point, because everything.
Yeah, because he's just trying to lock his opponent out of this. He knows that there is nothing that his opponent could possibly do. And Nibiru would be negated by Appaloosa, and just look at Flavio. I mean, you gotta feel bad for him. He's just not giving up because you never know. Maybe your opponent just does a huge mistake. But it seems that even if any of us that don't know this deck would pick up the situation here, they wouldn't be able to.
Yeah, I mean, you can see Flavio is shaking, but you gotta give credit to Matteo. Nothing to say. I mean, this is probably the best deck we have seen so far. I mean, we have said it a lot of time, but look at this.
Yeah.
This is really impressive.
I think this deck can potentially even extra link if you.
Yeah,
you
yeah,
just,
I think so. I think
you
it- I
just
think it
want
could- I
to.
mean, we don't know,
I mean, you
but-
probably don't want to
Yeah.
because what we saw in game one is just. I don't think there is an out
Yeah.
in the format to that. Like, very few people were playing Sphere mode this
Yeah.
weekend.
Yeah.
And.
But I think playing a couple of different cards in the extra deck, I think you can for sure extra link.
Yeah, I mean, it's probably weaker than what he's
Yeah,
doing,
of
so I
course,
wouldn't
yeah.
suggest it.
But it's fun, yeah.
Yeah. I guess maybe Kaijus can help
Yeah.
in a way.
Yeah.
But outside of that, I really don't think there is anything that you can do against such an opening. How do you think he's gonna try and out the? I don't know. I mean, I don't even know.
No,
What
I
can
mean,
he
like,
do out? 'Cause they are all negated. So, like the Dark Lure made sure that these are all completely useless, and the Sleeper can just explode and destroy everything you own. So.
Yeah, the more he plays, the more he continues to special summon monsters. So
Yeah. It would be just interesting to know how many cards you would have drawn under Maxi with this deck. I think he can potentially just mill you.
yeah, I think so. I think so. I think he did more than 20 at this point.
Yeah, I think this deck can potentially just easily mill you through Maxi.
Yeah.
So that's not our biggest concern from him.
Yeah.
Okay, so even more Link summons. Is he going for Griffin? It seems like
He
it.
could go for Griffin or... I mean, I think he's gonna clear his entire board for sure.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. So instead of Griffin, he goes for one of the other very peculiar cards he is using, which is the Drago Masters
Yeah.
of the Tenyi. And I'm gonna bring it up for you guys on screen in a moment. It's an interesting one. It cannot be destroyed by battle with an effect master, as
Yeah.
you can see, and you can potentially use it to destroy cards, but
There's also 2600, which is kind of important in this format.
yeah, and it's mainly because he has the arrows,
Yeah.
so the arrows are what matters for him. And now even the Levianeer comes down, which is just way too
Ooh,
much, and
he
he sniped
hit
the
the
resort.
red.
Yeah, I mean, if you're Flavio, I don't know. He got super close in YCS London, right?
He got super close. I think he topped
8
8
again,
if I'm
yeah.
not mistaken. Yeah.
And he actually had a pretty good redemption story as well, because we saw Sam today on stream, and Flavio and Sam played in top 8 of YCS London, and Flavio lost to him, and they played today again the same top 8 match. So Flavio and Sam played back-to-back top 8 YCS matches. This time Flavio got it, so he got his revenge, but unfortunately it seems like he is gonna have to give it up to his fellow Italian player Matteo.
Yeah, I mean, nothing to complain. Flavio did a really incredible tournament. You can't really complain. I mean, when you play such deck, I mean, you have to give credit to this player.
So now even the Savage comes down, it's gonna assure even more negations for next turn, and with the Unicorn there, it seems like this is just way more than needed. Unless there is a cheeky Dark Lure No More sided going first from the Spiral deck, I really don't think we can see anything else coming in. But maybe, you never know, maybe he did keep a copy, so... Okay, I think this is gonna be the end of the turn for Matteo.
Yeah.
He doesn't have any more cards, so... Okay. The Sleeper was used, yeah. He's gonna try and stay alive, but there is no damage being dealt. Just as a reminder, no damage because of Dark Lure No More. So
yeah, but I think the match is kind of
the
over at
match
this
is
point.
pretty much over. What can Flavio draw? I can't think of any card in the entire game, probably. So
is it Magician Soul?
yeah, it is Magician Soul. I think he sees the line, and seems like Matteo will advance with a 2-0 score to the final. Is this gonna be an handshake soon?
Yeah, nothing that Flavio can do, unfortunately. Look at this board. I mean, really, really impressive.
I think we are seconds away from our final, but let's give some time to Flavio still.
Yeah, he's just taking his time. Of course, you're in the semi-final. You just want to try and play your cards.
Yeah, to be honest now, due to the fact that the resort was sniped, it gives you the option to actually use the master plan once more.
Yeah.
So maybe he can just try and do his best to stay in this game. But if you can actually negate this with the Savage as well, right? Yeah?
Yeah, it does.
So Matteo recognizes this, he negates it with the Savage, and I think this is a really good recognition of his position. The handshake comes down.
And
Matteo advances to the final. What a show. Incredible match. Let's go quickly back to us for the post-match discussion. We are not going to have an interview for this round because we all have ready for these finals. We can't wait anymore. Matteo, incredible show. His deck is so powerful, so unique, and he's just going so well for him.
Yeah.
Game one, he showed us the best opening that you can have probably in this format. There was no outside of something like Sphere mode in the entire game to win it. It's one of those break my board kind of situations. And yeah, Flavio tried his best in game two. He opened his own combo.
Yeah. I mean, next one, Flavio, come on. Last time you did top 8, this time top 4. Maybe next time you go to the final.
Yeah, he also already got to the finals like back in the day of the Italian Championship. So maybe the last little step that he needs is a win. But you gotta give credit to him. As I was saying, incredible season from Flavio. I'm sure he's very young. He will get a chance to redeem himself. But the attention now gotta be on Matteo. We'll soon find out who his opponent is. But guys, we don't want to keep you waiting anymore. We'll be back soon with the last match for YCS Utrecht 2020, the final, and we'll crown the champion. Keep watching.
Disappeared out of here. It was time to pay my dues. Never guessed that you'd be dressed in my clothes and in my shoes. Thought you were so tough. You had it all under control. Now enough is enough. I'm gonna take back what you stole. Keep it up, 'cause now I'm back. We're going in.
Big brother, you're here, you're here.
Welcome back to the coverage of YCS Utrecht 2020. Joined with me today is Jonas Koschel, one of the most consistent players in recent years, a Worlds competitor in his own right, and currently you are also part of the ongoing Worlds race as of this year.
Yeah, I'm trying my best again.
How's it feel going for this race a second time round? Is it sort of like the same thing? Is there still that kind of like adrenaline and like always like kind of the nerves before every like regional?
I think it's just, I mean, I'm not really try-harding for Worlds, but because I'm living in Germany, that's a good thing for Worlds race. And if you're doing well at the events like YCSs and stuff, you can just kind of compete even without like really try-harding and going to regionals outside of my country. And yeah, I mean, it's still weird and like different than like any other thing because now they changed from top 8 to top 16, so it doesn't feel that hard like the year before, but still you have to do very well, and yeah, I'm trying my best.
Yeah, so you always have to keep that consistency up. When it comes to like this world race, you mentioned that like there's the less pressure because it's like top 16 and stuff. I feel like when you first started this season out, you kind of ended up in the race by accident. You know, you got like two tops in a row at Ghent and London, and then you kind of just like, well, I'm here now. I might as well like keep going, right?
Yeah, it's kind of like that because when you're living in Germany, especially in my area, I'm just going to all the regionals anyway because it's fun and it's like 1 hour away. So I'm playing regionals a lot anyway, and then I mean, if you're doing well at the YCS, as I said, you can just do the race and try your best. And it's, it's maybe not as hard as last year, but still, I think you have to really try hard because especially now that people realize it's not as hard as before, more people try to compete, and then
Yeah, it's kind of like that paradox where it's like that it's opened it up a little bit more to 16 players rather than 8. But by proxy, that means everyone's going to be trying to get in on it. In terms of like the deck choices and archetypes that you've been playing, I know you've had a lot of success recently at the regional level because we haven't had a major event yet with the new Forbidden Limitless. You actually won a regional like just the past weekend. Tell us a little bit about that.
Yeah, I played a regional like 2 weeks ago, I think, and I played the new Shadol structure deck thing and with Invoked, and yeah, that deck is pretty cool. I really loved the Forbidden and Limited list we had because I really didn't like Striker and Orcrist and all that together. So and I just wanted to see something fresh and new, and I never played Shadol in my life before, so there was just a new deck for me, and I love playing new stuff and trying out new stuff in general.
Yeah, it's a huge refresher. You have like, if you haven't in your position played Shadol back in like back in the dinosaur years for me, 2014. Now you've got a chance to like, try something that's like completely new. Like fusion summoning is generally not really, a huge part of the meta over the last 3 years. Although you personally did really well with Thunder Dragon. So
that's not really fusion summoning most of the time. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. It's the contact fusion thing. But anyway. The next like big hitter, I would say, this format is definitely like Spyro. At least like it started out, and then like this new structure deck came out. Have you looked at Spyro at all, or what's your views on how it's shaping up in the meta? Like, how do you view that deck to where you're standing today?
Spyro is a pretty good combo deck, but I personally don't like combo decks at all. I'm more of like, I want to grind and have multiple turns, and I'm not a fan of like huge combos. That's why I tried out the deck, of course, but it didn't fit my playstyle, I think. And maybe if I'm playing something else than like everyone else, and just because Spyro is such a big deck, everyone is prepared, and maybe for like other decks, either people don't know what the cards actually do, or they are just not prepared, and maybe that helps me.
That's a good point you highlighted. Like, there's the huge, like, big explosive break my board style of Spyro, vis-a-vis like the Shadol sort of invoke strategy where you're kind of like, grinding with your opponent, interacting a lot more.
I mean, you're summoning, most of the time you're summoning a big floodgate monster, so you're locking your opponent out. But like, I mean, Shadol is probably not the best example of a control-ish deck. But in general, I prefer that type of deck over like Spiral with big combos and stuff.
Yeah. So those are kind of like the two main hitters right now. You've kind of been known for playing a little bit of Salamangreat and stuff. And Salamangreat is still kind of around. You've got like that coder engine. It's decently consistent. Lady Debug's back at 3. Have you looked at that deck at all? And what's your thoughts on that?
That's actually what I played at, I think 3 weeks ago, and I mean, losing Mirrors, the Stelio is a big hit. Also, like 1 Gazelle, 1 Circle, that hurt the consistency a lot. And I don't know exactly if that's the best deck for sure, but like I'm pretty sure people can do well with Salamangreat, and I'm pretty sure people can do with like any deck at the moment. There's so many different decks you can play, and all of them are good. And I just played the 3v3 and I lost to Heroes, so yeah, that's a good deck as well, I guess.
Heroes is something that is...
Darklaw's a good card.
Yeah, Dartlaw, Macrocosmos on legs, big boy. So yeah, we're gonna end it here for you guys. We'll be back with more coverage soon. Thanks a lot to Jonas joining me for this interview, and all the best for the World Race. So Thanks, guys. Be back soon.
Long ago in ancient times, a sacred game was played of both spirit and mind. 7 items hold the mystery, puzzle line, the ring rod, scale, and key. Who will make the final stand and make the move? The answer lies in your hands. And whether you win or lose, hangs in the balance of the card you choose. Trust in the heart. The heart of the card that'll do. Remember to trust in the heart of the card. Time to do. Long ago, ancient times, sacred games played of both spirit and mind. 7 items of the mystery. Just trust in the heart of the
Welcome back to YCS Utrecht 2020. Today we're here with Simon He, a UK competitor, currently doing the Worlds race. How you doing, man? How's that going for you?
Thank you.
Oh god, we absolutely messed that up. Let's not even edit it out, that'll look funny. But anyways, yes, Simon He, you're currently doing the Worlds race. How's that going for you, mate?
Yeah, it's going really well. I mean, the traveling part is quite rough because I'm from UK and all the big regionals are in Germany, so I have to go back and forth. Just come back from France for a double big regional this weekend. Yeah, I know, it's crazy, but like it's really helping me improve because I'm playing so much, and it's going well. I'm currently first, actually.
Really?
Yes, but like everyone else is close behind, like the top 5.
It is really tight, I've seen from recent years. Everybody's just been going for it. More and more people have been going for it. I remember the year when I did it, I found I was traveling a lot as well, and I was competing with JY as well, and we were all neck and neck. But in the past couple of years, loads of people have just been like crawling up behind you. How have you been dealing with the pressure?
The pressure? No, I don't worry about the rest of them. I literally don't worry about the rest. I just play as many as I possibly can that my schedule allows me to, and hope I get there. Because like it doesn't really matter what their points are at the beginning. Because everyone else, they tend to write everyone else's points down. I don't do that. I just focus on myself. Like, they don't affect you. Their points don't really affect you. As long as you keep going, you should really get there.
Yeah, it's a really good mentality to have because you're right, you can't really control how they do. You can only control how well you do. And as long as you get that magic 16 mark, which I believe it's top 16 now, right?
Yeah, it's top 16, which is easier to get there, but more difficult when you get there. The playoffs is more difficult now, yeah.
I think just being able to just actually get there is the most important part, and then you can worry about that once you get there, you know what I mean?
Oh yeah, of course. Like for you, I think it was like more difficult to get there, and you were traveling throughout America, everything as well. That's even more difficult. Yeah, the most important thing is getting there and then just hope for the best on that day.
So one of your past credentials is, I think your most notable one is you got second at YCS Long Beach, which is the biggest YCS to date, about 4,000 people, wasn't it? So you're at the event now, YCS Utrecht. Is one of your big goals, other than going to Worlds, to win an event as well?
Yeah, it's crazy. Like, yes, I need to win. I need to win a YCS. So I'm going to every possible YCS coming up that my schedule allows me to. That's why I'm also traveling to so many regionals, because I miss out literally a month of grinding. Because I'm going to Rio, going to Charlotte, going to Hartford, going to Pasadena. Yeah, it's crazy. Yeah, I really hope so this year.
So in terms of priorities then, so you said that you really want to win, but you also really want to go to Worlds. So if there was like a huge regional that was coming up and you had to choose between that and a YCS, what do you think you would choose?
I think it completely depends on the YCS location as well. And this shouldn't be a factor, but you have to have fun when you go into these events, and somewhere like Rio is really nice to go to compared to potentially some of the other locations. And also depends on how well I'm doing at the race at the moment. So if I'm like first of top 4, then I can miss out on regionals. Can you imagine if you missed out on a YCS, like a good one, like Rio, and then you do bad at the regionals? So that would be like really big.
I think that's the risk you've got to take though, because at the end of the day, like, it is a competition, and
it's not all going to be song and dance. You are going to have some devastating moments as well. And you've just got to, I think you said it right, evaluate yourself, see how you're doing at the event as well, then be thinking, you know what, I can have a break, I can go for this YCS, but at the same time, you know, you're going to hunt down that win that you so desperately need, as you say, as well.
Yeah, for sure. Was there a question there? Was that?
I think it was just to see how you want to evaluate the rest of your season, I guess. So you said that you're currently first, and you've come into this event. So with this in mind, are you just going to try and... There's different ways to approach it, I guess, when I was doing the Worlds race. So I think I mostly just wanted to top, whereas you seem like you really, really want to win. But in terms of the bigger picture of the Worlds race, how are you approaching this event in itself then?
Well, for one, I'm skipping YCS Vegas for this. I actually booked Vegas, which is on the same day. Right. So in that respect, I do prioritize the Worlds points over like YCS Wing. Because it's really difficult to describe because you've committed that much time to the Worlds race. If you try to go for a win when you don't get points, and it could tarnish your chance of getting something, it feels like a year wasted. Yeah. So you do prioritize that first. Because the win thing, it can happen later on.
You're right, absolutely. If you want to search for your win, it doesn't have to be necessarily this year. You can do that next year. And at the end of the day, one of the biggest achievements you can get in this game is Worlds, and you can't have both. I mean, Raf has somehow managed both. She's crazy. He also has the same mentality as you, where like he was going to all the American events as well, like seen it as a nice break as well. So I think that's a really good idea to have. So in terms of like preparation for this event, then, so what sort of things have you done to like prep for this event, and how are you handling this event in terms of how you handled it for like Milan in terms of preparations and stuff?
So for this event, I knew that this format has lots of different decks, unlike past formats where there was just usually a clear tier 1 or maybe 2 or 3. Right now, there's a lot of rogue decks can beat you at any time. So I just try to play one deck really, really well and know all the matchups. Because it wasn't, surprisingly, even though I'm playing so much, there's actually not that much time to test because a lot of the time goes towards traveling to the event itself. And it's very difficult to test. Like, let's say there's like 5 or so decks right now. It's very difficult to test each one of them against each of the other 4 and do it well. And do well with the side deck and everything as well. That's a lot of time. So I just tested, sort of learned how each of those decks work, learned the weaknesses, and then chose one and then vigorously tested against each of the others.
I think during my Worlds grind as well, I just played the same deck because I feel like even though it might not necessarily been the best deck at some point because I think Goki came out, I still grafted and played Pendulum Magician because I think it's best to relieve some of the pressure and all the testing that you got to do and just stick to one deck and just learn that matchups, like you say, against everything else. And I think you sort of did the same thing at the start of the race because you were playing like Sky Striker a lot.
Yeah, but Sky Striker was always a tier 1 for a while anyway. And it's kind of different to right now because like I don't really see any massive like this format. There's a slight problem with Mystic Mine and things like that. I don't actually have that much positive things to say about this format, to be honest. Yeah, there's a lot of contradictions. So you have one thing that's good against something else, but absolutely gets destroyed by this other thing that a lot of people are going to be using. But if you play that, has a lot of issues as well. That gets destroyed by this. So imagine like a rock, paper, scissors sort of triangle situation, but with 5 different decks. Yeah. So it's very difficult to pick the right one.
I think that's what counts for some of the skill, though. Like you're right, like rock, paper, scissors formats are one of the hardest formats. But then you've got to self-evaluate which one do you think is better out of rock, paper, and scissors, and then you just pick the one that's the most consistent. And you also have to sort of have a meta call as to whether scissors, rock, or paper is going to be the most represented as well. Is that something that you've considered going to this event as well?
No. So with the limited amount of time I had, I picked a choice that was best for me. So I think one of the biggest mistakes you can make is changing a deck last minute. Unless it's like a tier 0 deck, unless it's absolutely the best deck. If it's just a slightly better tier 1 deck, I wouldn't recommend ever changing last minute because you don't know you might know the basic combos, you don't know the grind game well, you don't know the niche interactions between the other decks. So I would literally just stick to something that you know best, unless that is not like a really, really bad option. If it's like a tier 1.5 sort of option, like close to tier 1, I would pick that. If you're, yeah.
So, so any final words in terms of like any advice to the people out there who are considering doing the World Race next year, maybe?
I think you have to prepare for it very, very early on. You have to, if you have school, if you have work, like I have to work around my work schedule. I'm lucky because I get to travel and work. I can work on my phone anytime. But you have to plan out the events. You have to be mentally prepared to be really tired, like all the time, because you're traveling all the time. But at the same time, you should have fun. Try and travel with friends. That makes it a lot easier. But yeah.
What a great response. Yeah, as long as you're in the right mindset, you think you can do anything, can you? Right, let's not mess up this handshake this time. Kind of did a little bit there, but it's okay. Right, good luck, Simon. I wish you the best of luck for the event. And that's me. Cheers, guys. See you next time.
Hello and welcome back for the final time to YCS Utrecht 2020, the final YCS of the season here in Europe. It all comes down to this. We have just 2 duelists left. The other duelists have been unable to maintain victory. They have been deemed unworthy by their peers. We have only 2 remaining. Let's first bring on Matteo Bertolezzi from Italy. We have seen what he can do already. It's pretty crazy. And we have Ryan Jabri from France. That was loud. That was pretty loud. So, we have a finals to crown a champion. The last one of the season. Take it away, Marcello and Alberto.
Welcome to the final. It's one last match for the day, and what an event it was.
Yeah.
12 rounds of Swiss, top 64, 18 rounds of dueling, and we have here 2 remaining. Italy against France, Matteo against Ryan. It's gonna be an insane one. We already know a lot about Matteo's deck, 60-car madness, a lot of different engines up against the underdog, I gotta say, Salomon Great deck.
Yeah, I mean, at the beginning of the tournament, we never thought that Salomon Great could have made into the final, but he's here, guys. He's here up against Matteo, and I think he has a huge chance here. But once again, the dice roll is gonna be super relevant in this spot, because as we saw previously in the previous match and the top 8 as well, the dice roll is super important for Matteo because, like, no end traps can stop him except for Nibiru. So,
absolutely.
Can Ryan make it?
We'll soon find out. We are both very excited, but this is the first time we see Matteo up against a deck that has almost 10 to 12 end traps in the main deck, so maybe he found his worst enemy. We're gonna find out soon. Our players have drawn their hands. Let's go to the finals of YCS Utrecht. Okay, so we see the hands, and unfortunately the wrong end of the Speed Droid is picked up by Matteo. He opened Taketon Borg in 60 cars, not what you want to see. Who is going to go first here? That's going to be so important.
Yeah, that's going to be super relevant.
And the Scorpio is there for Matteo. If he goes first, he is. So Matteo is going first. Incredible hand with the Scorpio. Only 1 DD Crow to stop him.
And now he can combo off, guys. Wow. Can the DD Crow stop him?
I don't think so. I don't think so. He has such an incredible opening. The DD Crow could come down here on the Carboneddon, but it's never going to be enough to stop him. We might see, and again, the incredible combo from game 1 of the last match in top 4.
Yeah, let's see if he can show us once again his incredible combo here. Maybe Ryan really knows where to activate the DD Crow, but once again, I don't think this is going to be the right one to have in this spot because Nibiru would stop him, but he doesn't have it.
He's just gonna try and hold it off. Hopefully he learned something by watching the top 4 match. Would be really surprised if he was 100% sure or where to use this DD Crow. But yeah, he's going to use it here on the Carboneddon. He just made sure. This is a nice play, but unfortunately
I don't think this works out well because he knows that he has the instant fusion, and the instant fusion gives you the Darkfire Dragon.
Yeah.
So that's all you need for the combos. I think Matteo is gonna go all in again for the combos that we have seen previously.
Yeah, we cannot blame Ryan's decision. I mean, if you are not used to this kind of deck, I mean, where do you activate the DD Crow? I mean, as soon as you can, it's better if you activate it, but I think things are really looking good for Matteo.
Yeah,
now.
they're looking absolutely incredible. Curious is gonna come down. He can send the Imperial Order, or maybe he knows his opponent deck and does want to send another combo card, but I think he's gonna stick to his plan. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, although he do the Takedonborg, I think he's going... Anyway, he has the Collapse Serpent, he has the Instant Fusion, he has all the key cards he needs to go for the standard combo we have seen previously in top 8 and in top 4. So, I mean, why not? I mean, he knows what his opponent is playing, and, I mean, this is so
now
powerful.
He's gonna mill some cards from the Curious. He just got to add the Tracer, and he's gonna mill 3. What can he mill? Let's see. Fossil Dig, Levianeer. Ooh, and the Serpent. The Serpent even. Wow. I mean, it doesn't get better than this, really. With the Instant Fusion in hand, he's already guaranteed the Dragon, but this just doesn't get better. He's not going to have the Imperial Order this time around, but luckily from him, there is no spell in Ryan's hand, so...
Yeah, things are really looking good for Matteo. I can't really see how he cannot, I mean, make a board that is, like, unbreakable. So here comes the Appaloosa. He has the Instant Fusion, he has Collapse Serpent.
You can just Instant Fusion for the Darkfire, but he doesn't even need the Instant because he's got the Collapse Serpent. So that's such an insane opening here. And there he goes, Collapse Serpent comes down.
Yeah, I mean, he couldn't ask for more. This is what he needs. He's now going for the Guard Dragon combo. I mean, he has all the package. He has everything.
Yeah, so now the Wyvern Buster is gonna get added to his hand. This is just incredible. Like, once more, we're witnessing just how many different openings this deck can have. I'm pretty sure a lot of people are just going and trying to find the cards to build this because it looks just so fun to play regardless.
Yeah, and also it showed us how you don't really need Mystic Mine or Winda to win an event.
Yeah, absolutely. This was the big surprise, honestly. I think Mystic Mine was really dominant throughout the event. A lot of the decks didn't have outs to it, but neither of these players are playing it in the main or side deck, so we are not going to see Mystic Mine for this final.
Yeah, I think we're seeing something quite bigger than Mystic Mine, actually.
Absolutely. So
nothing that Ryan can do here. You can just see how Matteo's deck works, and I think it's a wonderful choice. You really just need to see how the deck works.
Yeah, again, just like we said with Flavio in top 4, if you don't know, and nobody is gonna be comfortable with this, you just want to try and study what's happening so you can prepare for game 2. But
yeah, I mean, for sure, Ryan was really prepared for this tournament. But once again, if you play such a certain deck in the final, I mean, what can you do? I mean, if you're not prepared for this, it can cause you a lot of trouble.
Yeah, you can just try and improvise, but I don't think you can improvise as much against such a strong deck. We saw that he makes up a board that nobody has an out for this weekend.
Yeah.
So the only way to prevent it is with Entrops, and we just saw that DD Crow is just as useless as other of the most popular Entrops this weekend.
Yeah.
So.
You know, I want some clarification. I mean, as we said before, most of the players are not used to this kind of cards, and they just want to make any mistakes.
I think in this case there is, I mean, he did mill the Levianeer, which was slightly unfortunate because his backup plan usually is if I can't go for Imperial Order, I can still go for number 38, as we saw previously. So
he has a lot of options. Let's see what he really wants to do here. He has the Appaloosa. Here he can,
Now he gets to the Dragon Raven, unless he milled it. I think,
no, I think he didn't.
Let's see. Yeah, he didn't mill it, so the Raven gets added to his hand, which can send out the Strudo, even other targets, and now he could even special summon the Takedonborg because there is a Wind Monster on the board.
Yeah, he has access to all his key cards. In this moment, here comes the Levianeer.
Ooh, and another Levianeer, so it comes down, gonna rip off one more card. And this is also a problem for any deck that faces Matteo's. Like, sure, Entrops are good at slowing it down, but unless you're completely stopping him, you're also like minusing. So it is as if your opponent cards are saying discard one. And you can see here he's just left with 3 cards. A lot of actions to be used by Matteo still. Ryan, just frustrated, is gonna ask for some of his turns to action. And you can see there is still 6 cards in Matteo's hand. Such an incredible advantage.
Yeah. I mean, the DD Crow didn't do that much. We said that before. I mean, hand traps are good, but against this deck, it's kind of, I don't want to say impossible, but it's really difficult to deal with it.
Yeah. And just like we were saying here, he has the option of going into number 38, for example, which would prevent any like Dark Lure, No More Madness, but we are in game 1, which, I mean, would make it really unlikely, and number 38 would lose to the Dark Lurer, but maybe once he gets to the side deck, Matteo is gonna prioritize the Imperial Order. Right now, the 38 is just as good to prevent other possible spells.
And here it comes. He still can activate, I mean, like,
he's
he has
still not
launch.
stopping. He has so many effects still to be used. He has the Instant Fusion, the Raven, the Sector launch, so even the Wyvern Buster. He has so many cards he can still special summon.
He has everything he needs.
Yeah, it's special summoning it for a moment. He put it in the graveyard already, but he's probably gonna go for the same as previously, right?
Yeah, I think so. I think he really needs to.
So another summon. Is it gonna be the Griffin? Is it gonna be? Yeah.
Yeah. Here
So
it comes.
Griffin comes down. He's not like necessarily gonna activate the effect, but maybe he wants to set back the Fossil Dig. Yeah. And he's gonna go for it so he can get another card. Maybe you get the Imperial Order this way.
Yeah.
So sets the Fossil Dig for next turn, gets the Drogue.
How powerful this deck is, guys. I mean,
just incredible.
So many pluses.
And he gets Tour Guide, pretty good for next turn, why not? Still needs to activate a lot of effects. He's gonna use the Sector launch. And now he special summons from the end one of his Rocket Tracer.
Yeah.
Wow.
He now gets his effect to pop 1 to special summon
Yeah, and this will give him the level 8 Synchro, which is gonna be the Savage Dragon, to prevent evenly matched. So it seems like he really studied what the cards and the outs of the format could have been, and just calculated what is the perfect ending board that is gonna stop whatever they can have. And it seems like he found the perfect solution.
Yeah, we have to give credit to Matteo. Like, he took the risk to play this deck. It was like a huge challenge, playing 12 rounds and a top 64, but it's really paying off.
Yeah, I mean, it's at the same time, like after 18 rounds, this is the 18th they play. It's very weird that 2 completely different decks got to the finals. This, which is probably the most unfair one we can think of, and Salamangreat, which is on the other end, probably the one who is the most fair. Like,
I mean,
he doesn't really have any broken play anymore.
It's just consistent. You do the same things like turn after, round after round.
Yeah, but it's fairly weak, you know what I mean? So it's just consistent, playing through entrops, some traps, but nothing too explosive.
Exactly, but also if you know how to play against this deck, it's really easy. I mean, that's why Matteo maybe relied on this deck, and I mean, look at his board.
Okay, and that's it from Matteo. He ends his turn. What can Ryan pick up?
I think it was a Gazelle.
I mean, I don't think there is anything that can help you in this position. Like, he's just gonna try his best to fight it. And the Buffalo is a good way to do it. You can potentially just chain block, but it's gonna be tough, Yeah,
I think he's gonna chain link 1 Buffalo, chain link 2
Yeah,
links.
he's gonna chain block here, try and get a few cards, but I don't even see what he could pick up here. Matteo is gonna allow it. Definitely not negating the buildings there. And what can he even pick up here?
I think I don't know because like for sure he's going to discard the spinning. Let's see. If
It's another Buffalo and Signet Mining, sure, all usable cars, but not really against this board, are they? Gazelle comes down.
I think he's going to negate it. Yeah.
But he keeps it in his hand, which isn't exactly great.
Would you have just wait the Gazelle to special summon itself and then after that?
I guess, it's hard once per turn, so it's probably gonna stay in there. And you know that you can negate... oh, but did he forget about 38 effect? I'm thinking about that. Because most people just think about the number 38 for the negation of a spell effect. But you can actually use the other one to redirect attacks as well.
Yeah.
So yeah, he sees it enough, and
yeah,
that's
and
it.
That's
so
enough, guys.
Matteo just picks up game 1 pretty convincingly once more. What can we say? He's just doing everything perfect, destroying opponent after opponents. And yeah, just a perfect game 1 start. Didi Crow was the only entrap on his opponent's side. He played through that like it was nothing, still ends up on a super powerful board. And now we're back to the side decks. So
yeah. So now it's going to be pretty interesting. As you said before, Ryan has a lot of resources in main deck, but on the other hand, side deck is pretty good too.
Yeah.
But once again, how do you deal with this kind of deck? We have seen how unfair this deck is if he goes first.
Yeah.
And now he's in trouble because if Ryan goes second, he has a couple of good cards to side in. But if he now goes first,
he does. He's trying to go for a Beast Dweller. It seems like he will be extremely powerful against his opponent. And so that's probably going to be his top priority. But he has an insanely good card against Matteo, which is the Different Dimension Ground.
Yeah.
We were talking yesterday about how it's really useful against Shadow decks, but against Matteo, I think if you just flip it right away, he just has to pass.
Exactly. We were talking about this. A lot of good players decided to go for the Different Dimension Ground or the Dimensional Barrier.
Yeah.
These were the two choices the players have. And I think in this case, this is the right one.
Yeah, it pays off. Dimensional Barrier will pretty much be useless against Matteo, while Different Dimension Ground is really good. So if he can pick up some of his traps, it's going to work out. But Matteo is not going to make his life easy.
Yeah.
He has Red Rebuke, Lightning Storm, Twin Twister, so a lot of ways to clear with the back row. And even a very interesting card, which is not exactly for Salamangreat, but the Anti-Magic Arrow.
Yeah.
You usually side that in against Subterror, Altergeist. It's a card that you use entering the battle phase, and basically all the spell and traps for the turn are negated. Really useful because he cannot be chained to. But maybe we can see it in this matchup as well.
Why not?
So it's going to be an interesting one with the insane crowd that is watching here. Of course, it's kind of split because we know that France always have the best support, but Matteo probably is winning people's heart just by the fact that he's playing such a unique deck. So we'll see. Either way, we're going to have a really good champion. So are we going to see a game 3? Is Matteo going to win this match once again with a 2-0 victory? We can jump in back because they are going to draw their hands very soon. Okay.
Now Ryan will go first for sure.
For Ryan, this could be the last 5 cards he picks up for the entire weekend. Let's take a look at what these hands look like. I see a Different Dimension Ground is drawn by Ryan, so that's the best card you can pick up in this matchup.
Okay, Ryan's hand is really good. He has the Buffalo, he has the Silent Mining.
Yeah, Ryan's hand is solid.
Yep.
He has the Silent Mining plus the Different Dimension Ground, which essentially just keeps Matteo turn entirely.
Yeah.
And I don't think he has... Yeah, he doesn't have the Red Rebuke, which could stop it. He might have a Twin Twister, but...
Yeah, I think he might have one.
Or maybe it's Quick Launch. I think it's Quick Launch, yeah. Yeah, so really good hand once more from both of these guys, but the Different Dimension Ground might be enough. What do you do here, though, if you're Jabri? Do you just discard the Buffalo and keep all your hand traps? Or do you want... want to abuse the Buffalo.
I mean, you're in the final, so I think you have to. Okay.
Okay.
I mean, because he could have discarded the Buffalo, searching for Gazelle, and just doing, a conservative play. I mean, it was fair enough. Like someone in the Gazelle.
But now he gets the the debug instead, which means the Buffalo is just gonna be.
Okay. He decides to go for the bug instead.
I'm a little confused here, because I think. Oh wow! Like if you want to keep this, then you should probably always go for the other way around, right?
I mean, I don't know. I'm confused. Because you could have discarded Buffalo, for example.
Yeah, I think you always discard the Buffalo. You keep the extra negation in the form of Diddy Crow.
Yeah.
Otherwise, you just search for something else, like the Spinny, and try and get lucky. So maybe a little bit of a mistake here from Ryan, but hopefully it will not cost him the finals.
Yeah, I mean, maybe he discarded the Diddy Crow because he feels confident enough with the different dimension ground. I mean, it does make sense.
Yeah.
But on the other hand, I mean, Buffalo
you never
is
know.
completely
You never
useless.
know. Yeah. And I mean, maybe as you're saying, he wants to keep it for next turn. He is also playing, as everyone else this weekend, update Jammer combo. So the transcode and Jammer. So maybe he feels like he needs the extra monster to OTK next turn. And this might be the case, because honestly, if you flip the different dimension ground, I think it's very tough for Matteo to fight back.
Would you just flip in the Matteo standby phase, for example? You just wait.
You can. Honestly, you can just flip it right away. I don't think you need to gain any advantage out of it. Because as I was saying, that if you just pass, you OTK him.
Yeah.
So I think you can just flip it right away. I wouldn't make it too complicated, because maybe they have a way to send it, like with the Scorpio. They can summon Scorpio, discard as cost. So let's take a look. He picks up a Call by the Grave, which would have been really good against the Ash Blossom. But now, can Matteo do one more miracle and play through a different dimension ground? It seems like a huge accomplishment to do.
Yeah.
And if he doesn't, then his opponent might OTK him through the update Jammer. Is he going to be able to? If he is, he's going to be the most deserving champion, I think. But
yeah, I mean, it looks like Ryan wants to wait for a moment before activating the different dimensional ground.
Yeah. He wants his opponent to commit to the field at least a little bit. And it seems like Matteo is going to normal summon the Carbon add-on here. And I'm pretty sure the different dimension ground is going to be flipped. And this hurts a lot. Wow.
This is going to hurt a lot for Matteo.
Yeah, as I'm going to show you guys on screen, this card is so impactful for this matchup. It is essentially a Macrocosmos for the turn, banishing all monsters 10 to the graveyard. And
yeah, maybe this is the one that really can stop Matteo, because he can't do really nothing at all. I mean, he can do a couple of plays, but he will be out of cards after that.
I don't think he can do much, because the quick launch gives me a few cards. Maybe he can try and just stay in this. But it will be tough for him to survive this turn, especially because the quick launch is going to get Ash Blossom. You do have the Call by the Grave at least, but let's see. Maybe the play is to just keep the Call by the Grave defensively. It's tough. It's definitely not easy. Is he playing any... Yeah, I think he's not playing any weird XYZs like rank 3, so...
No, he does not.
Okay, so Cherubini comes down. Not gonna be particularly good here. He can send, but they're just gonna get banished, right? So potentially he can send even as cost. So as I'm gonna show you guys on screen, this is the deck, the card that basically creates Matteo deck. All of his extenders are level 3, and yeah, it's cost to send, so he can't even send with Cherubini here.
Okay, so he activates the quick launch.
And Ash Blossom is discarded. He doesn't go for the Call by the Grave. Interesting. He could have used the Call by the Grave here, but instead he decided not to.
No, but because there's the different dimension ground, right?
Yeah, so he can't even. Yeah, that's a cool interaction.
Yeah, he can't even.
That's true.
Very nice interaction here with the different dimension ground. You can't even negate your opponent entrops with Cold Body Grave. That's true. Pretty neat. So I think he's just gonna try and stay alive.
Yeah.
Can the Cold Body Grave prevent it? I think he can. So it's gonna be tough, but it definitely looks like Ryan is gonna be rewarded. He picks up the Spinny, and another Buffalo is there, which is probably gonna be negated by Cold Body Grave. We'll see what Matteo decides to do.
Yeah, now I think he's going for Phoenix, maybe. Or, okay.
Yeah, he's
okay,
going for
he doesn't
update
care.
jammer. So here is a huge decision from Matteo. What does he want to do with it? I think he's going to keep it for the update jammer. Wow,
Yeah.
Rage and Sign and Mining are the pickups. I think we are going to see a game 3 regardless. Because I was thinking here maybe he can prevent the OTK. But if he does, then, I mean, there is still the Rage and the Roar. So very well played in this game by Ryan. He is recognizing it, but we said it. If he would have thrown the different dimension ground, that's just a skip. Like, skip one turn card from Matteo, and luckily from him, he drew it. So.
Yeah, that was the card that Ryan really wanted to see, and they completely changed the game entirely. And at this point, Matteo really needs to understand where to activate the Cold Body Grave. But I think that, I mean, things won't change.
He's gonna
anyway.
have to chain it here. But he picks up his cards, and it's 1-1. We are going to game 3. Ryan even the scores. We are getting to one last game for YCS Utrecht. So, it's what a final match. It has been so back and forth. Matteo is gonna try one last time to make his insanely hard combo, and unbeatable, I gotta say.
Yeah. I mean, like, if Matteo really can combo off, like, there's no way to stop him. But the only card is Nibiru, which we haven't seen so
Absolutely.
far.
There are a few things that can happen here. So if Matteo gets to resolve his entire combo, it is going to be game over. There are no outs in the entire deck of Ryan.
Yeah.
On the other hand, though, Ryan wants to try his best to stop him, and his allies are going to be triple Nibiru, triple Diddy Crow, triple Ash Blossom, and pretty much that's it.
He has also the Phantasmi if he really wants to keep them in, and then he has the Evilly Matched.
He has the Lightning Storm, Mind Control. He has so many cards. The problem is he needs to stop the combo, because if the combo happens, then you can draw as many Lightning Storm as you want. You're not going to be able to break the board. I still think this match is not obvious, because he is playing a lot of entrops, a lot of ways to get to the entrops. So I think it is going to be the closest we have seen Matteo struggle while going first.
Yeah, this is going to be super exciting, guys. I can't really wait. We have seen this before, like, Matteo, we have to give credit to Matteo. Like, his deck is so powerful. I think most of the players will try it. You have to try it, guys. It's super fun.
Yeah. It's probably something that once you go back home tomorrow, you can just try and build. It's without disrespecting Ryan in any way.
Of course.
It gotta be the crowd favorite, at least in terms of decks. And yeah, it's definitely something new you can try on. And even though there is only, as a reminder, less than 2 months away from the big rule change that we are going to have in Yu-Gi-Oh! This is the last YCS, at least in Europe, to experience the old rules. So if you want to check that out, we made a video on Friday explaining how the new rule change is going to apply. Just as a super quick reminder, Synchro, XYZ's Fusion Monsters are going to be summoned even in the main monster zone as you wish, and as many as you want. So it is definitely going to change the game significantly. And that's enough for talk.
I think so.
Our players are ready. One last game for YCS Utrecht. Who is going to be crowned champion? Let's go and find out. And let's see these ends.
Here comes the handshake. So let's see what Ryan can picks up. Wow.
Okay, he's in trouble. He's in trouble. I do see Mind Control and Lightning Storm, but the only entrop is Phantasmi. If this Phantasmi doesn't pick up Nibiru or one of the real entrops, I think he's going to face the entire combo.
He has the Nibiru.
Let's see. He does?
He has the Nibiru, guys.
I didn't see it.
Yeah,
I didn't see it. Does he actually have it?
Yeah, he has it. I mean,
Because
maybe
it looked like a
yeah,
spinny.
it looked like spinny. Yeah.
It looks like spinny.
But
I'm not sure.
I mean, okay, so he has the mind control, he has the Nibiru, he has the lightning storm.
I mean, if this hand is correct,
guys, this is the hand.
I'm pretty sure we could have Ryan winning, but
we don't want to talk too early. But guys, this is the hand.
It is the Nibiru. It's Nibiru. Oh my God.
Wow.
Maybe he's taking it. So
This
gonna
is
be
gonna
so
be.
close.
Oh my God. Yeah.
This is the first time that we see Matteo play through the Nibiru. Maybe he is able to, and with this opening with the Scorpio, he might have enough where he can summon the Appaloosa first. Let's see if he's able to do that. I think he can, because he has the Tsuchinoko and the Eastern Fusion, right?
Yeah, this is gonna be super close because I think he can make the Appaloosa before the 5th summon.
Yeah.
And he can play around Nibiru, but on the other hand, I mean, Rihan's hand is really good. So let's see.
Yeah. I don't think he can anymore. I think he could have potentially gone for the Appaloosa first.
Yeah.
But it's tough to say. It's
But
tough
once
to say.
again, where do you activate the Nibiru?
I mean,
When?
probably
I mean,
as soon as possible.
As soon as
'cause,
possible, so you just wait him to special summon here, and then you activate?
I'm not sure. I'm not gonna pretend that I know the correct answer to this. Because like if you Nibiru here, they still get back the Cherubini, right?
Yeah.
But yeah, Nibiru comes down. Might be kind of early, but we'll see.
Let's see if Nibiru, I mean, as we said before, Nibiru is I think is the only card
I
that
think
can stop
this might
Matteo.
not, I think this might be too early for it though. Because like now you get a token back, and you get
Ooh,
to
he
use
has
the
the
Phantasmi
Phantasmi.
when the Seer brings it back. Is he gonna draw another Antrop? Circle and Foxy. So no
Okay.
more Antrops from him. Wow. It's gonna be tough. I am struggling to see like the end of this. I think Matteo still has a few plays at the disposal. With the Tsuchinoko and Eastern Fusion, maybe he has enough to play through this.
Yeah, I mean, I think he will go maybe set the Eastern Fusion, activated Tsuchinoko. He has a couple of few options here. He really needs to find a solution because Rihan is really good. Let's see if Nibiru was enough to stop him.
Yeah, he's just checking the Tanyi if he can go for that. Because honestly, I mean, at that point, the Tsuchinoko is going to be activated, right?
Yeah, indeed, yeah. He
So
set
let's
the
see
Eastern
if this
Fusion.
Tsuchinoko 50-50, is he going to get him a fresh new draw? He does? What
He
is he going to
does.
pick up here? Such a good, important pickup.
Junk
Junk forward,
forward.
not so much. But now he can go for the combo, because if you can make the Tanyi, then you have Eastern Fusion, you have the full Guard Dragon combo, right?
Yeah.
And that's it.
Here it
So
comes.
the Tanyi comes down, doesn't do much right now, but it gives him the zone so that he can Eastern Fusion and then Guard Dragon. So Matteo is still able to combo through this.
Okay, so he got Nibiru, he got Phantasmate. I mean, can Matteo do it? This is gonna be super hard for him. Let's see.
Yeah, this is incredible. So he's gonna just show you in the text. The effect is not super relevant. It's just that he doesn't get destroyed by battle. So
yeah. I mean, I think Rihan could have asked for more, right? I mean, his hand is really good.
No. I mean, even just Nibiru, you're super happy to pick up. I think no other Antrop is even close to the Nibiru. And even here, you can see how powerful his deck is. He's still able to combo through this. The question is, will he be able to do enough? Let's see. You can hear the crowd now really turning the support on from Matteo, comboing off through the Nibiru. He's just doing some quick calculations in his head and gonna show his opponent the translation. What? Okay, so yeah, and here is the effect of Dragon Master as well. So if you missed anything, Dragon Master has another effect. If you control no other effect monsters, you can destroy up to the number of normals. He had a normal fusion, he had the token, he can destroy 2 just because of that. So Nibiru was basically a good thing for him in that regard. That is insane.
Maybe Nibiru
Wow.
can stop Matteo from comboing off, guys. So let's see if he can do it. And I think he can.
Yeah, now he gets even the Wyver Buster combo. Oh my god. I think he just comboed through the Nibiru. This is insane.
He had the Nibiru, he had the Phantasmi. I think nothing can stop Matteo. Let's see if it's true.
I mean, at the same time, we don't have to forget that Mind Control and Lightning Storm are in Ryan's hand. So maybe if he doesn't set up the order, Lightning Storm will just clear the entire field.
Yeah. So now he's continuing with the Guard Dragon combo. No surprises. We have seen this combo a lot of times from Matteo.
Yeah, he gets the other half of the White Dragon. Just how much of a field he can put up, that's my question. Because honestly, like, Ryan End was the best you could see. Like, you have Nibiru, you have Phantasmi, you have Mind, Lightning Storm, and even Circle to play with. Like,
this was the hand that really need Ryan to pick up. I mean, he couldn't have asked for something else. I mean,
absolutely not. This was the best hand he could have picked up going second. Is it going to be enough? I think Matteo is just going through it.
Yeah, I mean,
at
guys,
this point, he's just showing us why he's in the finals.
He built this deck. He knows his deck.
Destroying opponent after opponent is just going for it. Nibiru, sure. I'm just going to use the token to destroy your monsters because this is a normal monster. Yeah.
Why not?
Wow. Now we're going to see the Romulus once again get the Dragon Raven. We saw this. We saw this in the last games, and when we saw this, it was usually good enough for Matteo.
That seed will be enough once again.
This time there is a deciding factor that's missing. The Cherubini was prevented by the Nibiru, which meant the Curious didn't come down, and without the Curious, the Imperial Order is not there.
Yeah.
Without Imperial Order, maybe and just maybe Ryan still has a chance.
Let's see if we are right, because we have been surprised so many times by Matteo that maybe he finds another solution. Who knows? Let's see.
So he sent the Router Dragon, got to the Tracer, still has the other field spell he can abuse. This seems like it was so well calculated. Like, it seems like every single piece is perfect. Like, it's literally like a puzzle. This deck seems...
Yeah, I mean...
one of the best, like, in terms of... even though it's 60 cards and it's very weird, it seems like the combo itself is so perfect.
Yeah,
like,
I mean, at the beginning of the tournament, we were asking ourselves which decks could have been the most powerful deck.
Yeah.
And we could have never thought of a deck like this, right?
Yeah, honestly, like, we saw some decks and a lot of famous players going for the Invoke deck. He put up Winda, he put up Kaliga, which is very impressive, but not even a third of this, yeah? Matteo just flexing on us, to be honest, at this point. He's just doing whatever he feels like he do. So he now is going to go for the Appaloosa, but can he find a protection from this Lightning Storm? That's my question. Ooh, I think he's committing hard to this play. Is he going for just an Appaloosa for 4? Maybe he thinks that's enough against Salamangreat, but that's actually super weak here to both the Lightning Storm and then the Mind Control.
Yeah, this is going to be super important because at this point, I mean, of course you have Appaloosa, but what do? I mean, he has the Mind Control, he has the Lightning Storm, he has the Circle.
So now he's going to go and summon a Savage, but I think Ryan might have enough, because honestly, if this is all Matteo is putting up, you use the Mind Control, you force the Savage, and then Lightning Storm just completely destroys the board.
Yeah.
Wow, I don't know. I don't know. I think Ryan might have drawn the perfect hand. But now the outplay here from Matteo, he puts the Savage in defense mode to play around the Lightning Storm. One more play. That's so incredible from him.
Well played by him.
And here he's passed. So what's going to happen? He picks up the Spinny, another usable card. I think he still has it, though.
I mean, he has the Lightning Storm. He has the Mind Control.
I think he has it. I think he has it. No way. Like, if he goes Lightning Storm, he's going to be forced to negate it.
Yeah.
And then Mind Control clears it. I am pretty sure Ryan has got this in his bag. So Lightning Storm comes up.
Yeah, I mean, if Ryan doesn't make any mistakes,
I think, unfortunately, for Matteo and his fantastic deck, Ryan should have this in the book. Let's see if he can find the solution to this board. What a final.
I mean, maybe Matteo thought the Appaloosa could be enough, but this is not the case. I mean, Ryan has all the good answers he really needs to.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, can you blame him? Like, you just got Nibiru'd,
Yeah,
and
I
you
mean-
still end with an incredible field. They need to have even the storm, and not the storm wasn't enough.
Exactly.
Like, the
exactly.
storm wasn't enough. I think you can let, like, you know, you can negate with the Savage, you can let it, like, it's not gonna be enough ever. You have an Appaloosa for 4.
Yeah.
And usually even just for 2 is enough. But here the mind control.
Can you hear the crowd, guys?
Wow.
Here comes the mind control.
The crowd is going crazy, and now the circle.
Ariane, I mean,
exploding.
guys, looks like Ryan really knows what is going on at this moment.
We might have a French YCS champion. It has been a while, and here
the crowd
he's
goes
just going
wild.
for it. This is madness. I can barely hear myself in the microphone. Wow.
Looks like another French player is going to win Utrecht. Guys, the crowd is completely
I've never
gone.
seen anything like this.
Completely
I
gone.
can't even speak. I'm just gonna allow them to speak for themselves. Yeah.
Just making some clarifications here because it's not over yet, guys. Not over yet.
I can't even imagine being Ryan right now. Like, what? How much emotions? Like, what are you feeling right now? Like, everyone is cheering for you. It's so insane. Yeah, the energy is just up above the roof. Like, you can feel it.
Here comes the Foxy. He pops the field spell.
It's not making any mistake. Not playing around here. Just gonna have to deal with this bottle of Savage.
Needs to be stick to the game plan, Ryan. Play your cards.
Yeah, everyone is having a good time here. Maybe Matteo, not so much. He picks up the wheel from the graveyard. Here he can use both of his effects if he wants and just push so much damage with the update jammer combo. Is it gonna be once more a French winning with the update jammer combo? It seems like it is.
Yeah.
He brings back 2 and he can go for the update jammer combo. Is
Here
he
it
going
comes.
for it? Yep,
Here it
and
comes,
the update
guys.
jammer comes down.
He's not going to use the Appaloosa and the
Gonna go
update jammer.
for the transcode.
Here comes the transcode.
Update jammer comes back. Does he have
Here comes
enough
the
to win
spinning.
here? It seems like he is just doing some math.
Enter bottom face.
Attack. Is this gonna be enough? It does not buff the defense. It should be enough. He attacks
And that's
with everything.
game.
And that's it.
Ryan won.
Ryan wins YCS Utrecht.
Wow. The crowd is completely gone, guys.
Let's put the camera on the crowd right now because it's insane. Look at this.
Would you have ever said it, guys? Wow. What a match.
Absolutely incredible. Absolutely incredible.
Guys, what can I say? All I can hear is Ryan, Ryan, Ryan. Please, lift the trophy, Ryan. What can I say?
I can't believe it's a very good job.
Yeah, amazing. Absolutely amazing.
Of my friends is because of him, so shout out to him.
Absolutely amazing. Well, I'm going to ask our commentators to join me once more, please. Thank you so much, everybody at home who was watching, and the crowd. You have been fantastic. I want to hear it just once more. Ryan, 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 Ryan. I don't think there's much more to be said here, guys. Next time we see you, we're going to be in Krakow for the European Championships. Enjoy Nationals. See you later. Ryan.